Chapter 1: The Sangsinghui Incident. In the bustling Tianfu railway station, the announcement echoed, "Dear passengers, K5963 is about to arrive. Please mind your step and stand behind the yellow line." The voice of the announcement jolted Lin Xiu back from his reverie. He was a student at Jiangnan University, on vacation with friends, initially expecting a delightful getaway. However, unforeseen events unfolded that would leave an indelible mark on his life. The previous day, they visited the Sangsinghui Museum, where an unexpected calamity struck. The glass display case encasing the bronze sacred tree shattered, injuring numerous onlookers nearby. Even more astonishing was the phenomenon that followed. The bronze tree seemed to come alive, rapidly rejuvenating as if it were a living organism. Amidst the ensuing panic, a tremendous earthquake struck, resulting in significant damage to artifacts and loss of life. Strangely, upon their exit, Lin Xiu and his companions learned that no earthquake had actually occurred in Guanghan that day. In their haste to escape, Lin Xiu and his friend Liang Lingxiao were horrified to witness the buds sculpted on the bronze tree springing to life, filling the exhibition hall with an otherworldly floral fragrance and a deluge of pollen, an utterly bizarre spectacle. The ramifications of this incident were profound, particularly given the fatalities and extensive damage to priceless relics, alongside numerous injuries sustained by visitors. Authorities promptly initiated an investigation into the matter. That day, Lin Xiu and Liang Lingxiao sustained minor injuries, which they attended to at a nearby clinic before returning to their hotel to rest. Exhausted from the shocking events, they were set to embark on their journey home today. "Hey, black boy, do you feel anything unusual about yourself?" Lin Xiu inquired of the tall, robust young man behind him, who was busy messaging friends about the previous day's occurrences. "Not really, just that the places I was injured yesterday still ache a bit," Liang Lingxiao replied, engrossed in his typing. Towering at 1.85 meters, Liang was well liked at school due to his humorous disposition and athletic prowess, earning him the nickname Mighty Man. However, those close to him affectionately referred to him as Black Boy, a moniker Lin Xiu often used, for not only was his skin darker, but his heart had a mischievous side as well. "Can you believe these people? They refuse to believe me," Liang Lingxiao exclaimed in frustration. Ever since their departure from the museum, he had been fervently recounting their extraordinary experience to those around him, yet it seemed the story had been suppressed, preventing it from spreading widely, resulting in skepticism from others. What good would it do if they believed? Still, I must say, the strangeness of it all leaves me perplexed. How could a bronze tree from thousands of years ago come back to life, transforming into a genuine tree? Lin Xiu pondered, gazing at the green train approaching in the distance, a bittersweet feeling swelling within him as he prepared to leave. The vision of the bronze tree dispersing clouds of pollen was an unforgettable treasure, yet Lin Xiu yearned to uncover more about the mysteries that lay behind it. He is a person who delights in delving deep into matters, a trait that is not particularly advantageous. In his school days, he often received special attention from teachers, but fortunately, the advancements of the internet now allow him to resolve most of his inquiries. The incident from yesterday garnered significant attention from higher authorities. In the coming days or weeks, news related to it will be exceedingly rare on the internet. Once published, such information is swiftly retracted, and articles or messages containing those specific phrases are often unable to be disseminated at all. "Let's go, Lin Xiu, it's time to head home." Liang He patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder as the vintage green train came to a halt before them. After boarding and settling their luggage, Lin Xiu began browsing the latest news, only to find that the information he sought remained elusive, with even trending short videos unchanged. As the train set in motion, a man squeezed into their compartment, struggling with a large bag of luggage. Liang He, ever hospitable, promptly offered his assistance. "Thanks, brother." Completely worn out, the man, a stout fellow of similar age to Lin Xiu, exclaimed, glistening with sweat. His small eyes darted around observantly. Spotting Lin Xiu, he quickly greeted, "You two are together, right? Where are you heading?" The man's friendliness piqued Lin Xiu's curiosity about how he discerned their companionship with Liang He, especially since he hadn't exchanged a word with him before the man's arrival. "We're heading to the Taihang Mountains," Lin Xiu replied with a smile. "What a coincidence. Are you perhaps from my hometown?" The man chuckled, his squinting eyes and large ears giving him a comical appearance reminiscent of the laughing Buddha. Under the man's enthusiastic questioning, Liang He, a natural conversationalist, found common ground with him. After a few exchanges, it turned out the man hailed from the same county as they did. "Sangsinghui, you were there yesterday too?" the man exclaimed, his eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. You were there as well? Lin Qiu inquired, intrigued. He had been somewhat drowsy while listening to the man and Liang Hei's earlier trivial chatter, but this mention immediately piqued his interest. I was more than just there. People were practically terrified. Can you guess what happened? The man teased, deliberately building suspense. Come on, tell us. Liang Hei pressed eagerly. I witnessed the entire spectacle of the bronze sacred tree's display case shattering as it bloomed, and I, Zhang, managed to capture the whole event on video, the man declared. Proudly, pulling out his phone to showcase the footage, clearly eager for their admiration. Wow, impressive. Liang Hei couldn't help but exclaim, genuinely impressed. Despite his unassuming appearance, it was astonishing that he dared to film in such precarious circumstances. Truly a reckless endeavor. This is my treasure. With the recent buzz surrounding it, I plan to submit it to this year's international photography competition. It's sure to win first place. To their surprise, the man turned out to be a professional photographer, a fact that had gone unnoticed until now. Lin Qiu pondered to himself, indeed one should not judge by appearances. However, during the flowering of the bronze divine tree, both he and Liang Hei had witnessed it, albeit for a fleeting moment. The surrounding danger was overwhelming, and he never expected this rotund fellow to be so fearless, daring to approach so closely for a photograph. Brother Fat, you possess remarkable courage. I am genuinely curious as to how this splendid relic suddenly resurrected, as if it were a scene from a film. Truly astonishing, Lin Qiu exclaimed, feeling that this corpulent man must possess considerable knowledge, and he wished to engage in conversation to uncover the circumstances behind it. Speaking of the bronze divine tree, I have some understanding of it. Allow me to share. The rotund man, Zhang Fei, observed Lin Qiu's eager gaze and felt invigorated. Through their conversation, Lin Qiu learned that the portly individual was named Zhang Fei, a name somewhat incongruous with his physique. He had once studied in Kyoto, though his roots lay in Sichuan, and he was currently working elsewhere. His purpose for visiting was akin to theirs: tourism. Regarding the bronze divine tree, I have come across two distinct interpretations. The first suggests that the number one divine tree embodies the various mythical trees of ancient lore. It is said to host 9 birds perched upon the upward branches, with a dragon coiling down its trunk, poised for flight. The ancients used this imagery to convey the belief that the divine tree connects heaven and earth, bridging the mortal and the divine realms. Of course, this interpretation lacks allure. The second interpretation is rather mystical. Do not accuse me of fanciful ramblings, Zhang Fei preemptively cautioned. He scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before continuing. This idea posits that the bronze divine tree is the world tree, with a dragon entwined around it, symbolizing the soaring dragon. The divine birds feast upon the nectar of its blossoms, with pollen disseminated by their feathers, signifying vitality. Those who kneel before the bronze divine tree, after being blessed by the pollen, will gain immense strength, regarded by the common people of ancient times as favored by the divine, thus holding a revered status. As soon as Zhang Fei finished, Liang Hei could contain himself no longer, exclaiming, "Goodness, your description perfectly mirrors our experiences from yesterday. Does that mean we are also?" Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. This is merely one interpretation, one I encountered long ago in an ancient text, which likely chronicles some apocryphal history and should not be taken literally, Zhang Fei said, a hint of unease in his voice as he wiped the sweat from his brow, swiftly changing the subject by pulling out his phone, seemingly to reply to messages. Lin Qiu felt an even greater astonishment after hearing Zhang Fei's words. The faint sensations that had been coursing through his body suddenly intensified at that moment, only to swiftly dissipate. This feeling had been present since their exit from that place yesterday, as if something was flowing through his very blood. Upon closer reflection, that sensation vanished, yet it would re-emerge unexpectedly. Could it be that the events recorded in the ancient book that Brother Fat mentioned truly exist? Lin Qiu felt his heart race. A sudden surge of fervor gripped him. Who would not desire extraordinary abilities, to traverse the realms with ease and escape the mundane existence of an ordinary life, amidst the casual conversation of a few individuals? They intermittently paused to rest, only to sit up again for further discourse or to admire the scenery outside. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Habitually, Lin Qiu activated a short video application, eager to explore the trending videos of the day. As soon as he opened the trending list, certain keywords astonished him. Starting from the afternoon, numerous bizarre occurrences erupted across the nation, overwhelming the authorities' ability to contain the situation. Some audacious news outlets began reporting these incidents. In some regions, thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility to nearly 2 meters and paralyzing transportation. There were claims of witnesses spotting indescribable creatures lurking within the mist, attacking pedestrians, with recordings capturing dismembered bodies in pools of blood. In one locality, an ancient tree, over 1,000 years old, began to surge in height, soaring into the clouds. Its dimensions surpassed even the largest buildings in the world, its sprawling branches casting shadows over the town, prompting a mass exodus of residents, as the oppressive presence of the colossal tree left Linqiu feeling breathless. In remote areas, individuals managed to capture footage of long-extinct creatures not seen in a century, alongside Tibetan mastiffs larger than lions and tigers, and yaks as large as trucks, not to mention golden eagles with wingspans exceeding 8 meters. Linqiu felt a shiver run down his spine. What on earth had transpired? Was the apocalypse truly upon them? Chapter 2, The Mysterious Information in the Bronze Petals. At this moment, Linqiu suddenly sensed that the train's speed was rapidly diminishing, and within a minute, it came to a complete halt. What was happening? Why had it stopped so abruptly? Shortly after the train ceased movement, a cacophony erupted outside as the crowd stirred, rising to inquire about the situation. Soon, a crew member informed them that an incident had occurred on the tracks ahead, and measures were being urgently implemented to resolve it. The train would soon resume its journey, urging everyone to remain calm. The passengers settled back into their seats, waiting patiently. The commotion outside roused Liang He and Fatty, who were resting in their compartment. They glanced out the window and were astonished to see formations of fighter jets soaring through the sky. This was the heart of the interior. Such a display of military aircraft was unprecedented here, indicating that something significant was transpiring. Fatty, with a worried expression, pondered aloud. Look! Linqiu! There's breaking news! Liang He exclaimed, springing from his bed to sit beside Linqiu, gesturing for him to check the news on his phone. This is monumental. There are vast quantities of floating trees and vegetation in the air. How bizarre! What on earth is happening in this world? Someone shouted, their voice carrying into Linqiu's compartment. Yesterday's events at Sangsingui remain inexplicable, and now these phenomena are emerging. Is this still the world I know? Evidently. A portion of the passengers had experienced the Sangsingui incident the previous day, and like Linqiu, they were eager to escape this unsettling place. However, they were confronted with a global upheaval that was difficult to comprehend. The train carriage became a hub of incessant chatter as people voiced their concerns. Some paced the aisles. The strangeness of the situation compounded by the viral coverage of the Sangsingui event, igniting widespread panic. Approximately 10 minutes later, the train resumed its journey, accelerating beyond its previous speed. The passengers' anxiety began to dissipate slightly, and the noise gradually subsided. Back in the days before high-speed trains, I was quite familiar with this route. During my studies in Kyoto, the scenery along the way was breathtaking. I have photos from those times that have won several awards. Zhang Fei remarked, noticing the tension in Linqiu and Liang Lingxiao. Seeking to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, he pulled out his phone to show them old photographs. Look, coincidentally, this is a photo I took 3 years ago. We are about to arrive at that location, and I shall capture another shot for comparison to see if there have been any changes. Fatty opened a photo revealing a vast grassland dotted with herds of cattle and sheep, with a shepherd tending to them under a brilliant blue sky, the scenery picturesque. Wait a moment, how could there be such a massive mountain range here? Am I mistaken? A few minutes later, as Fatty stared out the window in a daze, he suddenly exclaimed, startling both Linqiu and Liang He. How can there be such towering mountains? Has the train not followed its usual route? Could that earlier stop have been a diversion? Others have expressed their doubts, unwilling to believe that a vast plain could, in such a brief span of time, give rise to a mountain range. Indeed, the transformation of a plain into mountains seems utterly absurd. After several minutes of meticulous comparison between two photographs, the portly man finally stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Linqiu and Liang Lingxiao leaned in to examine the images, discovering undeniable connections. The train's route was indeed accurate. Time slipped away as the train came to a halt once more. The voice of the attendant crackled over the intercom, "Dear passengers, due to an unforeseen event ahead. We are currently addressing the situation and anticipate resuming our journey within 30 minutes. Please remain calm and do not disembark." It appears I was correct. The portly man suddenly sighed. Correct about what? Do you know something? Lin Xiao inquired urgently. His anxiety mounting as the distant roar of fighter jets and sonic booms quickened his pulse. Just as you mentioned earlier, the world is indeed on the brink of monumental change. Long ago, I encountered an extraordinary individual, initially seeking to have my fortune told. Before I departed, he spoke of these transformations, including significant upheavals at Sangsinghui, presenting both great opportunities and considerable dangers. The portly man's expression turned troubled. He had dismissed the man as a charlatan, laughing it off. Yet, by a twist of fate, he found himself visiting Sangsinghui, unexpectedly witnessing the very events foretold. I now regret not asking him more about what was to come, he lamented, a pang of unfulfilled curiosity gripping him. Could the pollen emitted by the bronze sacred tree we encountered yesterday correspond to the various phenomena the extraordinary man described? Liang He pondered, eager to verify the portly man's earlier claims. According to what he said, it should indeed be true, the portly man affirmed, then cautiously retrieved an item from his bag, placing it on the table before the two. Look at this, I found it beneath the bronze sacred tree. Petals were scattered everywhere, and I happened upon one. I spent all night studying it, but was unable to discern its significance, so I thought I would share it with you. Lin Xiao focused intently on the object before him. It was unmistakably a petal from the bronze sacred tree. This fellow is audacious. This is a national treasure, if discovered. He could face imprisonment. Noticing Lin Xiao's incredulous gaze, the portly man felt a twinge of guilt, yet he feigned nonchalance. I only revealed it to you two because of your character. I might not have shown it to anyone else. By the way, you must not speak of this to anyone. Of course, my friend. I consider you a brother, and I appreciate this quality in you, Liang He solemnly replied, patting his chest. This is quite something. It's my first encounter with a genuine antique, and the experience is rather exhilarating, he added, marveling at the weighty artifact before him. Liang He, with a cheerful demeanor, played with the bronze petal on the table, observing it closely with evident delight. Let me have a look, Lin Xiao said, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from the petal ever since the chubby man had placed it there. Oh, Liang He reluctantly handed the bronze petal to Lin Xiao, clearly enamored with it. The moment Lin Xiao grasped the petal, he was suddenly engulfed in an intense heat, akin to plummeting into a volcanic crater. Beads of sweat cascading down his skin. Almost immediately, a wave of enigmatic information surged into his mind, leaving him astounded. It was an ancient script, accompanied by obscure and indecipherable images. Lin Xiao attempted to decipher it, but it felt like confronting a language that had never existed on Earth, utterly beyond the comprehension of his existing knowledge of characters. Lin Xiao, why are you sweating so profusely? Liang He inquired, taken aback by Lin Xiao's abnormal state. It's nothing. The petal is a bit peculiar, Lin Xiao replied with effort, sensing an invisible pressure weighing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Can you establish some connection with this petal? The chubby man asked in astonishment, not anticipating such a strong reaction from Lin Xiao upon contact with the petal. Yes. Some information has entered my mind, albeit in a vague manner, Lin Xiao confessed, acknowledging the petal's origin from the chubby man, with no reason to conceal anything. Show it to me. The chubby man urged, anxious, initially intending to showcase it but now realizing that Lin Xiao had unwittingly tapped into some hidden knowledge. Here. Lin Xiao carefully sensed the petal again, feeling no further transmission of information, and returned it to the chubby man. Why can't I decipher it? The chubby man exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, the chubby man yelled, startling both Lin Xiao and Liang He. Lin Xiao quickly turned to see. Astonished to find that the bronze petal had transformed into a pile of ashes, the chubby man's hand still frozen in a grasping position, his expression one of disbelief. How could this perfectly fine bronze petal suddenly turn to ash? Oh! I understand now, this petal came from the bronze divine tree. If the tree is alive, then the petal must have been alive too, but it seems it has perished now, Liang He observed calmly after a careful glance. I know it's dead now. The chubby man internally screamed, his face contorted in anguish as he glared at Lin Xiu, shouting, "You owe me for the bronze petal." Given Lin Xiu's intense reaction upon touching the petal, the chubby man felt compelled to associate his misfortune with Lin Xiu. Well. Lin Xiu evaded the chubby man's furious gaze, feeling guilty. He indeed had received some information from the petal, but the timing of its disappearance was unfortunate, leaving anyone in his position unable to bear such a turn of events. Brother Fat, we are utterly oblivious to this situation, it is undoubtedly an unexpected turn of events. Liang He quickly intervened to ease the tension. I don't care, you must compensate me. The rotund fellow insisted, his resolve unyielding. The bronze petal he had risked so much to procure was still warm in his possession, yet it had vanished just like that? Let us consider this, the bronze petal was indeed yours, but I have unexpectedly gleaned some information from it. However, the details are exceedingly vague. And now it has turned to ashes. I can only convey this knowledge to you once it becomes clearer, Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before. With a hint of resignation, he addressed Zhang Fei. If you insist on compensation, I am at a loss. The world is undergoing some unknown transformation. And I believe that possessing this arcane information is far more advantageous than clinging to something devoid of value. Fearing that Brother Fat might persist in his grievances, Lin Xiu continued. Brother Fat's face was a picture of grievance, he found himself in a predicament. For Lin Xiu's words rang true, the bronze petal was worthless in his hands, yet Lin Xiu had access to the enigmatic information it contained, placing him firmly in the advantageous position. Realizing that it was unnecessary to sever ties with his companions, Brother Fat sighed, casting a resentful glance at Lin Xiu. Very well. But we must agree that once you have synthesized the information, you will inform me immediately. Of course. One must not forget the well digger when drinking water. The petal was indeed provided by you, and I pride myself on my integrity, so you need not worry, Lin Xiu reassured him, patting his chest as he thought to himself that this matter had been resolved. Chapter 3, The Amei Monkey Disaster. No, what if one day that information suddenly becomes clear? And you deliberately withhold it from me? I must follow you. The rotund man lamented on his bed for quite some time before exclaiming unexpectedly. That is acceptable. Lin Xiu pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. It was better to placate him than to refuse outright, which might provoke a tantrum. Moreover, Lin Xiu felt that having an additional person in his home would not be burdensome. Lin Xiu resided in an ancestral house at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, while his parents worked in the capital. He returned to the old residence during his vacation. Liang He, a childhood friend, also had a place nearby, leaving Lin Xiu alone upon his return. Although he had grown accustomed to solitude, the world was undergoing inexplicable changes, and this hefty fellow possessed considerable knowledge and audacity. If trouble were to arise, he could indeed be of assistance. Furthermore, Lin Xiu wished to verify the truth behind the legend of the pollen from the bronze divine tree. You're so agreeable? The rotund man was taken aback, he had merely spoken offhandedly, not expecting Lin Xiu to acquiesce so readily, as if without contemplation. Indeed, rest assured. I never go back on my word. Lin Xiu smiled, revealing a broad, white grin that made the rotund man feel a bit apprehensive. Why does this feel a bit off? The rotund man pondered inwardly, his small eyes darting around, scrutinizing Lin Xiu as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. Let us go outside and see. Staying cooped up here is stifling. I want to hear what the folks out there are discussing, Liang Lingxiao proposed, as his bed was near the door, allowing him to faintly catch snippets of the conversations outside, piquing his interest. The skies over Mount Tai were shrouded in ominous clouds, with a massive unidentified flying object hovering above, obscured from view. The ensuing panic among numerous tourists led to a stampede, leaving many stranded on the mountain. What on earth could that be? Some claimed online to have heard resounding bells emanating from within the Lesan giant Buddha, noting a significant change in its expression. As if it were awakening. In a significant turn of events, the monkey population in Amay Mountain had erupted in violence, launching frenzied attacks on tourists, resulting in over 100 casualties. The scene was utterly horrific, with reports of armed helicopters and a substantial contingent of armed police dispatched to quell the monkey uprising. As the three traversed another carriage, most passengers were engrossed in news on their smartphones, occasionally relaying alarming details that sent shivers down one's spine. A small number of passengers trembled in fear, huddled in their seats, fervently praying for the train to speed up and reach their destination. The outside world was in utter chaos, with momentous events unfolding that day. Any single incident from the past would have stirred nationwide upheaval. Yet now a cascade of crises emerged, overwhelming many psychologically. Amay Mountain's monkey uprising, so many lives lost? Lin Xiao was shaken. He had friends residing in Amay Mountain and hoped this incident had not affected them, praying for their safety. Liang He and Pangzi concurrently returned to their respective compartments. Their expressions fraught with concern, as they had friends or relatives in Amay Mountain. They hastily dialed their phones to confirm each other's safety, and after receiving confirmation, they exhaled in relief. As time passed, 30 minutes slipped by, yet the train remained stationary. A passenger raised their voice to inquire with the conductor, who, upon learning about the external incident, appeared perplexed and apprehensive, fearing that similar calamities might threaten their lives. The conductor emerged to explain that another accident had occurred ahead, which was currently being addressed, and that they would soon resume their journey. On the train, a sense of unease permeated the atmosphere as passengers discussed the unfolding events and speculated about the nature of the situation ahead. Many grew restless, pacing the aisles, while others leaned out of the windows, eager to discern the circumstances outside. Eventually, some could no longer contain their impatience and disembarked to stretch their legs. Liang He and Pangzi, both unable to remain seated, also alighted, seeking to escape the stifling heat and cacophony within the train. Lin Xiao sat in his seat, fixated on the Amay Mountain incident, watching a live broadcast from an account that was streaming the events unfolding in real time. Dear viewers and friends, I am currently atop the Golden Summit in Amay Mountain. The paths below are swarming with frenzied monkeys, rendering descent impossible. We are awaiting rescue. The situation had escalated to a dire level. The monkeys exhibited unprecedented aggression. I can assert that these creatures have reverted to their primal instincts, posing an extreme danger. They are not merely attacking but treating humans as prey, hunting us down. Someone rushed into the frame, eyes wide with terror, shouting, "It's horrifying outside. The situation has drastically changed. I must relay the truth to the outside world. The mountain is a veritable sea of corpses, with casualties in the thousands. Those fiends are dismembering the dead. We might be the last survivors here. Please, come to our aid." Their voice broke into sobs. In reality, the emergency response teams had already been overwhelmed, thwarted by the aggressive monkey hordes at the base of the mountain. In the dense woods, the monkeys proved too agile, infiltrating the ranks of soldiers, making it difficult to engage with firearms. The troops were forced into close-quarters combat, while reinforcements were hastening to the scene. The sheer number of monkeys posed an insurmountable challenge, with each soldier facing multiple attackers. This is terrifying. You must hold on until help arrives. The comments section was filled with words of encouragement and solace. Even from afar, viewers felt the weight of the oppressive atmosphere depicted in the live footage. Outside, the military has deployed heavy weaponry. Rest assured, you will receive assistance soon. A prominent comment flashed across the screen, instilling hope among the survivors confined indoors. Oh no! Silence! I hear the monkeys outside. Someone exclaimed, standing by a window partially concealed by clothing, peering out with trepidation. Panic seized the crowd, plunging them into an eerie silence. Some crouched on the ground, others leaned against the corners, while a few positioned themselves at the doorway. Suddenly, a deranged monkey, its face smeared with blood, burst into the live broadcast frame. Its mocking gaze surveyed the trembling individuals within, as if it had stumbled upon a delectable feast. With a crash, a phone slipped from someone's grasp, severing the livestream and sending chills down the spines of all viewers. Lin Xiu felt a tremor in his heart, soon followed by the prickling of goosebumps. Lin Xiu, come see what Fatty and I have discovered. A large hand clapped on Lin Xiu's shoulder, nearly causing him to leap from his skin. You nearly gave me a heart attack, he exclaimed, turning to see his companions, each clutching a peculiar fruit. What's the matter? Liang He observed Lin Xiu with an odd expression, seemingly unfazed as he continued, let me tell you, do you know where this thing grew? On a small tree. I swear, this tree is remarkable. Can you believe such a large fruit could hang there so robustly? It's truly bizarre. Lin Xiu was captivated by the fruit's alluring aroma, reminiscent of the floral scents he had encountered at the Sangsingui site, an enchanting fragrance unlike anything he had ever experienced. Do you think this thing is edible? Liang He inquired, glancing between Lin Xiu and Fatty, who was eyeing the fruit with palpable desire. One couldn't deny Liang He's audacity. He inhaled the rich scent, practically yearning to take a bite and savor its flavor. Why not give it a try? Lin Xiu suggested. Though he knew Liang He was not one to be easily deterred, he might just be engaging in antics. On second thought, perhaps not. This isn't like the bronze sacred tree from Sangsingui. If that tree bore fruit, I would definitely want to taste it, Liang He replied, shaking his head earnestly. Fatty placed the fruit on the table, studying it before expressing a hint of regret. I was actually planning to eat it. That eccentric individual mentioned that after the revival, even the weeds by the roadside would bear vibrant red fruit, fragrant and extraordinary. This fruit, growing on a small tree, must surely be of superior quality compared to those sprouting from grass. It should be edible, right? Fatty mused, still fixated on the fruit and seeking the opinions of his companions. Let us refrain from consuming it recklessly, the nearest hospital is quite far. And it would be troublesome if something went awry, Lin Xiu advised seriously, concerned that Fatty might succumb to his gluttonous instincts. The other passengers on the train were equally intrigued, and to their astonishment, someone offered to buy the fruit from Liang He and Fatty at a high price. Without a moment's hesitation, they sold it. The area they had just visited was abundant with these peculiar plants. Had it not been for the conductor's warning that the train was about to depart, they would have sought more to harvest for sale. People were not particularly fearful of these wild fruits born from the mutated flora. They were apprehensive about the unforeseen upheavals that might encroach upon their carriage, compounded by the incessant roar of fighter jets and sonic booms that heightened their concerns for personal safety. Indeed, the external world had undergone a radical transformation. Behold! The soil here had morphed into a deep purple hue. I distinctly remember it once being red clay. Someone had excavated a portion of this purple-black earth and brought it aboard the train for others to behold, igniting a fervent discussion. Look what we have brought back! Someone exclaimed, prompting others to lean in and discover that what they held was a blood-stained feather from a bird, so large that it was impossible for a single person to cradle it. This could only belong to a creature of extraordinary proportions. It seemed we had encountered the same mysterious occurrences that were unfolding everywhere. One individual shook his head, striving to regain clarity. What manner of colossal avian could possess such robust plumage? What force had inflicted harm upon it, causing its feather to plummet from the heavens? Lin Xiu also edged closer to the gathering, as they laid the feather upon the ground, flaunting their trophy for all to see, remarking, "This feather is remarkably sharp and weighs heavily, as if forged from steel." Suddenly, he felt a stirring within. The feather exuded an aura that resonated with the enigmatic information swirling in his mind. He could not help but inch closer, eager to unravel the mysteries it contained. Breathe. Inhale. 9. Li. Chapter 4. The Mist. Lin Xiu exerted great effort to decipher the 4 characters, leaving him in a haze of confusion. What did this string of information signify? He was puzzled, yet upon attempting further decryption, the peculiar sensation vanished once more. Was it necessary to possess such a special medium to unravel the enigmatic information within his mind? Dear travelers, please board the train immediately, we shall soon depart once again. The announcement echoed, relieving everyone after nearly an hour of stagnation. At last, they were set to leave. Lin Xiao. Did you see the feathers those people brought earlier? In less than 5 minutes, that buyer reappeared and purchased those items from them at an extravagant price, Liang He remarked. His face a mask of astonishment as he entered the aisle with instant noodles, gesturing discreetly towards Lin Xiao. I heard he offered a sum around this. 500,000? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. The merchant had acquired the fruits from Liang He and the portly man for 100,000 each, which was no trivial amount. While the feathers were indeed rare, Lin Xiao perceived their value merely as a conduit for communicating with the mysterious information swirling in his mind. Take another guess. Liang He urged, shaking his head and gesturing again. 5 million, perhaps? It can't be more than that, Lin Xiao mused aloud. Incorrect, it was 50 million. You should have seen the expressions on their faces upon receiving the money. One of them fainted, while the others were utterly bewildered. That man is undoubtedly a billionaire. Liang He exclaimed excitedly, vividly reenacting the reactions of those individuals. Why are you so agitated? It's not like it concerns you, Lin Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes at Liang He's avarice, which he felt needed to be curbed. If I had known he was so affluent, I would have demanded a higher price. Liang He lamented, wishing he could disembark and gather more fruits to sell to that man. Stop fixating on money for now. I believe that, following these changes, currency will soon depreciate, and what will circulate are essential goods and hard currency, Lin Xiao speculated, to which the portly man nodded in agreement. However, what purpose does that individual have for acquiring so many suddenly available curiosities? I have yet to comprehend that. Liang He pondered aloud as he settled down to discuss the matter further. Perhaps he is collecting. Don't wealthy individuals tend to hoard such oddities? The portly man replied casually. I sense that he is not purchasing these items for personal desire but rather at someone else's behest. Did you notice how, after acquiring them, he merely inspected them briefly before packing them away meticulously? He hardly resembles a true aficionado of such curiosities, Lin Xiao remarked, taking a bite of his noodles. His words somewhat muffled. Whatever his motives may be, it does not concern us. I merely hope we reach our destination soon, there are far too many uncertainties here. The portly man said, gazing out the window at the towering trees and rapidly growing weeds, his heart uneasy. He possessed knowledge that exceeded theirs, which only amplified the turmoil within his heart. Suddenly, a deafening cry reverberated through the sky, inducing a momentary ringing in the ears of nearly everyone aboard the train. What could that be? It was that monstrous bird. Good heavens, it was even larger than an airplane. Someone leaned out of the window, nearly fainting from the shock. The mere sight of such a colossal creature before them was almost too much for ordinary individuals to fathom. Indeed. This confirmed the source of the sonic booms they had heard throughout the journey, as well as the enormous feathers recently found by a few passengers. A fierce battle was unfolding in this very vicinity. Lin Xiao's voice trembled as he beheld the gigantic avian that obscured the sun, its body glimmering with a golden hue, flapping its terrifying wings and stirring the clouds above. Even within the train, the passengers could feel the fierce winds sweeping down from above. Nearby fighter jets relentlessly assaulted it. Bullets rained down upon the golden bird like a fiery dragon, and missiles erupted in a cacophony of explosions, cloaking the battlefield in a shroud of black smoke, rendering the scene obscured from view. It was utterly terrifying. How could such a massive raptor exist in this world? The stout man swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Inside the carriage, people were left speechless. The bizarre scene felt reminiscent of a science fiction film set. Yet this was reality. The golden avian and the squadron of fighter jets were indeed real. Most passengers were in a state of panic. fearing the catastrophic consequences should the golden creature descend upon them. It was imperative that it be brought down. Some prayed fervently for the fighters still firing into the smoke. The train abruptly accelerated, distancing itself from the battlefield, and when the onlookers turned their gaze back, both the golden bird and the jets had vanished from the sky. One could only hope that the fighter jets would succeed in eliminating the colossal bird. If it were to escape and fly towards a nearby town, disaster would surely follow. An elderly man continued to gaze in the direction of the battlefield, murmuring softly. Someone uploaded an image of the golden creature online, instantly igniting a frenzy. Aside from the recent disturbance among the monkeys of Amay Mountain, this marked yet another incident involving anomalous life forms. For an extended period, silence enveloped the train. As all passengers were engulfed by the overwhelming shock, unable to regain their composure. Now that they had distanced themselves from the chaos, they remained uncertain if the golden avian could be successfully defeated, nor could they predict what awaited them on their journey ahead. However, they sensed an unrest in the world around them, with mutations occurring everywhere, altering the very fabric of existence. Many passengers scrolled through their phones, seeking immediate explanations from official sources, yet the anticipated clarifications never materialized. Instead, the internet buzzed with reports of continuous anomalous events. Some of these incidents were positive, such as the discovery of rare species thought to be extinct for centuries in certain regions, or barren lands suddenly sprouting extraordinary plants akin to medicinal fields, leaving onlookers in awe. All these signs were anything but ordinary, as if they were heralding the revelation of something significant. Lin Xiao discerned that numerous popular comments predominantly hinted at the resurgence of spiritual energy, the impending era of cultivation, and the advent of a human crisis. He surmised that many individuals, akin to that extraordinary person, were likely privy to these developments in advance, having made ample preparations long before. As evening descended, Lin Xiao felt the train noticeably decelerating. He understood it was about to halt. This location was desolate, devoid of nearby villages or shops, clearly not a designated stop. Discontent among the passengers grew palpable as they directed their inquiries to the train attendant. "We have received notification that there is an issue with this line. Multiple tracks are fractured, and some sections are no longer level. We will likely have to come to a complete stop," the attendant informed. A wave of dismay swept through the crowd, escalating into chaos, with some passengers berating, while others wept. The atmosphere within the carriage became increasingly unstable. The attendant reassured them, stating that an urgent inspection of the tracks was underway, and they must ensure safety before proceeding. He urged everyone to remain calm. That night, the three individuals contacted their families to report their safety and shared various concerns, particularly worrying about each other's encounters with potential anomalies. In truth, the night proved restless for many. A significant number suffered from insomnia, plagued by fears of unexpected transformations during the dark hours, and hardly managed to rest. At dawn, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and immediately gazed out the window. A thick fog enveloped the outside world, rendering everything obscured and indistinct. "Hey, fatty, wake up!" Lin Xiao exclaimed, startled, as he hurried to rouse the two still lost in slumber. "What's happening? Has the train departed?" Liang He mumbled, bleary-eyed, before returning to sleep. Fatty was even more unresponsive. Despite Lin Xiao's loud voice, he remained undisturbed. Lin Xiao, exasperated, thought to himself, have these two forgotten the precarious situation we are in? Frustration mounting, he yanked off Liang He's blanket and playfully smacked him on the head. As for Fatty, he was equally unceremonious, giving him a firm shove to turn him over. There is an anomaly. It bears a striking resemblance to the dense fog reported from other regions. I heard screams while in slumber, but I cannot discern whether it was a dream or reality. Regardless, we must remain vigilant, Lin Xiao cautioned, reflecting on the restless night he had endured, filled with nightmares. The most harrowing was when he dreamt of his soul being usurped, witnessing his body being overtaken by a mysterious entity. A lingering unease settled within him, as he felt a peculiar discomfort. accompanied by an inexplicable aversion to the enigmatic information swirling in his mind. Within the carriage, the same white mist permeated the air. Lin Xiu observed several attendants moving briskly, their expressions tense, suggesting that something was amiss in one of the adjoining compartments. Peering outside, he noted that the passengers in the next carriage remained asleep, oblivious to the sudden strangeness. Checking the time, he noted it was 8 in the morning, a time when most people would be awake, yet the carriage was unsettlingly quiet. Almost eerily so. Liang Lingxiao sensed that something was amiss. Upon awakening, his eyelids felt unusually heavy. Had it not been for Lin Xiu's gentle nudge, he might have succumbed to slumber once more. What could possibly be the issue? A sense of perplexity enveloped his mind as he glanced towards the direction they had just come from. The stout fellow had donned his clothing and, having learned of the attendant's peculiar behavior from Lin Xiu, spoke up. The trio promptly proceeded towards the front carriage. However, due to the delay, they failed to catch sight of the attendants, compelling them to advance further. In the distance, Lin Xiu detected a pungent, sweet odor, and he instinctively felt alarmed. Could this not be the scent of blood? Liang He and the stout man's expression shifted to one of caution. For they all understood that something had transpired in the carriage ahead, and they were drawing perilously close to the source of the disturbance. Chapter 5. The terrifying carriage. As they traversed through 2 carriages, the scattered passengers within appeared to be in deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to the overwhelming scent of blood that hung thickly in the air. Lin Xiu attempted to rouse a nearby traveler, yet the individual lay motionless in their seat, as if in a state of unconsciousness. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of their breath, the trio might have presumed the person was deceased. What could possibly cause such a profound stupor among these individuals? Lin Xiu pondered, growing increasingly perplexed. They passed through several carriages without encountering a single awake passenger, save for themselves and the previously encountered attendants. There is something amiss with this fog, Liang He suddenly realized, casting a glance at the swirling white mist enveloping the carriage, and hastily covered his mouth and nose in an attempt to ward off its insidious infiltration. It must be this fog at work, however. It seems we are unharmed for now, otherwise, we would not be awake. The stout companion remained remarkably composed, seizing a fire extinguisher as an improvised weapon, whispering softly. They proceeded cautiously, the eerie atmosphere sending shivers down their spines, yet curiosity and the allure of the unknown propelled them onward. Upon opening a tightly shut carriage door, Lin Xiu and his companions were met with a cacophony of terrified screams emanating from the next compartment. Good heavens, what on earth has transpired here? A few female attendants, overwhelmed with fear, could not suppress their shrieks as they collapsed onto the floor. Silence! I must immediately contact the train conductor. There has been a significant loss of life here, a male attendant exclaimed, his voice trembling with palpable dread, as if attempting to bolster his own courage in the face of such horror. What are you doing here? Hurry back to your own carriage. Someone, having noticed the suddenly ajar door and the indistinct figures beyond, shouted in alarm. Lin Xiu stepped forward, and upon witnessing the scene before him, even his formidable composure faltered momentarily. This was not the last carriage, yet a gaping chasm had severed it from the subsequent ones, leaving a foggy void beyond, obscuring any view of the rear compartments. Within this carriage, blood flowed like a river, now congealed into vast pools. Limbs and torsos lay strewn about the seats, painting a grotesque tableau reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. What manner of creature has unleashed such carnage upon this place? I wish to leave. One attendant's teeth chattered, their lips quivered in terror, their legs betraying them as they attempted to retreat but remained frozen in place. There is a shadow, it lurks there. I saw it. What is that? The attendant's gaze lifted, their body trembling violently, before stumbling and collapsing onto the ground, becoming ensnared in the blood that stained the floor. In that moment, tranquility was shattered within the carriage. As the shadow drew near, chaos erupted, and several female attendants screamed in a frenzy of panic. A crew member attempted to communicate the situation to their companions in the rear carriage using a walkie-talkie, yet, at that moment, both phones and radios malfunctioned entirely. "We must leave. I fear we are no match for this creature," the stout man declared in a low voice. His gaze fixed upon the ground littered with severed limbs and blood, attributing the calamity to the very entity before him. In the face of impending peril, individuals rushed to save themselves. The initially weak-kneed female attendants and a male attendant, faces etched with despair, exerted every ounce of strength to scream. "Don't go! I can't move! Help me! Please, Li Jia, don't leave! Wan Gu!" Their cries echoed, while a dark silhouette loomed closer, a monstrous entity, covered in spines. With a coat of crimson fur, towering nearly 2 meters high and possessing 6 legs, its pitch-black eyes fixated on the terrified crowd. "This is beyond our capacity to handle. Retreat!" the stout man shouted, nearly stumbling backward in panic. The creature bore an uncanny resemblance to an alien, utterly foreign to Earth's fauna. An adult rarely stands a chance against a medium-sized wild carnivore, let alone this colossal and terrifying unknown beast that dwarfed lions and tigers. What could they possibly do? Despairing sobs filled the air, bodies trembling with fear. "We must seal this door immediately to prevent the creature from entering and attacking more innocents." With a thunderous crash, the creature's speed was astonishing. After swiftly dispatching several individuals, it slammed against the carriage door, warping the iron frame and shattering the glass. "Why aren't they waking up?" someone cried, a mix of shock and anger filling their voice. With more than 20 people in this carriage, if only they could awaken and resist, perhaps they might stand a chance. Another loud crash resounded as half of the creature's head breached the entrance. Its sharp fangs glistening with steaming blood, its grotesque expression instilling dread. "This door cannot withstand much longer. Are we to witness these innocent passengers torn apart in their sleep by this monster, just like the last carriage?" Lin Xiao and the stout man stood at the threshold of the next carriage, observing the still slumbering passengers and the roaring beast, their hearts tumultuous. "Wake up! If you do not awaken, you will all perish here." Liang He could no longer contain himself. He stepped over the threshold and struck the face of a passenger slumped against the last seat. To his astonishment, this method seemed effective, the individual stirring slightly, showing signs of consciousness. "It works! Quickly, use this method to rouse the others," Liang He exclaimed, a surge of hope igniting within him as he shouted to the others. "I will see if I can create some disturbance for this creature." The stout man, wielding a fire extinguisher, charged towards the door, releasing the safety valve and unleashing a torrent of foam towards the beast's face. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped both the stout man and the creature's head. "Are you all right, stout man?" Lin Xiao observed the rotund figure engulfed by dust, and an immediate sense of urgency gripped him, prompting him to shout, "I'm fine. This substance fears fire extinguishers, spray it, and it will retreat." The jubilant voice of the stout man resonated from the haze, shortly followed by his emergence from the cloud. Thank heavens, the fire extinguisher proved invaluable, granting them sufficient time. By the moment the creature once again assaulted the door, Lin Xiao and his companions had already vacated the area, relaying vital information to the carriages ahead. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings, compounded by the presence of a terrifying creature, and soon the news spread like wildfire, inciting a frenzy. Amidst the panic, the passengers remained bewildered by the cause of their inexplicable slumber, only to be met with another gruesome incident. Anxiety pervaded the crowd, compelling everyone to push forward toward the more secure front carriages. Within those carriages, the cacophony of weeping and assorted clamors melded into a suffocating atmosphere. "This could easily spiral into chaos," the stout man remarked. In a state of disorder, various incidents were most likely to arise, yet everyone felt utterly helpless. Even the train attendants appeared dazed, uncertain of how to respond. With one carriage's passengers deceased and the fate of those in the severed rear carriages hanging in the balance, alongside numerous crew members, the gravity of the event threatened to shatter his composure. "I feel we cannot remain here any longer, further turmoil may ensue." The creature we encountered earlier was not responsible for the severance of the rear carriage. There could be even more terrifying entities lurking, Lin Xiu mused. The noise was overwhelming. And coupled with the series of events, the mobile signal had been lost, leaving him restless and eager to depart. What are we waiting for? Let us go. I'll abandon my luggage, we only need to take some food and essential clothing, the stout man readily agreed. Despite his earlier bravado, the prospect of confronting an even more fearsome unknown made him realize the urgency of fleeing for survival. Let us move. Without hesitation, the trio swiftly gathered their belongings and promptly leaped from the train window, setting off together at a brisk pace. Groups of people departed in waves, forming pairs as they advanced along the railway toward the nearest town. They traversed the tracks, with the stout man displaying familiarity with the path. According to him, after a 10-mile trek, they should reach a small town. Oh my, no wonder the train has halted, it all makes sense now. Along the way, the trio stood agape at the sight before them. A down airplane lay across the tracks, still smoldering, the area rife with a pungent stench of charred remains. Thankfully, the train had stopped in time. Had there been a collision, the consequences would have been catastrophic. After walking several more miles, they encountered another obstruction on the tracks, this time. A significant segment was severed, uneven and exhibiting signs of having endured immense tension. This fracture appears peculiar, the stout man remarked, leaning in for a closer examination. After a moment, the trio suddenly discerned that the ground itself seemed elongated, pulling the railway with it, ultimately leading to its rupture. Could it be that this region had been stretched? Is it possible for the Earth to expand and elongate, or could it be that the planet itself is undergoing expansion? Lin Xiu felt a sense of suspicion. Initially, he had come across some discussions online regarding the expansion of the Earth, but he never expected it to come to fruition. It must be caused by an earthquake, Liang He speculated. However, prior to this, they had not felt any tremors, and the situation was indeed perplexing. Now, with uncertainty clouding their minds, they slowed their pace to carefully observe their surroundings. As they advanced, they witnessed firsthand the tracks being torn apart, the ground expanding, and an evident increase in the surrounding vegetation. This is utterly bizarre, the stout man exclaimed, frantically touching the ground, trying to ascertain whether the unfolding events were indeed real. Move quickly, this area is unstable and may give rise to deep pits, Lin Xiu said in a low voice, immediately accelerating. The group possessed commendable stamina. Despite the stout man's initial claims of exhaustion upon their first meeting, his agility in climbing the train and running revealed that he was no stranger to physical exertion. Although his exterior did not suggest it. How could there be no way forward? A massive mountain loomed ahead, obstructing the railway and blocking the trio's path. Someone approached from behind along the tracks, standing beside them and gazing at the imposing mountain with a furrowed brow. Undoubtedly, this was yet another anomaly. Lin Xiu observed that the railway seemed to be crushed beneath the weight of this colossal mountain. What could possibly have caused such a gigantic peak to dominate this place? Chapter 6, The Giant Willow. Are you certain there is a small town ahead? Lin Xiu inquired. I am quite sure. This mountain has undeniably materialized from thin air. I suspect it has plummeted from the heavens and is now resting here, replied the portly man, his expression earnest. Shall we simply traverse over this mountain? Zhang Fei suggested. But was promptly met with Liang Lingxiao's disapproval. Let us not, it is wiser to circumvent it, as it is not too far, Liang He remarked. Having journeyed thus far, he was increasingly reluctant to confront the unknown, for each bizarre encounter had grown more absurd and perilous, repeatedly endangering his very life. The portly man remained somewhat dissatisfied, yearning to explore the mountain. Lin Xiu, despite harboring a similar curiosity, quickly regained her senses. In a time fraught with danger, it was imperative to restrain her inquisitiveness to ensure a safe return home. Ultimately, they chose a detour, while the portly man gazed longingly into the mountain, seemingly eager to uncover its secrets. Suddenly, a fearsome roar erupted from within the mountain, shaking the very forest. It was evident that a terrifying beast resided within the colossal peak. That roar resembled the one from the creature on the train but was far more resonant. Undoubtedly more dreadful. Jiang Fei felt a jolt of fear. Fortunately, they had opted for the detour. Had they attempted to scale the mountain? It would have been an act of folly. What about those few individuals? The portly man's complexion paled. He recalled the 5 people who had chosen to climb the mountain right behind them, and a wave of foreboding washed over him. Minutes later, they heard that ominous roar followed by the screams of the unfortunate. Eventually, they successfully circumvented the mountain and discovered a fractured railway. Continuing onward in search of the town ahead. Fortuitously, they located the small town and entered it. As they inquired about the events that had unfolded, they learned of numerous anomalies. Many residents were eager to flee, permanently abandoning their homes. Above, the white mist dispersed, revealing an ominous darkness. The sky was shrouded. Countless willow branches hung down, nearly enveloping the entire town, their growth astonishingly robust. How can these willows have grown to such a colossal size? They rival the ancient tree in Xingyang from yesterday. Lin Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. They obscured the sky, their trunks reaching heights that vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this scene, panic erupted among the townsfolk, with nearly everyone hastily evacuating. Flee! We cannot remain here for a moment longer. Lin Xiu's heart raced as she observed willow leaves the size of vehicles cascading down, obliterating a 3-story building. How could anyone remain unscathed beneath the shadow of this immense willow? On the roads, throngs of people fled, vehicles speeding away into the distance. We must flag down a car while we still can. If those willow leaves destroy the roads, we will be utterly stranded. Lin Xiu insisted. Enough! Who would dare stop now? I say we simply seize a vehicle. The portly man shouted, his eyes aflame with urgency. He witnessed a scene where willow leaves the size of cars laid waste to houses, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere as people fled in panic. Fortunately, they managed to stop a vehicle driven by a simple, middle-aged man who took the 3 of them to escape the city, evading the falling bomb-like willow leaves. Ultimately escaping the small town. Once outside, the dense fog dissipated, yet they had not yet fully eluded the shadow of the colossal willows. At that moment, all 3 noticed that their mobile phone signals had miraculously returned. They quickly activated their devices, eager to uncover any startling news. My heavens, what am I seeing? Exclaimed the stout man, astonished by the first shocking revelation. The Lesan giant Buddha had awakened, radiating with golden light. Rising to a height of approximately 150 meters, striding along the road as the earth trembled beneath it, a truly terrifying sight. In other news from Ame Mountain, reports indicated that a troop of monkeys had gone berserk, with all survivors atop the Golden Summit ruthlessly slaughtered. The military was deploying heavy artillery to obliterate the area and eradicate the monkeys, but unexpectedly, an elder monkey retaliated, instantly annihilating an armored tank and crushing the troops. In a subsequent statement, the elder declared that it did not wish to be adversarial with humanity, stating that Ame would serve as its domain, and should any trespass occur, it would retaliate. The elder also noted that its own troop had suffered significant losses, which counterbalanced the fatalities of the tourists previously killed, thus absolving humanity of further blame. Lin Xiu, having followed the uprising of the Ame monkeys, was astonished to see a single elder monkey capable of demolishing tanks and challenging humanity, a preposterous turn of events. He observed the comments below, where many expressed vehement condemnation of the elder monkey's actions, with some resorting to vitriol, suggesting that since the beast had killed humans, it should be dealt with swiftly by deploying massive cluster bombs to obliterate the area. Lin Xiu shook his head, aware that the world was rife with anomalies, and recklessly attacking any location could provoke the ire of other mutated creatures. Damn it! This is a tremendous loss. Liang Lingxiao suddenly shouted, his face contorted in despair, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. What's wrong? Lin Xiu snapped back to reality, perplexed by Liang's outburst. Just look for yourself, it pains my heart. Liang pressed a hand to his chest while extending his phone to Lin Xiu. A man had found a golden fruit on a small tree by the roadside. And upon consuming it, he sprouted golden wings, causing quite a stir in the vicinity. Lin Xiu's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Liang and the stout man, both of whom were grinding their teeth in apparent frustration, seemingly cursing the individual who had acquired the fruit from them, surely aware of its effects prior in purchasing it at such a low price. How wicked! The stout man could not help but exclaim. I feel that had we consumed it then, we might have gained even more extraordinary powers. Remember the appearance of that fruit, Lin Xiu advised. I am convinced it cannot be found solely in that location. If we encounter it again, we must seize the opportunity. Lin Xiu did not speak with absolute certainty, for none could predict the effects of consuming such fruit. What if, instead of sprouting a pair of wings, one were to grow 3 heads and 6 arms? Or perhaps a tail? The embarrassment would be profound, and one might be regarded as a monster by ordinary folk. A neighbor of mine ingested the fruit you mentioned and suffered poisoning, necessitating a trip to the hospital. If the nature of the fruit remains ambiguous, it is prudent to abstain from such reckless consumption, a middle-aged man driving nearby interjected, having overheard their conversation. He resided far from here, in a town over 100 miles away. As he sped towards them, his driving skills were remarkable. After several jolting maneuvers and extreme overtakes, he nearly dislodged the lunch from the stout passenger beside him. Uncle, I'm begging you, can you please ease off the accelerator? The plump man exclaimed, retreating his head from the window, having already succumbed to nausea twice, his voice frail. Hang in there, young man. Did you not see those cars behind us being smashed to bits by those willow branches? If I slow down, we'll meet the same fate. The middle-aged man replied earnestly, his gaze darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to overtake yet another vehicle. Outside the window, the trees and cars whizzed by in a blur, and even Lin Xiu felt a tinge of dizziness. He worried that such reckless driving might lead to dire consequences. Liang He clutched Lin Xiu tightly. The speed had surpassed 100, and the swaying of the vehicle was pronounced. Since childhood, he had been afraid of such sensations of weightlessness, a fear he had yet to conquer. Lin Xiu glanced into the rearview mirror. Countless vehicles sped past, and the willow branches no longer fell gently but instead writhed, lifting several cars skyward, disappearing into the clouds without a trace. Lin Xiu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his back. What was this colossal tree doing? With a thunderous crash, a willow branch cleaved the roadway, sending dirt and debris flying. The path ahead was rendered impassable, trapping hundreds of vehicles in its wake. Quickly, we cannot allow those branches to obliterate the road before we escape, Lin Xiu urged, noting that despite having traveled over 30 miles, willow branches continued to stretch forth, intent on hindering their vehicle's departure. All right. Damn it, I'll give it my all. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the devastation in the rearview mirror, shouted in a moment of desperation, his eyes aflame with determination. He pressed the accelerator, skillfully controlling the steering wheel as he surpassed one vehicle after another. At long last, they successfully evaded the shadow of the giant willow. Lin Xiu, horrified, caught sight in the rearview mirror of the sky beneath the monstrous tree, bleeding. The clouds had turned crimson, dripping slowly to the ground along the willow branches, resembling a rain of blood. How terrifying! The majority of the townsfolk had been seized by the giant willow and drawn into the sky, transformed into its sustenance. What was this, if not a mere willow tree? It was undeniably a monstrous entity. Lin Xiu's heart raced. He immediately transmitted the horrific scene online, igniting another wave of chaos. The middle-aged man continued to drive, finally slowing down only after they had traversed over 100 miles and entered another small town, where the density of traffic began to increase. Subsequent reports have emerged. Indeed, the avian figure has taken flight, radiating a golden glow reminiscent of the angels revered in Western cultures. Quite spectacular, I must say. Liang He pointed out the image to Lin Xiu on his mobile device, where the photograph of the individual was remarkably clear. It depicted a young man, strikingly handsome, enveloped in a golden luminescence, with piercing eyes and flowing golden locks. His wings, unfurling majestically behind him, exuded an aura of divine strength. Chapter 7. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, pondering that if this individual were to appear in certain Western nations, he would undoubtedly be revered as an angel or a deity, for his appearance was truly awe-inspiring. Why isn't there more coverage on this? The media certainly knows how to tantalize, Liang He complained, clearly dissatisfied. He incessantly scoured his phone for information regarding this extraordinary figure, and to his delight, he uncovered some details. This person had been summoned by Pango Genetics, one of the 4 major financial conglomerates in Hanxia, which boasts cutting-edge biotechnology, and was said to be undergoing a comprehensive physical examination. Liang He exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao recalled that Pango Genetics currently ranks second among the 4 major conglomerates in Hanxia, which are Weisheng Biotech, Pango Genetics, Dakong Biotech, and the Extraterrestrial Research Institute. Lin Xiao was somewhat familiar with these biotech firms, having previously submitted resumes to some of them, only to be rejected. Weisheng Biotech, the largest biological company globally, leads the world in human scientific research, with many super-rich individuals holding stakes in the company. Rumors have circulated that Weisheng Biotech has mastered technology to delay aging, potentially increasing the average human lifespan by over 300 years. However, these claims have never been publicly substantiated, and whispers suggest that their extraterrestrial immigration project has been remarkably successful, with preparations underway for the first batch of extraterrestrial settlers. Brother, why are you daydreaming? Liang He waved his hand in front of Lin Xiao, snapping him back to reality as he gazed out the window. I suspect that individual is likely to be treated as a guinea pig for research, Lin Xiao remarked, noting Pango Genetics' rather unsavory reputation, often associated with reports of human experimentation, and rumors of their endeavors in developing super-genetic warriors. Now, with a specimen delivered to their doorstep, I fear that man will have much of his blood drawn and be confined within a laboratory. The group fell silent for a considerable time. After traveling several dozen kilometers, the middle-aged man announced that they had arrived home, and the 3 could no longer continue their journey with him, necessitating an early exit from the vehicle. This place feels far more orderly compared to those previous small towns, Lin Xiao observed as they walked for half an hour, arriving in a neighboring large city. They intended to head to the long-distance bus station, where vehicles bound for the Taihang Mountains were available. Perhaps it is the absence of those giant willows that alleviates the oppressive atmosphere, he mused, noting that the emergency response department had likely sent out alerts to these regions, urging a swift evacuation. The portly man picked up his phone, which displayed a message from the emergency command center. The bus station was teeming with people, with lines extending far outside. Fortunately, the 3 of them successfully boarded the bus, and once it departed, a wave of relief washed over them. Given the current circumstances, the thought of being stranded here without a bus was quite troublesome. Their journey was long and arduous, but thankfully, they encountered no strange occurrences along the way. The 3 had been engrossed in the news, but now, heavy eyelids betrayed their fatigue, as they began to doze off. Lin Xiao, wake up, something's wrong, Liang He called out. Lin Xiao was jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open to reveal that it was already afternoon, with the sun descending toward the horizon. What is happening? He inquired. The road ahead was obstructed, seemingly for quite some time. The driver communicated with individuals in the vehicles ahead and learned that they had been following their designated route, traversing hundreds of miles yet having covered over 1,000 without reaching their destination. They all claimed that something strange was afoot in the area and decided to turn back. However, an accident had occurred up ahead, causing a continuous jam, and it seemed they might have to spend the night there, as Liang He remarked. At this moment, Lin Xiao was thoroughly awakened. Could this place, like the section of railway, be expanding? Is it possible to gather people to assist in moving the vehicles involved in the accident to the side of the road? According to those individuals, rescue vehicles would likely take some time to arrive, and moreover, this road was exceedingly narrow. The stout man rose and spoke. And the passengers in the vehicle turned to look at him. I believe it is feasible, but those people are unwilling to proceed forward. Here. I will ask everyone's opinion. Should we continue onward or return the way we came? The fuel in the vehicle can still take us several thousand miles. The driver, being a seasoned individual, was willing to drive as long as there was a road ahead. Let us continue forward. What he did not anticipate was that the majority inside the vehicle agreed to press on and even voluntarily disembarked to help. After much commotion, the road was finally cleared, with most vehicles turning around to head back. The bus continued its journey, following the road signs, with the driver cautious not to drive too fast, wary of loose rocks and other obstacles. Few vehicles followed along, yet everyone instinctively reduced their speed, forming a convoy that provided them with a measure of security. My heavens! When did such a massive mountain appear here? The driver exclaimed, as a towering mountain loomed to the left front, abruptly rising into the clouds, nearly obliterating the road. Lin Xiao and the others observed this sudden emergence. Had the driver not been vigilant, they might have collided with it. This mountain was not here moments ago. What on earth is happening? Driver, perhaps you should accelerate, this place is too eerie. We ought to leave swiftly, came a chorus of alarmed voices from within the vehicle. The driver nodded, flooring the accelerator, fully focused, racing ahead. He had been quite startled himself by the inexplicable appearance of the mountain. Reminiscent of a mirage, though mirages do not manifest at night. I truly should not have taken this route. He lamented, his face pale, as he accelerated sharply. The vehicles behind, perplexed, nonetheless followed suit. Within the vehicle, many were gripped by panic, yet Lin Xiao and his companions, having endured numerous significant events in recent days, managed to remain composed. Thank heavens, we finally see familiar terrain. Liang He exhaled deeply, the bright moonlight and twinkling stars revealing well-known landmarks. The Taihang mountain range stretched endlessly before them. Lin Xiao gradually relaxed. Upon reaching familiar ground, he felt confident that even if they had to disembark and walk, he could find his way home. However, after the bus advanced a few more miles, it suddenly braked sharply, causing everyone to lurch forward into the seats in front of them, cries of pain filling the air. Who is driving like this? Someone shouted angrily. Yet, silence soon enveloped the vehicle as they discovered that the road ahead had vanished. The driver had halted just in time at the precipice of a cliff, narrowly avoiding a disastrous fall. The road lay severed, a chasm extending for dozens of meters below, revealing a pitch-black abyss whose depths were indiscernible. What shall we do now that the road is broken? Someone exclaimed in realization. Why are you dawdling? Get out of the car, Lin Xiao urged, gently patting the two companions before signaling the driver to open the door. The occupants of the vehicle divided into two factions, some wished to take a detour, while others preferred to wait in the car until dawn. Lin Xiao and his companions wasted no time. Guided by the moonlight, they navigated the treacherous path, circumventing the fractured roadway. After several miles, they finally found themselves back on the right track. In the deep of night, the trio caught sight of a distant town aglow with lights. This place, known as Wumao, was a county seat where Lin Xiao had attended school in his youth, filled with cherished memories. We are finally home, exclaimed Liang He. Exhilarated by the sight of the illuminated town, reassured that no anomalies had occurred. Ah, what is that? Lin Xiao questioned, gazing towards the Taihang mountains, where a thunderous roar erupted, followed by the abrupt emergence of towering mountains, rising majestically into the clouds. The trio stood in astonishment. Though it was not their first encounter with such sudden geological formations, the sight of these vast ranges, soaring thousands of meters high, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The contrast between these colossal peaks and the earlier hills was akin to the disparity between adult and child. In the dead of night, hundreds of gigantic summits erupted around the Taihang range, their grandeur overwhelming, shrouded in swirling mists. The rapidity of the transformation left the three friends speechless, rooted in place, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. They speculated that the earth had overlapped with another wild realm, bringing forth mountains and seas into their world. And that the very expanse of their planet was continuously enlarging. Lin Xiao, do you think such towering mountains might harbor extraordinary fruits or ancient relics? Liang He mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The vivid images of the resurgent majestic mountains they had seen on the news lingered in their minds, ethereal mists rising from their peaks, adorned with countless unidentifiable plants, exuding an aura of the mystical. The closer they approached these grand landscapes, the greater their chances of discovering potent extraordinary fruits. During their trek, they had encountered a burgeoning term online: abnormal beings. Most had consumed extraordinary fruits, resulting in significant alterations to their physiques. Some possessed immense strength, others remarkable speed, while some became half-beast, half-human, and a select few even wielded powers reminiscent of those seen in films. The rarity and efficacy of these extraordinary fruits spread like wildfire across the internet within mere hours, prompting many to venture out of their homes in search of these coveted items, yearning to transcend their mortal forms and acquire formidable abilities. This notion stirred the previously despondent Liang He and the stout companion, who, having resided in the area for an extended period, felt a renewed sense of hope, pondering the possibility of unearthing extraordinary fruits hidden within these mountains. Lin Xiao, however, remained composed, cautioning, "Wake up, do not indulge in overly optimistic fantasies. With such a multitude of towering mountains, fierce beasts and predators are undoubtedly lurking within. Have you forgotten the enormous mountain that once obstructed the railway? If a few of those should charge out, it would surely spell disaster." Upon hearing this, Liang He felt a jolt of apprehension. It was a plausible scenario. And even more frightening was the reality that such events could transpire at any moment. Roar! At that moment, a fearsome roar echoed from the depths of the mountains, seemingly affirming Lin Xiao's words. Liang He felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. They were devoid of any means of transportation, and should a ferocious beast appear, they would likely be ill-equipped to cope, unable to flee. I glimpsed a silver creature howling atop the mountain, resembling a wolf in an uncanny manner. The portly man scrutinized it closely, his voice trembling slightly. The creature was colossal, overshadowing much of the moonlight, consuming the essence of the sun and moon, its body shimmering with a silvery glow, while the surrounding mists were dispersed by its roar. "Damn!" Liang He exclaimed, alarmed, as he crouched down with Lin Xiao and the portly man. "Stay calm, that gigantic beast hasn't even turned its gaze towards us. We should hasten our departure from this place." Lin Xiao observed for a moment, then patted Liang He's shoulder, attempting to appear composed, though inwardly he too felt a pang of fear. Such a massive creature could crush a car with a single step, let alone a fragile human body. He had been relieved to think that the Taihang Mountains harbored no anomalies, allowing them to catch their breath, yet unexpectedly, just as they were returning home, they encountered such a formidable change, which was truly difficult for him to accept. Chapter 8: The Otherworldly Being Has Departed. Lin Xiao rose to his feet, the colossal beast having vanished from the mountaintop, allowing the moonlight to once again grace the earth. The trio moved swiftly, albeit somewhat chaotically, as they jogged back to their abode just before dawn. "Thank heavens, we're finally home!" Liang He exclaimed, not even bothering to switch on the lights. He hastily gathered a quilt from the wardrobe and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. "You scoundrel! Is this your home or mine?" Lin Xiao remarked, both exasperated and amused. This fellow, who had grown up alongside him, had taken over the house after their parents moved to the capital. "Make sure to attend to Fatty. And we can discuss matters further once I awaken," Liang He mumbled, too fatigued to stay awake, and within moments, he was snoring, with no choice but to comply. Lin Xiao found another room, tidied it up a bit, and retrieved a quilt for the portly friend. The trio slept soundly until afternoon, when Liang He rummaged through the kitchen in search of food, creating a cacophony that roused both companions. "We need to go out for groceries," Lin Xiao proposed, pulling out his phone to check for any significant news, as the world was rife with transformations that warranted attention. Terms such as immortal and divine being were fervently circulating online. And it seems some well-meaning individuals had crafted a ranking system based on the known abilities and strengths of these extraordinary beings. The top 4 were listed as follows: Golden Winged Celestial, Armored Giant Li Mo, Blade King Wang Song, and White Tiger Qin Shi Yun. To Lin Xiu's astonishment, the number 1 spot belonged to the young man they had first noted, who had been taken by the Panga gene, yet his name remained undisclosed. Accompanied by an imposing moniker and apparent endorsement from Pangu Jin, he realized that these 4 formidable individuals were aligned with 4 major factions, and notably, the 4th-ranked White Tiger Qin Shi Yun was the daughter of the leader of microstar biology, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Goodness, this is not merely a routine inspection. It's a grand welcoming of new elites, Fatty chimed in, having glimpsed the image of the Golden Winged Celestial on Lin Xiu's phone, which featured numerous high-ranking officials and affluent figures from Panga Jin in attendance, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The little princess of microstar biology was indeed strikingly beautiful and ranked 4th among the extraordinary beings. And she's also. Fatty squinted, grinning mischievously. Get away from me! Lin Xiu hastily tucked his phone away and stepped outside to survey the majestic mountains surrounding the Taihang Range. Those immense peaks remained shrouded in a white mist, appearing extraordinarily magnificent in the daylight. Compared to the previous night, the landscape now boasted thousands more towering mountains, all reaching for the heavens, steep and formidable, resembling celestial swords piercing the sky, extremely perilous and insurmountable. Lin Xiu captured the breathtaking scene in photographs and sent them to several friends, urging them to exercise caution. After preparing themselves, the trio rushed out in search of food, only to find that most shops had closed, and after a prolonged search, they finally managed to contact an acquaintance who owned a supermarket. Upon the arrival of the individual, he informed Lin Xiu and the others that since the onset of the recent disturbances, the local residents had been frantically purchasing goods, fearing scarcity, which led to a series of unfortunate incidents. Several supermarkets were ruthlessly looted, prompting local authorities to urgently mandate the temporary closure of major retail establishments to prevent further chaos. The owner cautiously opened the door, ensuring the surroundings were clear before whispering to the group, "Please select your items quickly. I fear someone might see us and incite a riot." "Understood, Uncle Zhang, rest assured," Lin Xiu replied, entering the supermarket with the 2 companions. "I'm absolutely famished. Can I just eat something directly?" the stout one asked as he strode in, grabbing a chocolate bar from the shelf. "Go ahead, it's fine. Uncle Zhang is well acquainted with us. We used to buy snacks from him every day in elementary school." Liang He also picked up a chocolate bar, tearing open the wrapper and indulging hungrily. "Be mindful, you two, don't dawdle," Lin Xiu admonished, filling a large bag with food and beckoning Liang He to assist in gathering essential items like rice, flour, and oil. "These are extraordinary times, and relying solely on convenience foods won't suffice. Since supplies are still relatively normal, we must secure these necessities." The supermarket was modest in size, and as they ventured further inside, Uncle Zhang informed them that there were additional supplies in the storeroom that they could access. Just as they were engrossed in their selections, an uninvited guest approached the supermarket. "Well, if it isn't old Zhang. What are you sneaking around for? Planning to open shop on the sly?" a nonchalant voice called out. Uncle Zhang's heart sank upon seeing the group of 3 or 5 individuals, adorned with flamboyant hairstyles and cigarettes dangling from their lips, approaching with an air of insolence. "What do you want?" Uncle Zhang asked hesitantly, recalling the news he had heard the day before about a gang that had assaulted a shopkeeper, leaving him bloodied. It seemed he had encountered this unruly group at the worst possible moment. "Isn't that a rather obvious question? I've come to buy something from your little shop." Old man, the leader, with yellow hair, retorted, exhaling a puff of smoke in irritation. This elderly man had caught him stealing during high school, and after his parents found out, he had faced severe consequences, losing his dignity among his peers. Following a series of disturbances that escalated, he had ultimately been expelled. Although he harbored thoughts of vengeance, he had refrained from retaliating due to the old man's connections in Tai Hang Mountain. Now, with chaos enveloping the world and people preoccupied with fleeing, he felt emboldened to confront the old man directly. Convinced that he could not let the opportunity pass without inflicting some harm. "I am not opening the shop, you should leave," Uncle Zhang replied, shaking his head. Having already pulled down the shutter to prevent anyone from seeing that there were people inside. "I'm determined to enter today." The expression on the blond man's face altered dramatically as a surge of determination surged within him. He forcefully tossed the cigarette butt at Uncle Zhang's feet and seized his clothing, lifting him off the ground with unexpected strength. "Ah, you are an extraordinary being," Uncle Zhang stammered, a mixture of shock and anger evident in his voice. So you figured it out? And what of it?" "Your pitiful demeanor as mortals has become tedious to me. By the way, do you remember the name Eugene? Because of that incident, I was compelled to drop out of school. I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for you, I might never have encountered such fortuity." Eugene chuckled coldly, gripping Uncle Zhang's chin, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Outside, a cacophony of noise reached Lin Xiao's ears, unsettling his composure. He promptly set down the large bag he was carrying and decided to investigate. "Oh, if anything arises, just call us." The two continued to focus on filling the bag with food, acknowledging his words. With a rustle, Lin Xiao lifted the rolling shutter door partially. And upon witnessing the scene outside, he erupted in furious exclamation, "What the hell are you doing? Old man, you're not being honest. You claim you aren't running a shop, yet here you are, secretly selling goods." Eugene tossed Uncle Zhang to the ground with a thud. He landed heavily, clutching his throat, his face turning a shade of purple as he coughed violently. "Lin Xiao, what is happening?" The others, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to find Lin Xiao facing off against a few individuals, while Uncle Zhang writhed in pain on the ground. "You dare to strike Uncle Zhang?" Liang Lingxiao's face flushed with rage as he cursed loudly, ready to confront the assailants. "Liang Lingxiao! Brash fool, I remember you. In the past, I could not defeat you. But now you are merely immortal. Do you still dare to act tough?" Eugene's gaze flickered with amusement as he observed Liang Lingxiao charging towards him, remaining calm and unfazed, as though preparing not to resist. Liang Lingxiao moved swiftly, towering at 185 meters, his muscular frame akin to that of a human bear. To any observer, it was evident who would emerge victorious in this confrontation. "Fool!" Eugene's expression darkened as he effortlessly caught Liang Lingxiao's incoming punch, then with a powerful thrust, flung him a good 3 meters away. With a dull thud, Liang Lingxiao landed painfully, letting out a muffled groan, his eyes reddening as he glared fiercely at Eugene, bewildered by the sudden display of strength that had sent him sprawling. "This is bad, he is an extraordinary being," the stout man realized aloud. "Oh? Now you comprehend? What good does that do?" "I particularly relish witnessing the astonishment on your faces upon discovering my true identity. It's quite entertaining," Eugene replied with disdain, his tone dripping with mockery. "Black man, come and experience the taste of my fist." Eugene licked his lips, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of superiority over the crowd, an exhilaration that transcended any material pleasure. He strode confidently towards the curled-up Liang Lingxiao, lifting him from the ground, his fist forming into a powerful blow, ready to strike down upon him. "Stop!" Lin Xiao could no longer stand idly by. He could not bear to witness his brother being assaulted. "What? Do you wish to try your hand at this?" Upon hearing the words, Eugene turned his gaze towards Lin Xiao, still gripping Liang Lingxiao without releasing him. "Do you truly believe that your status as an extraordinary individual grants you immunity? Do you think no one can bring you to justice?" Lin Xiao's eyes blazed with fury as he coldly inquired. First, Uncle Zhang was seized by the throat and violently thrown to the ground, followed by Liang He being beaten mercilessly. This individual was exceedingly arrogant. relying on a fortunate encounter that bestowed upon him extraordinary abilities, disregarding all laws and order.
Oh, I remember you now, you are brothers with this black man. Are you not? So, do you intend to share both joy and sorrow together?
Eugene chuckled, delivering a resounding slap to Liang Hei's face, the sound echoing sharply, and continued.
What will you do? I am openly assaulting your brother right before your eyes. How will you retaliate? Ha ha ha.
Chapter 9, The First Encounter with the Otherworldly. Chapter 10, Enlightenment. In this moment, Lin Xiu marveled at the astonishing agility and overwhelming strength of such a massive body, akin to that of an entirely different race. As he engaged in a fierce confrontation, each blow resonated with palpable intensity while he silently practiced a remarkable breathing technique, honing his body and power through this arduous battle. His speed was remarkable, unyielding in the face of Eugene's transformed, powerful strikes.
With his superhuman velocity, Lin Xiu swiftly delivered blows aimed at Eugene's vulnerable points.
Recognizing the lethal intent behind Eugene's attacks, Lin Xiu discerned that no strength was being withheld.
With a thunderous crash,
after numerous exchanges, he seized an opportunity to dart behind Eugene and unleashed a powerful punch towards his spine. The impact caused Eugene to wince in pain. His formidable frame sent sprawling across the ground, crashing heavily onto the road. The collision created a terrifying crater, reverberating with a loud noise, and sending dust soaring into the air as the earth trembled beneath them.
Die!
Eugene roared, his entire form expanding further, his right fist swelling ominously. Emitting a series of crackling sounds, its size magnified several times compared to his left hand.
Lin Xiu observed.
Aware that Eugene had transformed yet again, this could be his trump card, and he needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into a trap.
With a resounding boom,
Eugene lunged at Lin Xiu, his strike ferocious, the right fist resembling a millstone in size, glistening with a dark green hue, reminiscent of jade. As the colossal fist approached, a green mist erupted around it, a terrifying aura pervading the air. Lin Xiu felt a surge of alarm. While evading rapidly, he also sought a strategy. Eugene's transformations had occurred more than twice, resembling a repulsive and formidable boss from a video game.
If allowed to continue evolving,
Lin Xiu feared he would lose his current advantage and face defeat. At that moment, he activated his specialized breathing technique, recalibrating his strength.
In an instant,
as Lin Xiu threw a punch, the combination with the unique breathing method amplified his power several-fold. Unable to resist the urge, he collided with the enormous fist,
meeting it head-on.
With a sickening squelch, a sound of flesh being pierced echoed, as Lin Xiu's fist penetrated the jade-like fist of Eugene. Blood spraying forth in a stunning display that left even him momentarily stunned.
Ah!
Eugene shrieked in agony, his face devoid of color,
staggering backward until he collapsed onto the ground.
His punctured right fist shriveled like a deflated balloon, and his entire body began to diminish,
ultimately reverting to a state of an ordinary human.
Eugene lay on the ground, wailing in despair, his right hand nearly ruined. With most of the bones in his hand and fingers obliterated, blood flowing profusely, a horrifying sight.
Is this the power you take pride in? Is this all you have?
Lin Xiu approached, gazing down at him. Fear gripped Eugene's heart as he writhed on the ground, desperate to escape. He realized he had gravely misjudged the situation.
How could this person before him possibly be a mere mortal?
Although he had not displayed any overtly supernatural traits, his strength was undeniably terrifying. His heart raced,
trembling at the thought of Lin Xiu unleashing his wrath and ending his life. Get lost. If you show your face here again, I will kill you.
Lin Xiu shook the blood from his fists, steam still rising from the wounds, droplets splattering onto Eugene's face, causing his pupils to constrict in sheer terror.
Brother, he stammered. Following the earlier fierce battle, several of Lin Xiu's subordinates had fled in fright, yet a few remained, observing that Lin Xiu seemed inclined to spare Eugene. And they quickly emerged from their hiding place. You're a decent subordinate, just unfortunate in your choice of company, Lin Xiu remarked, somewhat astonished, before turning to leave.
The two dared not meet Lin Xiu's gaze, nor did they dare linger on his departing figure. After assisting Eugene to his feet, they fled the scene in disarray. Lin Xiu, your ferocity just now was astonishing. Could it be that the information from the bronze petal has taken effect? The plump man queried. His cunning evident after witnessing Lin Xiu's display of strength. You've managed to deduce that, have you? Fine, I confess, but the information I received is not entirely complete. I had intended to master it fully before sharing with you, but since the cat is out of the bag, I shall teach you upon our return, Lin Xiu replied. Somewhat resigned. The efficacy of this unique breathing technique was indeed overwhelming, as he clashed fists with Eugene, whose punch was as large as a grinding wheel. He harnessed its power, augmenting his strength exponentially to overpower him. Relying solely on tenfold the strength of an ordinary person would likely not suffice. The outcome of such a confrontation was uncertain. Uncle Zhang, are you all right? After conversing with the two, Lin Xiu noticed Uncle Zhang sitting dazed at the entrance of the shop, seemingly struggling to comprehend the battle that had just unfolded. Ah, Xiaolin, I'm fine. My apologies. Uncle Zhang, for causing you such distress at your age. Shall I take you to the hospital for a checkup? No, I feel much better now. It's just that the events were so shocking that my emotions have yet to settle. After confirming that Uncle Zhang had sustained no injuries, Lin Xiu and his companions paid a hefty sum, returning laden with food and various supplies. Subsequently, he visited a familiar household to gather some vegetables and purchased poultry. Preparing to cook. Lin Xiu's culinary skills were quite extraordinary, as Liang He had experienced firsthand, and the plump man was also treated to a delightful feast. The group indulged until their bellies were full, then settled onto the sofa to watch television. Currently, a gigantic willow tree in Dongji was expanding relentlessly. Under the organization of local authorities, the populace was effectively evacuated, minimizing casualties. Below was live footage captured by drones near the colossal willow. It was reported that the tree's canopy had breached the ozone layer, with its branches extending into the stratosphere, continuing to grow. Air traffic in the vicinity had come to a standstill, and authorities were diligently directing the evacuation of residents within a radius of several hundred kilometers, striving to halt its further expansion. Cluster munitions had been deployed against some of its branches, yet with minimal effect. Experts were collecting genetic samples in hopes of collaborating with the four major genetic biotechnology companies to develop biological weapons to combat the gigantic willow. An online poll indicated that a majority of the public unanimously supported the use of nuclear weapons to eliminate the colossal tree. The news broadcast on television featured the enormous willow tree that the three of them had encountered, which had unexpectedly expanded several kilometers in such a short span of time. Its roots delved deeper into the earth, and its trunk continued to swell. The region shrouded by the giant willow lay in darkness, the clouds stained crimson, while its branches ensnared everything aloft, leaving their fates uncertain. Yet, after sweeping up vast amounts of life, the surrounding willow branches grew even thicker and greener, further tainting the nearby clouds with red. Such a creature was utterly terrifying, perhaps only the machinery of the state could contend with it. Lin Xiu pondered. And compared to that fearsome being, the mysterious towering mountains outside seemed trivial. I hope its expansion is not directed towards us, Fatty remarked. I think a small-scale bombing would be a splendid idea, he continued. Given the news reports, it might even breach the atmosphere and grow into outer space, devouring nutrients on a grand scale. I suspect it would drain the entire Asian continent of its sustenance. Liang He, donning glasses, feigned profundity. Lin Xiu shook his head in exasperation. Those were his old-school glasses, and he looked quite comical wearing them. That night, the group retired early, having agreed to rise at dawn to learn the unique breathing technique mastered by Lin Xiu. Alright, I will teach you this breathing method, but you must pay close attention. If you fail to grasp it, do not blame me, Lin Xiu declared as he settled cross-legged in the courtyard, his hands resting naturally upon his thighs, facing the nascent sun and inhaling the morning glow. The two observed him, captivated, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Lin Xiu resembled an ancient cultivator engaged in meditation.
Is he cultivating? Liang Lingxiao wondered.
After a prolonged gaze, they too attempted to mimic his posture, trying to align with the rhythm of his breath. The rhythm of this breathing technique was chaotic. During their first attempt, they nearly gasped for air, completely out of sync.
On their second attempt, amid several fluctuations in intensity, they found themselves choking, unable to stop coughing. Lin Xiu opened his eyes and, upon witnessing their disheveled state, erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? That's unkind.
They retorted in unison, glaring at Lin Xiu. Unlike him, they had not directly absorbed this information into their minds, rendering their practice exceedingly difficult.
I can't help it.
You have all encountered petals, and that information transferred to me. I too am quite helpless. Lin Xiu said earnestly, struggling to suppress his laughter, feigning regret.
Hey! You asked for it.
Unable to contain themselves, the two attempted to swarm Lin Xiu and mock aggression. This rascal was too mischievous, taking advantage while pretending innocence. After some playful banter, Lin Xiu encouraged them to try once more. Initially, he too had taken considerable time to adapt to this extraordinary breathing technique.
Mastering such arts was indeed not an overnight endeavor. Lin Xiu resumed his cross-legged position, demonstrating once more. The dawn was radiant, imbued with vibrant energy.
Lin Xiu's visage was solemn, his entire being aglow as he inhaled and exhaled vital energy, wisps of white mist escaping from his mouth and nose. The two individuals observed that as Lin Xiu practiced this peculiar breathing technique, a radiant light enveloped his form, and his body temperature rose significantly. As if flames were dancing around him, causing the ambient temperature to escalate. With a deep exhalation, a plume of white vapor surged from his mouth and nose, gracefully meandering through the air like a serpent, eventually alighting upon a nearby plant in the courtyard.
The white apparition seemed to possess an extraordinary heat.
Before it even made contact with the small tree, its branches and leaves ignited, swiftly turning to ash, followed by the entire tree bursting into flames.
My goodness! This fellow can breathe fire! Liang He exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly rushing into the house to fetch a basin of water to extinguish the blaze. Is this still a human? A mere breath can ignite a tree. The stout man was even more taken aback. He stepped back several paces, wary of being singed by the intense heat radiating from Lin Xiu. Hurry, why are you dawdling? Go fetch water to put out the fire. After a moment,
Liang He emerged from the room with a basin, only to find the stout man still frozen in disbelief.
No need to save it.
The tree has already turned to ash. The stout man wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and pointed at the remnants.
Impressive.
Liang He, bewildered,
set down the water basin and approached Lin Xiu.
At that moment, Lin Xiu opened his eyes, slowly rising, with flickers of firelight still dancing in his gaze, and spoke in a deep voice, I have attained enlightenment.
Chapter 11, The Breathing Technique of the Firebull Demon. What have you comprehended? Liang He inquired, approaching Lin Xiu,
whose surrounding temperature had returned to normal.
I have gleaned more information regarding this breathing technique.
Just moments ago, I mastered the first segment,
which is profound and is known as the Jiuli breathing technique. Can you fathom what I witnessed?
In my mind, there appeared 9 colossal figures, each bizarre in form and overwhelming in presence. Any one of them could render me breathless with their might.
Presently,
I have grasped the initial segment of the 9 great primordial lineages Firebull Demon breathing technique, which culminates at the 10th level. At this juncture,
I am approximately at level 0.
5, Lin Xiu conveyed, his senses attuned. I fear we may not be able to master this breathing technique, the portly companion lamented,
his expression one of despondency.
Previously, he harbored great illusions about the enigmatic information within the bronze petals,
which led him to shamelessly accompany Lin Xiu from the train to his abode.
However, after several disappointments, he felt disheartened. I have endeavored numerous times, yet my body feels unresponsive. There must be some underlying issue, Liang He commented earnestly, witnessing the ever-changing world and Lin Xiu's burgeoning strength. Both men yearned for power to endure in these tumultuous times. Do not fret, I shall delve deeper into my studies.
If all else fails, I will venture into the nearby mountains to seek rare fruits for you, Lin Xiu said, though he felt a tinge of anxiety. He maintained a calm demeanor towards his companions. The two fell silent, having glimpsed the monstrous beings atop the great mountains, capable of overshadowing half the moon. Such terror restrained their willingness to let Lin Xiu risk an expedition. Do not be concerned. I shall continue my training for a while longer. When the time is right, we will venture to the outer fringes together. If those creatures could escape, they would have done so by now. I suspect some form of restraint prevents them from emerging from the mountains, Lin Xiu reassured, eliciting a sense of relief in his companions. Though they aspired to become extraordinary beings, they did not wish to endanger Lin Xiu. His words brought them solace. Very well, brother. We shall accompany you to the mountains in search of opportunities, Liang He declared, smiling broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiu continuously practiced the breathing technique, rendering his physique radiant and robust, each movement brimming with vigor. Simultaneously, he acquired a corresponding boxing technique linked to the Fireball Demon breathing technique. Fortunately, unlike the breathing technique, the boxing method could be imitated and learned. Liang Lingxiao and Zhang Fei had absorbed the unique pollen from the Sangsinghui site, rendering their bodies extraordinary. Following Lin Xiu's assessment, they both possessed quintuple the strength of an average person, qualifying them to cultivate this boxing technique. At dawn each day, Lin Xiu led them in their boxing practice, while Liang Lingxiao and the portly companion procured provisions. Due to their significant increase in appetite, consuming enough for a dozen individuals in a single meal, they found themselves needing to shop almost daily. I can no longer endure this. Starved, we felt the scrutinizing gazes of our neighbors upon us, as if they suspected we were harboring dozens within our abode. They were unwilling to part with their provisions. Lin Xiu, do you think we might be afflicted by some ailment? Why else would we possess such insatiable appetites? Liang He lay sprawled on the couch, clutching his stomach and lamenting. I, too, sensed something amiss. How could a single stomach accommodate so much sustenance? Perhaps we should consult Dr. Lu? Lin Xiu furrowed her brow as she nibbled on the last morsel of our snacks. During this period, aside from practicing the Li Huanyou and Mo fist, our trio has been consumed by the act of eating or the journey to acquire food. Our bodies, despite minimal exertion, felt an overwhelming hunger. That rascal from Wang Dama's household has been spreading rumors, suggesting we might be host to extraterrestrial parasites. Has he been watching too many films like Venom? If he weren't so young, I would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The fatty had ventured out with Liang Lingxiao to procure food, becoming quite familiar with the locals, and now he cursed vehemently. You're terrifying enough to scare a child into saying such nonsense, Lin Xiu teased. For the fatty had endured considerable hardship these past few days. With the rapid consumption of our provisions, he often found himself in a state of hunger. His physique noticeably diminished, his countenance drawn. Do you think I desired this? Let us go, I can't bear it any longer. Yet, I suspect that physician would likely not discern any issues with us. Our bodies have undergone such transformations that ordinary methods would fail to detect our maladies. The fatty grumbled, his true intent being to seek food. Let us not dawdle, Lin Xiu urged, and the trio hastened their steps, only to be astonished by the long queue upon arrival. Goodness, are so many people unwell? The fatty exclaimed in disbelief. Patience, my friend, we must wait. Dr. Lu's medical prowess is renowned in our region. Attracting even those from neighboring counties seeking solutions to their ailments, Liang He reassured him, patting his shoulder. The market is now open, hurry and seize the opportunity. I'll wait for you here. Lin Xiu, engrossed in her phone, received a message announcing the temporary opening of various markets to supply residents with provisions. What? Ah! I received it too. How splendid! Both were taken aback, their phones chiming in unison with the same notification. Indeed, the entire county received the message.
And the response was particularly pronounced here, as the once lengthy queue evaporated, with everyone rushing to stockpile supplies.
Excellent, it's my turn now.
Lin Xiu chuckled. Her earlier frustrations regarding the line dissipating as the crowd dispersed, allowing her to approach next.
Dr. Lu, why are there so many seeking consultation?
Lin Xiu respectfully greeted the elderly physician. Upon recognizing her, Dr. Lu smiled warmly, ushering her into his clinic and closing the door, evidently wishing to converse in private.
Ah! It's little Lin.
These individuals aren't genuinely ill, rather, they are gripped by fear over the sudden changes in their bodies. Some individuals indeed experienced health issues in the past, yet after undergoing examinations, their physical conditions have notably improved over the past few days, with lingering ailments gradually receding. This signifies a revival, a resurgence of vitality in the world. Dr. Lu spoke with palpable excitement, mentioning that he had encountered similar descriptions in ancient medical texts, which bore a striking resemblance to the current circumstances.
Lin Xiu's expression shifted. Could it be that these individuals had also undergone a transformative experience akin to a baptism of pollen, leading to a metamorphosis of their bodies? However,
he quickly dismissed this notion. Noticing Lin Xiu's confusion, Dr. Lu elucidated that the distant peaks emanated a mist that seemed to harbor unique substances, greatly beneficial to human health.
Gazing into the distance, Lin Xiu observed that amidst the mountains lurked numerous ferocious creatures,
although no signs of their emergence were evident at present.
Should a certain equilibrium be disrupted, it would undoubtedly herald chaos rather than the current tranquility. He apprised Dr. Lu of his condition, who patiently conducted a comprehensive examination and several physical tests.
Ultimately, he was astounded. Lin Xiu's physique had significantly improved compared to before. During a speed test, Lin Xiu completed 100 meters in merely 3 seconds, which left Dr. Lu thoroughly astonished. His strength had surged to 15 times that of an average person, and his other senses were heightened beyond previous levels.
This was truly remarkable. Were you an extraordinary being? Yet, why did you lack the traits of one? Doctor.
Lu scrutinized Lin Xiu, utterly perplexed as to how such physical prowess could reside within an ordinary body.
Given your exceptional physique,
consuming ordinary food would scarcely sustain your energy expenditure.
Recently, it was reported that some extraordinary individuals ventured into those towering mountains to battle the ferocious beasts lurking on the periphery. I believe you should consider hunting those extraordinary creatures, for the energy contained within their flesh is unparalleled by that of ordinary beings, Dr. Lu suggested. That is indeed an excellent idea.
I have long yearned for practical experience. Yet I have hesitated due to the fear of confronting formidable beasts, thus focusing on my enhancement, Lin Xiu candidly replied, feeling no shame.
Dr. Lu had watched him grow,
and in such times, he was grateful for the sound counsel offered. Well, I shall introduce you to someone. You may be capable of wielding that blade, Doctor. Lu stated after a moment of contemplation, gazing earnestly at Lin Xiu.
A blade?
Yes, you must have heard of Zhuo Zhenghuan.
He possesses an ancestral sword,
passed down from his grandfather, which no one has been able to lift or wield thus far.
With your current strength,
you would be ideally suited to use that magnificent blade, Dr. Lu responded.
However, that seems rather inappropriate. I am not acquainted with Elder Zhuo.
And that is his ancestral treasure. Lin Xiu felt an unsettling sense of receiving an unexpected windfall, which seemed rather unrealistic.
Nonsense. I am an old friend of his and can negotiate on your behalf.
That sword should not remain shrouded in dust. It could assist you in venturing into the mountains to hunt beasts, showcasing its former glory, Dr. Lu said with a smile. He then led Lin Xiu to a blacksmith's shop, where the heat was palpable, and the sound of clanging metal resonated throughout. That old man had served in the military. So do not present yourself carelessly in his presence, or he may not treat you kindly. Lu Lao, breaking from his usual demeanor, adopted a somewhat serious expression.
Understood.
Lin Xiu nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the established protocols.
Lu Lao gestured for him to wait outside while he entered for discussions. A few minutes later, the door swung open, prompting Lin Xiu to stand at attention. Before him stood a tall, robust elder with short hair standing upright, his bare upper body still emanating heat. His countenance was stern as he scrutinized Lin Xiu. "Are you the one seeking my blade?" the elder inquired, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, powerful and unwavering. "No. It's not that." Lin Xiu was taken aback by the elder's forthrightness, finding it challenging to respond appropriately. "It's a loan." "I made that quite clear earlier," Lu Lao interjected hastily, standing beside him. "Indeed, the young man wishes to borrow your esteemed sword for a brief period," Lin Xiu added. Scratching his head. The elder exuded an overwhelming aura, so formidable that an ordinary person would likely struggle to meet his gaze, most succumbing to a pounding heart and trembling limbs. "On what grounds do you make such a request?" Chapter 12, The Shattered Divine Weapon. Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively uttering a sound of confusion. "Cough, Wu Shan, what are you doing?" Lu Lao's expression darkened. He had been having a pleasant conversation with Wu Shan, only for this man to suddenly change his stance upon exiting, leaving Lu Lao feeling quite embarrassed. "Do not speak. If he wishes to wield the knife, he must first answer my question." Wu Shan's tone was heavy and brooked no dissent. Lin Xiu paused. His mind clouded prior to this moment, but the question struck him like a thunderbolt, awakening a flame of determination within him. The world had transformed drastically, and everyone aspired to become extraordinary, to be heroes, yet they had never truly contemplated what such a path entailed. "I know you possess the strength to grasp this knife. But have you truly considered your decision? Perhaps your entry onto this path was serendipitous. However, should you choose to seize this knife, you will irrevocably embark upon this journey, with no turning back. Reflect on your future before you respond." Wu Shan's words were like a clarion call, leaving Lin Xiu in deep contemplation. He reminisced about the whirlwind of events over the past few days. First, the baptism of pollen from the bronze divine tree at Sangsinghui, then the serendipitous acquisition of bronze petals, and finally, the perilous journey back to the Taihang Mountains with Liang He and Fatty. Everything had transpired so swiftly. It was essential to remember that he had once been an ordinary individual. Now, he found himself contemplating how to venture into that enigmatic mountain, hunting the savage beasts that lurked within. Lin Xiu's heart trembled. What was the true purpose behind all his actions? Had he not experienced those events? He might have remained like other ordinary people, holed up at home, stockpiling food, and living in fear of the bizarre occurrences happening around him, sleepless at night. Yet, he had emerged with a formidable physique after the pollen baptism, a continually evolving technique of the Li Huan Niu Mo breathing method, and the formidable Niu Mo fist. After all this, he was destined to no longer be mundane. "I do not wish to lead an ordinary existence. Having acquired this strength, I must venture forth, strive, and seek opportunities to survive in this grand world, while safeguarding my family and friends." Lin Xiu pondered for a long time before finally articulating his resolve. Wu Shan remained silent, observing the fire of ambition burning fiercely in Lin Xiu's eyes, a steadfast determination glowing within. "Indeed, you are commendable." He smiled, stepping closer to Lin Xiu and patting his shoulder with a weighty hand. "Come, follow me to retrieve the knife." Wu Shan strode purposefully toward the blacksmith's shop, leaving behind a towering silhouette. "Does this mean I have passed his test?" Lin Xiu glanced at Lu Lao, who squinted with a smile and responded, naturally. "Did you not see that old fellow's eyes sparkling with joy? He does not wish for the treasured blade to fall into the hands of the feeble. If it were to end up with such individuals, he would likely regret it for a lifetime." "Ah, I see." Lin Xiu nodded. He had indeed contemplated much. He too feared death, who does not? However, he was even less willing to possess great power only to live an ordinary life. That would be a dreadful waste and an act of cowardice. In a world on the brink of transformation, extraordinary beings are destined to rise. As the heavens and earth awaken anew, the path of cultivation has resumed, and he shall ascend from the Taihang Mountains.
embarking on a bold journey towards the pinnacle of existence.
In ancient times, certain weapons possessed an enchanting quality.
Some bows not only released arrows but also harbored mysterious powers that rendered them immensely lethal.
Wu Shan remarked that his family had been crafting weapons for generations.
But his lineage had begun to decline in this era. Lin Xiu's thoughts were somewhat erratic, and he nearly uttered that such arrows must be enchanted, yet he restrained himself,
fearing that this eccentric elder might expel him without hesitation.
Such bows were indeed remarkable, yet only a select few could wield them, as even drawing them was a formidable challenge. Historical accounts suggest that in ancient times, only the gods of war and seasoned generals could master such weaponry, while modern whispers tell of venerable Taoists, aged over a century, who could barely manage to draw such bows.
Was it true that the older a Taoist became, the more suited they were to draw a bow?
Lin Xiu found this perplexing.
This was not necessarily the case, Wu Shan explained. I must tell you. Those Taoists and monks are all endowed with immense strength, their bodies sanctified, remaining uncorrupted even after death, exuding a fragrant aroma.
Such individuals in the present age could be regarded as extraordinary beings. Wu Shan shook his head, lamenting that these individuals were born in the wrong era. Had they existed now, they would surely surpass the four great masters of today in strength and vitality. This knife, passed down through my family, has always been shrouded in mysterious legend. Since my father's generation, we have dared not open it, fearing that it might unleash malevolent spirits and disturb the central sect. Wu Shan, the elder, continued to shift boxes,
revealing a heavy black wooden chest at the bottom, its ancient form unmarred by any cracks.
Lin Xiu surmised that the material of this chest was of the highest quality,
capable of enduring for a millennium. The chest alone weighed 1,000 pounds, necessitating mechanical assistance for its movement.
It has been 40 years since I last touched it. And now, it is finally about to be unveiled. Whether this brings fortune or calamity remains uncertain.
Once Wu Shan cleared away the stacked boxes,
an enormous black wooden chest stood before Lin Xiu, ancient and adorned with strange patterns and runes, seemingly suppressing the knife within.
You all must leave, should anything occur within.
Distance yourselves immediately and notify others to seal off this area, Wu Shan instructed the apprentices and blacksmiths with grave seriousness.
What is so peculiar about this knife? Lin Xiu inquired. Ancient texts record that this knife is named Shenxiu, also known as the God-slaying blade. Its first master wielded it to slay countless lives, and over time,
the blade became imbued with black resentment and red killing intent. Throughout the millennia, those who bore it committed acts of divine slaughter, one eventually rising to become an emperor, thus transforming it into a weapon of imperial divinity, causing quite the stir in its time, hence its name.
Wu Shan's gaze was complex, mingling anticipation and trepidation.
The reason I questioned you earlier was to test your resolve, to ascertain whether your spirit could endure on this path of cultivation. I feared that you might fall prey to this cursed blade and become a monstrosity, he explained, retrieving an ancient key, and gradually inserting it into the lock.
After learning this, do you still desire the blade?
The elderly Wu Shan ceased his actions and inquired of Lin Xiu.
Yes, I wish to possess it.
Lin Xiu replied resolutely, everything is prepared, only the final element is lacking. If one fears even an inanimate object,
how shall they confront the ferocious beasts that dwell in the endless mountains?
Very well. Regardless of what you may see or hear, maintain your composure, otherwise
dire consequences may ensue.
Wu Shan turned his head and cast a sudden glance at Lin Xiu.
Understood. Lin Xiu nodded, suppressing the excitement within.
The legends surrounding this blade are so enigmatic, he firmly believed that upon its emergence, significant phenomena would inevitably follow.
Open.
Wu Shan turned the key, swiftly unlocking the chest, then immediately retreated several paces, keeping a safe distance from the ancient black wooden box. Lin Xiu held his breath, his heart racing, both in anticipation and trepidation of the legendary divine weapon unleashing countless vengeful spirits to engulf the area. Although both were quite audacious, the origins of this cursed blade were far too formidable, compelling them to remain vigilant, observing from a distance.
After roughly 5 minutes, Lin Xiu sensed something was amiss and asked, why is there no movement? You should approach and take a look, perhaps it has been sealed for too long. And the unique properties of this black box have dulled its murderous aura and vengeful energy, Wu Shan replied after a moment of silence. All right. Lin Xiu responded, his courage unwavering as he slowly advanced, appearing nonchalant, yet every muscle in his body was taut, ready to retreat at the slightest disturbance. He moved cautiously, while Wu Shan anxiously watched his expressions, hoping to glean some information from his demeanor. This blade seems to have lost its spirit. How has it become so dilapidated? Lin Xiu stood there, staring blankly for a long while before finally speaking. What? Wu Shan exclaimed in shock, hastening to Lin Xiu's side. Upon gazing at the blade lying within the chest, he was instantly struck dumb. The sword bore a striking resemblance to his earlier description. Yet it was marred by its incompleteness. The accumulated black vengeful energy and red murderous intent were entirely absent. It's over, it's over. His eyes glazed over, muttering. The ancestral blade has been ruined in my hands. I have betrayed my ancestors. He was engulfed in panic. While Lin Xiu was astonished to witness such a hardened veteran in such a state of despair. What is wrong? What has transpired? Those outside inquired. Having heard Wu Shan's voice, filled with concern. It's fine, it's safe here, you may enter, Lin Xiu assured them, placing his hand upon the shattered blade's hilt, which appeared as though it had been fractured, the tip missing a quarter of its length. Master! As the others surged in, witnessing Wu Shan's desolate expression, they were taken aback and rushed to support him. What has happened to him? How did he come to be this way? Old Lu approached Lin Xiu, seeking answers. Lin Xiu recounted the events that had just transpired and subtly suggested that the broken sword may have been damaged prior to his acquisition, gently advising the elderly Wu Shan not to blame himself. He was always so determined, perhaps it would take a considerable amount of time for him to recover. After Lu Lao's attempts to console him proved fruitless, he approached Lin Xiu and inquired, "What about the sword?" Lin Xiu asked. Lu Lao replied straightforwardly, "Since he promised it to you, you should accept it." He informed Lin Xiu that although it was a broken sword, its origins were significant, and the spiritual energy was awakening, indicating that it might very well regain its former glory in the future. Very well, Lin Xiu said as he placed the broken sword into the accompanying scabbard and slung it over his back. He offered a few more words of comfort to the elderly Wu Shan before hastily returning home. Upon discovering that it was a broken sword, Lin Xiu did feel a tinge of disappointment, yet the prospect of the spiritual energy revitalizing suggested that there might be a chance for restoration, allowing the sword to reclaim its past brilliance. "Lin Xiu, we're back." An hour later, the voices of the two individuals echoed from outside the courtyard. To Lin Xiu's surprise, they had arrived in a truck laden with food and supplies. "Did you rob a market?" Lin Xiu's lips twitched as he observed the chaos these two had brought upon him. The sheer volume of goods was overwhelming, filling the kitchen to capacity and spilling into the living room like a small mountain. The trio busied themselves for several minutes, arranging the items. "Hey, Lin Xiu. When did you acquire a sword?" After their efforts, Liang He suddenly noticed the sword resting in a corner and exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 13, The Unforeseen Transformation. How heavy! Is this blade made of stone? Liang He exclaimed, struggling to lift the sword without success. "This is an imperial divine weapon, remarkably sharp. Do handle it with care, you wouldn't want to end up slicing off your own foot," Lin Xiu teased, reveling in Liang He's predicament. "Lin Xiu, why not draw the sword and have a look? The hilt and sheath are incredibly stylish. I truly wish to take a picture and share it on social media." Liang He continued, unfazed. "You may observe it, but refrain from taking photographs. This item possesses significant origins, it is classified as a rare treasure. And posting it online could invite trouble," Lin Xiu cautioned, his expression serious as he addressed Liang He and the plump companion. "What? A broken sword?" Both men were left dumbfounded when Lin Qiu finally unsheathed the blade.
This sword is renowned from ancient times, classified as a sacred artifact.
Although it is damaged now, there remains a possibility of restoration, Lin Qiu clarified.
Despite being a broken sword, it can still serve its purpose, albeit with a rather peculiar appearance.
Subsequently,
Lin Qiu began to practice wielding the sword alone. To him, this weapon was entirely foreign, to Liang He and the plump man. He resembled a child playing with a toy, which was quite comical.
"What are you laughing at?
You are no different from me," Lin Qiu shot back at them. Lacking any knowledge of swordsmanship and with no foundational skills, he could lift the blade with relative ease, yet after a short while of swinging it, he found himself straining,
his arms growing weary.
"The techniques I found online are far too chaotic, making it impossible to discern the genuine from the false. I prefer not to learn haphazardly. I should seek out some fundamental practice methods," he pondered as he clumsily swung the sword.
Days later, an unexpected transformation occurred once again. That night,
while practicing his breathing technique to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, Lin Qiu discovered a remarkable surge of energy after employing the Li Huan Yo Mo breathing method, which could, to a certain extent, substitute for sleep. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. He heard the sound of cracking from the courtyard walls, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Initially mild, the tremors escalated into a violent quake, a true earthquake.
"An earthquake! Quickly, awaken!"
Lin Qiu rushed into the dwelling, pulling the plump man and Liang He from their slumber and leading them into the courtyard.
Amidst the chaos, startled cries erupted, shattering the town's tranquility.
Abruptly, the streetlights extinguished one by one, and the glow from households dimmed. The area plunged into darkness.
Lin Qiu checked his phone, discovering that there was no signal.
Outside, the mountains began to swell, rising one after another, endlessly.
With his keen eyesight,
Lin Qiu observed that these mountains were emerging from the earth, piercing through the clouds, their numbers overwhelming. An oppressive force enveloped him, a powerful aura sweeping across the landscape.
Emanating from the terrifying creatures that roared within those mountains, their sounds penetrating the air.
Panic gripped the town as people fled in terror. They noticed more fissures expanding across the ground, terrifying gaps emerging. If this continued, it seemed the houses would soon collapse into the chasms below.
Fortunately,
the pace of these changes was slow, granting them ample time to retrieve essential belongings from their homes and mitigate some of their losses.
Living in a small town,
the community was tightly knit, particularly after the calamity struck. When some residents witnessed a neighbor's house succumbing to the ground, they rallied to offer assistance.
This night was destined to be tumultuous.
The air was rife with cries of terror and the weeping of women and children, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. Lin Qiu and his companions left their homes to rescue those in need. Their own dwellings suffered only minor damage, and they remained unscathed. They toiled until dawn. When the first rays of light graced the earth, and the upheaval finally ceased,
the town had transformed dramatically,
with nearly a quarter of the buildings either collapsed or ensnared in fissures.
There were injuries and fatalities.
The entire day was shrouded in a pall of sorrow, as water, electricity, and communication services were severed, leaving them feeling isolated from the world. The distance to the county seat seemed to grow farther by the day, with roads becoming impassable. Many found that what was once a journey of mere miles now required traversing dozens, if not hundreds, of miles. Numerous routes had been cut off, rendering vehicular access impossible,
effectively trapping them in this desolate place.
People were invariably filled with dread of the unknown. Ignorance bred an increasing sense of horror. Such was the current state, a mysterious era marked by upheaval and calamity, with no one able to predict what kind of age lay ahead.
Would it be one of prosperity or terror? No one could ascertain. The town was bleak.
As everyone engaged in reconstruction efforts or sought to provide new accommodations for those who had lost their homes. With everything severed, there were concerns about whether the outside world was aware of their plight and whether help would arrive. They were oblivious to the state of the external world, wondering if it mirrored their own circumstances or was even more dire.
Do not fear, the esteemed mayor reassured the townsfolk. While some structures have partially collapsed, the remaining ones are sufficient for our habitation. The loss of power and water is manageable. We possess generators that will soon restore electricity. And we have several wells to ensure our water supply. The mayor had been tirelessly aiding the injured and comforting the distressed since the previous night. Some individuals drove out with ample supplies, intending to leave the area, but soon returned in a state of panic. They reported having traveled hundreds of miles only to find no signs of towns. Many roads had turned into mere dirt paths. Thankfully, they had driven an off-road vehicle. A standard car would have faltered within mere miles. Ultimately, fear gripped them as towering mountains surrounded them, devoid of any trace of human activity. Worried that their remaining fuel would not suffice to reach a town, they turned back. Lin Xiao and his companions returned to their home, where the structure bore only a few cracks from the tremors, leaving them unaffected. They rearranged the scattered belongings and settled onto the sofa, contemplating their next steps. They had ample supplies to sustain themselves for an extended period, and with the mayor's assurances, their only inconvenience was the absence of mobile signal, which left them uneasy about the happenings beyond their secluded existence. Let us continue our training, Lin Xiao urged his companions, while he ventured to the foothills of the Taihang Mountains to hunt. This is the original mountain, which has undergone significant transformation. The distinction between this place and those ancient colossal mountains lies in the fact that the creatures inhabiting it are all native to Earth. Perhaps they have absorbed pollen or consumed exotic fruits, resulting in their mutations, altering their size and form considerably. Furthermore, there is no faint golden aura surrounding this mountain, which likely serves as a barrier preventing the ferocious beasts within the ancient mountains from escaping. Lin Xiao hunted within the Taihang Mountains, where the creatures exhibited heightened aggression. He captured a mutated wild boar weighing over 300 kilograms, its tusks exceptionally sharp, and its body adorned with a layer of hardened nodules resembling armor. With ease, Lin Xiao rendered it unconscious and ultimately delivered a fatal blow to its head with his fist, opting not to use a knife. He believed that only the blood of the ferocious beasts from the great mountains deserved the sanctity of his blade. This wild beast was merely sustenance for him. This marked Lin Xiao's first experience of taking a life. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort initially, he reconciled his feelings upon realizing it was food. His psychological fortitude enabled him to swiftly adapt to such changes. In the afternoon, he returned home with the wild boar, and both individuals were astonished, mistaking the creature for a ferocious beast from the ancient mountains. After some inquiries, they learned it was merely a mutated animal from the Taihang range. Lin Xiao skillfully butchered the boar, sharing a portion with his neighbors, as they were currently without water and electricity, making preservation difficult. "My goodness, how delightful!" Liang He exclaimed, nearly swallowing his tongue in delight. The meat of the mutated wild boar was extraordinarily delicious, fresh and remarkably tender. Coupled with Lin Xiao's exceptional culinary skills, it provided a feast for him. In a few days, I shall venture into those great mountains to hunt true exotic beasts. Lin Xiao mused as he savored the wild boar meat. During his time in the Taihang Mountains, he observed numerous creatures. After careful consideration, he decided on the wild boar. The rest were predominantly tigers, bobcats, and leopards. He gazed at these creatures, always feeling a sense of repulsion at the thought of consuming them, as they had long since vanished from the human diet. In recent days, Lin Xiao remained remarkably composed, devoid of panic. They followed their routine daily, steadily increasing their strength while he calmly monitored the happenings around him. His parents resided in the capital, arguably the safest place in the nation, fortified by various protective measures. So he harbored little concern. He had attempted to gauge his own strength, yielding terrifying results. He could sprint 100 meters in just 2 seconds. He had yet to test his punching power, but he sensed that, in his current condition, he could likely deliver a fatal blow to someone like Eugene, a transcendent being. Lin Xiao was astonished by such evident results. Throughout this process, he encouraged Liang Lingxiao and the chubby one to learn martial arts. He practiced the Leave One Yo Mo breathing technique morning and evening to refine his physique. Although the duration was brief each time, the effects were remarkably pronounced. During the remainder of the time, Lin Qiu roamed the surroundings, observing the variations in the mountain's contours and examining the landscape. He noted that the outer periphery of the great mountain was sparsely populated with exotic beasts, allowing him to select his targets. Some areas had elongated, while others remained unchanged. However, the overall expanse had significantly surged. Throughout this period, he refrained from approaching the towering mountains adorned with golden light, as they exuded an air of mystery. Lin Qiu intended to seek information regarding these mountains online before making any decisions. The adjacent mountain ranges and rivers had expanded their distances by more than tenfold. Lin Qiu contemplated whether the journey from his current location to the capital, which had previously been a mere few hundred li, might now extend to several thousand li or even beyond. Chapter 14, Into the Mountains. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Lin Qiu, who reassured those around him that this too shall pass and urged them to be patient. Moreover, many of his classmates reached out to him, inquiring about his well-being and expressing their hopes for mutual safety. A feeling of impending chaos loomed over him. It was Lin Qiu's initial instinct. He had gleaned from the internet that across the nation, significant upheavals were occurring simultaneously. Some had claimed in their writings that the earth had fully awakened, and for the foreseeable future, it would stabilize without further drastic changes. Fear gripped many, particularly the ordinary populace who yearned for a tranquil existence. The world they once knew had transformed irreversibly. Peace seemed an elusive dream as they sensed the storm was upon them. Earthquakes shook various regions, resulting in widespread destruction of buildings. Although the ground fissures formed slowly, granting sufficient time for many to escape, a small number still tragically lost their lives. Cries of despair echoed, accompanied by photographs that revealed ominous spaces connected underground, harboring unspeakable horrors. Theories surrounding folded spaces were being continually validated from multiple sources. The unrest spread widely, and images of extraordinary phenomena circulated online, garnering attention. Particularly in renowned mountains and rivers, signs of auspiciousness were prevalent. Divine trees blossomed and bore fruit, with individuals seemingly vying for these treasures, as if their arrival had been premeditated, inciting astonishment and suspicion among the populace. In these images, Lin Qiu recognized a familiar figure, the golden-winged celestial. He appeared amidst the majestic mountains, striving to seize the divine fruit of the Pangu genes. A sense of urgency welled within him as he watched battle footage of the golden-winged celestial. His majestic form soared through the skies, radiating a resplendent golden light. The scene was breathtakingly pure, as if he were enveloped by a glorious sun, rendering him ethereal. As he engaged the otherworldly beasts, his wings, akin to steel, effortlessly cleaved them asunder. Lin Qiu contemplated his own strength in comparison to that of the golden-winged celestial. Since the onset of his transformation, he had only engaged in true combat once against the extraordinary being Eugene. Now, his power had surged exponentially, igniting a fierce desire within him to test his capabilities against the elite. After 2 days, having completed the practice of the Li Huanyo Mo breathing technique, Lin Qiu felt invigorated and warm. Rising to his feet, he observed Liang He and the fatty, who were still practicing their punches, and declared, "It is time. Let us venture into the mountains and hunt beasts." Now. The fatty paused, drenched in sweat. Each session of practice had drained his energy, yet it also gradually enhanced his physique. Indeed, I have learned online that these extraordinary beings have formed numerous organizations, honing their abilities by entering the mountains to battle these beasts. Lin Qiu replied, reassured that the barriers within the mountains would restrict the beasts' exit but not that of humans. "I'm ready. After so much training, I have longed for something to spar against." Liang He was brimming with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable as he leapt into action. The three departed from their home, embarking on a journey towards the enigmatic and majestic mountains of the wilderness. Lin Qiu led the way. Having meticulously charted the path over the past few days, traversing the expanse of the Taihang Mountains, though he had yet to venture deep within the towering peaks. The landscape was a continuous stretch of grandeur,
with undulating ridges guiding them further into the heart of the Taihang Range. After covering a distance of several miles, they were poised to enter the mountains. Wildlife thrived within these hills, transformed by mutations into formidable creatures. Lin Xiu had spent the last few days hunting in this region. Indulging their cravings for exotic game animals previously deemed unimaginable were now consumed, their flavors surprisingly delightful. With their swift pace, it wasn't long before they breached the outer confines of the mountains. Throughout their journey, Lin Xiu remained vigilant, his primary objective being to locate suitable extraordinary fruits for his companions, aiding their metamorphosis to keep pace with the current fervor for cultivation and ensuring they did not lag behind. A gust of wind rustled in the distance, and a shadowy cloud descended upon the mountains. Was that what it seemed? Had he truly witnessed a massive avian creature soaring past? The rotund companion swallowed hard, feeling an uneasy dryness in his throat. It appeared to be attempting an escape from the mountains. Lin Xiu gazed in astonishment at the crimson giant bird. Its wings spanning several meters, soaring gracefully before crashing back into the mountains after a brief foray against the Golden Veil. Why did it seem that this foolish bird was overly exhilarated, as though it possessed unwavering confidence in its escape? Liang He scrutinized the scene, noting the bird's prolonged calls filled with excitement, seemingly yearning for something. Let us not tempt fate. If this creature succeeds in breaking free, other mutated beasts may follow suit, and we would be in grave peril. Lin Xiu admonished, aware that Liang He had a penchant for idle speculation, which sometimes, inexplicably, proved eerily accurate. Just a casual remark. No need to take it seriously. Liang He hastily covered his mouth, waving his hands dismissively. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the creature surged once more. Its body erupted in a blaze of crimson flames, scorching the air and conjuring rolling waves of heat. The flames surged towards the Golden Veil with formidable intensity, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The very air shimmered with heat, palpable even from a distance, compelling Liang He to wipe sweat from his brow and instinctively retreat. The red giant bird hung in the sky like a blazing sun, casting an extraordinary brilliance over the landscape. Had it truly unleashed its full power? The rotund companion was drenched in perspiration, as the temperature soared intolerably. They beheld the colossal fireball collide with the Golden Veil, unleashing a torrent of sparks that blurred the air, as the once faintly visible golden barrier began to glow, replenished by a surge of energy. Such a terrifying beast could easily obliterate a small town. The rotund man whispered, for a fleeting moment. He perceived sparks leaping from the Golden Veil, sending a shiver down his spine. Such a formidable beast, even Lin Xiu lacked the confidence to confront it. The crimson flames of the demonic avian burned with such intensity that he dared not withstand them with his flesh. And given that his speed was far inferior to that of this colossal red bird, flight was not an option for him. To put it colloquially, should he engage in combat with this creature, the likelihood of being kited to death was exceedingly high. Lin Xiu observed the avian, still gathering its strength to assault the luminous curtain, remaining silent for a moment. Heaven knows how many such terrifying creatures lurk in the vicinity of the Taihang Mountains, where at least thousands of towering peaks ascend into the clouds, akin to divine swords piercing the heavens, reaching altitudes of 10,000 meters. At that moment, they all yearned to press forward, abandoning their paws to witness the spectacle before them. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A mournful cry once again captured their attention. They beheld the once menacing red bird now ablaze, lamenting in agony. Its entire being was engulfed in golden flames, thrashing violently in the air, feathers igniting and releasing billowing black smoke. What was happening? Lin Xiu and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Before the trio could fully comprehend the situation, the red avian disintegrated mid-flight, accompanied by a dazzling flash and thick smoke billowing from its shattered form. In the mountains, beastly roars reverberated as numerous creatures raced toward the remains of the powerful red avian, eager to claim their share. Was it truly dead? Lin Xiao and his companions bore witness to this spectacle, remaining silent for an extended period.
The prohibitions of these towering mountains were formidable.
They could engage in combat at the periphery, and if overwhelmed, retreat would be their only option.
The rotund man suggested,
displaying remarkable agility of thought and a keen aptitude for escape.
"Your reasoning is sound,"
Lin Xiao replied with a smile.
The trio hastened forward.
For the reactions of the creatures they had just witnessed conveyed a vital message. The corpse of the formidable red avian, now besieged by the beasts, must contain immense energy or other valuable resources, which would greatly benefit them. Lin Xiao contemplated hunting a creature weaker than the red avian to ascertain whether the blood and flesh of true beasts could enhance his physical prowess. They selected a towering peak, situated at the rear fringes of the Taihang Mountains, intending to observe for a while.
Once Lin Xiao confirmed the absence of exceptionally strong beasts,
they would engage in combat. There was no alternative, they were, in essence, wagering their lives. The Taihang Mountains were a realm of peculiarities, ever-changing, with beasts attempting to breach the barriers daily. If they merely practiced their skills in isolation, encountering a life-and-death struggle would place them at a distinct disadvantage. And they would soon encounter a bottleneck, unable to advance further.
What they currently lacked was the experience of real combat.
They stepped into the faint golden veil,
finally entering the wild expanse of the mountains.
Do not be overly anxious. Confronting the otherworldly beasts should be approached with the swiftness and precision akin to slaughtering a chicken. Any hint of hesitation may result in a counterattack, leading to irreparable losses. Lin Xiao imparted this wisdom to the two, his mindset adapting swiftly to the current environment. The recent days spent hunting beasts in the Taihang Mountains had honed his decisiveness. Even the act of taking a life now stirred little emotional turmoil within him.
I had adequately prepared before my arrival, so there is no need for concern on that front.
However, as for the rotund fellow, his timid nature may require some caution.
Liang He responded, recalling how, before the upheaval, he had exhibited greater audacity than Lin Xiao, having engaged in many unexpected exploits.
Liang He, what are you saying?
I,
your esteemed fatty, am not lacking in courage. Upon hearing this, the fat man's face flushed red as they bickered.
Enough. Once we enter the mountains, cease the frivolity. Remain vigilant, and observe your surroundings, Lin Xiao admonished.
After advancing approximately 100 meters, Lin Xiao suddenly halted and signaled for the others to stop immediately.
Ahead lies a beast, prepare for battle.
Chapter 15, The striped giant tiger. He felt a sense of unease, as if being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. His body stiffened, and the hair on his skin stood on end, while his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly a foreboding sign, typically manifesting only in the presence of adversaries whose strength far exceeded his own.
What an intimidating aura!
Liang He was astonished. Both he and the portly companion felt utterly immobilized, the oppressive force so overwhelming that it rendered them nearly incapable of maintaining their footing.
Boom! With a thunderous sound,
a colossal foot descended from the sky, obliterating a small mountain in front of them, sending shards of rock flying and startling the nearby exotic beasts into retreat. Lin Xiao became tense all over. Having sensed movement ahead, he was taken aback by the arrival of such a massive foot, the owner of which was a being he could scarcely dare to contemplate.
Phew! Thankfully, it was not directed at us. After a few minutes,
as the tremors of the ground diminished, the owner of the colossal foot departed, allowing the trio to gradually relax. In this mountainous region, there existed myriad overwhelmingly powerful entities. It was prudent not to venture too deep, but rather to search for exotic beasts nearby. The portly companion suggested. Lin Xiao readily concurred.
For who could fathom the formidable beings lurking in the depths of this mountain? Cautiously, the three continued their exploration,
eventually catching sight of some unheard of ferocious beasts in the distance. Their forms were bizarre, starkly differing from the creatures native to Earth. Lin Xiao was astonished to discover that some of these exotic beasts bore a striking resemblance to the ancient ferocious beasts depicted in the classic of mountains and seas. Their massive sizes making them formidable presences that dominated the mountaintops, with no other exotic beasts daring to intrude upon their territory. Liang He swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed. Could he possibly stand against such titanic creatures? Lin Xiao quietly advised his companions that once they entered the forest, survival should take precedence over recklessness. Their foremost task was to ensure they remained alive, followed by the selection of appropriate exotic beasts for practical combat and hunting. The trio pressed onward, finally entering an area with fewer exotic beasts. Although they were embarking on a perilous adventure, their aim was to undergo transformation. Adapting to various crises, this was far more crucial than merely practicing their martial techniques and breathing methods. As they traversed the dense woods, a spider the size of a human head descended from the trees, ensnaring Lin Xiao in its silken embrace as if he were its prey. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao delivered a powerful punch, causing flesh to splatter. This spider, audacious enough to hunt prey many times its size, must have had its own advantages, possibly possessing venom. Lin Xiao remained cautious, discreetly channeling his breathing technique to extricate himself from the silken bindings. The two companions, wary of their surroundings, navigated around the spider's carcass. They were astounded to find that the grass beneath them had indeed been corroded by the spider's purple blood, realizing they were fortunate to have been vigilant, otherwise the spider's venomous fluid might have eroded even the shoes on their feet. As the trio advanced through the dense thicket, they encountered numerous poisonous entities, each dispatching them with a swift stroke from Lin Xiao. His clothing had been riddled with holes from the corrosive encounters, and his companions fared little better, appearing as ragged beggars adorned with tattered garments. At this moment, they traversed a tranquil forest, where Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Drawing upon his prior experiences, he surmised that some formidable creature must inhabit this place, deterring other beings from approaching. This locale could very well be its lair, as an eerie silence enveloped them. And they noticed deep gashes in the ancient trees, presumably made by beastly claws. Lin Xiao informed his companions that they had identified their quarry. Yet this particular prey was beyond their current capabilities. He assured them he would handle it. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a vividly patterned tiger, its immense form stretching over 10 meters in length, languidly resting at the entrance of a cave. Its sharp claws glinted with a menacing sheen, a true behemoth. Liang He, taken aback, noted that the tiger's claws were nearly the size of his own body. The consequences of a single swipe were unfathomable. Can we confront it? If not, we should retreat while it remains unaware of our presence, he suggested, for he valued his life and felt dwarfed by such a colossal creature. Lin Xiao, sensing the urgency, waved his hand dismissively. Do not panic, my intention to come here is backed by reason. Although this tiger's size rivals that of the beasts we encountered on the mountains, its aura is significantly weaker. I believe there is a hierarchy among them. If we were to categorize them by ranks, this one would fall into the late general stage, a considerable gap from those other creatures. I should be able to engage it. Suddenly, a sharp click startled both Lin Xiao and Liang He. They turned to see the portly man awkwardly holding his phone, having taken a picture of the vibrant giant tiger. The worst part was that he had failed to silence his device, causing the shutter sound to resonate loudly in the stillness of the surroundings. Curse you! They exclaimed in unison, as the tiger's merciless eyes snapped open, locking onto their direction. I apologize, it was not my intention, the portly man stammered, hastily stowing away his phone. Realizing the tiger had vanished from sight, panic surged within him, prompting a desire to flee. Do not run aimlessly. Liang He, stay with him. I will confront the tiger, Lin Xiao commanded, firmly grasping the portly man's shoulder while addressing Liang He. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. The monstrous creature had inexplicably lunged toward the trio, moving with astonishing speed and accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood. Dodge! Lin Xiao shouted, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. As he sprinted, his adrenaline surged, his heart raced violently, and his breath quickened, causing his blood to flow with newfound vigor. His body instinctively adjusted to the perilous atmosphere. Even after battling the formidable Eugene in his hulking green form, Lin Xiu was astonished by the sheer pressure this creature exuded. As it leaped high, it obscured the sky, its length comparable to that of a bus. A chilling roar echoed through the forest. A monstrous creature, measuring over 10 meters in length and bearing a striking resemblance to a Siberian tiger, lunged toward Lin Xiu. Its enormous paw, akin to a human's hand, unfurled like a snow-white scythe, descending with lethal intent. Lin Xiu narrowly evaded this deadly strike, aware that he could not engage the beast head-on without comprehending its true strength. With a swift leap, he dodged the colossal claw while simultaneously delivering a kick to its massive body. To his astonishment, it felt as though his foot had collided with an unyielding wall. The giant tiger remained unmoved, sending Lin Xiu hurtling backward several meters due to the recoil. A sharp crack echoed as sparks flew. The beast's paw landed upon a massive boulder, gouging deep furrows into the stone, a testament to its razor-sharp claws and immense power. Were an ordinary person to be caught by such a paw, they would undoubtedly be torn asunder or reduced to mere pulp. With a thunderous roar, the air erupted as the tiger's tail swept toward Lin Xiu with unparalleled force, resembling an elongated iron rod that created a deafening crack. Lin Xiu dodged once more, but the sheer might of the strike shattered a nearby tree, causing it to crash to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief. Such terrifying strength was beyond his current capabilities, even with the Li Huanyo Mo breathing technique he had mastered. Should such a blow land upon him, he would surely lose his fighting spirit in an instant. The giant tiger pivoted, its merciless gaze fixed upon Lin Xiu. Its pronounced fangs, over 2 feet in length, gleamed with a chilling brilliance, still stained with blood from its recent hunt. It lunged again, its cavernous maw wide enough to swallow 2 adults whole. Lin Xiu narrowly escaped, catching a whiff of the foul, metallic scent emanating from the beast's mouth, alarmingly close. The situation was perilous. Lin Xiu felt as though he had narrowly escaped the tiger's teeth. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he observed the creature from a distance. He could no longer afford to evade its attacks. His stamina was waning, and the tiger's speed was only slightly inferior to his own. Continuing in this manner would surely lead to his defeat. Resolving to regain his composure, he activated his unique breathing technique to expedite his recovery. With determination surging within him, Lin Xiu roared, his voice resonating through the forest, causing the trees to tremble. After multiple evasions, he had gleaned an understanding of the tiger's strength and realized that resistance was not beyond his reach. Its immense size and fearsome claws were daunting. But he could no longer hesitate. He had come for a real battle and to hone the practical application of the Li Huanyo Mo fist. At that moment, he assumed a fighting stance, channeling the first form of his technique. A layer of mysterious energy enveloped his fist, radiating intense heat. With a fierce roar, he charged at the approaching giant tiger. Behind him, an ancient bull demon began to materialize, its dark crimson body flowing with a magma-like substance, exuding a primal aura. Towering like a small mountain, its furious gaze and massive horns guided the flames of Lihua, striking toward the heavens with unrestrained ferocity. A resounding roar of a bull reverberated through the mountains and forests, causing countless leaves to cascade and dance in the air. The vividly striped giant tiger, taken aback, felt its fur bristle with alarm. It arched its body, bracing itself to deliver its mightiest blow. With a thunderous impact, Lin Xiu's fist struck. And as the imprint of his punch erupted, the ancient crimson bull demon behind him raised its head, its massive horns adorned with flickering ethereal flames, charging forward. The striped giant tiger opened its cavernous maw, its colossal paw striking out in a multifaceted assault. With a resounding boom, a shockwave erupted between the two, lifting the fallen leaves from the ground as the earth trembled violently. Despite the stark difference in their sizes, the strength of man and beast was not measured by mere physical dimensions. Chapter 16, The Black Mountain. The resplendent giant tiger roared in agony, having sustained injuries. A tremendous force propelled it backward, causing it to stumble before collapsing to the ground. The colossal fire bull demon charged, toppling the beast. As the smoke dispersed, Lin Xiu stood firm, having shattered the tiger's massive claws with a single punch, simultaneously breaking one of its long, snow-white fangs, blood flowing freely. He had mastered the first form of the Fire Bull Demon Fist, the phantom of the ancient bull demon taking shape, its power immense and boundless. This technique comprised 7 forms, with the final form capable of manifesting the true ancient bull demon, descending into the world to serve humanity. The ground was stained with blood. A severed fang lying there, gleaming like a silver blade. Blood continued to drip from the tiger's mouth as it struggled to rise, its legs trembling, its demeanor transformed. The arrogance and ferocity it once exhibited had vanished. Such power, to injure this colossal beast with a single strike, Lin Xiu murmured, gazing down at his reddened fist, feeling as though he were in a dream. He had never anticipated the Fire Bull Demon Fist would possess such formidable strength during his prior training. He had not manifested the bull demon's phantom as he had just done. Indeed, only through the crucible of battle could one rapidly grow stronger. Lin Xiu was exhilarated. He now felt no fear towards the resplendent giant tiger. What had once been a menacing creature now resembled a frightened kitten, bristling with fur. Wounded and panicked at the sight of Lin Xiu, having moved past his initial tension and fear, he gradually stabilized. The blood within him boiling with excitement as he adapted to the primal release of his surroundings in the vast wilderness. Is this truly the Fire Bull Demon Fist we practiced? It feels so different, how could it conjure such a terrifying bull demon phantom? The chubby companion marveled, his mind still unsettled. Incredible! How could I have forgotten to capture the battle scene? But it is not too late. He regained his composure, eager to retrieve his phone for filming. The tiger's eyes glinted with ferocity as it crouched, claws retracted, its fur bristling as it gathered strength. This beast bore a trace of the ancient tiger's bloodline, belonging to the giant tiger species, inherently savage and rarely submissive. Once engaged in combat, it fought to the bitter end. Yet, Lin Xiu remained oblivious to these truths. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. Subconsciously believing that the resplendent giant tiger had lost its will to fight, and its fearful demeanor indicated it was afraid of being killed by him. Thus, he relaxed his vigilance slightly, recalling the first form of the Fire Bull Demon Fist he had just executed. With a mighty roar, the giant tiger summoned its strength and lunged at Lin Xiu, a gust of blood-laden wind accompanying its charge. Lin Xiu's heart raced as he suddenly realized the tiger was upon him, leaving no room for evasion. He had no choice but to exert himself once more, forming his fist imprint to collide with the beast. Bang! A figure was sent hurtling backwards, colliding with a grand tree, causing leaves to cascade down. Damn it! I let my guard down. Lin Xiu fumed, acknowledging that his combat experience was indeed limited. Confronted with such a desperate foe, he had suffered an unexpected setback. He had foolishly reminisced, granting the massive tiger an opportunity to strike. The earlier blow had been delivered with insufficient force and a fleeting momentum, allowing the ferocious beast to break through, resulting in Lin Xiu being flung away. I shall not grant you another chance. Lin Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The impact from the tiger's strike to his chest had caused excruciating pain, a heavy sensation weighing him down. But after spitting out the blood, he felt considerably better. The tiger roared, charging at Lin Xiu once more with remarkable swiftness. Lin Xiu no longer held back. He unleashed the second and third forms of the Li Huanyo Mo Fist, determined to use this giant tiger as his training partner. Within the forest, the sounds of their clash echoed like a tempest. Lin Xiu unleashed a flurry of punches, engaging in a fierce battle with the vibrant tiger, his body radiating bursts of light. Despite his earlier injuries, his fighting spirit remained undeterred. He grew increasingly emboldened, his blood surging with adrenaline, while the tiger began to falter, retreating under Lin Xiu's relentless assault. Had he chosen to be ruthless, the tiger would have already met its demise, but he held back to refine his skills. With a resounding thud, the tiger's iron tail swung towards him, only to be met with a powerful punch from Lin Xiu, shattering the tail and causing blood to splatter. Frowning, he stepped back, Despite his formidable strength, he was still unsettled by such a gruesome sight, unwilling to allow its blood to mar his skin. Yet, this blow reignited the tiger's ferocity. It retaliated with a desperate fury, its roar shaking the very earth as its massive claws and gaping maw lunged towards him. Lin Xiu's eyes glinted coldly as he narrowly evaded the attack, the claw grazing the top of his head, barely missing the chance to crush his skull. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his full power, leaping high to deliver a decisive blow to the beast. With a resounding impact, Lin Xiu's fist shattered the tiger's claw, severing its tendons and rendering it powerless mid-air. With a second strike, he targeted the tiger's forehead, shattering its skull and creating a massive indentation that sealed its fate. A third punch drove into the tiger's chest, piercing a gory hole through its torso. The battle concluded in an instant. The colossal beast, measuring over 10 meters, crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, the earth trembling beneath it, blood erupting from multiple wounds on its body. That was incredible. Liang He rushed over, astonished, as he touched the tiger's corpse, seeking to confirm the reality of this spectacle. After this battle, I believe your strength rivals that of the golden-winged deity. You could easily rank among the 4 greatest masters of Hanxia, the plump man remarked, grinning widely. That's hard to say. Most prefer not to pursue rankings in those power lists. Many unknown masters exist. It's better to remain modest, Lin Xiu replied, maintaining a tranquil mindset despite having slain a ferocious beast, not allowing himself to be inflated with pride to the point of challenging the 4 great masters. Do not be modest, the video I just recorded will undoubtedly astonish many, the hefty man exclaimed. What? You filmed me? Lin Xiu immediately protested, unwilling to be exposed to the public eye. His current objective was to remain inconspicuous and gradually develop beneath the Taihang Mountains. Moreover, he had learned from the experiences of others, with the example of the golden-winged celestial being particularly salient. Although that entity had joined the so-called Panga Gene Corporation, which now ranks among the top 4 elite conglomerates in China, Lin Xiu believed it wiser to maintain a low profile for greater freedom. Indeed. But I only captured your back. You surely wouldn't mind, would you? The hefty man's tone softened, fearing Lin Xiu might demand he delete the video. Let us keep the video for now, we cannot linger here. We shall discuss it once we have moved this beast back. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiu heard rustling sounds emanating from the dense forest and quickly realized the urgency of their situation. The scent of blood was overwhelmingly potent, and ferocious creatures were drawing near. Being surrounded would prove perilous. However, the question arose, how could they transport such a colossal beast? Liang He gazed at the enormous carcass on the ground, perplexed. Although he and the hefty man possessed 5 to 6 times the strength of an average individual, this giant tiger likely weighed over 1,000 pounds and measured several meters in length. It could easily surpass 10,000 pounds. Not even Lin Xiu could manage its heft alone. I will carve out some prime cuts, we can leave the rest, Lin Xiu swiftly decided. Such a substantial prey could not simply be disregarded. At the very least, the 2 massive tiger fangs were essential to retain. They were incredibly sharp and resilient, suitable for crafting weapons under the expertise of Old Master Wu Shan. Lin Xiu sectioned off a thigh, instructing the 2 men to carry it, 1 for each. He then cut a large piece of meat from the chest, securing the 2 fangs before preparing to depart. Lin Xiu, the tiger hide is a great tonic. Aren't you taking it? Liang He, concerned that Lin Xiu might overlook something significant, kindly reminded him. What use do I have for that now? It is far more prudent to take more choice meat, Lin Xiu retorted with a dismissive glance. What a pity, that is indeed a valuable item, Liang He sighed, expressing his regret. Once they finished their butchering, they swiftly vacated the area, sprinting along their original path. However, they soon encountered peril. The overwhelming scent of blood had attracted various predators. In the savage forest, countless terrifying eyes opened, turning in their direction before rising to pursue them with frenzied intent. Run! Lin Xiu unsheathed his qianxiu and prepared for battle. Although he was not particularly adept with the blade, this former divine weapon was astoundingly sharp.
creating ripples in the air as it sliced through, leaving those aberrant beasts utterly vanquished. Fortunately, they were situated on the outskirts, devoid of excessively formidable beings, otherwise escaping would not have been this effortless. Lin Xiu led the charge, cleaving through adversaries as their blood flowed for miles, covering the trio in a gruesome shroud, reeking of carnage. Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with a murderous rage as he commanded the two individuals to lift the piece of flesh from his chest. Freed from his restraints, he became even more ferocious. The monstrous beasts halted, gazing at him from a distance. This man wielding a blade was utterly terrifying. Having slain over 100 of these creatures in such a brief span, Lin Xiu, stop the killing. Hurry and leave this place. Liang He and the stout man shouted in alarm, fearing that Lin Xiu might succumb to madness and lose his sanity. Fortunately, Lin Xiu swiftly dispatched another beast that lunged at him and turned to sprint towards Liang He and the others. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A massive, shadowy hand descended from the heavens, eclipsing the sun, its size comparable to that of a basketball court, crashing down with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the ground shook violently, akin to a seismic event. Simultaneously, the dozens of beasts pursuing Lin Xiu were struck by the colossal hand. They barely had time to scream before being reduced to a viscous pulp, blood erupting forth in a horrifying spectacle. That black hand belonged to the master of the enormous foot from earlier, who was still lurking nearby. The stout man was rendered speechless. The earlier tremor had been overwhelmingly intense, causing the ground beneath them to collapse, and they were thrown to the ground by the powerful shockwave, unable to maintain their balance. Run! Lin Xiu's heart raced as he shouted. Chapter 17, A Great Crisis. The three of them desperately rushed towards the shimmering barrier at the mountain's exit. As a colossal hand, stained with various hues of blood, rose slowly, preparing to strike once more, targeting them, Lin Xiu, drenched in blood and gasping for breath, had suffered internal injuries. When the giant hand first descended, he was perilously close, the shockwave sweeping over him with intense resonance, injuring his insides. Had he been but a moment slower, he would have been crushed beneath it, meeting the same grim fate as the monstrous beasts. The titanic hand descended again, exuding an overwhelming pressure that nearly extinguished their spirits. With a frantic scramble, they barely managed to escape the mountain's edge, their hearts pounding with terror. Miraculously, they had evaded the crushing blow by mere meters, almost flattened beneath it. Lin Xiu turned abruptly, his body prickling with dread. What kind of creature was this? Its form was gargantuan, reminiscent of a mountain, humanoid yet entirely cloaked in black, its thick fur covering every inch. Even the enormous hand, which was as thick as a tree trunk, truly unsettling. This must be a giant from the primordial age. That hand almost crushed us, exclaimed the plump one, breathless and tense, swiftly capturing the moment with his phone. He was tightly wound with anxiety. The creature had risen to its full height, towering at least 100 to 200 meters, like a dark hill, its gaze cold and murky, fixed upon the trio outside. What are you staring at? One day, I will slay you, Liang He proclaimed boldly, standing upright and puffing out his chest. He had felt utterly humiliated while escaping, crawling and rolling, and now, reflecting on it, he sought to reclaim some dignity through bravado. You really have some nerve to say that, Lin Xiu remarked, giving him a thumbs up. This man was audacious. Unafraid to provoke the towering beast, seemingly indifferent to the possibility of it breaking through the golden barrier. What is there to fear? We're outside now. I don't believe it can harm me, Liang He retorted defiantly, continuing to taunt the dark-haired giant. Lin Xiu glanced at the creature, which stared back with palpable hostility for a moment. Fortunately, it did not breach the barrier nor pay heed to Liang He's provocations, instead retreating slowly. The forest trembled violently as the beast moved, trees collapsing under its weight, and a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. It disappeared behind the mountain, delving deeper into the heart of the primordial range. Is it truly gone? After a prolonged silence, Liang He broke the stillness. You were so bold just now, weren't you? But we should avoid this place for the time being.
I suspect it has fixated on us, remembering our scent, Lin Xiu cautioned. His heart racing from the creature's piercing gaze. The cold, profound intensity of the dark-haired giant's eyes before its departure instilled a deep-seated fear within him. The trio hoisted the remaining beast meat, hastily gathered during their frantic escape. Though they had lost the prime cuts from the chest in their hurried flight, they managed to secure 2 hefty legs, which they carried tightly as they sprinted homeward. After a brief tidying up, Lin Xiu peeled the meat and then diced it into smaller pieces for convenient storage in the refrigerator. Power supply had been gradually restored in recent days, and they were now able to use electricity normally. The plump man took out his phone to review the astonishing footage he had just recorded. If I upload this video online, it will definitely go viral. It's spectacular, completely eclipsing the special effects of those television dramas from before the anomalies occurred, he exclaimed, praising the video as he and Liang He watched Lin Xiu in combat. I must warn you not to share it indiscriminately, I prefer to keep a low profile, Lin Xiu admonished the plump man. He had previously searched online for information about the anomalous beings but had failed to find anything regarding the special breathing technique, indicating that the method he possessed might be of considerable significance and should remain confidential. The plump man's expertise lay in photography, and faced with such captivating visuals, he found it impossible to restrain his hands. Don't ruin this, otherwise, I may no longer recognize you as my brother, Liang He also threatened the plump man. Aware of the uniqueness of the breathing technique and marveling at the finesse of the martial art, if it were to circulate online, it could attract the attention of certain individuals or organizations, potentially leading to significant trouble for them. You two are ganging up on me, the plump man protested, feeling wronged by their warnings. Rest assured, as long as you don't cause trouble, we won't do anything to you, Lin Xiu reassured him. He instructed the plump man to delete the video, but the footage of the black-haired giant could be retained. He primarily wanted to see how the vast online community would respond to the black-haired giant and engage in discussions about hunting and the wilderness. After settling these trivial matters, Liang He let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa. With so much anomalous beast meat, we can go for many days without needing to venture out. No, today I will be honing my skills in practical combat, tomorrow it will be your turn. We should first head into the Taihang Mountains to seek suitable anomalous beasts, as they are mostly the result of previous animal mutations and should not pose too great a threat, Lin Xiu firmly stated, dismissing Liang He's inclination to slack off. The two opened their mouths to protest but ultimately nodded in agreement. They understood that training in the mountains would yield significant rewards. If they could confront various dangers, their strength would undoubtedly surge, and their martial arts would improve profoundly. That evening, Lin Xiu prepared a feast using the meat of the colorful giant tiger, braised, fried, and steamed, filling the room with an enticing aroma. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delicious. The plump man, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately grabbed a piece of meat from the serving plate and began to chew. It's fragrant, tender, and chewy. The meat of these anomalous beasts is indeed extraordinary. Liang He sampled a piece and offered high praise. Indeed, it is remarkably tasty. The flesh contains astonishing energy that, once consumed, can significantly enhance one's physical prowess. After Lin Xiu indulged in a piece, he meticulously sensed the changes within his body. This aligned with his previous conjecture, indeed. The meat of extraordinary beasts is immensely beneficial to humans. You should partake generously, the energy within offers minimal enhancement for me at present. And consuming too much would be rather wasteful, Lin Xiu remarked. Once satiated, he instructed the two individuals, please tidy up here after you've had your fill. I shall deliver some meat to Elder Lu and Elder Wu. The two elderly gentlemen, having reached advanced age, had shown great care for Lin Xiu, with Elder Wu even bestowing upon him a family heirloom, the Imperial Divine Weapon. Grateful, Lin Xiu felt compelled to bring them some meat. The elders were delighted and invited him to dine with them before he departed, also encouraging him to share a few drinks. Seizing the moment of their joy, Lin Xiu lingered at their home for quite some time before returning. Lin Xiu,
you've returned?" The warm glow of light filled the room, indicating that the two had yet to retire for the night. Indeed, the elders were in high spirits, and I accompanied them for a few drinks. Lin Xiu, brimming with vitality, had previously been a teetotaler, yet he had consumed an entire bottle of aged white liquor with them without feeling inebriated. "Hurry, the fatty is nearly overwhelmed." That video has gone viral, and the comments section is flooded with various experts. He is meticulously browsing and replying to each one. Liang He exclaimed. "Oh, I must see for myself," Lin Xiu responded with newfound interest, promptly entering the room to find Fatty busily typing on his phone. One hand operated the device while the other was engaged with Lin Xiu's computer. "What are you up to?" Lin Xiu inquired as he approached. "The news is exploding. I've discovered a plethora of valuable information in the comments section, and I'm currently compiling and gathering it all. It's quite hectic," Fatty replied, fatigue evident on his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Xiu glanced at the laptop, which was adorned with a multitude of comments, all meticulously copied and pasted from the video's comments section by Fatty. This must be the black demon ape, whose physique bears a remarkable resemblance to that of a human. It is an ancient remnant species, possessing immense strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas, rivaling the mighty Swanni. I must correct the assertion made in the first comment. The black demon ape is far stronger than merely a matter of degrees compared to the Swanni. Please refrain from misleading others. The two esteemed individuals above should cease their debate on strength. What I truly wish to know is how you became aware of the creatures within the vast mountains depicted in this video? I gleaned this information from an ancient text. The most popular commentator replied, somewhat ambiguously. At that moment, Lin Xiu seized the opportunity to open Fatty's video, perusing the comments section himself. "Ah, that sword on the man's back is quite exquisite. I wonder where it was forged. I yearn to possess one identical to it." A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Was this not the footage of the black demon ape? How had it also captured the silhouettes of himself and Liang He? "This sword is no ordinary item," remarked a highly followed account in response to that comment, which also received significant attention. Lin Xiu felt a surge of frustration. He had requested Fatty to share the video of the black-haired giant, yet now his sword was exposed, drawing unwanted scrutiny. He clicked on the profile of a person named Revival, who boasted millions of followers. Among the posts, a pinned video had garnered over 5 million likes, discussing the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth and the potential onset of a cultivation era for all. One comment he made swiftly surpassed the original comment, catapulting into the spotlight. "You fatso! Hurry up and delete that video." Lin Xiu could no longer contain himself. He noticed that beneath the recent comments, many were speculating, which made him quite uneasy, fearing that the divine weapon might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. How could this happen? The plump man panicked, as he had never anticipated that a mere 1-second clip would draw such widespread attention. He had merely intended to share the video of the black magic ape. Chapter 18, Unleashing Potential. Quick, delete it immediately. And from now on, you are forbidden from bringing your phone when you go out with me. Lin Xiu's eyes blazed with fury. The plump fellow had landed him in a serious predicament, igniting his frustration. "I'm sorry, I'll delete it right away." The plump man, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily erased the video without a moment's hesitation. "What other foolish actions have you committed? Speak quickly so I can find a way to resolve this," Lin Xiu inquired, striving to calm himself. I might have replied to the location of the black-haired giant. It was near the Taihang Mountains." The plump man's voice trailed off, growing increasingly faint. "Damn it! This is disastrous!" Lin Xiu roared, genuinely enraged. The plump man had truly created a calamity. "I truly didn't mean to." The plump man averted his gaze from Lin Xiu, hiding behind the sofa, anxious that Lin Xiu might unleash his wrath upon him. "Hey! Why don't you just let Lin Xiu give you a good beating to alleviate his anger?" Liang He suggested, standing beside the plump man. I Never mind, I will figure out a way to handle this, but Plump Man, you must never act so recklessly again, Lin Xiu admonished him seriously, also earnestly advising Liang He against flaunting their abilities online.
Both of them, with their inherently flamboyant personalities, enjoyed showcasing themselves, while this trait had its merits.
It often resulted in unwarranted troubles. Understood.
They nodded in agreement, collaborating with Lin Xiu on how to properly address the matter.
I will visit the old master Wushan tomorrow to craft a scabbard for the knife. It should provide an adequate means of disguise. Lin Xiu quickly devised a plan. Will those individuals come to the Taihang Mountains?
Liang He expressed his concerns, recalling how he had seen the Revival Masteress fans seemingly organizing in the comments section, as if jesting about coming to the Taihang to seek this knife. We shall discuss that later. If they dare attempt to seize the knife, I will retaliate forcefully, Lin Xiu replied resolutely. The following day, they rose early as usual. Lin Xiu practiced his breathing techniques while the two engaged in boxing drills.
Well done.
Your boxing skills have reached 80%, with just 20% more, you will be able to unleash the ancient bull demon's illusory form, gaining several-fold strength in battle. Lin Xiu instructed Liang He, who had attained a remarkable level in his training.
And what about me? The plump man inquired eagerly. For you? It's still a long way off, you're not even at 50%, and your training aptitude is concerning, Lin Xiu responded nonchalantly, prompting laughter from Liang He, who was training nearby. That can't be true, you must be saying that on purpose, the plump man retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment, believing Lin Xiu was merely playing a prank on him. I speak only the truth, but it is sufficient to handle the beasts of the Taihang Mountains, Lin Xiu replied with a smile, having completely quelled his feelings regarding the previous day's incident. No matter how daunting the situation, he was prepared to confront whatever challenges arose. Each day, he ventured into the mountains to hunt beasts, enhancing his strength and mindset, making significant progress that left him unafraid of any adversaries. Come. Let me take you to practical combat, Lin Xiu declared. 3 individuals ventured into the Taihang Mountains in pursuit of game, well acquainted with the terrain. They swiftly arrived at the base of the mountain. Lin Xiu led them into the depths of the forest when, unexpectedly, a massive bear, comparable in size to a truck, charged forth from the side, intent on attacking them. The somewhat less formidable one, the fatty, took charge of the situation. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiu remained composed, calmly stating, "What? Me? This enormous black bear is weak?" The fatty, taken aback by Lin Xiu's words, immediately bombarded him with 3 incredulous questions. "It's you I'm referring to, hurry up," Liang He urged, his excitement palpable as he had longed for a real confrontation. Had Lin Xiu not designated the bear as the fatty's target, he would have engaged it directly. Wait, The fatty was preparing to unleash his martial arts but hesitated, seemingly forgetting a crucial aspect in his nervousness. Suddenly, he was knocked aside by the onrushing bear. Damn! No time to prepare. The fatty landed on the ground, wincing in pain. Fortunately, his ample fat cushioned him from serious injury. "Fatty, can you handle this? If not, I'll step in." Liang He watched anxiously as the fatty stood dazedly, having been tossed aside by the bear, an act of utter folly. "Don't rush me, little black bear. You really think you can treat me like a sick cat?" The fatty, rubbing his belly and back, rose to his feet, locking eyes with the colossal bear. "Oh, this is getting interesting," Lin Xiu chuckled, observing intently. "Ha! Behold my bull demon fist." The fatty rooted himself in a horse stance, channeling his martial arts with fierce determination, his fists shimmering with a radiant glow as the temperature around him began to rise. The bear, upon witnessing this display, halted in its tracks, staring at him with a perplexed expression, as if intimidated. "Hey, this bear is quite clever," recognizing the power of my bull demon fist and refraining from approaching. With the bear momentarily halted, the fatty's confidence surged, bursting into laughter. The 2 companions could hardly contain themselves at the absurdity of the situation, transforming a once serious battle into a comedic spectacle. Roar! The bear, now enraged by their laughter, exhibited the intellect of a 10-year-old, its fury ignited by the mockery. It lunged at the fatty, intent on tearing him apart. Still trying to act fierce? Take this, you oversized beast. The fatty, having shed much of his earlier trepidation, launched a flaming punch toward the bear. With a resounding crash, the bear's massive paw collided with the fatty's fist, producing a thunderous sound. Ouch! That hurts. The fatty was sent sprawling, barely managing to right himself. He shook his hand vigorously, agony etched across his face. It was only natural that he was overpowered by such a colossal creature. You fool! Do you think you possess Lin Xiu's extraordinary strength? You should have used speed to outmaneuver it instead. Liang He could no longer bear to watch. The fatty, devoid of any combat experience, was recklessly charging in. All right. Let me give it a try. The hefty man nodded, adopting a serious demeanor as he ceased his chatter and focused entirely on his opponent. He began to circle around the black bear. When the bear lunged at him with ferocity, he deftly sidestepped, seizing the moment to mercilessly strike at its vulnerable ribs, eliciting cries of distress from the creature. Indeed, the lad was teachable. Lin Xiu nodded approvingly, pleased with the rapid progress of the hefty man. With a resounding thud, the black bear slammed its paw against a large tree, which promptly toppled over, showcasing its terrifying strength. The hefty man stood approximately 10 meters away, panting heavily, having mismanaged the rhythm of battle, leading to a swift depletion of his stamina and rendering his situation disadvantageous. The giant bear was not foolish. After suffering multiple attacks from behind, it learned quickly. Following the hefty man's evasion of one of its strikes, it swiftly swatted backward. Caught off guard, he was struck by the bear's massive paw, sending him hurtling through the air with a pained scream. Ah! This is bad, Lin Xiu thought. The hefty man is in peril. Liang He grew anxious, noticing blood oozing from the hefty man's right side, a portion of flesh having been torn away. Just wait a moment, it is during such times that the human body's potential can be truly awakened, leading to tremendous enhancement. Should he genuinely face life-threatening danger? I shall intervene at any moment, Lin Xiu remarked, his speed now surpassing that of the bear by approximately fourfold, allowing him to unleash a barrage of punches in the instant the bear swung its paw. This was the chasm of power. Ah! The hefty man rose, his upper body drenched in blood, roaring in fury. He had truly unleashed his full potential. At this juncture, he could not hold back even if he wished to. He was determined to slay the black bear. With a resounding boom, he unleashed the Li Huan Youmo fist, conjuring a spectral figure behind him, the temperature around him soaring as his fists erupted with crimson flames. He had achieved absolute mastery. Liang He was astonished. According to Lin Xiu's earlier explanations, such an ancient bull demon apparition would only manifest upon reaching a high level of mastery in the Youmo fist, simultaneously amplifying one's strength severalfold, unleashing immense power. The potential was surging. The apparition was small and somewhat indistinct, suggesting an elevation to around 80 or 90% mastery. Lin Xiu shook his head and observed closely. Die! The hefty man roared, his voice reverberating through the forest, causing leaves to cascade down. Roar! The giant bear screeched in terror, acutely aware of the formidable power emanating from the man before it. Its instinctive reaction was to flee into the woods. Where do you think you're going? With remarkable speed, the hefty man closed the distance, delivering a punch to the bear's spine, causing it to collapse as if shattered, the ground trembling beneath them. Two individuals rushed forward to find the hefty man gasping for breath atop the bear's lifeless body. The bear's skull bore a gaping hole, blood gushing forth, and its spine was shattered, leaving the carcass sprawled like a heap of refuse upon the ground. My goodness! Did you truly slay this black bear? Liang He approached, aiding the hefty man to his feet, incredulous. Indeed. I, Fat Master, still possess strength. Upon hearing this, the portly fellow felt quite pleased, chuckling heartily. Well, now that you've sustained an injury, you're quite the show-off, Lin Xiu remarked as he instructed Liang He to carry him.
Lin Xiu then drew out his sword, Shenxiu, and meticulously prepared some fine cuts of meat to take back for sustenance. First, I shall escort you to Old Lu for treatment, and then I will bring Liang He back to the mountains for practical training, Lin Xiu stated. Soon enough, he had settled the portly man and led Liang He into the mountains. Old Lu informed the portly fellow that his self-healing abilities were remarkably swift, and after staunching the bleeding, he could expect a full recovery in approximately 3 days, which took him by surprise. Chapter 19, Surveillance Robot. However, the price was steep. During these days of recuperation, he had to consume high-energy meat from extraordinary beasts daily to achieve such an effect, otherwise, his recovery would significantly slow down. He led Liang He into the mountains, not as Lin Xiu intended, but at Liang He's own insistence. Lin Xiu had informed him that the black bear they encountered earlier was the most formidable extraordinary beast he had witnessed in the Taihang Mountains. Yet it paled in comparison to the beasts dwelling in the primordial mountains. Liang Lingxiao understood that hunting within the mountains would be far more perilous than in the Taihang Range, where they might even encounter terrifying entities like the black demon ape. The recent surge in his strength had ignited his competitive spirit. He did not wish to hinder Lin Xiu and thus sought to engage in real combat within the primordial mountains. The two men cautiously roamed the outskirts of the mountains, with Lin Xiu scouting for suitable hunting grounds and identifying mountains where the beasts were comparatively weaker. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He had a persistent sense that something was flying above. Yet earlier instances had yielded no sighting, leading him to doubt his senses. However, as the sound grew louder, he finally discerned the presence of a drone hovering above, releasing something below. Let us investigate what it is dropping, Lin Xiu mused, suspicion brewing within him as he recalled the events of the previous night. Believing someone was surveilling him and feeling compelled to uncover the truth. Oh, Liang He nodded, sharing Lin Xiu's sentiments regarding the peculiar appearance of the drone. Such drones were typically not employed for civilian purposes, and it was unlikely that anyone would be idly flying a drone in such a perilous locale. The appearance of this unusual drone near the primordial mountains raised significant suspicions. Here we are. Lin Xiu halted his steps, following the trajectory of the drone's descent to discover that the object had landed in a grove adjacent to the Taihang Mountains. Let us search the area. Call me if you encounter any danger, Lin Xiu instructed, driven by curiosity to locate the item. After a while, the two meticulously scoured the grove and indeed found the dropped object. Wait, don't approach yet, that box seems to be opening automatically, Lin Xiu cautioned, as he focused intently on the metal box. The box was entirely green, exhibiting strong camouflage, standing over a meter tall, and appeared to be opening of its own accord, seemingly ready to reveal something within. Beep, beep, beep. A series of sounds emanated from the metal box as they watched a robot equipped with wheels and mechanical claws emerge from inside. Its design was peculiar. Predominantly black with flickering red lights, likely indicating the presence of cameras or similar devices. Quick, crouch down, Lin Xiu urged, seeing the robot surveying the area, and promptly concealed both himself and Liang He within the underbrush. They waited until the robot departed before emerging from their hiding spot. This is a surveillance robot. Such an elaborate operation, one wonders which faction has deployed it here, Lin Xiu remarked, observing the robot's swift movements. Let us check the metal box for any clues. Liang He approached the iron box, observing its unremarkable nature. It was an ordinary mechanical lockbox, remotely controlled, devoid of any superfluous information. It was perplexing. What could the individuals who deployed these robots possibly intend? Lin Xiu furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet the answer eluded him. Such robots could be easily obliterated by the exotic beasts within the Taihang Mountains. Were they perhaps intended for monitoring those creatures? This seemed rather implausible. Given the numerous mountain ranges scattered across the nation, why focus solely on the vicinity of Taihang? His online searches yielded no relevant information. Ultimately, he decided it was of no concern to him, provided the robots were not sent by those seeking to seize his blade. Shaking his head, he and Liang He proceeded to the mountain they had previously selected for practical training.
Upon entering the mountain, they soon encountered an exotic beast. Liang He charged forward without a trace of fear. After a fierce battle, the clash was intense. The six-legged creature possessed a unique ability, launching sharp spines during its assault, which proved to be quite a challenge. Ultimately, Liang He unleashed the power of the Bull Demon Fist, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the beast's skull, thus concluding the fight. This victory was hard-won for Liang He. Lin Xiu refrained from intervening, treating both of them equally, only stepping in at critical moments to maximize their potential. The beast's flesh was unappetizing and thus deemed unnecessary. Lin Xiu found the odor emanating from it unpleasant, and the greenish hue of its blood was rather off-putting, sapping his appetite. Its blood exhibited corrosive properties, making consumption inadvisable. Liang He concurred. Lin Xiu also hunted an exotic beast on the periphery and unexpectedly observed several individuals lingering near the Taihang Mountains, utilizing instruments for scanning. Why have I never seen these people in town? Lin Xiu pondered, bewildered by the series of unfamiliar faces and phenomena appearing in succession. Following the onset of the anomalies, the global landscape had rapidly expanded, isolating their small town from the outside world, with few able to venture beyond its confines and little contact with newcomers from elsewhere. Never mind them, let us bring this beast's meat back to nourish Fatty, Lin Xiu mused, though he found it somewhat strange. The vast expanse of the Taihang Mountains made the appearance of a few peculiar individuals unremarkable. He proceeded to butcher the exotic beast, returning with Liang He. Liang He fetched Fatty, who lay on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone, watching trending videos. What on earth is this Huan Yuan Taichi by Niu Bagua? Why is it so popular? He exclaimed, astonished to see that the video had garnered over 5 million likes. Greetings, friends. I am Niu Bagua, the leader of Huan Yuan Taichi, and the founder of the traditional Pinecone martial arts and the Lightning 5-linked whip. Today, I announce the establishment of my new dojo at Wooding Mountain, welcoming disciples and inviting fellow practitioners for exchanges and sparring. In the video, a slightly portly middle-aged man clad in a white Tai Chi outfit demonstrates his martial skills. What on earth is he performing? It seems almost like a spasm. Liang He approached, uttering a peculiar sound and bursting into laughter. Is this not Master Niu? He was quite renowned even before the upheaval, how could you not know? Lin Xiu, who was in the kitchen preparing beast meat, overheard the two laughing uncontrollably, and came over to take a look. I must admit, I have never seen him before. Perhaps it is our ignorance? Liang He scratched his head, genuinely unaware of the man's identity prior to viewing the video. But what is he doing? Wasn't he suppressed before and had not appeared online for a long time? How has he suddenly regained fame? Lin Xiu, puzzled, picked up his phone and opened the video's comment section, nearly bursting into laughter. Master Niu's classic revival. A warning of mouse-tail juice. Goodness, Master Niu's lightning whip is indeed something. Could he have transformed into an extraordinary being? The younger generation lacks martial ethics. Master Niu has opened a dojo, and I shall be the first to challenge him. To challenge him now, Master Niu is an extraordinary being. Not just anyone can take him on. Most comments in the section ridiculed Master Niu, though a few expressed genuine interest in visiting his dojo. Ding ding ding. A phone rang in the kitchen. The two glanced over in unison, asking, Lin Xiu, do you need assistance? No, I will finish shortly. Lin Xiu replied before answering the call. His expression shifted slightly, filled with an unusual sentiment. Lin Xiu, where are you now? A woman's voice on the other end was crisp and tinged with urgency. Why do you ask? We have parted ways, my affairs are no longer your concern. Lin Xiu replied calmly, recalling how she had once abandoned him for another man, leaving him in silence for a long time. Subsequently, he learned through others that their identities were astonishing. Su Ziki was the little princess of Pango genetics, and that man was the heir of Weixing Bio. A relationship resembling a familial alliance. Although Lin Xiu surmised some of the truth, he never reached out to her again. Instead,
Suzuki sought him out twice after their breakup, revealing some unspoken truths, claiming that her relationship with that man was merely a facade for corporate collaboration, and that being with him again could lead to peril.
It is like this: I know you have a residence at the foot of the Taihang Mountains.
If you are there now, you must find a way to leave immediately. A great battle will soon unfold there.
Suzuki spoke quickly, not bothering to ensure Lin Xiu understood before abruptly hanging up.
Puzzled, Lin Xiu stood in shock for a moment before placing his phone back in his pocket.
Resuming his cooking. Ding ding ding. Within 2 minutes, the phone rang again. It was Suzuki calling once more.
Hello, Lin Xiu answered.
Lin Xiu. Remember what I just said, it is of utmost importance. We discovered, hold on, I need to take a call. Suzuki appeared to be extremely busy,
leaving her words uncompleted before abruptly ending the call once more.
Damn it! What is going on?
At this moment, Lin Xiu felt a surge of irritation. The other party,
being the little princess of Pango genetics, undoubtedly possessed considerable knowledge regarding such anomalies.
The urgency with which she reached out to him must have been exceedingly significant. Yet he could not shake off his discomfort. His thoughts were in disarray as he reminisced about their romantic experiences in university while simultaneously grappling with memories of abandonment, leaving him in a tumult of emotions.
Dinner is ready.
After preparing the dishes and waiting for an extended period without receiving another call from her, Lin Xiu decided to summon the two of them to the table. Chapter 20, Someone is looking for me. Lin Xiu, today the salt in this dish is excessive.
It nearly overwhelms me.
The portly fellow was always the first to pick up his chopsticks, and upon tasting the dish, he nearly retched.
What on earth? Why is there vinegar in this dish? It's utterly sour. Liang Yi, his face twisted in distaste, spat the food onto the floor, lamenting its revolting taste. Is it truly that dreadful?
Lin Xiu furrowed his brow, casually picking up a piece of meat only to find it equally unpalatable, promptly expelling it from his mouth.
Never mind, I shall prepare another batch. Lin Xiu rose from his seat.
Wait, Lin Xiu, you just received a call from your ex-girlfriend, didn't you?
You seem utterly distracted. Liang Yi discerned Lin Xiu's troubled thoughts and inquired cautiously. Ah, don't mention it.
I was never worthy of her. And I ought to cease contemplating such matters. Lin Xiu forced a bitter smile. Liang Yi, aware of the situation, lowered his head in understanding.
How could you be unworthy?
You are now a formidable being, capable of effortlessly vanquishing ancient beasts and embarking on the path of cultivation.
Have you seen that golden-winged celestial? He, too,
is a being of great repute, revered like an ancestor among those of the Pango lineage. Liang Yi consoled Lin Xiu.
Ding ding ding. The phone rang again,
prompting both men to retreat into another room, granting Lin Xiu a moment of solitude. Lin Xiu, take care of yourself, I hope to see you again in the capital.
Suzuki's voice emerged softly, and after uttering those words, she hung up once more.
The capital, where the headquarters of the Pango gene lies, stands alongside Weixing Biotech. Lin Xiu shook his head. He was uncertain how long he would remain in the Taihang Mountains. Although the capital was safe,
the Taihang was more conducive for his rapid growth. From Suzuki's words, it became evident that the Taihang would soon be embroiled in conflict,
likely over some coveted opportunity or treasure. However, Suzuki was unaware that he had already become a formidable being, strong enough not to fear the impending turmoil.
Soon enough,
the matter faded from his mind, and Lin Xiu continued his routine, training diligently with his companions, hunting beasts in the mountains, and steadily enhancing his strength. He was uncertain of his standing among the other beings, as the online community had yet to formally announce the cultivation system for them. The power levels of most beings remained vague, lacking a definitive standard for assessment. Nevertheless, he had already mastered the third form of the Li Huanyo Mo fist,
and his breathing technique had unknowingly elevated to the first rank after days of practice.
Now, he could even expel terrifying flames from his mouth, incinerating gold and refining stone. a feat that even the fearsome beasts of the primordial mountains could not withstand.
However, unleashing such flames required immense physical stamina,
and the effectiveness of his breathing technique diminished significantly during recovery, leading to considerable side effects.
In recent days,
Lin Xiao had been keeping an eye on online discussions about the Taihang Mountains, but the most popular topic was still the comments from a revived blogger. That comment had been screenshotted and circulated online, encouraging others to venture to the Taihang Mountains to procure the knife.
Upon witnessing the incident,
he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the individual responsible.
What kind of idle person would post such things online, inciting others to follow suit? Recently, unusual creatures have been increasingly active in the Taihang Mountains.
Villagers reported encountering a massive wild boar, its body covered in bristles, foraging for corn in their fields.
Fortunately,
it remained undiscovered, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, Liang He remarked to Lin Xiao.
Not long ago, the town mayor approached their family,
hoping the three of them would join the town's guard to assist during emergencies and protect against the attacks of the mountain beasts. Lin Xiao politely declined but promised that should any beast invade the town, he would surely take action to eliminate it. The trio now spends over 5 or 6 hours each day in the mountains, no longer hunting merely for sustenance, but striving to enhance their strength in this perilous environment, leaving no time for trivial matters.
I have already conferred with Elder Wu Shan, who will manufacture weapons for the villagers to use at no cost,
ensuring they have some means of self-defense in times of danger. Beyond that, we cannot offer much assistance, as we are not always present in the town, Lin Xiao stated,
somewhat absent-mindedly.
It had been 5 days since Suzuki mentioned a great battle over the phone, yet there was no trace of it. And the surroundings of the Taihang Mountains exhibited no abnormalities. This uncertainty gnawed at him, as he found himself frequently preoccupied with the matter.
What if we provided some individuals with extraordinary fruits?
After all, we have discovered quite a few in the Taihang Mountains, which might attract a significant number of extraordinary beings, thus greatly enhancing the town's security, the plump man suggested, casually picking up a large red extraordinary fruit from the fruit platter and taking a hearty bite, juice splattering everywhere. No, that would be troublesome if something went awry.
You can eat it like that only because of that video released by the influencer known as Revival.
The efficacy of such extraordinary fruits is rather mediocre. For ordinary people, consuming them merely fortifies the body without transforming them into extraordinary beings.
Lin Xiao also took one and consumed it.
I must admit, this fruit, known as zhugua, is quite delectable. Its thin skin, thick flesh, and abundant juice create a delightful experience, imparting a gentle warmth in the abdomen as it gradually enhances one's constitution.
Moreover,
it was mentioned that some extraordinary fruits are highly toxic. A single bite, with even a drop of juice entering the body, guarantees death.
From what he gathered,
across the nation, there have been no fewer than 100 such cases, all involving fervent youths eager to consume extraordinary fruits in hopes of becoming extraordinary beings. Lin Xiao continued, within an empty room lay an array of extraordinary fruits they had gathered during their time in the Taihang Mountains, with varieties aplenty. They dared not consume them recklessly, as some fruits exhibited striking colors reminiscent of poisonous mushrooms, while others emitted an unusual fragrance that could dazzle the senses. They intended to wait for the individual to release further educational videos, from which they could discern which extraordinary fruits were genuinely safe to eat.
Ah! The master has released a new video, let's take a look.
Liang He was browsing through videos when he stumbled upon a newly released work by an individual,
evidently posted not long ago, garnering only a few dozen likes.
Lin Xiao took out his phone and began to peruse the content, only to be utterly astonished. He was already en route to the Taihang Mountains, where the atmosphere was soon to become lively, and he planned to enjoy a distant view of the festivities to unwind. In the video, the individual had shared an image of the Taihang Mountains surrounded by peaks, leaving viewers in a state of bewilderment. Lin Xiao's astonishment stemmed from the fact that the news he had been eagerly anticipating regarding the Taihang Mountains had finally emerged.
Within mere seconds,
the video surged to several thousand likes, accompanied by an influx of hundreds of comments.
He immediately scrolled through the comments, discovering that the most liked one posed a question, What do you mean? Are you attempting to oppose the Four Greats? The original poster,
who goes by the name of Resurgence, quickly responded, stating he was merely an observer and harbored no fear of them.
This comments section promptly ignited with activity,
as numerous netizens speculated about the significant events that might unfold in the Taihang Mountains.
Questions regarding the Four Greats emerged,
along with ominous warnings that he had stirred trouble and that someone would come to address it. The individual posted again, issuing threats and intimidating the blogger, which only heightened the anticipation, as he received loud support from the online community. Lin Xiao and his companions lingered in the comments section for quite some time,
ultimately gleaning crucial information.
The term Four Greats referred to the four major financial conglomerates of Huaxia, and Resurgence's video seemed to indirectly unveil secrets to the outside world, potentially leading to a loss of interests for these conglomerates. The myriad speculations regarding impending events in the Taihang Mountains felt overwhelming and vexatious, prompting him to set his phone aside. In the afternoon, they proceeded to hunt beasts in the mountains as usual.
Upon their return,
Liang He and the plump man each shouldered the leg of a peculiar beast, bloodied and dripping.
Shaolin, someone has been looking for you, they went to your home,
a passerby informed Lin Xiao as they walked past a house. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Who would seek him out at this hour, especially unfamiliar neighbors?
A flicker of unease crept into his mind. The street was somewhat noisy, and he noticed several unfamiliar faces, heightening his sense of foreboding. Could it be that individuals from the neighboring town or county had come here?
He followed the path, returning to his residence alongside the two men.
Situated at the southernmost edge of the town, nestled amidst tranquil woods. Who is looking for you? If they knew you, wouldn't they have called directly?
Liang He inquired, puzzled. I can't say for certain, let us go home and find out, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head, unable to fathom who it might be. The courtyard was eerily quiet,
devoid of any visitors, leaving him perplexed. Wasn't someone seeking him? Where could they have vanished?
His curiosity piqued regarding who would venture to find him amid the perilous anomalies occurring across the region.
Suddenly,
a figure appeared on the balcony of the second-floor bedroom, a young man, wearing a faint smile, surveying him from above with keen interest.
Lin Xiao's expression changed dramatically.
He did not recognize this individual. A stranger had intruded upon his bedroom, utterly disregarding his feelings, a most impolite act.
Moreover, this person stood there with remarkable calmness, silent.
And the intensity of his gaze left Lin Xiao feeling quite uncomfortable.
Who are you? Lin Xiao inquired.
Zhang Anxiang, the young man replied. Leaping effortlessly from the balcony into the courtyard, his movements agile, indicating he was no ordinary person. He was of average height, with fair skin and long hair. His eyes possessed a certain depth. Though he was not conventionally handsome, he emanated a sharpness that was striking.
Chapter 21. The three monsters. He exuded an air of sharpness, an undeniable arrogance that made him rather unlikable. I do not know you, what brings you here?
Lin Xiao fixed his gaze upon him, his tone somewhat frigid.
Well,
now you do, Zhang Anxiang replied, maintaining an unsettling composure as he scrutinized Lin Xiao from head to toe, making Lin feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Lin Xiao felt a strong aversion. This was his home, yet the man before him assumed an air of authority, almost confrontational. If there is nothing of significance, please leave.
I do not know you,
Lin Xiao declared, his distaste palpable.
You think I wish to be in this wretched place?
I was merely tasked by someone else to take a look.
And lo and behold, you haven't left, Zhang Anxiang remarked. Who are you? How dare you refer to my brother's establishment as wretched?
Liang He, upon hearing those words, felt a surge of anger. He had taken an immediate disliking to this man, and his demeanor only fueled his desire to confront him.
Am I addressing you? Dark and brooding? Where did you even come from? Zhang Anxiang glanced at Liang He emerging from the doorway, curling his lip in disdain as he spoke dismissively.
Don't interject, you possess no right to speak here, Zhang Anxiang continued, and Liang He was on the verge of an explosive reaction.
Lin Xiu restrained him, asking, "What is it that you truly desire?" "Nothing extraordinary, just a slightly handsome face. Apart from that, there is nothing remarkable about you." "I fail to grasp why you still linger here," Zhang Anxiang concluded. Conceited fool, Lin Xiu felt his temper rising. This man, a complete stranger, had the audacity to pass such judgment, inciting his ire. "Do not take offense, I merely speak the truth. Calling you unremarkable is giving you a semblance of dignity." Zhang Anxiang retorted bluntly, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "A person like you is merely ordinary. I wonder what tricks you employed to associate with that individual. However, times have changed, and I surmise that ultimately, you shall find yourself relegated to the lowest tier." "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Xiu was utterly repulsed. This man spoke as if from a lofty pedestal, forecasting his future. Furthermore, mentioning that individual raised suspicions in Lin's mind. Had Su Ziki sent him here when she urged him to leave? The more he contemplated, the more uncomfortable he felt, and he could no longer endure it. Pointing towards the courtyard entrance, he shouted, "Get out, now!" "Leave?" Zhang Anxiang's eyes turned sharp as thorns, his demeanor suddenly frigid. "You dare speak to me in such a manner?" He burst into laughter, as if the situation were utterly absurd. "Do you think yourself remarkable? What gives you the right to storm into my home and display such bravado?" Lin Xiu confronted him in anger. "I believe you are simply asking for a reckoning. What pretense are you putting on here?" The previously silent stabman rushed in from the entrance, and the trio's disdain for the individual before them had reached an extreme, prompting thoughts of violence. "Oh? Quite a gathering, are we inclined to resort to force?" Zhang Anxiang's eyes flickered with surprise, but he swiftly regained his composure, maintaining his haughty demeanor as he spoke dismissively. "You should leave promptly, I have no desire to sully my courtyard," Lin Xiu retorted. "Ignorant fool! You know nothing." Zhang Anxiang's countenance grew icy as he responded. With a tone laced with contempt, he continued, "Your past fortune merely allowed you to cross paths with that person. Now, they may indulge in nostalgia, but that won't last. The chasm between the divine and the mortal is vast, do not harbor foolish thoughts. While I remain unperturbed, let your two imbecilic friends each deliver 10 slaps to themselves, then gather your belongings and accompany me to the county town." Lin Xiu regarded him calmly, restraining his two companions, who were on the verge of an explosive reaction, suppressing their fury as he inquired, "Why must we go there?" He had managed to regain his composure, recognizing that the individual before him likely held valuable information he wished to uncover. "The Taihang region is brimming with treasures. I have arrived here with others to oversee this area, and now we have established ourselves in the county town, which ensures your survival. It is my duty to fulfill this trust," Zhang Anxiang stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, significant events were on the horizon for Taihang. As the team of extraordinary beings possessing the Pangu gene gathered within the county town, Lin Xiu's keen eyes dimmed as he pondered. "I am quite well here. I have no desire to relocate to the county town," he declined, further questioning, "What manner of people are you?" Though he had his suspicions, he sought confirmation. "Why do you, a mere mortal, have so many inquiries? Our world is beyond your reach. Be content with your ordinary existence and hasten to prepare your belongings to leave with me shortly," Zhang Anxiang replied with disdain, his patience wearing thin. "You may depart." "I shall not accompany you." Lin Xiu fixed his gaze on Zhang Anxiang, reiterating his refusal to allow him to remain. "You truly are oblivious to your own insignificance. Persistently ungrateful. Do you expect others to come here and fetch you?" "Let me clarify, that person merely instructed us to ensure your safety, without any further arrangements. This implies that should you prove disobedient, we may dispose of you at will." Zhang Anxiang's irritation grew, he felt the discussion with Lin Xiu was no longer necessary. After all, he was merely a mortal, it would suffice to knock him unconscious and take him away. "Hey, why do you have a knife strapped to your back? Hand it over, let me see." Zhang Anxiang exclaimed in surprise, his tone turning commanding and authoritative. As he noticed Lin Xiu turning to converse with the two others, he caught sight of the knife sheathed upon his back. "What concern is it of yours? Leave." Lin Xiu rejected him outright. "This knife, wrapped in the hide of a superior beast, must have been a fortuitous find for you. Here's the deal, gift it to me as a token of our meeting, and I shall ensure to look after you in the future. Otherwise, it would be a waste in the hands of a mere mortal like you." Zhang Anxiang spoke rather impolitely, exhibiting a complete lack of regard for others, his self-centeredness rendering his words particularly jarring. Lin Xiu regarded him coldly, opting for silence. Zhang Anxiang, acting upon someone else's request, was utterly detestable, and now he sought to seize Lin Xiu's Qianqiu knife. The mere thought of it induced a subtle shift in Lin Xiu's demeanor towards Su Ziki. Had he not been an extraordinary individual, what consequences would he have faced in such a situation? "Hand it over," Zhang Anxiang commanded, his tone imperious. Lin Xiu disregarded him, his expression frosty, while the two individuals beside him tensed, poised for action. Zhang Anxiang, undeterred, reached out to snatch the knife himself. He dismissed Lin Xiu as merely an ordinary mortal. Having defied him repeatedly, were it not for the directive to spare the man, he would have struck him long ago. However, recognizing the potential significance of the knife, crafted from the hide of a superior beast, he felt emboldened to make a direct attempt to seize it. In that instant, Lin Xiu could no longer restrain himself. He was disinclined to endure Zhang Anxiang's repugnant visage any longer. At such close range, he unleashed a powerful punch, striking Zhang Anxiang squarely in the face, causing his features to cave in as though they were made of cotton, propelling him backward with a thunderous impact. Pain etched across Zhang Anxiang's face as he gasped for breath, utterly astonished, collapsing to the ground while clutching his face, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Enough of your blathering! Silence!" Liang He strode forward, delivering a forceful kick to Zhang Anxiang's abdomen, sending him rolling several meters along the ground until he came to rest before the portly man. "You insufferable charlatan, I have tolerated you for far too long. And your fragility is utterly disappointing." The rotund man shrieked, landing another kick, sending the curled-up Zhang Anxiang hurtling like a football towards Lin Xiu. At this moment, Zhang Anxiang's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse. Who were these three individuals? They exhibited no signs of being extraordinary yet possessed strength surpassing that of typical extraordinary beings, capable of treating him like a mere plaything. He yearned to unleash his extraordinary abilities to reclaim his dignity, only to despairingly realize that his current state rendered him incapable of transformation. Any forced change could lead to his demise. Truly disappointing. What gives you the audacity to bark here? Lin Xiu inquired, gazing down at Zhang Anxiang, whose eyes brimmed with panic. You are monsters." Zhang Anxiang felt utterly humiliated, having been ambushed in a state devoid of his extraordinary powers. Reduced to a captive. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to utter a single sentence. "Care to speak again? You are the true monster," Liang He retorted, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Anxiang's head, causing him to cry out in pain, nearly losing consciousness. His heart raced with fear. These individuals were excessively brutal, and he dreaded for his life. "Be cautious not to kill him, I still have questions to ask." Lin Xiu spoke calmly, halting the overweight man who was about to kick Zhang Anxiang in the abdomen once more. "How many of you are there? What is your purpose for coming to the Taihang Mountains? Tell me everything you know, from beginning to end." Lin Xiu moved a chair from the courtyard and took a seat. Although he had surmised a few details, he still harbored numerous uncertainties that required validation. Eager to extract the truth from the opponent's lips. Initially, Zhang Anxiang was filled with dread, terrified of being killed. However, when the moment arrived, he exhibited unexpected defiance, sealing his lips and refusing to utter a word, feigning death on the ground. "This brat is merely pretending to be dead," the overweight man exclaimed. And with Lin Xiu's tacit approval, he struck Zhang Anxiang's nose with considerable force.
Any injury to that area would be excruciating, let alone such a heavy blow.
Chapter 22. The sword ascends. A searing pain engulfed Zhang Anxiang, rendering his vision dark and causing his nose to sting.
He felt as though the bridge of his nose had been fractured, tears mingling with blood and mucus streamed down his face, nearly causing him to lose consciousness.
Nevertheless,
despite enduring such agony, he remained silent, much to the exasperation of the three individuals present. What to do? Lin Xiu pondered, troubled. He had initially believed that, given this person's nature, a couple of firm taps would coax him into speaking, yet now, faced with the prospect of death, he stubbornly refused to divulge any information.
This was indeed a conundrum.
The thought of simply killing him felt abhorrent. After all, he was still an ordinary modern man who had never experienced taking a life.
Nor did he harbor any profound enmity.
At this moment, he found it difficult to reconcile such an act within his conscience.
However, allowing him to leave unscathed would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble.
Conversely, confining him was not necessarily a foolproof solution. Should Zhang Anxiang go missing, his companions would surely come searching. And it was possible they would arrive here as well. If only he could forget the events of today, Lin Xiu mused, his head throbbing with frustration.
How about giving him a few solid knocks to the head?
It might just induce amnesia, Liang He suggested, stroking his chin with a serious demeanor.
Absolutely not. What if you inadvertently kill him?
Lin Xiu shook his head, recalling how close his previous attacks had come to claiming Zhang Anxiang's life, and they had been holding back. If they were to strike with more ferocity now, it would likely result in disaster.
I have a much better solution than what you two have proposed.
The plump man interjected slowly, lifting his chin with evident pride.
Then speak quickly,
Lin Xiu urged, elated at the prospect.
Feigning profundity, the plump man crouched down,
glancing around before slapping Zhang Anxiang's face a few times and then tapping his forehead.
He then stood and made his way into the room. What are you doing?
Lin Xiu asked, perplexed.
Shu, do not disturb me,
the plump man replied with a serious expression, addressing the two before disappearing inside.
I am curious to see what trick he has up his sleeve today,
Liang He chuckled. Mimicking Lin Xiu as he fetched a chair from the courtyard to sit and await the plump man's return.
After a while, the plump man emerged from the room,
holding a green, oily fruit with a grave expression. Without uttering a word, he approached Zhang Anxiang and pried open his mouth, preparing to stuff the fruit inside.
Hey! What kind of fruit are you giving him?
Lin Xiu immediately intervened, questioning him.
This is a round fruit. Consuming it will likely render him mentally impaired,
with a slight chance of inducing amnesia.
It is a perfect item for deception and a household necessity,
the plump man exclaimed with a grin.
You didn't just find this fruit's effects on the internet, did you? Liang He inquired suspiciously. Well, you could say that. But rest assured, this fruit won't kill him. At worst, he will become a fool.
We can simply toss him onto the mountain road afterward, and all will be well,
the plump man added, somewhat awkwardly justifying his choice.
Very well, let us treat this dead horse as if it were a live one and proceed with your plan, Lin Xiu conceded. Lin Xiu shook his head, realizing that he could not conceive of a better solution than this.
Just swallow it.
The chubby man nodded and forcefully shoved the vibrant green fruit into Zhang Anxiang's mouth, simultaneously maneuvering his head and chin to assist in the chewing.
What? Are you making me eat?
Zhang Anxiang cried out in terror, writhing on the ground like a slippery eel, desperately trying to expel the fruit that had been thrust into his mouth.
What are you making a fuss about? Calm down.
The chubby man, seeing this, hastily removed his shoe and stuffed it into Zhang Anxiang's mouth, then pressed his entire weight down upon him, rendering him immobile.
Zhang Anxiang's face turned a sickly green from the overwhelming sensation, and he felt as though he might faint. The taste nearly sent him into oblivion.
And he was crushed beneath the hefty figure.
This feeling was utterly despairing. Why is there no effect?
Lin Xiu observed Zhang Anxiang's anguished cries for several minutes and shot a glare at the chubby man.
It must be because this guy is an anomaly.
The chubby man responded somewhat sheepishly, then as if struck by a sudden thought, he rolled his eyes and delivered a heavy slap to Zhang Anxiang's head. "You fool!" Lin Xiu exclaimed in shock. The chubby man was being recklessly impulsive, having initially proposed a solution, only to resort to violence.
Zhang Anxiang first screamed in agony,
then abruptly lost consciousness. Yet, even in his unconscious state, he continued to convulse, frothing at the mouth, his head shaking incessantly.
"What is happening?" the two questioned.
"The fruit's effects are taking hold," the chubby man replied lightly, standing up from Zhang Anxiang and brushing off his hands.
"You truly are something else."
The two regarded the chubby man with strange expressions. Lin Xiu suddenly felt that the chubby man's heart was darker than Liang Hei's.
Despite his usual timidity,
he showed no hesitation in such matters.
"I was attacked by a beast, my head is crushed. I am dying."
Zhang Anxiang mumbled incoherently on the ground, frothing at the mouth. It was evident how deeply the chubby man had harmed him. His thoughts were muddled. And even in his stupor, he cried out in pain, convinced that his head was about to split open.
Is he going to be all right? What if he doesn't wake up?
That would be problematic. Lin Xiu expressed a hint of concern. Initially, he and Liang Hei had questioned the chubby man's methods.
But now their greater worry was whether Zhang Anxiang would regain consciousness.
The potency of the fruit the chubby man had forced upon him was considerable.
And the slap to his forehead could have dire consequences.
Just witnessing Zhang Anxiang's ghastly state made Lin Xiu feel a pang of pain.
Though he had fainted,
he lay on the ground convulsing as if seized by epilepsy, unable to cease his spasms.
He rummaged through Zhang Anxiang's belongings, searching for any peculiar items.
The dagger and short sword were forged from exceptional metals, evidently classified as standard weaponry, bearing the name of Panggujin inscribed upon them.
In addition,
there were a mobile phone and a few miscellaneous items such as food. "Let us see what's on his phone," suggested the stout man, leaning closer to Lin Xiu. "Indeed, I am curious to discover the nature of the organizations within his WeChat and QQ groups, particularly those pertaining to these extraordinary beings."
Liang Hei also felt a twinge of wicked amusement, his excitement beginning to stir.
"Very well." Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before placing Zhang Anxiang's finger on the mobile phone screen for fingerprint unlocking. However, to their surprise, the phone was secured with dual encryption,
requiring an additional password to gain access.
It seemed that the confidentiality measures of Panggujin were rather robust. Lin Xiu hesitated briefly before returning the phone. Unable to extract further information from him, Lin Xiu was reluctant to keep this trouble lingering in his home. He hoisted Zhang Anxiang and ventured into the nearby forest. Racing onward, covering a distance of over 30 miles, before discarding him onto a broken asphalt road.
Zhang Anxiang remained unconscious, utterly unresponsive.
Lin Xiu surveyed his surroundings. The mountains flanking the road were distantly spaced, rendering it unlikely for any wild beasts to roam nearby, prompting him to turn and leave. The town regained some vitality as newcomers arrived by vehicle, announcing that they had opened a route to the county city and aimed to evacuate the residents there. Most residents hastily packed their belongings, armed with knives for protection, attempting to follow the newly established path. They believed that the county city, being populated, might offer greater safety. However, those who successfully entered the county city soon found their sentiments altered.
Towering mountains loomed perilously close to the county city. As for the urban and provincial directions,
information gleaned from the internet suggested no improvement. In fact, the situation appeared graver, reminiscent of a primeval era, with vast forests and bizarre beasts emerging across the land. As Lin Xiu stood on the street, exchanging greetings with acquaintances, he was suddenly startled by a deafening explosion.
A brilliant fireball ascended from the earth, radiating with blinding intensity. Soaring into the heavens and vanishing into the clouds, it was a missile. A nuclear weapon. Were they targeting that colossal mountain?
The people on the street gazed upward in astonishment,
discussing the dazzling spectacle in the sky.
Lin Xiu felt a surge of dread. The deployment of such a weapon would undoubtedly herald catastrophic calamities.
He hastened homeward,
only to witness another massive missile launched from the earlier location.
Lin Xiu, did you see that? It was magnificent. The sword of justice ascended. I witnessed it firsthand. Most of those missiles are likely aimed at the great willow that dominates much of Dongji. Liang He and the stout man exclaimed excitedly from the courtyard as they spotted Lin Xiu rushing back. This is not a promising omen. It has barely been a while since the anomaly occurred, and humanity's most formidable weapon has already been deployed. Lin Xiu's expression was grave as he promptly sought information online. After a few minutes, there should be some news. It is imperative that we act effectively. As long as the giant willow remains, the entire Hanxia, and even the whole of Yanzhou, could be at risk of its encroachment. The portly man remarked. News has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Liang He exclaimed in astonishment, and the two quickly gathered around him to examine the contents displayed on his phone. This is truly unbelievable. The three were left utterly speechless, for the sight before them was simply too horrifying. Chapter 23, A New Arrival to everyone's astonishment. The very first missile launched was detected almost instantaneously by the colossal willow. Countless tendrils stretched out, extending hundreds of miles from the primary route, successfully intercepting the missile. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, illuminating the world in a blinding white light. Millions of tendrils vanished in an instant, only to be replaced by an even greater number, reclaiming the space they once occupied. The second missile, too, found itself ensnared within the embrace of these tendrils, forming a massive spherical entity. Inside, the missile detonated with a muffled roar, yet the outer layer of the sphere remained unscathed. On the contrary, the tendrils emitted a shimmering green glow, relaying energy back to the colossal willow. What does this signify? The great willow was, astonishingly, absorbing the energy from the weaponry. This magnificent willow was utterly extraordinary, impervious to harm, even from weapons. A sense of despair loomed over some. Why did such a creature exist in the world? Threatening the extinction of humanity? They anxiously awaited further reports, as the authorities had yet to provide a clear response. Speculation arose that the great willow, far from being harmed, had grown even more powerful by absorbing the energy of the missile. Images circulated online, depicting the crystalline green glow emanating from the willow's core. Its countless branches dancing wildly in the clouds, it was a sight of utter madness. A crisis was imminent. Lin Xiu expressed to his companions, his brow furrowed in deep concern. If there were tangible results, they would have been announced by now. The continued silence from relevant authorities indicated the gravity of the situation. He then perused additional reports and confirmed that the populace was fervently engaged in discussions about supernatural abilities. Despite the dramatic shifts in the external environment, many remained fixated on analysis. Some claimed to have encountered extraterrestrial beings and had even captured clear images of their spacecraft, according to their accounts. These entities bore a striking resemblance to humans. Liang He stumbled upon a startling piece of news. Had this emerged prior to the anomalies, it would have surely been met with derision online, dismissed as photo manipulation and the fabrications of unscrupulous editors. Yet, in the current climate, even the resurrection of dinosaurs would evoke little astonishment. Having endured a myriad of upheavals, the collective worldview had crumbled. Many individuals even believed they had sunk into a profound dream, unable to accept reality, some choosing to escape through suicide. I once joined a photography group dedicated to capturing such phenomena, remarked a hefty individual. Such works may not garner much recognition domestically, yet they are highly sought after abroad. Westerners embrace this sort of thing. He then continued, the emergence of extraterrestrials is hardly surprising. A former acquaintance of mine once boasted of working alongside reptilian beings while abroad. After his mysterious disappearance, all contact was lost. Oh? What do these reptilians look like? Liang He inquired, his interest piqued. He had seen online depictions of individuals transformed by consuming otherworldly fruits, some with the bodies of bulls and the heads of men, others with animalistic forms. Yet, it was the curiosity surrounding such beings prior to the mutations that captivated him. In ordinary times,
there is little distinction between him and an average person, however. Upon closer observation during a blink, one might discern an additional layer of keratinous membrane within his eyes, complemented by the vertical pupils characteristic of cold-blooded creatures. The stout man remarked that he was no stranger to such phenomena, as his past experiences in photography had afforded him numerous opportunities to encounter various mysteries. Focus your mind and continue your cultivation, these matters remain somewhat distant from us for now. Strengthen your own abilities. And only then will you possess the fortitude to confront the unknown, he advised. Lin Xiao set aside his phone. Noting the daily emergence of a plethora of trending topics online, all pertaining to the aftermath of recent transformations. The sheer volume of these events fostered a sense of helplessness, as the multitude of occurrences rendered it unimaginable how one might face the future. The night swiftly passed, with the group experiencing restless slumber, their hearts laden with apprehension, fearing that upon awakening, everything would have changed once more. As dawn broke, the golden sun ascended, casting its radiant glow. Suddenly, Zhang Anxiang felt a sharp pain in his head, slowly regaining consciousness with a sharp intake of breath. A slight shake of his head made him feel as though his brain might burst forth. What has happened to me? Where am I? He pondered, struggling to his feet. His complexion pale, eyes vacant, utterly bewildered by his circumstances. Glancing down at his tattered garments and touching his swollen face and head, he mused. Have I been through a great battle? Gradually, fragments of memory returned to him, and he muttered to himself. The Chen family members seemed to have hinted at checking whether that mortal was still there. If so, I could teach him a lesson. Recalling that he was supposed to head to Qingyan town, he found it perplexing that he had collapsed here, unable to remember anything. He suspected amnesia, convinced that a fierce conflict had caused this lapse in memory. Could it be that the beings from the microstar have arrived here before us? He questioned silently. Ultimately, he staggered forward, making his way toward Qingyan town, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Just a mere mortal, even in my current state, I could easily crush him. In the courtyard, Lin Xiao was practicing his breathing technique, exuding waves of intense heat, his rhythm unique as he inhaled and exhaled the morning glow. Liang He and the stout man were vigorously practicing the leading fireball demon fist, drenched in sweat, their fists slicing through the air with force. They had made significant progress in recent days, capable of summoning the ethereal image of the ancient bull, albeit not entirely solid, yet the power this illusion bestowed was immense, allowing them to triple their combat strength in an instant. As Lin Xiao completed his breathing exercises and prepared to rise, he noticed the swaying figure of Zhang Anxiang, who was leaning against the courtyard door as he stumbled inside. Lin Xiao was taken aback, wondering why he had returned. Liang He and the stout man also turned to look, their faces reflecting surprise, clearly unprepared for Zhang Anxiang's sudden reappearance. Fatty, look at the trouble you've caused, Lin Xiao exclaimed, casting a reproachful glare at the stout man, chastising him for the situation. This individual is utterly unreliable, and despite not having caused him to forget, he has now come seeking vengeance. Are you Lin Xiao? Merely a mortal, so do not shout at me so brazenly. Zhang Anxiang expressed his disdain. He had seen Lin Xiao's photograph but was perplexed as to why three individuals stood before him. Observing the trio with palpable impatience, he remarked with increasing directness, revealing none of his previous decorum, as his head throbbed painfully, igniting a sense of irritation. He yearned to swiftly remove Lin Xiao from this situation and return to headquarters to ascertain the cause of his distress. Lin Xiao, taken aback, responded. You truly cannot change your nature. Have you forgotten the lessons learned? You know me? Zhang Anxiang questioned warily, yet his expression soon darkened as he declared, regardless. You shall endure some hardship. There are individuals you will never be able to ascend to. Lin Xiao's expression became peculiar. He could now surmise that Zhang Anxiang had indeed lost his memory but still recalled certain prior events, such as his intention to confront him. It was a situation that elicited both laughter and confusion from Lin Xiao. What are you laughing at? Have I frightened you into a stupor? Well, it is not unusual for a mere mortal to be daunted by a being of my immense power, Zhang Anxiang remarked coldly, his brow furrowing at Lin Xiu's amusement. Only to then smirk as if struck by a sudden thought. My head aches terribly, what on earth transpired? Who ambushed me on the way? Zhang Anxiang mused. Rubbing his head in bewilderment and frustration, the source of his agitation that day. It felt as though his skull had been caught in a door. The pain radiating through him as he muttered to himself. Why are you still standing there? Come here, kneel, and slap yourself 10 times. Zhang Anxiang's patience wore thin as he observed Lin Xiu's incessant laughter, his face darkened. He was acutely aware of his own disheveled appearance and wished to dispose of Lin Xiu quickly to depart this place. Ha ha ha. Throughout. Liang He and the rotund figure had been laughing heartily, the latter nearly doubled over in mirth, tears streaming down his face. He had never anticipated that the peculiar fruit would so fortuitously erase his memories from the previous day, only for the same trouble to find him once more. I have had enough of you loathsome mortals. Zhang Anxiang glared at them coldly, staggering as he charged towards Lin Xiu, ready to strike. Bang! Lin Xiu executed a swift right kick, propelling him against the courtyard wall. Fatty, you handle him next, Lin Xiu instructed. The rotund man nodded eagerly. Rushing into the house to gather 5 or 6 vibrant green fruits, declaring, he is an extraordinary being, mere mortals' portions will not suffice. This time, I shall increase the dosage. I refuse to believe he will still remember anything. He then approached Zhang Anxiang, who was momentarily dazed, feeling lightheaded and seeing stars. How could he, a mere mortal, have kicked him several meters away? At that moment, he beheld the rotund man approaching, a wicked grin on his face, cradling several green fruits, mocking him with disdain. What is happening? Is this an illusion? He felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, shaking his head vigorously, believing he was ensnared in a dream. Yet, with each movement, excruciating pain reminded him of his predicament, rendering him unable to distinguish between dream and reality. What do you intend to do? Zhang Anxiang retorted with indignation. His form sprawled awkwardly against the wall of the courtyard. Open your mouth. The hefty figure bellowed, his voice resonating with an indescribable authority. Under such a commanding shout, Zhang Anxiang seemed momentarily paralyzed, instinctively parting his lips slightly. That's more like it, the rotund man chuckled, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Before forcefully shoving a vibrant green fruit into Zhang Anxiang's mouth. Muffled protests escaped his lips as he struggled against the intrusion. Be still. The man struck him again, landing a blow on his head that caused him to roll his eyes back and succumb to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 24, The Flourishing Age of Cultivation. Subsequently, the plump man continued to stuff those exotic fruits into his mouth, mechanically chewing them while pressing down on Zhang Anxiang's head and chin. Would this time resolve the matter satisfactorily? Lin Xiu felt apprehensive. If they were to discard Zhang Anxiang again, would he return to haunt them? Rest assured, I have administered the maximum dosage this time. He will at least lose 10 days of memory. In severe cases, he may even become imbecilic, the plump man declared confidently, thumping his chest earnestly. Do not let him return. Why endure such suffering? Lin Xiu gazed at Zhang Anxiang, whose face had swollen grotesquely, shaking his head. In such a state, should he return, it was likely he would be met with fatal consequences. This would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma for them. Lin Xiu scrutinized Zhang Anxiang from head to toe, finding nothing of interest. The mobile phone remained in a locked state, inaccessible without a password. Regrettably, he had neglected to press for the password before the plump man knocked him unconscious. However, considering Zhang Anxiang's prior demeanor, it was unlikely he would have divulged it anyway. With this thought, Lin Xiu felt somewhat reassured. This time, he hoisted Zhang Anxiang and ran a distance of over 50 miles. Discarding him on the road leading to the county town before returning. Upon his return, he observed many individuals laboring in the fields. After inquiring, he learned of the extraordinary occurrences taking place. Seeds planted would sprout within 2 days, and bloom and bear fruit within a week. The once customary 2 harvests a year had astonishingly transformed into a weekly cycle.
Some villagers proclaimed that a grand era had arrived, with celestial soil descending upon the earth, heralding better days for the people. Lin Xiu shook his head, with spiritual energy reviving and anomalies erupting everywhere. It was assuredly not so simple. Take the nearby Honghuang Mountain. For instance, he could witness powerful exotic beasts daily assaulting the Golden Barrier, desperately attempting to break free. This was an ominous sign. Perhaps those mountains hailed from other realms, all yearning to breach the awakening Earth Star to seize opportunities and augment their own strength. As he passed through the streets, he noticed a commotion. A group was hurriedly carrying a young man, who was burning with fever, emitting dense white mist, writhing in agony. "Quick, take him to Dr. Lu!" someone shouted, as the crowd rushed towards the town's most renowned clinic. Lin Xiu happened upon this scene, his expression shifting with concern, and he hastened to follow, eager to offer assistance. "Niuer, my son, what has befallen you?" the young man's mother cried, rushing forward, tears streaming down her face, horrified by his current state. This young man, Niuer, had a contorted visage, his body thrashing uncontrollably, beyond the restraint of several adults. Lin Xiu was taken aback by the sight, deep in thought. "Auntie, Niuer consumed a golden fruit in the fields, and now he is in this condition," a nearby young man informed. "Recently, many townsfolk have taken to planting crops. Despite their trepidation regarding the wild beasts descending from the mountains, they have persevered in their cultivation, for the fields have become remarkably fertile, yielding results in a matter of days. Today, while working alongside others, Niuer caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance during a break and discovered a resplendent golden fruit nestled amidst the ordinary grass. The grass itself was quite commonplace, yet it had grown tall and bore this extraordinary golden fruit. Thirsty and tempted by the enticing aroma, Niuer could not resist and consumed it. However, as he returned to the fields to labor once more, he was suddenly seized by excruciating pain and began to writhe on the ground. The townspeople buzzed with speculation, recounting the events. Niuer's mother wept uncontrollably, filled with dread for her son's life. Together, the crowd managed to transport him to the clinic, where immediate medical attention was imperative. Several adults struggled to restrain him, but Niuer's strength seemed to surge, threatening to break free. Eventually, Lin Xiu stepped in to assist, finally managing to subdue him. Dr. Lu, observing intently, utilized instruments to conduct a thorough examination of Niuer. His vital signs were erratic, and his condition appeared dire. "I have never encountered such a malady," exclaimed Dr. Lu, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he cast a helpless glance toward Lin Xiu. The fact that Lin Xiu and his companions were extraordinary beings was a secret known to only a select few in the town, who had sworn to keep it concealed from outsiders. "This child has fallen victim to the rumors circulating online," an elder remarked, visibly agitated. As he was a relative of Niuer, he must have believed that report claiming someone who ate a fruit transformed into a golden-winged deity. "It's all nonsense." Another elder nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, many strange occurrences have transpired recently, yet some are simply absurd and unworthy of belief." Lin Xiu remained silent, understanding that barring any unforeseen circumstances, this young man named Niuer was likely to become an extraordinary being. Previously, a person named Eugene had emerged in the town, reputed to be the first to attain such a status near the Taihang Mountains, but thereafter, no further reports of extraordinary beings had surfaced. They must have hidden their identities discreetly, perhaps fearing that their transformed appearances would be too terrifying to reveal. Despite Dr. Lu's renowned medical skills, he found himself at a loss in treating Niuer. With a heavy heart, he informed Niuer's parents that they could only observe and await any changes. Niuer's father turned ashen, while his mother resumed her weeping, consumed by fear. That day, townspeople cautioned their children and relatives to refrain from consuming any peculiar wild fruits, lest they encounter serious repercussions. That evening, Dr. Lu called, astonished to inform Lin Xiu that Niuer's condition had undergone a dramatic transformation. His skin was turning golden, radiating heat, as though the very air around him had ignited. Eventually, he grew still, the mist dissipated, revealing that he had seemingly transformed into a being of gold. His entire form shimmering with brilliance, his skin as hard and luminous as gold itself. Upon receiving the phone call, Lin Xiu promptly escorted the two individuals to the medical clinic, where they were met with a throng of people surging inside. "Oh, my son, what has happened? Are you still unwell?" his mother cried out, hesitating to touch Niu Er's body. Niu Er radiated a brilliant golden hue and assured his mother that he felt an abundance of strength, proclaiming he was fine, though he did feel quite famished. "Look at you now, you resemble a little golden figure." His mother wept anew, heartbroken at the sight of her son transformed into a creature. "Quickly, prepare some food," Niu Er's father urged, calling on relatives to bring forth sustenance. Could the reports be true? "Look, Niu Er has indeed undergone a transformation," murmured the crowd. Some capturing the moment on camera, their astonishment palpable. Niu Er had undergone a complete metamorphosis, his skin gleamed with a golden sheen, and his presence exuded an elevated aura. Ultimately, he consumed copious amounts of meat and rice, filling his belly until he was no longer weak or hungry. As he feasted, his golden skin shimmered even more brilliantly, seemingly glowing with an inner light. The onlookers marveled and speculated, with some daring souls even reaching out to touch Niu Er's skin. Eventually, Niu Er stepped out of the courtyard, brandishing his golden fists, acutely aware of his bodily transformation, his heart heavy with the realization that he resembled a monster. With a resounding thud, he struck a decorative stone, shattering it into fragments, leaving the crowd awestruck, their eyes wide with disbelief. "My heavens, what immense strength!" someone exclaimed, retreating several paces, fearful of the flying debris. The reports were indeed accurate. Those extraordinary fruits could induce transformation, akin to superhuman abilities. Many young individuals looked on with envy. "Do not indiscriminately consume those strange fruits, or dire consequences may ensue," Lin Xiu cautioned as he observed the excitement among the youth. He had gathered numerous odd fruits but had no knowledge of their effects and dared not consume them recklessly. Niu Er's condition was purely a stroke of luck, having encountered a fruit that bestowed transformation. Yet, they paid little heed to his warning. The following day, many townsfolk ventured out to the fields and forests in search of various wild fruits, predominantly the youth. They were resolute in their belief that such endeavors would lead them to the path of cultivation and transcendence. Naturally, among the elated, there were also those in despair. In the past few days, the clinic of Old Lu had been inundated with patients, most lacked Niu Er's fortuitous outcome. Many had either consumed ordinary wild fruits, resulting in gastrointestinal distress, or ingested toxic variants, with some expiring before reaching the clinic. However, a select few who consumed the peculiar fruits gained extraordinary powers, becoming transformed beings. Some could soar through the skies, breathe fire, teleport, or become invisible. Online, reports proliferated of individuals who had consumed these odd fruits and acquired abilities, leading to a surge in such accounts. Statistics indicate that the number of individuals exhibiting mutations has surpassed 100,000. This astonishing figure exceeds the permanent population of some smaller counties, and it only accounts for those reported. One can only imagine the actual number, which might be several times greater when considering the unreported cases. The online community is abuzz with speculation. Could it be that a mysterious era of transcendental cultivation is upon us? Some individuals possess abilities that rival mythological beings, invoking a profound sense of fear. Regardless of perspective, the prevailing sentiment is that the number of mutated individuals is on the rise, with many now endowed with supernatural powers, marking an unprecedented flourishing. A group of these extraordinary beings has congregated at the headquarters of Pango Genetics to challenge the Golden Winged Celestial, and the outcome is nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 25, Conversations in the Mind. The extraordinary beings united in their efforts, yet they were effortlessly swept aside by the Golden Winged Deity, unable to withstand even a single strike. This outcome reverberated across the realms. All the extraordinary beings regained their composure, reassessing their capabilities and refraining from further agitation. Despite sharing a common mutation, their powers differed significantly,
the earliest awakened individuals appeared particularly formidable. Moreover, the Pangu gene was a colossal biotechnology enterprise that, through the analysis of the mutated blood of the golden-winged deity and research on the extraordinary fruits, developed potions capable of enhancing the abilities of these beings. This has fueled widespread speculation regarding the source of the golden-winged deity's terrifying strength. Subsequently, reports emerged of the colossal armored figure, Liamo, emerging bloodied from a vast primordial mountain, dragging along a fearsome beast over 20 meters in length, which was captured on camera, inciting widespread astonishment. From this point onward, it became evident that the initial extraordinary beings, golden-winged deity, colossal armored Liamo, skyblade Wang Song, and white tiger Qin Shiyun had elevated their powers to a terrifying echelon. Seemingly unshakable, as if they had ascended to the pinnacle of a pyramid. Rumors circulated that behind them lay mysterious, powerful factions providing an array of resources, including various peculiar fruits for their cultivation, rendering them increasingly formidable. Lin Xiu pondered these reports, contemplating what the future might hold. He had not undergone any mutation, nor did he qualify as a true extraordinary being. He had not consumed any of the extraordinary fruits and was currently engaged solely in practicing a unique breathing technique while diligently honing the Li Huan Yo Mo fist. He chose to disregard these matters, temporarily deciding against consuming any extraordinary fruits, as he subconsciously believed that the breathing technique he had mastered was far superior to the evolutionary path of the extraordinary beings. To this day, there remain no reports or traces of the breathing technique online, implying that few were aware of it, perhaps only he himself. In a residence within the county town, Zhang Anxiang slowly opened his bleary eyes. The slightest movement sent a jarring pain through his head, as if it might split apart, and multiple shadows danced before his eyes, inducing significant discomfort. "You have finally awakened." A figure guarding his bedside sighed in relief upon seeing him stir. Zhang Anxiang sat up abruptly, groaning as he inhaled sharply, clutching his head and taking a considerable time to regain his composure. His mind buzzed with confusion. What on earth happened? He lifted his gaze, meeting the serious expression of a young man opposite him, who bore an air of authority. "Boss." Fear flickered in his eyes. This man was one of the two most powerful individuals in their team. Regardless of his emotions, whether joy or anger, his expression remained inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true feelings. "Do you realize you have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights? What exactly transpired?" Another man in the room spoke up, appearing to be in his 20s, with unnaturally pale skin. A prominent ring adorned with a demonic skull gleamed on his finger. Zhang Bai, Zhang Anxiang recognized him. The two most formidable individuals were unexpectedly present in the room, the leader, Shiriying Bo, and Zhang Bai, who were in charge of the team. Several others were also in attendance, all members of their group. Confusion enveloped Zhang Anxiang as he attempted to recall the events that led him here, but a searing pain throbbed in his head, rendering his thoughts elusive. Were we not tasked with journeying to the Taihang Mountains in search of those mystical fruits? This was the only fragment of memory he could grasp. The rest remained a void. Zhang Anxiang spoke, anguish etched upon his face, struggling to articulate his predicament. The others were taken aback, realizing he had lost his recent memories. The events he referred to had transpired only a short while ago. "You must have encountered a masterful opponent who subdued you with a single blow, causing such a traumatic injury that you were left in a state of amnesia," Zhang Bai speculated, his deep-set eyes glimmering with a crimson light as he continued. "It is likely a human assailant who ambushed you. Had it been a beast, you would not be here now." "Zhang Anxiang, have you found trouble once more?" Shiriying Bo inquired, his expression remaining stern. "Since becoming extraordinary beings, have you all not grown excessively arrogant, believing no one can restrain you?" "I did not," Zhang Anxiang protested. "Do not deny it. I am well aware that not only you but your entire group has recently ventured near the Taihang Mountains, frequenting various towns as if looking down upon ordinary folk from a lofty perch." Shiriying Bo's voice was heavy with admonition as he surveyed the group.
For the time being, you are to refrain from wandering and reflect upon your actions.
Furthermore, a significant figure will soon arrive. Should you endanger this meeting, you know the consequences.
Is it the golden-winged celestial? Someone inquired.
Focus on your own matters and do not concern yourselves with this.
However, Zhang Anxian's situation warrants thorough investigation, after all.
His strength is formidable, and to have rendered him amnesiac suggests that a powerful adversary lurks near the Taihang Mountains.
Shi Yingbo admonished.
This matter will be handled by Zhang Bai and myself, he continued, his worry evident that the information might have been leaked, allowing other forces of extraordinary beings to infiltrate the Taihang Mountains. Zhang Anxiang may have been harmed by such individuals.
Once the others departed, Zhang Anxiang received a phone call from a member of the Chen family, inquiring why he had not responded for several days.
He struggled to piece together his fragmented memories, the chaos in his mind causing him immense pain. Eventually, he recalled that the Chen family had previously hinted at a task involving a mortal in a certain town.
But the details following that remained obscured. How did the task proceed?
A woman's voice inquired, mature and likely belonging to a woman in her 30s.
What task? He asked,
hoping to untangle his memories with the information provided by the Chen family.
Are you jesting with me? Zhang Anxiang.
Remember your identity and respond to my inquiries with the utmost seriousness, otherwise, I shall contact the headquarters of the Otherworld to have a word with you. The woman was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Zhang Anxiang's tone, which grew significantly colder as she began to interrogate him.
Zhang Anxiang's expression shifted as well, already perturbed.
He felt a surge of anger and abruptly hung up the phone.
How dare a mere mortal speak to me in such a manner? What a stroke of misfortune! He muttered to himself, undeterred by the woman's threats.
During their mission, they were under the full authority of those two individuals. And assisting this woman from the Chen family was merely a way to earn some extra income. However, the anticipated gain never materialized, and he nearly succumbed to madness,
which truly infuriated him.
That night, Lin Xiu was, as usual, practicing martial arts with the likes of Fatty and Liang He. Lin Xiu noticed a significant decline in the pace of their progress. After 3 days, Liang He's martial skills remained at 80%, while Fatty barely reached 90%. Excluding those rare moments when Fatty faced extreme danger and managed to summon the ancient bull demon as phantom, he struggled to execute it smoothly at other times. This highlighted the vast chasm between their levels. At the 10th level,
one achieves mastery and can effortlessly control the amplification of power and the manifestation of the ancient bull demon. Conversely,
Lin Xiu felt as though he were soaring like a rocket, his speed escalating rapidly. He pondered whether he should decelerate and meticulously refine the earlier techniques instead of hastily progressing to the subsequent forms. Yet, a muffled voice in his mind reminded him that this martial art, when paired with the corresponding breathing technique, could yield exponentially enhanced speed, which was entirely normal and not a cause for concern. He was taken aback. This was the first time the 9 colossal figures in his mind had communicated with him, revealing their awareness of his thoughts, and it filled him with astonishment. The towering figure of the ancient fireball demon loomed with immense stature, exuding a terrifying aura of fiery energy. Its form had coalesced significantly, and its breathing resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity.
Are you responding to me?
Lin Xiu silently mused. Yes, but not entirely. A fragment of our lingering souls resides within this 9-li breathing technique. It is we who converse with you,
replied the ancient fire bull demon. Could you enlighten me as to why this world has transformed into its current state?
Lin Xiu inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The memories are fragmented, there is little to recall, thus I cannot provide an answer, came the mechanical response from the ancient fireball demon, devoid of any emotion.
Do the 9 figures correspond to 9 distinct breathing techniques?
Lin Xiu pressed on.
Indeed. Might you tell me if the path I am currently pursuing in my cultivation is correct?
Lin Xiu contemplated for a long while before posing another question.
Excellent.
Continue as you are, but refrain from consuming excessive exotic fruits, as they may compromise your foundation, the bull demon replied, its presence dimming rapidly, reverting to the indistinct form of the other 8 figures. Hunting exotic beasts and gathering their precious blood can aid in enhancing our soul power. Moments later, Lin Xiu once again heard the voice of the bull demon resonate within his mind. Lin Xiu nodded. Having surmised numerous matters through his dialogue with the remnants of the Taigu Li Huan Yomo. However, to substantiate each of these conjectures, he needed to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by the Nyo-mo. That night, Lin Xiu relinquished his self-restraint. He practiced his punches incessantly, astonishingly mastering the 3rd and 4th forms of the Li Huan Yomo fist to perfection. Standing at the doorway, he seized a pebble the size of his fist and, with a gentle squeeze, reduced it to powder that wafted into the air. Lin Xiu felt a surge of astonishment as he gazed at his palm, pondering the extent of the formidable strength he possessed. Chapter 26, The Treasure of the Golden Beings. At this rate, I shall soon attain mastery, Lin Xiu mused to himself. He eschewed the pursuit of speed, continuing his practice into the night, allowing the process to unfold naturally, and tonight he had already made considerable progress. After taking a bath, Lin Xiu and his companions spent their evenings perusing various relevant reports online. The number of extraordinary beings was on the rise, and some formidable figures had begun to gain public recognition. Some individuals had even compiled and organized information regarding their mutated abilities into a compendium of extraordinary beings, which garnered significant attention. As Lin Xiu diligently examined the reports, he was captivated by the latest news. It was claimed that an unparalleled treasure tree had been discovered deep within the Taihang Mountains, and many extraordinary beings had already set out, eager to contend for its ripened fruits. This revelation stirred considerable excitement. Just days prior, the Master of Revival had released a video, subtly hinting that the Taihang Mountains would soon become a hub of activity, and it seemed that great fortunes awaited there. Others were astonished, for there were rumors suggesting that nearly all extraordinary beings had undergone their mutations after consuming the peculiar fruits born of grass-like plants. Only those who ranked among the top extraordinary beings had consumed the fruits from the extraordinary small trees, endowing them with exceptional strength. Thus, upon the announcement of this news, shockwaves rippled through the populace, with various factions stirring restlessly, as this signified the potential to forge a superlative being capable of suppressing all other extraordinary beings. Lin Xiu reflected on his previous foraging in the Taihang Mountains, recalling that the fruits he had gathered were indeed the extraordinary fruits sprouting from grass-like plants, perfectly aligning with the assertions in the commentary. After a moment, he suddenly remembered that on the train, Liang He had, along with the portly fellow, harvested 2 extraordinary fruits from the small trees, only to have them acquired by someone else. He felt a pang of regret. Those fruits were undoubtedly capable of producing one of the 4 most potent extraordinary beings, yet they had been sold off. Such a pity. At this moment, Lin Xiu even began to suspect that the individual on the train belonged to one of the 4 major conglomerates, having acquired those extraordinary fruits, thereby creating a formidable being. He was now hesitant to share this news with Liang He and the others, fearing they might become unhinged and commit reckless acts. Meanwhile, in a residence within the county town, Zhang Bai wore a grim expression, bloodlight flickering in his narrow eyes. A few minutes prior, he had been interrogated by his superiors regarding the swift leakage of information concerning the treasure tree in the depths of the Taihang Mountains. Shirengbua's countenance was particularly grim, nearly turning black. He was the first to be held accountable, with orders to initiate an immediate investigation and provide an explanation. It could be said that the Pangu Jin had long been monitoring the Taihang Mountains, deploying considerable manpower and resources in search of it. They had been the first to discover the treasure tree not long ago. Yet, the individual known as Revival seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, having disseminated information about the impending activity in Taihang even before they had successfully located the treasure tree. Initially, they believed the individual was merely a coincidence, perhaps discussing unrelated matters. However, once this incident was revealed, the forces that had long harbored intentions towards the Taihang Mountains began to converge.
their presence formidable and their mobilization significant. The higher-ups were infuriated. Zhang Anxiang, you have suffered a grievous blow. Could it be that you leaked information before your amnesia?
Shirin Bo questioned loudly as they both entered Zhang Anxiang's room.
Zhang Anxiang was taken aback, his face paling instantly as he hastily shook his head.
Such an admission was impermissible. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences.
Impossible. How could I be so spineless?
Even in my severely injured state.
Having reached the brink of amnesia, if I had disclosed any information, I would not be in this predicament. Zhang Anxiang exclaimed passionately, rising to vehemently defend himself.
We have been here for several days, there is no way we could have leaked anything.
Could it have been another team?
A few individuals who had entered from outside speculated.
Though the various teams belonged to Pango Genetics, competition among them was undeniable.
And those two teams had also learned of the small tree's location. It is plausible that other forces are involved.
In recent days,
both Weisheng Bio and Dakong Bio have appeared near the Taihang Mountains, Zhang Bai remarked.
These two powerful conglomerates, leaders in biopharmaceutical research, were known to be at the forefront of the industry.
Rumors even suggested that Weisheng Bio had collaborated with an extraterrestrial race,
allowing them to surpass the other three major conglomerates in research capabilities.
We have occupied this area of the Taihang Mountains, why are they still meddling?
One individual expressed discontent.
I doubt it was the four major conglomerates that leaked the secret. They have an unspoken agreement not to disclose rare treasures to the outside world. Opting instead to handle matters internally, Zhang Bai replied, his mind astute and still pondering. Could it be that the awakening master has released something again?
Or perhaps a mysterious expert within the Taihang Mountains is intentionally leaking information?
The group frowned. The situation was becoming increasingly dire for them. With three of the four major conglomerates already surfacing, and countless other forces and rogue individuals on their way, threatening to muddy the waters. Let the higher-ups deal with these concerns, we need only to focus on our current tasks. Zhang Bai gradually calmed himself. They understood that it would not be long before a multitude of extraordinary individuals appeared around the Taihang Mountains, leading to inevitable conflict. As the group dispersed, Zhang Bai soon received a phone call. His expression soured, he felt that being dispatched for such matters was a gross underestimation of his abilities, tinged with a sense of disdain. The Chen family, merely an external faction of the company, I shall extend them a courtesy by attending personally, Zhang Bai murmured to himself. Slowly raising a goblet filled with a peculiar dark red liquid, savoring it as he contemplated his subsequent arrangements.
In the dead of night,
Lin Xiu was practicing martial arts and was about to conclude his session when he suddenly noticed something moving in the sky.
A large bat?
Lin Xiu discerned the situation with astonishment. Could it be that the extraordinary beasts from the mountains had emerged,
seeking vengeance for the numerous creatures he had hunted in recent days?
His brow furrowed as he realized that the figure approaching was, in fact, a man,
adorned with a mass of bat-like wings, rendering him reminiscent of a colossal bat, soaring towards Lin Xiu's courtyard. Simultaneously,
he perceived faint sounds of swift footsteps in the forest outside. A woman, akin to a gust of wind, arrived almost concurrently with him. Having concealed himself in the shadows, Lin Xiu observed them discreetly. Their late-night visit could only portend mischief.
What had that golden creature been, radiating an ethereal glow as it darted into the woods? The entire scene was undeniably peculiar.
The two figures stood not far from Lin Xiu's yard, engaged in hushed conversation.
Should we investigate?
It might be a fortuitous encounter,
one suggested.
I see that the light within the target's dwelling still burns, he must be home. We can return shortly, replied the other. Lin Xiu, with acute senses,
eavesdropped on their dialogue, feeling a chill in his heart. Had they come for him, considering him their objective? Could it be that Zhang Anxiang's memories had resurfaced, revealing everything to his companions, prompting them to seek retribution on his behalf?
After contemplation, Lin Xiu deemed this scenario improbable and continued to listen intently. This matter requires my personal intervention, despite him being merely a mortal.
"Humph. Regardless, blood shall be spilled tonight," declared the winged man, his pallid visage betraying a frosty demeanor. "Let us pursue that golden creature we just saw, its speed is remarkable, indeed," the woman asserted, her indifference towards Lin Xiu's demise overshadowed by her eagerness for the chase. Lin Xiu pondered, where could this golden creature be? He had remained within the confines of his courtyard and had seen nothing. Suddenly, clarity struck him. They were not referring to a golden creature but rather to the plump individual whose physique had morphed due to his incessant consumption of extraordinary fruits. After indulging in a resplendent golden fruit that evening, the plump man had become exceedingly invigorated, emanating a golden glow as he underwent transformation. Most vexingly, his digestive system seemed in turmoil. Having consumed an extraordinary fruit, he had subsequently devoured an amount of food several times greater than usual, leading him to spend an inordinate amount of time in the restroom. Upon emerging, he was exuberantly swinging his fists, shouting, and darting about like a monkey freshly descended from the mountains. Unable to endure the stench any longer, Lin Xiu had urged him to run outside, to expend his excess energy and relieve himself away from the courtyard. Little did he know that these two individuals had mistaken the plump man for a coveted prize. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu set off to follow them, realizing that given the plump man's current state and abilities, he was likely to encounter peril if confronted by these two. The golden creature had previously excavated a pit in this vicinity, seemingly concealing something of significance. A woman approached a grand tree, discovering a freshly turned mound of earth beneath it. "Ah, perhaps fortune smiles upon us today." Zhang Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued, "If there are benefits to be gained, we shall share them equally." In the darkness, Lin Xiu calmly observed the actions of the two, refraining from intervening. This was not an opportune moment to strike. Soon, they would be at his home, allowing him to wait until they were most relaxed to launch his attack. On the ground, a rustling sound emerged as the woman began to dig. In the depths of the night, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow, pondering what treasures the rotund man might be burying. Could it truly be something valuable? He mused to himself, this fellow, having found a treasure, would hardly keep it from him. Why go to such lengths to hide it? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the woman, shattering the tranquility of the night and startling Lin Xiu. Chapter 27, Sonic Assault. It was as if she had touched something exceedingly dreadful, her hands flailing wildly in a frenzy, and then she desperately rubbed against the man with bat wings. "What are you doing?" Zhang Bai had evidently grasped the situation, his anger surging as he quickly recoiled, attempting to shed his clothing while stifling a gag. "Damn it! That golden creature was playing us. It is unmistakably human, it's a person." The woman screamed in agony, her hands thrashing about, vigorously wiping against the ground and the leaves, until finally, she collapsed, retching uncontrollably. Lin Xiu witnessed this scene in its entirety, his expression one of shock and disbelief. For a long moment, he remained motionless, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Eventually, he discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cursing the overweight man inwardly, feeling a wave of relief that he had not dug in that spot. In the distance, the woman continued to vomit violently, her coughs punctuated by horrified screams. The sound was unsettling, particularly in the dead of night, akin to the wails of tormented spirits, as if she were enduring the most excruciating of tortures. Zhang Bai hurled his clothing to the ground and retched for a considerable time, his expression dark and sullen, nearly dripping with despair. "I'm going insane. Ah!" The woman's face had turned pale from her vomiting. She shook her head vigorously, screaming almost in madness, before bolting away towards a nearby stream. She could no longer bear the nauseating sensation on her hands, and even though she had wiped off the offending substance on Zhang Bai's clothing and the ground, the overwhelming feeling of disgust drove her to the brink, wishing she could sever her own hand. She ran frantically, plunging her hands into the icy water, scrubbing with such fervor that her skin nearly began to peel. Zhang Bai, he too, wore a grim countenance, retching while hastening to the stream, squatting there to wash incessantly. Lin Xiu observed from a distance, choosing not to intervene, feeling a sense of disdain towards them. He decided to wait until they had finished washing, for even from afar, the stench was unbearable. One could only imagine the sentiments of the two individuals who had directly encountered the overweight man's treasure. I'm truly losing my mind. Who is responsible for this? I will tear them apart. The woman's screams echoed through the forest. I cannot endure this any longer, we must eliminate the target immediately. Zhang Bai declared vehemently, overwhelmed by discomfort and frustration, eager to complete the task and return home. The woman remained unresponsive, wishing she could wash her hands 100 times over. Lin Xiu turned and vanished into the night. After a considerable time, the two finally reappeared outside Lin Xiu's courtyard. At that moment, Lin Xiu happened to open the door, feigning a need to use the restroom. Had it not been for the intention of extracting information from them, he would have acted sooner. Now, he presented himself as an ordinary individual, feigning surprise as he inquired about their identities. You need not know. All you should understand is that someone wishes to see you dead, Zhang Bai replied, his face contorted in revulsion and coldness. Why? Who wants to kill me? Lin Xiu appeared utterly astonished, retreating several steps. Your inquiries are excessive, I have no desire to engage in further prattle with you, Zhang Bai declared. Unfurling his bat-like wings and ascending slowly, hovering in the air, exuding an aura of unparalleled power. Now, I present you with two choices: succumb to a fate of blood-draining demise, leaving you a mere husk, or be crushed by a boulder, reduced to a mere pulp. Choose swiftly. His tone was icy, seemingly indifferent to Lin Xiu's life, as if it were a trivial matter. You are an extraordinary being, yet you obey others. Who is commanding you to eliminate me? Lin Xiu replied calmly. You speak too much, it's no wonder some find you unpalatable. Zhang Bai retorted with disdain. His mood was exceedingly foul, he longed to swiftly dispose of this mortal and return to cleanse himself thoroughly. I wish to linger here not a moment longer. Let us conclude this. The woman, increasingly impatient, clenched her teeth and declared, once we enter the town, we shall search every household until I find that individual. I will personally ensure his demise. At that moment, Zhang Bai made his move, diving down, unwilling to squander further time. With a resounding crash, a wave of force erupted, producing a tremendous noise. However, in the next instant, he was sent hurtling backward. Lin Xiu stood his ground, delivering a powerful punch that sent Zhang Bai flying mid-air. Several bones shattered, a significant portion of his chest caved in, and he ultimately crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He lay on the ground, coughing blood, his face a mask of shock. The sheer force of the blow left him trembling. He was an extraordinary being of exceptional constitution, ranked among the top few in power. Yet he had nearly been obliterated by a single punch. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he unfurled his great wings, soaring to a safe distance from Lin Xiu. You are not a mere mortal, I misjudged you. He spread his demonic, massive wings, gazing coldly at Lin Xiu, his voice frigid. The earlier surprise had prevented him from unleashing his most formidable abilities, but this time, he would not be careless. Opening his mouth, he seemed to emit some sound, and an enigmatic force surged forth. It resembled sound waves, yet was tangible, transforming into blood-red ripples that pulsed outward, terrifyingly powerful, crashing toward Lin Xiu. Boom! The stones and trees on the ground shattered, the scene utterly horrific. This force was unfathomably fearsome. Not far away, the woman, witnessing Zhang Bai unleash such power, felt reassured, rapidly retreating from the area. For as long as he unleashed such blood-red ripple attacks, the devastation would be indiscriminate, capable of obliterating all in its path. He had once challenged dozens of extraordinary beings, utilizing this very technique to sweep them aside, securing his present standing. At this moment, Zhang Bai spread his enormous demonic wings, casting a shadow over the courtyard, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes cold and merciless. From him, blood-red ripples continuously emanated, causing various objects on the ground to shatter, a truly terrifying sight. This was Lin Xiu's first encounter with the formidable attack unleashed by a powerful otherworldly being. He indeed found himself in a predicament, as the ripples seemed to penetrate his very being,
threatening to tear his body apart and invade his mind, inducing an unbearable headache. However, he swiftly regained his composure, having discerned a means to counter the assault. Boom! He employed the Li Huanyo Mo fist, executing the fourth form. Summoning a fearsome and boundless ancient bull demon apparition, which raised its head towards the heavens in response to Lin Xiu's low growl. Moo! After unleashing the fourth form of the Li Huanyo Mo fist, the bull demon apparition became even more vivid, accompanied by columns of fire that soared into the sky. The terrifying sound waves aimed to obliterate the blood-red ripples. This technique was not merely a martial art but also encompassed sonic attacks. Puff! In mid-air, the sound waves of the ancient bull demon expanded towards the demon-winged man, causing all the blood-red ripples he emitted to disintegrate. And he was struck as if by a tremendous punch, sent flying back several meters, coughing up blood as he plummeted to the ground. He felt as if his throat might explode, blood surging forth, while his chest throbbed with intense pain, making it difficult to breathe, and blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and ears. The woman standing at a distance witnessed this scene, her expression transforming drastically. She swiftly acted, her palm glowing red, and suddenly, several massive stones materialized behind her, hurtling towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu dodged, but one stone crashed to the ground, shattering the stone slab into countless fragments, while several others struck the courtyard wall, creating gaping holes. They have even shattered the wall of my home. Lin Xiu seethed with anger. Boom! She continued to launch rapid attacks at Lin Xiu, the red glow of her palm flickering incessantly, as more massive stones were conjured from the void, hurtling towards him. Bang! Lin Xiu countered with a punch, shattering the approaching boulder. He was unwilling to leave his home in ruins. Had these two intruders arrived the previous night, he might have indeed faced peril. The terrifying sonic attack from the demon-winged man could have proven fatal to most others if they lacked a countering ability. Yet, Lin Xiu's strength had significantly increased, and he faced these two otherworldly beings with remarkable composure, his speed astonishing. Since mastering the third and fourth forms of the Li Huanyo Mo fist, his power and speed had escalated tremendously, his physique becoming increasingly formidable. The ancient notion of achieving saintly flesh seemed to be within reach. A fleeting shadow passed as Lin Xiu deftly evaded a flying boulder, then leaped high, delivering a powerful kick that sent the woman soaring, crashing into the thicket beyond the courtyard wall, bloodied and glaring at Lin Xiu with venomous eyes, unable to rise again. In mere moments, he had dealt with both adversaries. He now approached the fallen otherworldly woman, intent on binding the two together to extract information. Suddenly, his heart raced, and a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp, as if a sharp pain pierced the back of his head, compelling him to evade. Bang! Not far away, a man with demonic wings pulled the trigger, and the dark muzzle erupted with a flash of fire, seeking to ambush him from behind. The bullet whistled past at an alarming speed. However, Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with clarity, as if he could discern its trajectory. He had deftly evaded it, and it failed to strike his head. Bang! 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 Zhang Bai fired repeatedly, his gaze chilling, bearing the marks of severe injury, his face smeared with blood, and his chest nearly crushed as if by a mighty blow. He had just drawn the specialized weapon issued by the headquarters for dealing with other factions' supernatural beings, eager for vengeance to eliminate his target. Nevertheless, since mastering the third and fourth forms of his martial art, Lin Xiu's physical reflexes had accelerated, and most importantly, an innate primal instinct had awakened within him, sharpening his intuition to foresee impending danger. Just moments ago, a sharp pain had pricked the back of his head, a harbinger of the looming threat, allowing him to evade in advance. The pupils of the two supernatural beings constricted, their faces drained of color, utterly horrified. Was this truly a mere mortal? What a jest! Chapter 28 Fury. Zhang Bai endured excruciating pain, blood continuously flowing from his mouth as he furiously flapped his demonic wings, soaring into the sky, yearning for escape. As he ascended several dozen meters high, he cast a cold gaze upon Lin Xiu, who stood on the ground, unwaveringly observing him. In a chilling tone, he declared, "You wait for me, tomorrow I shall return with others to slay you." He had expended all his bullets. Yet not a single shot had found its mark. Swiftly, he turned to depart from the scene. The woman on the ground cried out in despair, cursing him as she watched Zhang Bai turn his back. Suddenly, Lin Qiu acted decisively. The Qianqiu, which he had carried on his back, burst forth like a streak of crimson lightning, ascending into the night sky. With a resounding thud, it pierced through his body, instantly draining him of all strength, causing him to plummet from the air once more. A tremendous crash echoed as a cloud of dust and debris erupted around him. From where does your confidence stem? Did I ever permit you to leave? Lin Qiu's voice leisurely floated into Zhang Bai's ears moments later. He could no longer rise. The recent fall had shattered his bones, leaving him grievously injured and on the brink of death. Lin Qiu seized him and brought him back home. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Liang He had awoken early, hiding within the house under Lin Qiu's instruction, refraining from emerging. The two were bound tightly by Lin Qiu and thrown together. He gazed down at them peacefully. The two supernatural beings were utterly astounded, gripped by a profound sense of fear. This young man named Lin Qiu was terrifying. He had not even revealed his supernatural form yet had effortlessly vanquished them. How formidable could he truly be? They trembled, particularly the female supernatural being, who quaked in trepidation. They felt as though they were facing a deity. The phenomenon he had just displayed was astonishingly overpowering. You have turned my yard into this state. I am quite displeased, Lin Qiu stated sternly, fixing his gaze upon them for a moment. WH. What do you want? The female supernatural being stammered, witnessing Zhang Bai's unconsciousness. After a prolonged silence, her apprehension of inciting Lin Qiu's wrath compelled her to speak timidly. Compensation. No, I demand supernatural fruits. Lin Qiu replied immediately, then, with a swift change of thought, added, actually, I wish. The woman nodded in agreement, about to continue, when suddenly, a portly figure radiating golden light appeared. He gazed curiously at the scene before him, then turned to Lin Qiu, seemingly inquiring what had transpired. As the female supernatural being lifted her head, she spotted the portly man. Her expression shifted drastically as realization dawned upon her. The object buried beneath the tree was indeed crafted by this very man. Ah! She screamed, her eyes rolling back in her head. In an instant, memories of her recent harrowing experience flooded back, akin to a nightmare. As the portly man approached, she could not suppress her urge to vomit again, trembling as she lay there. The primary reason for her distress lay in the vast psychological shadow that loomed over her. The portly man moved closer, initially perplexed, then became enraged as he witnessed her retching more violently with his approach. Is he truly that repulsive? Is it necessary to retch upon seeing him? What has transpired? The rotund man endeavored to avert his gaze from the woman who continued to vomit, suppressing his ire as he inquired of Lin Qiu. Ha! Lin Qiu could no longer contain his laughter. Indeed, the chubby fellow was utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. What are you laughing at? It's quite nonsensical, the chubby man retorted, displeased. He had been suffering from an upset stomach all evening, and with an abundance of pent-up energy. He was in no mood for jest. Glancing towards the two, he, who never laid a hand on women, shifted his focus to the man adorned with enormous demonic wings. Could these two be associates of the troublemakers from a few days prior? The chubby man speculated. Indeed, Lin Qiu affirmed. Then this shall be straightforward. Why on earth do you have such monstrous bat wings? Are you attempting to instill fear? Upon clarification, the chubby man's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his pent-up fury by stamping down on the man's fleshly wings. Ah! Zhang Bai cried out in pain, roused from his stupor. What are you doing? Don't kill him, I still need to interrogate them. Lin Qiu exclaimed in alarm. The woman, drawn by the commotion, turned to see the chubby man's rear end glowing with golden light. Unable to endure any longer, she rolled her eyes back and fainted. What else with her fainting as well? The chubby man wondered, turning to face her.
Enough of this ruckus, quiet down.
With Zhang Bai now conscious, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to interrogate him.
Reveal everything you know.
Lin Xiao commanded, fixing Zhang Bai with a penetrating gaze. However, he resolutely kept his lips sealed, exuding an air of defiance, his eyes reflecting resentment and trepidation. Deep within, however, lay an abyss of fear. He perceived Lin Xiao as a formidable adversary. Zhang Bai had surmised the reason for Zhang Anxiang's debilitating amnesia. All of it stemmed from the man before him.
Not long ago,
that individual merely claimed to be fetching him for a trip to the county, asserting it was a favor for another. While his demeanor had been somewhat brutish, there had been no murderous intent. As Lin Xiao paced nearby, his expression suddenly turned frigid. You lot are brazen, arriving with the intent to kill me.
Speak. Who was orchestrating this?
Zhang Bai's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, confirming that Zhang Anxiang's plight was indeed linked to him. Yet, he remained tight-lipped, uttering not a word.
Bang!
Finally, Lin Xiao delivered a decisive kick to his forehead, rendering him unconscious. Watch them, Lin Xiao instructed, stepping into the woods as he retrieved his phone and dialed Suzuki. He surmised that she was not the mastermind behind this affair, yet there must be some connection. Perhaps it was a suitor of hers or someone in her vicinity who had instigated these events. Lin Xiao understood that the higher one ascends in rank, the more troubles one inevitably encounters. Perhaps the call she had made to him had sown the seeds for the ensuing turmoil.
Initially,
there was Zhang Anxiang who sought to demean his character, and now two other individuals have appeared, intent on taking his life.
Do they truly believe him to be easily bullied?
This time, he is not inclined to blame her, for she is not at fault, however.
He must unearth the mastermind behind this conspiracy and ensure they face the consequences. He wishes to communicate the events that have transpired to Suzuki,
confident that her intelligence and composure will lead her to deduce the identity of those who seek to harm him. To endure such targeted hostility is not in Lin Xiao's nature, nor does it honor the fortune and abilities he possesses. Had he not mastered the fourth style of his martial arts, his fate would have been dire. He feels a sense of relief for his relentless training during this period, which has fortified his strength, enabling him to suppress those who have come to kill him. Upon connecting the call, a woman's voice resonated through the line. Under the moonlight that bathed the tranquil forest, Lin Xiao's face reflected a look of surprise.
This voice was certainly not Suzuki's.
He was certain he had not misheard.
Had he dialed the wrong number?
Lowering his gaze, he confirmed it was indeed Suzuki's phone number, yet another's voice emerged.
I am looking for Suzuki, he stated calmly. Are you Lin Xiao?
The woman's voice bore a hint of astonishment before quickly regaining its composure.
Yes.
Lin Xiao replied.
What business do you have with Ziki?
She has been quite occupied lately, with numerous important matters at Pangjin requiring her attention. Those close to her are aware and have refrained from disturbing her. Her tone was gentle, yet the underlying message was clear: she was a formidable woman. Lin Xiao discerned that her words subtly highlighted Suzuki's status and the circle of those close to her, delivered with an effortless grace that concealed a sharp edge,
which he keenly perceived.
He speculated that this woman held a close relationship with Suzuki, perhaps serving as a secretary. For how else could she have access to her phone?
He chose not to contest this, responding with tranquility. After a brief moment,
Lin Xiao smiled and apologized for the disturbance, concluding the call. He set down the phone, resolving to wait before attempting to call again.
He refused to believe that Suzuki's phone would remain in this woman's possession indefinitely.
He found himself somewhat taken aback, not having reached Suzuki and encountering this woman instead.
What was her true relationship with Suzuki?
Based solely on her voice, it was challenging to gauge her age. She could be a youthful woman in her 20s or a sophisticated lady in her 30s. Gazing at the time, he noted it was already midnight and decided to rest,
planning to call again in the morning.
Upon returning to the courtyard, he found that Fatty and Liang He had tidied the area, moving several large stones to a distant pile. However, the wall had collapsed, and they were currently unable to repair it. The two assailants had been disposed of in an abandoned pigsty, and Lin Xiu assured them he would keep watch over the place, urging them to rest. That night, he practiced his breathing techniques indoors, substituting sleep with focused meditation. As dawn broke, Lin Xiu proceeded with his breathing exercises as usual, practicing martial arts alongside the two individuals. After breakfast, he dialed Suzuki's number once more. On the other end, a woman's languid voice responded, "Why are you calling again?" Lin Xiu felt a sense of resignation. It was her once more. "You should refrain from contacting Ziki again, she is quite busy and has no time. One must possess self-awareness." The woman spoke bluntly, her tone laced with arrogance. "You are overthinking it, I merely wish to clarify a few matters with her," Lin Xiu replied calmly, his demeanor as unruffled as a tranquil pond. "Some issues do not warrant entanglement, they lead to no resolution. Do you comprehend my words? Ground yourself and refrain from harboring unrealistic aspirations." The woman's voice was cold, evidently weary of the conversation, her words now devoid of subtlety. "It seems you have misinterpreted my intention," Lin Xiu stated. Chapter 29, Discovery of Clues. There is no misunderstanding, you must refrain from disturbing Ziki in the future. You inhabit different realms, so tread carefully. Should you persist in your entanglement, unforeseen consequences are likely to ensue. You may not comprehend this now, but enlightenment will soon dawn upon you." The woman's voice grew increasingly frigid. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu felt a stir within, yet he responded with nonchalance, saying, "In truth, you are overthinking this. I sought Ziki to share an exceedingly peculiar occurrence I witnessed." "Oh? What event is that?" "You may confide in me." "And I shall relay it to Ziki," the woman inquired, seemingly taken aback. "Well, it is rather odd. Yesterday, a large bat plummeted from the sky, crashing at my doorstep." Drenched in blood, Lin Xiu paused, gauging her reaction. On the other end of the line, the woman appeared to sit up abruptly, a sudden silence enveloping the conversation. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, her tone notably calm. "Is this the revelation you wish to convey to Ziki? How utterly mundane. Though he is injured, his demeanor towards me remains hostile. Therefore, I shall leave him outside to fend for himself," Lin Xiu replied, maintaining his leisurely tone. After a moment of silence, the woman resumed, her voice softened somewhat. "Since he is an extraordinary being, it may be connected to my Pangu genes. You ought to assist him. He must not come to harm." Lin Xiu's gaze turned icy. She had not directly acknowledged her connection to the man with demonic wings, yet she undoubtedly recognized him. "How can you ascertain he is one of your Pangu gene beings?" "Although I am unaware of the cause of his injuries, he has consistently been aggressive towards me. As if he wishes to end my life. Why should I aid him?" he retorted. "You!" The woman's voice rose with indignation, she could no longer maintain her composure. Her former calmness replaced by fury. "I warn you, should anything happen to him, you shall face dire consequences," she declared decisively, issuing a threat. Lin Xiu frowned, evidently. The man with the demonic wings was an adept, not a mere pawn to be discarded. Reflecting carefully, he acknowledged the man as formidable strength. Had he not mastered the fourth style of combat, which involved sound wave attacks, confronting him would indeed prove challenging. Why should I concern myself? He was destined to perish anyway, he likely will not survive another day or two, Lin Xiu stated deliberately. Someone will come to retrieve him. You need only tend to his injuries briefly, nothing more. The woman replied coldly before abruptly ending the call. Lin Xiu set down his phone with a sardonic smile. Through his conversation with the woman, he had gleaned significant insights. She was highly suspect. He glanced at the two extraordinary beings still unconscious in the pigsty, tightly bound by Liang Hei's iron chains. With a stoic expression, he resumed his tasks. The entire morning passed without incident. It was not until midday, after Lin Xiu and his companions had finished their meal, that someone burst into the courtyard, making a beeline for the center of the yard.
You are Lin Xiu. Where are the others? Before you stands a man in his 30s, robust in stature, with a serious demeanor. Lin Xiu surveyed the surroundings and then gestured towards the direction of the abandoned pigpen. The man observed the two bound individuals, their bodies marred with blood and rendered unconscious. He furrowed his brow, then abruptly turned to Lin Xiu, his gaze icy. This is not my fault. Despite their grievous injuries, they still appeared intent on taking my life. Who would not fear such monsters? I had no choice but to bind them, Lin Xiu shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. Very well. I shall take these individuals with me. As for the rest of you, you perished in the flames, remarked the burly man, as a gust of wind swept through. And he launched a powerful punch aimed at Lin Xiu's head, intent on silencing him. Lin Xiu's countenance remained impassive, his feet planted firmly as he formed a fist, meeting the man's blow head-on. A cry of anguish escaped the robust man as he was sent hurtling backward, his fist mangled and his arm grotesquely twisted. Revealing bone and drenched in blood, his arm was rendered useless. You are indeed peculiar, attack! He shouted in a mix of surprise and fury. At that instant, several dark gun barrels emerged from the courtyard wall, all of them equipped with high-caliber lethal weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at Lin Xiu. Take cover! Lin Xiu shouted, seizing a stone table from the courtyard and hurling it towards the incoming projectiles. Boom! The explosive sounds echoed as someone shouldered a rocket launcher, firing a projectile that struck the stone table, shattering it into countless fragments. Such extravagance, employing such weaponry against me. Lin Xiu's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Fortunately, he had provided cover for Liang He and the others earlier, otherwise, they might have been caught off guard and struck by the bullets. He charged towards the courtyard wall, dodging as he advanced on the assailants, his speed remarkable as he vaulted over the wall. Bang! One punch followed another. The 5 armed men in black were met with shattering bones and erupted in blood, tumbling to the ground, incapacitated. You! The burly man was taken aback, his other arm transforming into a dark, claw-like appendage as he lunged towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu deftly sidestepped, as the man's body swelled, joints cracking and popping like sizzling beans, beginning from his head down to his limbs, expanding until he morphed into a colossal bearman. The bearman roared, exuding a foul stench, and charged forth, leaving deep cracks in the cobblestone ground beneath his massive weight, a sight both astonishing and terrifying. Boom! Lin Xiu summoned 3 fierce punches, his hands ablaze with an intense heat, and struck the bearman squarely in the chest, piercing through with a horrific wound. With a final cry of agony, the bearman reverted to his original form, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Lin Xiu remained remarkably composed as he gazed at them. Though these individuals were gravely injured and on the brink of death, he had nevertheless bound them. Fatty, dispose of these people in the mountains, Lin Xiu commanded. A murderous intent flickered within him. These individuals had repeatedly sought to take his life, and he could no longer afford to show mercy. Reluctant to dirty his own hands, he resolved to cast these aberrants into the mountains, leaving their fates to the beasts that roamed there. I refuse, Fatty retorted, tilting his head in defiance. That woman and the man with the devilish wings dug up the pit you buried, and they know your secret, Lin Xiu stated. The golden hue of Fatty's skin, which had begun to fade, flared back to life at these words, his anger igniting and his neck flushing red, as if he had been exposed to the most intimate of secrets. Don't you dare implicate me, it was they who dug it up. If you don't believe me, go interrogate them. Otherwise, why does that woman vomit at the mere sight of you? Lin Xiu spoke with firm conviction. I'm infuriated. Those two are perverts. Fatty bellowed, his eyebrows shooting upward in indignation. His visage transformed, suffused with blood and shifting through shades of blue, purple, and finally crimson, his teeth clenched in rage. After a moment of tumult, he decisively tied the individuals together and called upon Liang He to assist in dragging the cloaked figures away. Ultimately, they made their way into the mountains with their captives.
Prior to their departure, Lin Xiao had ensured to retain all usable items from the individuals, including mobile phones, weapons, and bank cards. Upon their return, Lin Xiao inquired about the outcome. Fatty appeared to have regained his composure, while Liang He shielded his eyes, stating, "The fate of those individuals was too tragic, we only heard their wails and could not bear to look." Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, having feared that one of the aberrants might suddenly rise and escape. It seemed he had been overly concerned. That evening, Lin Xiao completed his usual training, took a shower, and then browsed the news. This time, he refrained from contacting Suzuki or the woman. He understood that with the robust man having gone missing, the woman would inevitably reach out, and he awaited her call, exuding an air of calm assurance. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, his phone rang. It was the woman calling him. He did not answer immediately, continuing to peruse the news. After a few minutes, the phone rang again, prompting him to finally engage in conversation. It was indeed the same woman, her voice fraught with tension as she inquired whether he had seen anyone come to rescue the man with the devilish wings. "I did see someone. This time, a 3-meter-tall bearman descended from the sky. It was dreadful, one of his arms was completely missing, and he nearly fell dead at my doorstep," Lin Xiao replied calmly. Upon hearing this, there was silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, her frustration erupted. "Are you toying with me? How is it that every rescuer ends up either crippled or gravely injured?" Her voice was loud and piercing, devoid of the gentleness it had possessed during their first conversation. It resonated in his ears, akin to an emotional outpouring. Lin Xiao distanced the phone from his ear and replied with a measured tone, "I apologize. The pit is rather deep, perhaps they simply overlooked it." On the other end, the woman's breathing grew heavier, her voice turning coarse. Lin Xiao hastily moved the phone away from his ear, and indeed, a renewed outburst ensued. "Do not waste my time with trivialities. I warn you. Those individuals must remain unharmed, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." The woman's voice was icy, resounding with authority. Yet, they were gravely injured. Having fallen into the deep pit, it was evident their survival was in jeopardy. "What can I do?" Lin Xiao replied. "Find someone to provide aid," the woman commanded. "On what grounds? How dare that rustic villager speak to her in such a manner?" With a sharp disconnect, the woman ended the call. Overwhelmed by anger and realizing that further argument was futile, she needed to maintain her composure and meticulously analyze the situation at hand. Chapter 30: The Quest for Treasure in the Mountains. A humble young man, whose only stroke of fortune lay in his time at university and a fleeting relationship with Ziqi, remained otherwise unremarkable. Who could possibly be aiding him? The woman mused to herself, suddenly recalling Su Ziqi. Could she have sensed the events unfolding recently? But how could that be? The bond between Su Ziqi and Lin Xiao had been rather muted since that incident, and she had been preoccupied with her own critical transformation, leaving no room for such matters. Could it be that the individuals from Weisheng Biological were obstructing us? She furrowed her brow, as news of the Baoshu had leaked, drawing a multitude of extraordinary beings toward the Taihang Mountains. Although their two companies had previously shared a cooperative relationship, it appeared to be fracturing now, raising the possibility of their interference. As she considered whether Lin Xiao had become one of those extraordinary beings, her thoughts wandered to the internal dynamics of pangogenetics, only to be cast into suspicion of other conglomerates. She picked up her phone, scrolling through her contacts until she landed on someone named Chen Zihao, yet hesitated. This was an exceedingly tense moment. Contacting him now could provoke substantial resentment, and she risked losing something of value in the process. Ultimately, she set the phone down. Just as her mind spiraled into turmoil, Su Ziqi's call pierced the silence. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression stiffened. It was Lin Xiao. Her disdain for him had intensified, as the recent troubles were intricately linked to him. "What do you want?" she queried, her tone frigid. "They're in a predicament, all right? That massive bat and the hulking bearman are on the brink of death.
How much longer do you intend to leave them here? If it comes to it, I might as well hire an excavator to bury them.
Lin Xiu retorted with intended provocation.
I demand to speak to them. The woman on the other end seethed, her face paling.
Lin Xiu's insufferable attitude shattered the composed image she had meticulously maintained at the company.
I already told you, they have lost consciousness. How could they converse with you?
Their ghastly state is enough to frighten anyone. Send someone to remove them at once.
Lin Xiu urged. After a moment of silence,
the woman informed Lin Xiu that someone would arrive within a day or two to retrieve them, instructing him to care for the two extraordinary beings.
Should anything go awry,
he would bear the consequences. Once the call ended, Lin Xiu chuckled merrily and headed off to sleep. However, the woman found slumber elusive, her irritation mounting. She regretted allowing her emotions to dictate her handling of the situation, transforming a relatively trivial matter into a significant ordeal. Regardless of whether the fault lay with her or others, she resolved to eradicate the source of her troubles. Her gaze turned cold with determination.
At dawn,
Lin Xiu sat against the rising sun, practicing the Li Huan Yo Mo breathing technique. Presently, he had reached the third tier, capable of exhaling flames with remarkable potency. His physique surpassing ordinary limits, attaining a state akin to that of ancient saints. After breakfast, Lin Xiu called out to Pangzi and Liang He, saying, "Let us venture into the mountains in search of treasure."
What treasure are we seeking?
Liang He responded, initially astonished, but soon his eyes sparkled with keen interest.
Yesterday,
I found a map on that beastly creature, which appears to be a recent drawing, marking numerous locations that may hold treasures, Lin Xiu replied nonchalantly.
It was machine printed,
yet crafted from the hide of a rare beast, remarkably resilient. This map depicts a portion of the Taihang Mountains, with detailed markings spanning 100 miles around.
He retrieved the map from his belongings and laid it upon the table for the two to examine. Look, I have never seen these peaks before. Lin Xiu,
well acquainted with the Taihang Mountains due to his home's proximity, discerned that the abrupt summits were newly formed primal mountains.
This black skull symbolizes danger, does it not?
Panzi leaned in closer, noticing that the skull icon marked on one peak was significantly larger than the others.
After a moment's contemplation, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the very mountain where we encountered that black demon ape?"
It is marked on this map as well.
Indeed, it is that colossal mountain.
It seems the Panga Jin has conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the vicinity surrounding the Taihang Mountains. After a careful glance, Lin Xiu nodded. Recalling the surveillance robots that had been deployed from the air, devoid of any markings, and the peculiar individuals who had appeared in other ranges in recent days, he surmised that those robots and those odd beings were likely the handiwork of the Panga Jin.
Could these fruit-like symbols denote mountains that harbor exotic fruits? Liang He inquired while scrutinizing the map.
Given the passage of time, the Panga Jin's beings should have already harvested them, we may observe from a distance,
Lin Xiu remarked.
Furthermore, certain mountainous regions on the map were encircled in bold red ink. Though the markings were few, they were striking and easily discernible.
Without a doubt, those areas must hold peculiarities. What if others come searching? Liang He questioned.
They are here to seek me and those extraordinary beings, since neither is present.
What can they do?
Lin Xiu chuckled, showing no concern. Those individuals are not virtuous, but they are cautious, having even arranged for an unexpected demise for me.
If I am not here, nothing should transpire. Still, should they destroy my home, that would be unfortunate. I shall leave them a note, guiding them to find me.
Lin Xiu procured a piece of paper, inscribing large letters which he affixed to the door. Those individuals were notoriously reckless, so it was likely they would intrude.
The note was succinct yet clear, recently startled, wandering the Taihang Mountains to relax.
If you truly come, none shall leave. This was Lin Xiu's intention. Should they wish to harm him, they must face the consequences. His disdain for the woman was profound, eagerly awaiting her to dispatch her extraordinary beings. He intended to capture each one that arrived, eliminating her confidants and severing her influence, ensuring both she and her unseen benefactors felt the repercussions. However, he would not linger here waiting for them due to these matters. Should one wish to seek him out, they must take the initiative to approach. He intended to venture into the mountains to hone his martial arts and search for treasures, thus, it would be prudent for those peculiar beings to accompany him post-haste, lest they waste his time and disrupt his cultivation. He carefully stowed the map and, accompanied by 2 companions, set forth into the depths of the Taihang mountain range. The locations marked on the map resided within the original confines of the Taihang Mountains, without encroaching upon the vast primordial peaks. The trio's journey proceeded smoothly, encountering only an obstructive aberrant pangolin. Liang He struck decisively, employing the Li Huan Yo Mo fist, shattering the creature's innards and rendering it a motionless, curled mass. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their first destination, a verdant peak of modest elevation. At the summit, vegetation was sparse, with a few ancient trees and several slabs of green stone. The map bore a notation, "Already harvested." Lin Xiu speculated that this place had likely yielded mysterious fruits in the past, now long gathered, nonetheless. He still wished to investigate for any other discoveries. Liang He wandered about the summit, surveying the area but finding nothing of value. He remarked, "This place feels desolate. One cannot discern it as a former site of mysterious fruit-bearing. Let us not jump to conclusions, let us search thoroughly. A location that once bore mysterious fruits must possess something extraordinary," Lin Xiu replied calmly from his elevated vantage point. Liang He approached the ancient trees, stating, "There were rumors circulating online that consuming the peculiar fruits from strange little trees would grant one far greater strength than consuming fruits from ordinary plants. I wonder if these ancient trees bore such fruits." As he spoke, he placed his hand upon an ancient tree, feeling it cautiously, with a slight exertion. He heard a crack as the tree trunk splintered. To his astonishment, the tree had decayed from within, leaving only a fragile outer shell. What could this mean? Liang He exclaimed, glancing at his companions. "Let us examine the other ancient trees to see if they too are hollow inside," the stout one suggested. "Oh," Liang He complied. And indeed, the other ancient trees also fractured, their trunks blackened, clearly having been dead for a considerable time. This is likely a nutrient depletion effect. Formidable plants nearby have drained the nutrients from these ancient trees, the stout one pondered for a moment before speaking. "You seem quite knowledgeable. What is this effect you mention?" Liang He queried, bewildered. "Nutrient depletion effect. Allow me to provide a recent example, the colossal willow of Dongji, which exemplifies this phenomenon. For hundreds of miles around its roots, the land lies barren, with all original vegetation and nutrients harvested by it, contributing to its rapid growth," the stout one explained slowly. "Let us search more diligently. Perhaps we might indeed uncover a plant of that nature." Lin Xiu nodded, finding merit in the stout one's assertion, and immediately began to look in less conspicuous areas. After a short while, Lin Xiu exclaimed, "I've found it." On the precipice, Lin Xiu leaned forward, half of her body suspended over the edge, and caught sight of a plant nestled in the blind spot below. It appeared distinctly unique, vibrant green with a slight sheen, exuding a vigorous essence of life that enveloped it. Regrettably, it bore a prominent fruit stem, from which the fruit had long since been plucked, leaving one to wonder about its peculiarities. "I must investigate further," she thought. The rotund figure of her companion approached, prompting Lin Xiu to yield her position. Moments later, he rose, triumphantly brandishing a crystal-clear green herb. "Why did you pick it?" Lin Xiu inquired, both puzzled and astonished. "Though the fruit has been harvested, it still possesses significant medicinal value. Once its effects are understood, it can be transformed into a potent remedy," he explained. He further revealed that he had recently come across this information online. Had it been some time earlier, this herb would undoubtedly have been uprooted entirely, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 31, Huolong Ridge preserved this herb well. As Fatty mentioned, it is likely not an ordinary specimen and should be kept with care. Lin Xiu contemplated for a moment before speaking, summoning the 2 companions to depart for their next destination.
Subsequently, they ventured into areas marked on the map that lacked indicators of previous harvests, discovering mutated flora, though regrettably, the fruits had long been plucked by others. The four major conglomerates had expended considerable resources exploring the vicinity of the Taihang Mountains, presumably in pursuit of these exotic fruits. I suspect that the anomalous fruits denoted in other regions have also been harvested. Should we consider heading towards those crimson areas and the skull-marked zone? Lin Xiu's companions expressed their frustrations after traversing several locations without success. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiu acknowledged, continuing in this manner indeed seems a waste of time. Apart from the acquisition of these presently insignificant plant roots, we have garnered little else. He unfurled the map. Noting that there remained one pivotal location unvisited, the very heart of the map, marked by a red skull. Does this signify extreme danger? According to leaked intelligence, there exists a legendary tree within the Taihang Mountains producing fruit that has yet to mature, attracting various extraordinary beings. Lin Xiu speculated that this deep crimson skull likely indicated the tree's location. Let us investigate this area, he suggested, pointing to the map's center. A place deep within the Taihang Mountains that they had yet to explore, unaware of what lay within. Days have passed. It is probable that some extraordinary beings have already arrived there. We should proceed cautiously and avoid provoking others, Lin Xiu advised as he folded the map. He warned his companions that the Taihang Mountains would surely attract many formidable individuals, leading to inevitable conflicts. Despite having effortlessly defeated several genetically enhanced assassins, Lin Xiu understood that there were always those stronger than oneself, and it was unwise to underestimate what might emerge from the shadows. This was not mere conjecture. The viral videos showcasing dozens of extraordinary beings being effortlessly vanquished by the golden-winged deity served as testament to the fact that overwhelming power rendered numbers irrelevant. The chasm of strength was akin to an insurmountable divide. He urged his companions to press on, eager to uncover the truth, should the opportunity arise. He was prepared to involve himself in the fray. As they journeyed, Lin Xiu indeed detected traces of extraordinary beings, but they skillfully evaded encounters. If the fruit was not yet ripe, what would transpire in a few days? This place was destined to become a tempest, as all extraordinary beings would descend to contend for the fruits of the legendary tree. After all, rumors suggested that such fruits could forge the top-tier experts ranked among the most powerful. Who wouldn't covet such a prize? Lin Xiu's astonishment grew. His gaze transformed as he recognized the location. This was Huolong Ridge, a place frequently mentioned during his childhood. Legend spoke of several great serpents that had thrived for countless ages, evolving into something akin to monsters. One stormy night, amidst flashes of lightning and torrential rain, the tale unfolded. In the distance, someone beheld several colossal serpents soaring into the heavens, as lightning split the rain-soaked night. Astonishingly, these serpents were undergoing a transformation, sprouting horns and emitting roars that were utterly extraordinary. Yet, many were skeptical, for this legend had circulated here for centuries, lacking substantial evidence. Only the bold ventured to Huolongling, where they discovered an altar had been erected, and nearby, the shed skin of a great dragon lay. However, that was a tale from long ago, and subsequent investigations by the authorities dismissed these claims as mere folklore, asserting that the skin was merely that of an ordinary snake and that no altar existed, urging the populace to abandon their superstitions. Gradually, the incident faded from collective memory, relegated to the realm of children's tales. The place felt eerie, prompting caution. Lin Xiu, with his keen perception, sensed an unsettling silence in the surroundings. The two exchanged knowing glances and proceeded cautiously, making no sound. Ahead, at the mountain pass, stood sentinels, individuals of the Panga gene. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted, his sharp eyesight revealed a camp station near the pass, flanked by towering watchtowers, while a massive metallic gate sealed the entrance, obscuring the view within. Zhang Anxiang, Liang He exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing familiar figures moving within the camp. It is highly likely that the precious sapling is located here, Lin Xiu concluded immediately. Wollongling was fortified with remarkable vigilance. Such stringent defenses indicated that the extraordinary tree lay beyond, firmly claimed by the Pangojin, preventing other factions from gaining entry. The sheer scale of the metallic gate was astonishing, towering several dozen meters, clearly not a human construction. The portly companion was taken aback. Noting how this vast mountain pass was entirely sealed by the massive silver gate, impenetrable, as not even a fly could pass through. It would be utterly impossible to traverse the ground unless one possessed the strength to obliterate all within and smash through the gate. Such is the prowess of these extraordinary beings, the Pangojin has indeed outdone itself, strategically employing a being of such capability to seal the mountain pass. Lin Xiu remarked after a moment of observation. "Shall we attempt to scale the mountain?" Liang He suggested, eyeing the adjacent cliff face. "It could be worth a try." Lin Xiu replied, rolling up his sleeves and glancing at the portly man, his inquiry evident. "Absolutely," the portly fellow declared confidently, thumping his chest with pride. They stealthily approached the cliff, finding themselves before a sheer rock face that Lin Xiu could surely ascend with ease. Wait, if we have thought of this method, surely those extraordinary beings have as well. The Pangojin must have implemented precautions. This place could be far more perilous than it appears, Lin Xiu cautioned. Just as the portly man, eager to climb, reached for a protruding rock, Lin Xiu swiftly pulled him back. The portly man quickly grasped the situation, joining Lin Xiu in scrutinizing the rock face with newfound caution. Lin Xiu discovered the terrain to be exceedingly steep, devoid of any vegetation, with the entire brown mountain composed of stone and adorned with numerous protrusions. If one acted swiftly, it would be possible to scale the heights and reach the summit. However, he soon discerned something amiss. Here, and here, his eyes gleamed as he pointed out various spots for his companions to examine. Evidence of human interference was evident, with numerous fissures marking the surface, remnants of bombardments by heavy weaponry, and traces of blood still visible. Lin Xiu's tone was icy. Had he not reacted promptly, the consequences could have mirrored previous tragedies. They could have been reduced to mere rubble by the barrage of incoming rockets on the barren cliff face. How ruthless it was! The rotund companion felt a shiver of fear, cursing the Pangojin. Lin Xiu, along with Liang He and the others, retreated cautiously. The power of the rockets was not to be trifled with. Although he had attained a nearly sanctified physical form, he was not yet foolish enough to withstand rockets with mere flesh and blood. Primarily, he sought to avoid alarming the enemy, deeming it unnecessary to provoke trouble. The expanse of Holong Ridge was vast. He could not believe there was no route for entry. If a complete lockdown were to occur, how many extraordinary individuals and weapons would the Pangojin have to deploy? While searching for alternative entrances, they encountered several groups of extraordinary beings also lying in wait, eager to approach the depths of Holong Ridge. Lin Xiu estimated that even conservatively, there were at least 100 extraordinary individuals in the vicinity, presenting a considerable danger. Should the fuse be ignited, a great battle would inevitably ensue. Bloodstains, severed limbs, broken swords, and tails littered the area, all belonging to extraordinary beings. This place had evidently witnessed fierce combat and was far from tranquil. With a sigh, Lin Xiu reflected on the situation. They had not even reached the maturation of the extraordinary fruits, yet such a large-scale conflict had erupted. When the time for true ripening arrived, the carnage would undoubtedly be even more severe. Initially, he had contemplated rising among the extraordinary through his mastery of breathing techniques and the bull demon fist to seize the extraordinary fruits, but the difficulty was immense. After all, the Golden-Winged Celestial and the top 4 masters on the leaderboard would also arrive here, leading to inevitable confrontations, a most unwise choice. This area, steeped in mysterious legends, was substantial in size. Lin Xiu, accompanied by his portly companion, circled the vicinity for a considerable time and eventually discovered several potential entry points. Even the Pangojin, formidable as it was, could not possibly seal off every avenue completely. They successfully infiltrated the area but remained ever vigilant. Extraordinary beings could be lurking everywhere, and a moment's carelessness could lead to conflict or even battle. In this mountainous region, there was a vast expanse of open land, the elevation considerable, yet curiously, the surrounding flora was sparse. Many colossal trees lay fallen, giving the area a desolate appearance and unmistakable sign of trouble. Let us proceed and investigate. Lin Xiu instructed as he walked along the path, attentively observing the surroundings. He noticed some extraordinary beings hastening towards that area and quietly remarked. Not long after, they arrived. And at a glance, several gigantic camphor trees came into view. The trunks of the camphor trees are remarkably thick, widely dispersed, and have existed for centuries. However, they share a common feature: most of their bark has shed, and the main trunks are fissured, resembling the ancient pine trees they had observed previously. The inner wood of these trunks is entirely desiccated. It seems evident that this is a phenomenon of nutrient collection, indicating that the precious tree lies nearby. Liang He, with a sense of pride, touched the trunk of the old camphor tree and spoke earnestly, lifting his head high. Lin Xiu smiled but remained silent, while the stout man widened his eyes, seemingly questioning Liang He, pondering why he exhibited such arrogance over a principle I taught you. They continued onward, not lingering in that place. Why are there so many wolves here? Chapter 32. The young phoenix tree. Lin Xiu expressed his astonishment. From a distance, they detected a pungent odor, one that emanates solely from carnivorous beasts, and the stench was overwhelmingly intense. How many predators could possibly be gathered in this vicinity? He observed nearly 100 gray wolves ahead, each bearing their snow-white fangs. They seemed to guard this area, vying for the peculiar fruits of the extraordinary young tree. Among them was a particularly striking wolf, a massive silver wolf, significantly larger and more robust than the average gray wolf. Most notably, it possessed unique wings on either side of its body. Undoubtedly, this wolf had undergone a transformation. Furthermore, this wolf was the alpha of the pack. Surrounded by its followers in a protective formation, flanked by two larger wolves. The silver-winged wolf king? Lin Xiu was taken aback. The prowess of this wolf king was formidable. He could sense an extraordinary energy radiating from it, seemingly infused with a power governed by some higher law. It was evident that it and its pack were stationed here, awaiting the maturation of the fruits on the remarkable young tree. Changing his vantage point, Lin Xiu finally caught sight of the tree, previously concealed by a rocky outcrop. It was a phoenix tree, not particularly tall, standing at approximately 5 meters, and no more than 5 years old. Yet, it had transformed, glowing with a vibrant green luminescence. The growth of this young phoenix tree was exceptional. It shone palpable even at a distance, radiating vitality. 5 fruits adorned the tree, each emanating a green glow, still unripe. Contrary to the typical prolific nature of phoenix trees, this one bore only 5 small, immature fruits, markedly different in appearance. Anyone could discern that this tree was extraordinary. While it resembled a phoenix tree, its fruits bore no resemblance to ordinary phoenix fruits. They were smooth, devoid of prickles, shining with a verdant luster. It appeared that within a few days, the fruits would ripen. Once their color shifted from green, even slightly, they would be considered mature. Lin Xiu's gaze was fervent. The beings present were remarkably cautious, awaiting the fruit's ripening. None dared to act prematurely, fearing disruption to the fruit's final transformation. The wolves exhibited similar patience, refraining from pursuit even when they noticed an intruder stealthily approaching. Were there corpses? Lin Xiu's expression shifted. Initially, he was drawn solely to the young tree. But upon changing his perspective several times, he discovered numerous corpses surrounding the tree, including both humanoid and beastly remains. What could this mean? There were no visible wounds. Yet the bodies had turned a purplish-black hue, suggesting a lethal poison had been administered. Lin Xiu gazed in horror, for each corpse was entirely purple, their blood seemingly drained, as if by a vampire, yet devoid of any wounds. It was an unsettling sight. He surveyed the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of any reckless individuals approaching, eager to uncover the truth behind this eerie phenomenon. After a prolonged wait, neither the pack of wolves nor the lurking beings made any move. Let us not linger. The fruit may take several more days to ripen.
We should return, Lin Xiu said, his heart fluttering with an inexplicable anxiety. The three quietly rose and began to retreat to the outskirts. Wait, Lin Xiu suddenly gestured and crouched down. What is it? Liang He inquired. Someone is speaking. I will attempt to discern their words, Lin Xiu signaled for silence, tilting his ear to one side, listening intently. Be cautious, do not draw closer. This place is quite sinister. For reasons unknown, once one steps within 10 meters of that small tree, they inexplicably succumb to poisoning. Even the beings have perished here in considerable numbers. The Pangu Jin was the first to discover this location and also the first to fall victim. Yet they never disclosed it to the outside world, rendering this area a death trap. Lin Xiu listened carefully, his expression shifting. Indeed, there was something peculiar about this place. I have also heard whispers. Previously, a master from the Microstar Biotech forcefully breached the front entrance and attempted to enter the vicinity of the small tree, only to meet a grim fate. Let us depart, we have witnessed enough. We shall return when the fruit is ripe. The beings were murmuring, harboring suspicions that the Pangu Jin was intentionally lowering its guard, likely keeping close watch over movements near the small tree. They awaited the moment when their adversaries would enter the vicinity, intending to utilize the tree's lethal toxins to eliminate a portion of them. With acute hearing, Lin Xiu quickly shifted his gaze and noticed something moving in a patch of grass, albeit slowly. It was still discernible to him. It is a surveillance robot from Pangu Jin. Upon clarifying this, he promptly urged his companions to leave the area with him. A chill ran down his spine. This mountainous region was likely swarming with surveillance robots, monitoring their every action, an utterly terrifying thought. We must hurry away, remaining here feels increasingly unsettling. It appears Pangu Jin has made thorough preparations and is determined to succeed, Lin Xiu said, turning to depart silently. The stout man and Liang He remained on high alert, especially after witnessing the numerous desiccated corpses near the small tree, which left them profoundly shaken and rather reticent. To snatch food from the tiger's jaws is a daunting endeavor, yet I must seize this opportunity to gain some advantage. Lin Xiu mused as he walked, setting this as his minimum objective. Wandering through the mountains, he ultimately joined the stout man and others, transporting the previously acquired rocket launchers and large-caliber weapons, concealing them in various locations outside of Hualong Ridge. If successful, I shall make my escape along this path. Should anyone dare pursue, I will first attend to them with the rocket launcher. He was quite familiar with the Taihang Mountains, carefully selecting an escape route. As they retraced their steps along this path, they discovered an increasing number of beings heading towards Hualong Ridge. Several groups even brushed past Lin Xiu and his companions, fortunately avoiding any conflict. As they were nearing the exit of the Taihang Mountains, they encountered an unforeseen predicament en route. Hey! Do any of you know the way to Hualong Ridge? A group of over 20 individuals approached, led by a middle-aged man. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s who stepped forward to obstruct Lin Xiu and his companions, speaking in a rather impolite tone. I do not know. Lin Xiu replied curtly, brushing past the young man and attempting to continue on his way. Young brother, please wait. The middle-aged man placed a hand on Lin Xiu's shoulder to halt him, speaking calmly yet with a smile. You appear to have just emerged from the Taihang Mountains in a hurry. Perhaps you have witnessed something troubling? Lin Xiu felt displeased. Who were these people, behaving so assertively as if he were a soft target easily manipulated? My uncle is inquiring, why are you dazed? The young man stepped closer to Lin Xiu, his expression unfriendly, raising his voice. Sheer, do not be rude, the middle-aged man admonished. He continued, we are merely seeking directions, harboring no ill intentions. If the young brother knows the way, I would be willing to offer you a handsome reward for your guidance. What do you say? Absolutely not, please step aside. Lin Xiu replied coldly, casting a glance at Liang He and the fatty, urging them to restrain themselves. They were still within the Taihang Mountains. Engaging in a conflict with this group of peculiar individuals could lead to dire consequences. Oh, it seems the young brother must indeed know the way to Hualong Ridge. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, not only refrained from anger but instead laughed.
What are you laughing at? Release me at once.
Lin Xiao, growing increasingly irritated, felt that the middle-aged man was behaving in a most peculiar manner, persistently maintaining his grip on Lin Xiao's shoulder while applying pressure to prevent him from leaving easily. A few ordinary individuals dared to run amok in the Taihang Mountains. They were either affiliated with another faction or locals from the area.
Regardless,
they were determined to have Lin Xiao guide them today.
Men, bind them,
the middle-aged man said with a smile, but his expression suddenly shifted, turning cold as he gestured for several individuals to come forth and restrain them.
Do you dare?
Lin Xiao shouted, seizing the man's wrist and exerting force to subdue him.
Oh, not an ordinary person?
The middle-aged man, sensing the sudden surge of strength, wiped the smile off his face and engaged in a struggle with Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Liang He and the fatty launched their assaults on the surrounding peculiar individuals,
their punches fierce enough to send several flying. Intriguing.
The Taihang Mountains are indeed filled with experts, such immense strength without transforming into a peculiar form impressive.
The middle-aged man, still entangled with Lin Xiao, managed to observe and comment on Liang He and the fatty's skirmishes.
Lin Xiao, infuriated, broke free and launched a punch aimed squarely at the man's face. To his astonishment, the middle-aged man effortlessly absorbed the blow and slowly remarked, "Your strength is commendable, but it is still insufficient." After saying this, he retaliated with a punch, which Lin Xiao could not evade,
striking him in the abdomen and sending him hurtling through the air.
How is this possible? He painfully propped himself up, adopting a defensive stance.
This was his first encounter with adversity in a confrontation against an extraordinary being.
Nothing is impossible, young man. You have witnessed too little to utter such words. If you had simply followed my lead earlier, you would not be suffering this way, the middle-aged man remarked.
Come again.
Lin Xiao tightened his fist, launching another strike towards the middle-aged man, aiming to overwhelm him with speed and target his vulnerabilities.
He struck true.
A surge of joy filled Lin Xiao's heart as his fist connected with the back of the man's head, but then a sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 33, Little fist strike your chest. As his hand throbbed with pain and became numb, it felt as if he had struck a stone.
Upon glancing down,
he was shocked to find it covered in his own blood. Had this been an ordinary extraordinary individual, his full-force punch would likely have shattered their skull, causing instant demise. Yet, the middle-aged man before him was terrifyingly formidable. His defensive capabilities had reached their zenith, as had his offensive prowess, leaving Lin Xiao at a loss for how to proceed.
Does it hurt?
If it doesn't, come at me again, the middle-aged man said, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Lin Xiao's bleeding right fist.
No more holding back,
Lin Xiao resolved inwardly, recognizing that this middle-aged man was the strongest extraordinary being he had encountered to date. He had to muster all his strength to confront him, otherwise, the outcome for the three of them would be dire.
Kill!
Lin Xiao unsheathed Xianqiu, letting out a fierce shout, his eyes ablaze with determination as he charged once more at the middle-aged man.
Using a weapon?
The middle-aged man scoffed, his expression unchanged, as he opened his arms wide,
exposing his vulnerabilities and inviting Lin Xiao to attack.
What does this mean? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and halted, circling around the middle-aged man.
Such arrogance is absurd. Does he truly believe I cannot kill him?
No, if he dares to act so boldly, he must have some assurance. I must remain composed. He once again tested the waters, while the middle-aged man stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint, disdainful smirk on his face as he regarded Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, just hold on, the fatty and I will soon finish off these people to assist you. Liang He shouted, noticing Lin Xiao had fallen into a predicament. Do not worry about me, focus on eliminating that group first, Lin Xiao replied, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The pain in his abdomen persisted. That last strike had exerted a force exceeding 10,000 pounds.
Fortunately, His extraordinary physique had shielded his vital organs from severe damage. Liang He, capture the leader first. Once we seize that young one, the older one will undoubtedly surrender. The fatty, entangled with those extraordinary beings, suddenly had a flash of insight, casting a fierce glance at the young man cowering at the back. Indeed. Why did I not think of that sooner? Liang He exclaimed, slapping his forehead before rushing towards the young man. Uncle Wu, save me! The young man, referred to as Sheer, was horrified. He had just witnessed how brutally his subordinates had been defeated by the duo clad in black and white. Seeing Liang He approach felt akin to encountering the Grim Reapers, causing his face to turn pale. What nonsense! Shut your mouth! Liang He shouted furiously, aiming to frighten the young man into submission before he could reach him. Get lost! A cold shout echoed from a distance. The middle-aged man was sprinting toward that direction, intent on rescuing the young man. Why is this person's speed so slow? Lin Xiu wondered, perceiving the middle-aged man's pace as akin to that of a tortoise. Barely 3 times faster than an ordinary person, a mere fifth of his own speed. No wonder he stood with his hands behind his back during the battle. Never moving an inch, his speed was astonishingly sluggish. Yet, such formidable strength and defense should not correlate with such lethargy. Could it be some sort of side effect? Lin Xiu incessantly speculated, and upon realizing the middle-aged man's sluggishness, he contemplated retreating. However, he was unwilling to simply flee. He yearned to vanquish him. Hey Hua, be cautious! Lin Xiu snapped back to reality as the middle-aged man charged towards Liang He, intent on attacking. Liang He was taken aback, every hair on his body standing on end. He concentrated all his might into a powerful punch, summoning the phantom of the ancient bull demon, which thundered towards the middle-aged man. Quite interesting, the man remained motionless, seemingly fascinated by the bull demon's apparition that emerged behind Liang He, only turning his gaze towards him after it vanished. You are not ordinary beings. He spoke again, delivering another punch that struck Liang He squarely in the chest. Bang! Before Liang He could emit a cry of anguish, he was sent flying over 10 meters. Crashing to the ground, and with a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to rise again. Haiwa! Liang He! 2 exclamations rang out. Yet, despite their extraordinary prowess, they were still no match for me, such is the chasm of strength. The middle-aged man remarked with indifference, brushing off the dust from his attire. His expression unperturbed, as if the earlier events bore no consequence to him. Such pretense! Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the middle-aged man closely. Just moments ago, he had discerned something peculiar. The force behind the punch aimed at Liang He was only half of what it had been earlier. Had he intentionally held back some of his strength, or was there another reason? There was a significant issue at hand that required further verification. Yield and cease this futile struggle. Would it not be easier to obediently lead me? The middle-aged man's countenance grew colder as he observed many of his subordinates felled by Liang He and the fat man, his tone turning more severe. Fat man! Attack him, Lin Xiu commanded, his gaze icy as if he had uncovered a secret. Me? The fat man was utterly astonished, pointing to himself and shaking his head vigorously. No way! Liang He has been beaten to a pulp. If I go, I'll be killed instantly. Fear gripped him, especially after witnessing Lin Xiu being launched away by a single punch from the middle-aged man. His heart quaked. Now, even tenfold courage would not suffice. Go! Lin Xiu stated again, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I really can't. The fat man avoided Lin Xiu's gaze, retreating inwardly. Both Liang He and I are injured. If you do not confront him, we are likely to perish here, Lin Xiu sighed, clutching the spot where he had been struck, his voice heavy with despair. But the fat man hesitated, yet he lifted his head to gaze at the middle-aged man. Enough hesitation. If you do not act now, we will truly be doomed. Lin Xiu shouted, igniting the fat man's fighting spirit. I'll go. The fat man summoned his courage and strode forward, charging towards the middle-aged man. Dare to come? Are you seeking death?
The middle-aged man scoffed at the sight of the approaching heavy-set individual, finding the situation utterly ludicrous and bursting into raucous laughter.
I will fight you, the heavy-set man shouted, rallying his courage. Come on,
the middle-aged man retorted dismissively. As the heavy-set man charged closer, he was met with the cold,
steely gaze of his opponent, causing his initial bravado to evaporate instantly.
The memory of witnessing Lin Xiu, a formidable figure capable of tearing apart fierce beasts in the wilderness, being soundly defeated by this middle-aged man filled him with trepidation. Clenching his fist, he gently tapped the man's chest, genuinely wishing to strike with force. Yet he found himself devoid of strength.
Are you mocking me? The middle-aged man's expression darkened,
his brows furrowing in anger as he perceived the heavy-set man's actions as a deliberate affront.
Go to hell,
he bellowed, delivering a sharp slap to the heavy-set man's face.
Ouch!
The heavy-set man yelped, only to realize something was amiss. He felt no impact.
He had even envisioned how he would dramatically fly backward, yet the force never came.
When he opened his eyes, he discovered the middle-aged man had merely rested his palm lightly against his face, withholding any power.
What are you doing? He inquired, bewildered by the scene. Get lost! The middle-aged man snapped, abruptly kicking the heavy-set man to the ground.
However, the heavy-set man pondered the discrepancy. The man's strength was so minimal that it seemed implausible he had sent Lin Xiu flying so far.
Will you continue to feign ignorance?
Lin Xiu remarked coldly, his piercing gaze seemingly penetrating the middle-aged man's facade.
Feigning? Am I to believe that my blows have rendered you daft, causing you to babble nonsense?
The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a peculiar light as he retorted, maintaining a posture of arrogance.
Lin Xiu, what have you discerned?
The heavy-set man rose and hurried to Lin Xiu's side, whispering his inquiry.
This man's ability is intriguing. Have you noticed that each time he strikes, it is only after we have initiated the attack that he responds with an equal force?
Lin Xiu explained slowly, gesturing towards the middle-aged man.
His defense is extraordinary.
He can withstand my bull demon fist techniques, making him quite challenging to overcome.
What are you two rascals whispering about? Come at me again. The middle-aged man,
sensing their hushed conversation and occasional glances in his direction, felt an ominous foreboding and taunted them.
Let's test firearms.
I will keep him occupied while you fetch a weapon from nearby, Lin Xiu discreetly instructed the heavy-set man, then advanced to engage the middle-aged man once more.
Oh? You wish to distract me while they escape?
The middle-aged man chuckled upon noticing the heavy-set man retreating to the side, disregarding the insinuation. He believed that it sufficed to capture one individual to guide them, as more people would complicate matters. Lin Xiu moved swiftly beside him, yet refrained from any attack. He meticulously observed the man's facial expressions, noting his transition from arrogance to impatience, and finally to agitation.
What on earth are you doing? The middle-aged man could no longer contain himself and demanded.
It's here, Lin Xiu whispered. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the side, striking the middle-aged man's body. The frequency of gunfire escalated abruptly, and within mere seconds, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him.
Ha ha ha, you actually resorted to firearms against me.
How foolish of you, the man's face contorted in a grimace, his eyes icy, as he continually sneered.
Is it ineffective?
Lin Xiu's heart sank. If that were the case, they truly had no means to contend with this middle-aged anomaly and would have no choice but to flee.
You all shall perish.
Chapter 34, The Breakthrough. With a thunderous shout, he abandoned any thoughts of finding a guide and surged towards Lin Xiu like a bolt of lightning.
Lin Xiu felt a surge of terror, his scalp prickling. Was this even a human being?
His form had vanished from sight. How swift was the bullet's speed? 500 meters per second, far beyond the capacity of the human eye to perceive.
Bang!
Just as the middle-aged man finished his words, he had already reached Lin Xiu, delivering a powerful punch to his chest that echoed with a tremendous sound. It was already stated that this was of your own making, thankfully. That fat fool brought heavy weaponry, or I would never have imagined such formidable strength and velocity existed. The middle-aged man's voice lingered ominously in Lin Xiu's ear, dripping with disdain. Lin Xiu! The fat man exclaimed, witnessing both the middle-aged man and Lin Xiu vanish in an instant, leaving him bewildered as to their whereabouts. The speed of the bullet was simply astonishing. After sending Lin Xiu flying with a single blow, the middle-aged man leisurely followed the trajectory of Lin Xiu's flight, murmuring incessantly, "You can absorb the energy and momentum of incoming attacks?" Lin Xiu lay on the ground, feeling a searing pain in his chest. This force was utterly terrifying. What was the size of a bullet? What was the size of a human? Had that punch struck Lin Xiu's chest at the velocity of a bullet, he would have likely been perforated, had his physique not already reached a horrifying pinnacle. Now that I know, it matters not, for I have no intention of sparing you. Those who learn my secret must die. Uncle Wu sneered, delivering a devastating blow to Lin Xiu's face. Boom! The earth cracked open, debris flying, dust rising. Lin Xiu's face sank partially into the ground, utterly helpless against such strength and speed. What to do? Lin Xiu, reeling from the impact, felt his consciousness slipping, as if his head might explode from the pain. The foolish actions you undertook today have unwittingly opened a new door for me, by the way. I must thank you for that. The middle-aged man seemed to relish the moment, yanking Lin Xiu from the ground with a cold smirk. At this rate, both I and Liang He, along with the fat man and the others, are doomed. Is there truly no way to break free? Lin Xiu's heart was enveloped in despair, realizing that he had unwittingly confirmed the truth of the previous words spoken. Individuals with extraordinary abilities had gathered at Taihang Mountain, not excluding monstrous beings, and today he had encountered one. Unable to strike back, this entity could reflect every attack directed at it, resembling an enhanced, armored turtle with an activated W skill. At that moment, a young man who had been lurking nearby suddenly emerged, addressing the middle-aged man, "Uncle Wu, wait, I wish to personally beat him to a pulp." "Very well. He is utterly defenseless now, I shall watch from the side." "Feel free to unleash your wrath," Uncle Wu chuckled, granting the young man room to proceed. "Weren't you rather cocky just a moment ago? Now look at you, reduced to this sorry state by Uncle Wu, are you still so arrogant?" The young man, referred to as Sheer by Uncle Wu, exhibited an air of arrogance, tilting his head high as he extended his hand to strike Lin Xiu's face with a resounding slap. Lin Xiu's expression turned icy in an instant, his gaze piercing with an intent to kill. "Are you still staring? Dare to glare at me again?" The young man, momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiu's fierce glare, pressed closer, delivering two more slaps accompanied by punches and kicks. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill!" He laughed boisterously, fueled by Lin Xiu's earlier affront and dismissive words, which had ignited his ire. "Remember, in your next life, keep your eyes open. Some individuals are not to be trifled with." After a few minutes, fatigue began to creep in for the young man, and the enjoyment of the confrontation waned. He turned to Lin Xiu and declared, "Uncle Wu, dispose of them. After all, those under the influence of the otherworldly beings are injured and cannot ascend the mountain now." "Very well," Uncle Wu replied. "Wait!" shouted the portly man, who had been observing from a distance but hesitated to intervene. Upon witnessing Lin Xiu in peril, he could no longer contain himself and shouted out, "Oh, it's you, you fat fool! Those shots you fired earlier still sting. Since you're so eager to meet your demise, I shall eliminate you first." Uncle Wu turned to glare at him, his expression dark and menacing. Suddenly, Lin Xiu unleashed a series of 4 powerful punches, conjuring a terrifying, colossal apparition of the ancient bull demon behind him. With a fierce roar, the phantom raised its head to the heavens. "Moo! Still not giving up?" The middle-aged man sensed something was amiss behind him and swiftly turned to obliterate Lin Xiu. However, to his horror, he found that the speed of his bullets had inexplicably vanished, and his own speed reverted to its original state. This imbalance caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Uncle Wu, what are you doing?"
Kill him.
The young man, oblivious to the impending danger, questioned in confusion. This is bad, too much time has passed, and the power I harnessed has dissipated, Uncle Wu thought urgently.
Do not fear, hide behind me. He cannot harm me. Yet.
Despite his words, he remained wary of the bull demon apparition, underestimating its threat. He believed that no matter the intensity of the attack, it could not breach his defenses.
And soon he would seize the power to eliminate all three. Die. The sonic wave from the ancient bull demon struck Uncle Wu and the young man with tremendous force, causing the latter to lose consciousness immediately. How is this possible? Why can I not withstand such an assault? Uncle Wu roared,
feeling as though his internal organs were about to rupture. The sonic attack reverberated within him, wreaking havoc on his vital organs.
With a violent cough,
he spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest with a gaze filled with confusion and resentment directed at Lin Xiu.
Indeed.
While your supernatural abilities may withstand most physical blows, they are utterly powerless against mental assaults, Lin Xiu approached slowly, whispering.
No, do not come any closer.
Uncle Wu's eyes were filled with terror as he continuously coughed up blood, mixed with an unidentified solid substance. It was evident that his organs had shattered. And his physical condition was dire, he would soon perish.
Lin Xiu, have you subdued him?
The plump man exclaimed, rushing towards Lin Xiu.
I suppose so.
But we must not be careless, first, incapacitate his limbs. Lin Xiu's gaze was icy, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of this man. His abilities were too formidable, even 100 ordinary supernatural beings, armed solely with physical attacks, would stand no chance against him.
Ah! Uncle Wu cried out in agony.
After being injured by Lin Xiu's sonic attack, his original powers had failed him, leaving him unable to withstand such onslaughts.
Wu, Uncle Wu, what has happened? Get up and kill them all.
Perhaps startled by the voice of the middle-aged man, the young man suddenly screamed, emitting a shrill sound.
Enough noise!
Lin Xiu coldly glared at him, delivering a slap that knocked out half of his teeth.
Ah, you shall not escape your fate.
The young man fell to the ground, glaring at Lin Xiu with venomous hatred, cursing incessantly.
Lin Xiu paid him no mind,
directing the plump man to check on Liang Hei's condition, before turning to the incapacitated Uncle Wu and demanding, "Speak, where did you acquire your abilities?" Uncle Wu remained silent. His veins bulging and his body drenched in blood, lying on the ground like a puddle of muck, his eyes filled with defiance and resentment.
Refusing to speak?
His life may hinge upon it. I surmise he must be the son of some powerful figure. You were tasked with protecting him, yet you failed in your duty, allowing him to die because of you.
Can you imagine how that man as father will react?
Lin Xiu's gaze bore into his eyes as he questioned loudly. Uncle Wu still did not respond, yet his eyes betrayed him.
As Lin Xiu had suspected, the young man's arrogance indicated he was no ordinary person.
Do not harm him, direct your ire at me instead. After a long silence, Uncle Wu finally spoke, his words coming with great difficulty as his lungs began to rupture. Do not look at me with such disdain, you brought this upon yourselves. Now, answer my previous question, and should I find your response satisfactory, I may consider releasing him. Lin Xiu said coldly. He felt no sympathy for such a person, had the scales of victory not tipped slightly in his favor. It would have been him lying on the ground. My abilities do not stem from an exotic fruit, rather, they are derived from a random skill scroll, Uncle Wu revealed.
What is that? A skill scroll? Where did you obtain it?
Lin Xiu asked, astonished, pressing for answers. From the underground auction house in the capital. It is said to originate from a mysterious supernatural being who can summon enigmatic skill scrolls from another realm. He had previously used them on himself. But those skills were rather lackluster, and ultimately, he decided to sell them at the auction house. We gambled heavily, spending a vast sum to acquire one. I have divulged everything I know, will you allow my young master to leave? Uncle Wu pleaded, devoid of his formerly imposing demeanor.
Do you think it's possible?
Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiu discerned the information he sought. In a swift motion, he severed Uncle Wu's head and subsequently dispatched the young man. Will the absorption of the blood of an allow me to regain my former brilliance? Lin Xiu mused internally, filled with anticipation for this blade. Yet, he lamented the absence of a proper sword technique, often resorting to the Li Huanyou Mo fist in combat. How intriguing it is that not only has a system of extraordinary abilities emerged, but also an array of peculiar skills from other realms. Will elements from gaming or cinematic worlds also manifest in the future? Lin Xiu pondered. He was swift, not lingering any longer. After eliminating all the... He returned home with the hefty companion and Liang He. Chapter 35, Trouble for Liang He. Wait, there are people nearby. Lin Xiu suddenly halted his steps and declared. I will deal with them. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, then swiftly launched an attack, apprehending and incapacitating each of the enemies lurking near his home. Gathering them in one place. Did you kill them all? Shortly thereafter, the portly man arrived with Liang He, and upon seeing the several bodies sprawled across the yard, he inquired. Of course not. Why would I kill indiscriminately? You think too cruelly of me, Lin Xiu replied nonchalantly, brushing off his hands. After all, this is my doorstep. If I were to eliminate them, it would have to be done elsewhere. His words rendered the portly man and Liang He speechless. Come on. Help me throw them all into the mountains. Lin Xiu opened the courtyard door, waiting for the portly man to settle Liang He before calling out. All right. The portly man responded, as he was well versed in such matters, having done this more than once. And to think, you sent me all this equipment, how can I bear it? Lin Xiu gathered all the weapons scattered on the ground and brought them inside. These were heavy artillery, more than sufficient to deal with ordinary supernatural beings. That evening, Lin Xiu perused the news, during which his phone rang multiple times, yet he paid it no heed. He noted how rapidly the news was being reported. Someone had even captured footage of the Pangujin fortifications at the entrance of Huolongdaling, inciting outrage among other factions of supernatural beings, who clamored for an explanation from Pangujin. However, the company remained silent, while many powerful entities stoked the flames of discord, aiming to complicate matters further. After several minutes, the phone rang once more. It was the same individual, who had been calling throughout the evening. Lin Xiu stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat fatigued, and finally picked up the receiver. Lin Xiu. The familiar voice of the woman crackled through the line. What is it? Upon hearing his response, the woman felt a mix of disappointment and fear, for this man remained unharmed, while another group dispatched today had gone missing. Due to her oversight, the company had suffered considerable losses among its supernatural personnel, a significant matter she wished to evade responsibility for. Did anyone come to your place today to retrieve the injured supernatural beings? She inquired, striving to maintain her composure, her tone calm. I did see them, but unfortunately, like the previous group, they fell into a pit again, barely alive and covered in blood. Lin Xiu replied languidly. What did you say? The woman's voice on the other end escalated sharply, filled with fury. How could they almost die again? Didn't I inform you there is a pit in front of my house? Her expression hardened, her fingers turning pale as the menace of her intent seeped through the phone line. A fire of anger simmered within her, yearning for release. Particularly fueled by Lin Xiu's dismissive attitude, igniting a desire to confront him personally at the foot of the Taihang Mountains. She struggled to temper her voice, adopting a frigid demeanor. You must ensure their safety. Who are you, sending those grotesque creatures to my home, half dead and all? I am terrified. Lin Xiu expressed her profound dissatisfaction over the phone, questioning, could it be that you are an old witch? With a sharp click, the woman abruptly ended the call. Her face ashen, clearly infuriated. Who was assisting him? Standing by the window, gazing at the night sky, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. The string of failures had unsettled her heart, instilling a sense of dread. 5 formidable beings had vanished without a trace, along with several elite warriors equipped with heavy firepower. All lost to silence, a significant loss indeed. If the higher-ups sought accountability, evasion would prove difficult for her. Was the superlative master aiding him? She had her reservations. Deep in thought, an unease began to creep over her. A mere university student, just an ordinary mortal. She had once confidently assured others that this would be an easily solvable issue, one that would hardly stir the waters. She had even meticulously crafted a plan for his demise, which to outsiders would appear as nothing but an unfortunate accident. Yet now, everything had spiraled beyond her control. For the sake of an inconsequential figure, she had sacrificed several powerful beings and numerous elite fighters. Were the missing still alive? At that moment, regret gnawed at her. And fear began to take root. She sensed that if she continued to deploy others, the outcome would remain unchanged, and ultimately, the blame would fall upon her shoulders, making it impossible to escape culpability. It was an instinct, a woman's sixth sense, and the situation grew increasingly unsettling with each passing thought. How frustrating. Lin Xiao. You shall pay. She hissed coldly, her expression frigid, a murderous intent permeating the air, yet she found herself utterly powerless against him, which only fueled her ire. Finally, she furrowed her brow, retrieved her phone, and contacted a man named Chen Zihao. Zihao, certain matters have exceeded my expectations, and I fear we may be facing grave issues. That night, Lin Xiao slept exceptionally well, while she surmised that the woman had likely not rested at all. Even if not frightened, she must have been flustered. Anyone in her position would be unable to remain composed after such significant losses. The following morning, Lin Xiao completed his Li Huan Yo Mo breathing technique. Basking in the dawn's glow, feeling a warm sensation enveloping him as impurities within his body were purified. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, he, along with the plump fellow and Liang He, ventured into the mountains to test the weapons collected the previous day. The plump man had managed to hit all 12 shots due to his overseas experience with firearms, combined with a stroke of luck. Otherwise, had Lin Xiao or Liang He attempted it, they would likely have been clueless about even how to open the safety, let alone hit an enemy. Lin Xiao believed that while they could be considered extraordinary beings, their offensive capabilities were evidently lacking, relying solely on their fists for combat. With these weapons now at their disposal, their combat prowess could be significantly enhanced. Liang He selected an automatic rifle from the pile of weapons for a trial shot. The bullets whistled as they struck a large tree, creating a multitude of craters, leaves cascading down in a flurry. What a splendid item! I adore it, Liang He remarked. The hefty man selected a sniper rifle and aimed at a fierce bird soaring in the distant sky. Bang! The tremendous impact sent dust swirling from the ground. Lin Xiao glanced over and noticed that the bird had plummeted, a large bullet wound marring its abdomen. Goodness, such accuracy! Lin Xiao marveled. The hefty man's marksmanship was indeed remarkable, capable of hitting a target 2,000 meters away in flight. Had this been before the mutations, he would undoubtedly have been hailed as a sharpshooter. His visual acuity and bodily control had improved significantly compared to the past. Such maneuvers were now effortless for him. The hefty man rose from the ground, proudly slinging the sniper rifle over his shoulder. Let me test the power of a rocket launcher, Lin Xiao declared, selecting one. He found little interest in other firearms, only such potent weaponry could pique his attention at present. Boom! In the distance, flames erupted against the mountainside, colossal boulders shattered, and trees toppled in swathes, with smoke billowing skyward. Not bad, the firepower is quite impressive. I wonder if a shot to that Panga Jin's golden-winged celestial would bring him down, Lin Xiao mused. He could not assess this individual's strength. From his encounters with the few anomalous beings thus far, he had managed to overcome them, so he doubted there would be any issues. Although the abilities of the middle-aged man from yesterday were peculiar, he ultimately defeated him using his sonic powers, which led him to appreciate the significance of both physical and psychic attacks. Having familiarized himself with the rocket launcher, Lin Xiao stored it away. He had seized a total of 5 rocket launchers, along with 20 rounds of ammunition. He planned to conceal these weapons along his escape route, which could serve as a lethal trump card against any pursuers. Just as he was preparing to head towards the Hualong Ridge to gather information, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he heard the calm and straightforward voice of Su Ziki. "I will arrive at the Taihang Mountains tomorrow." Lin Xiu was about to blurt out the words "old hag," but upon recognizing it was Su Ziki, he refrained. This time, it was not that woman. Su Ziki's words were succinct. She had learned through some channels that Lin Xiu was still in the Taihang Mountains. There was no longer the previous urgency in her tone. Yet a sense of distance lingered, creating an air of estrangement. Lin Xiu responded with a calm invitation to dinner. There was a slight pause on her end before she finally replied with a simple "good," and hung up. Lin Xiu was taken aback. He had more to say. But alas, Su Ziki had already ended the call, leaving him no time. He wished to inquire about the woman who had taken over her phone, to understand who she was, and to inform Su Ziki of recent events. However, he refrained from calling back. After all, they would meet tomorrow. Some matters were better discussed face to face rather than over the phone. After finishing the call, Lin Xiu abandoned his plan to venture deep into the Taihang Mountains that day, since the Pangojian's little princess had yet to arrive. The fruit on the treasure tree was surely not yet ripe, and there was no sign of activity in the mountains. Everything remained deceptively tranquil. "Lin Xiu, something has happened. Come quickly." Suddenly, the hefty man's voice echoed from the room, tinged with urgency. "What is it?" Lin Xiu entered the room and found the rotund man vigilantly stationed by Liang Hei's bedside. At that moment, Liang Hei lay on the bed, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his entire body radiating an intense heat. What could be happening? Lin Xiu was taken aback. This bore a striking resemblance to the imminent transformation he had witnessed in a young man named Niu Er at Lu Lao's medical clinic. "I don't know." He came back and immediately complained of discomfort, then lay down only to start shouting in a frenzy. "It nearly terrified me," the rotund man recounted. "Keep him steady. He may be undergoing a transformation," Lin Xiu advised, scrutinizing Liang Hei's body with great care. He discovered that the man's body was extraordinarily hot, and it appeared that something was sprouting from his head, resembling a grotesque tumor. "Ugh, how revolting. Surely those aren't two large tumors?" the rotund man exclaimed, hastily turning away, unwilling to witness further. Chapter 36. The Minotaur. It appeared unlikely, yet it seemed that Liang Hei was on the verge of transforming into a half-beast. Lin Xiu observed intently, piecing together the clues and speculating. After a brief moment, he inquired urgently, "Has he consumed something unusual?" The transformation of Liang Hei could not have occurred without reason. It must have been triggered by something he ingested. "Let me think. I believe I fed him a few exotic fruits last night, intending to nourish him. However, they were all fruits I was familiar with, ones that he had consumed without issue in the past," the portly man recalled, hastily explaining. "Which one? Show it to me," Lin Xiu urged, his heart racing with anxiety. "Here it is." The portly fellow retrieved a red fruit known as the zhugua, the first exotic fruit they had encountered that was safe for consumption. Its effects were minimal, merely enhancing one's constitution slightly, yet it was abundant in quantity. "Red. You must have confused it with another exotic fruit, mistaking it for zhugua," Lin Xiu conjectured after inspecting it. "Well, I can't say for certain." The portly man scratched his head, losing confidence. "It must be that," Lin Xiu exclaimed, his eyes widening. The portly man, feeling guilty, shrank back, afraid to utter a word. "If anything happens to him, you shall take responsibility," Lin Xiu admonished, alarmed by Liang Hei's alarming transformation. He had sprouted a pair of horns, and his height had surged from 1.85 meters to an imposing 2 meters, resembling a small giant. The portly man remained silent, fixated on Liang Hei's form, inwardly praying that no further changes would occur. Otherwise, when Liang Hei awakened to find himself transformed into a half-beast, he might very well end his own life in despair. Ouch!
That hurts. Liang Hei's voice rang out. Where do you feel discomfort?
Lin Xiao leaned in to inquire.
My head, it aches. Liang Hei replied, attempting to touch his head. Don't!
The portly man shouted suddenly.
What are you doing? This is absurd.
Liang Hei, irritated, glared at the portly man. It's nothing, the portly man stammered, unsure of how to respond, turning his head away in avoidance.
Goodness! Liang Hei bellowed,
causing both of their eardrums to throb painfully. Why do I have a pair of horns sprouting from my head?
He lamented, feeling utterly helpless as he groped around, hastily rising to find a mirror. Here, Lin Xiao offered him a mirror. Don't look!
The portly man, now even more anxious, feared Liang Hei might unleash his wrath upon him. Given his current appearance, it was undeniably bizarre. Anyone who beheld it would struggle to articulate their feelings.
Aha! What on earth is happening? Why have I grown horns? Can someone explain this to me? He bellowed.
Unable to come to terms with his present visage towering at 2 meters tall, his skin darkened, and atop his head, a pair of small horns, resembling a minotaur. Lin Xiao stifled a laugh. He found Liang Hei's current state utterly amusing, especially his frantic demeanor, which was quite entertaining.
Lin Xiao, was it you? I will not hold back.
Upon noticing Lin Xiao stifling a laugh, Liang Hei was immediately incensed and sought to confront him.
Don't come after me.
Just look at the fatty, doesn't he appear to be a thief racked with guilt?
Lin Xiao rolled about in the room,
bursting into laughter while pointing at the plump figure cowering silently in the corner.
Ah! So it's you, fatty.
You've caused quite the trouble, prepare to meet your fate. Seeing the fatty attempt to flee, Liang Hei, filled with rage, swiftly redirected his wrath and charged forth. Before long, he returned, bringing along the now battered fatty,
who bore the marks of a fight. Are you satisfied now?
Lin Xiao inquired, observing the disheveled state of the fatty before turning to Liang Hei.
Not at all.
This wretched fatty has turned me into a laughingstock, it infuriates me. Liang Hei remained indignant. Believing that the horns he had acquired had diminished his attractiveness by at least 30 points, a matter of great significance.
What are you feeling now? What powers have you obtained? Lin Xiao ceased his jesting and inquired earnestly about Liang Hei's transformations.
I sense a substantial change in my physique. Yet I cannot discern any newfound abilities, Liang Hei replied, clenching his fists, swinging them a couple of times, then scratching his head in confusion.
Come, strike me once. Let me gauge your current strength.
Lin Xiao extended his palm, signaling Liang Hei to proceed.
All right, Liang Hei agreed,
confident that Lin Xiao's current physique surpassed his own by at least threefold, so testing was not an issue.
Bang!
Hiss, impressive. The speed has noticeably improved. And the increase in strength is remarkable. Lin Xiao retracted his palm, inhaling sharply as he sensed the tremendous force behind Liang Hei's punch, which felt at least 10 times stronger than that of an average person. Unleash the bull demon fist and spar with me, Lin Xiao proclaimed, standing in the courtyard, beckoning Liang Hei to engage in combat.
Very well.
Liang Hei charged forward, forming a fist imprint as he hurled it toward Lin Xiao.
Boom!
A thunderous sound erupted as Lin Xiao met the attack head-on, their fists colliding with a resounding crack, causing the surrounding air to vibrate.
Goodness, the progress is astonishing.
Lin Xiao marveled at Liang Hei's formidable power in executing the first 2 forms of the bull demon fist. If he mastered the 3rd and 4th forms,
he might surpass Lin Xiao in strength. I've broken through. The 2nd form is perfected, Liang Hei exclaimed with exhilaration.
Let us strike while the iron is hot and learn the 3rd form, Lin Xiao suggested, preparing to impart the knowledge to Liang Hei. I feel a surge of vitality within me. It seems I can now perform the breathing technique you initially taught us, Liang Hei declared.
At that moment,
a resonant voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. This individual possesses the bloodline of the Azure Bull, belonging to the ancient bull demon lineage. He can learn our breathing techniques and pass them on.
What about that fatty?
Lin Xiao inquired promptly. It is not apparent, yet he is not an ordinary being.
Once the Swan Ni awakens, we may have him investigated.
Remember, hunt powerful beasts, draw their precious blood, and let us revive swiftly.
Only then can the Jiuli breathing technique return to its peak. The bull demon declared before vanishing, the flames extinguishing once more.
Lin Xiao regained his senses.
The brief interaction with the bull demon had transpired in mere seconds in the realm of reality.
He turned to Liang He and said,
I shall teach you the Li Huan Yo Mo breathing technique.
The afternoon swiftly passed, and Lin Xiao had imparted the technique to Liang He, instilling him with confidence for his practice.
As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and the stars twinkled like scattered gems, their brilliance cascading like flowing water.
In the courtyard, Lin Xiao continued his practice of the Li Huan Yo Mo breathing method, a daily ritual.
The moonlight bathed him in a silvery glow, lending an aura of sanctity to his being.
This breathing technique required little time, and soon he concluded his session.
Returning to his room,
Lin Xiao took a refreshing shower and perused various reports, particularly intrigued by news regarding the extraordinary beings in the Taihang Mountains. It was reported that high-ranking officials from Pango Genetics had already journeyed to the Taihang Mountains, expected to arrive the following day.
This news came with detailed analyses, revealing Pango Genetics' ambitions to acquire several peculiar fruits, aiming to create a second golden-winged celestial and solidify their strength. In such a scenario, who could rival them?
Rumors suggested that entities of the golden-winged celestial caliber might be impervious to conventional weaponry, their power striking terror into the hearts of many.
Furthermore,
reports indicated that with the upheaval of the world, the number of extraordinary beings had surged, conservatively estimated at around 200,000.
Among them emerged a cadre of formidable masters.
Aside from the four most powerful individuals, a 100-strong ranking list was compiled, claiming to showcase the mightiest beings across the realm. Lin Xiao scrutinized the list, noting that only a dozen names were revealed. The sheer volume of extraordinary beings made it challenging to fully assess their capabilities, with only the most renowned and powerful individuals included. For instance, one extraordinary being could summon spectral entities from another world to fight on their behalf. These summoned phantoms were immensely powerful, capable of easily sweeping aside ordinary extraordinary beings, and could be summoned in droves, at least over 10, with no clear limit to their numbers. There were even claims that this individual could challenge the four great leaders.
Terrifying, was Lin Xiao's assessment.
Having experienced similar scenarios in games, he recognized the formidable nature of such necromancers, capable of summoning bone dragons and lich kings to fight for them. However, this extraordinary being remained low-key, wandering through the vast mountains of Sichuan, hunting exotic beasts. He continued to peruse the article, where another individual on the ranking list captivated his attention.
This person was enveloped in blazing flames, obscuring their true form.
It was said that they commanded fire. Once their abilities were unleashed, their entire being became a weapon, allowing for high-speed flight and invincibility, effortlessly sweeping through adversaries. This individual bore a resemblance to the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. Lin Xiao regarded this with gravity, unwilling to underestimate the situation. Observing the multitude of extraordinary beings in the world, it became evident that many formidable figures existed. After reviewing information about numerous powerful entities, he shifted his focus to other reports.
Breaking news! The Microstar Biologicals engage in battle with Pango Genetics, and Liang Mo will personally lead the charge. This report is exceedingly captivating.
The illustrious Huaxia First Financial Group, Weisheng Biotechnology, is set to venture into the Taihang Mountains,
evidently aiming to contend with Pango Biotechnology for the extraordinary fruit upon that diminutive tree. The foremost expert of Weisheng Biotechnology, Liang Mo,
may soon engage in a fierce battle with the golden-winged deity.
This has stirred considerable upheaval. Does Weisheng Biotechnology truly intend to oppose Pango Genetics? Prior to the mutations,
Pango Genetics and Weisheng Biotechnology had once collaborated, but for reasons unknown, their partnership swiftly deteriorated, leaving many questions unanswered. Everyone is eager to ascertain the veracity of this report and its credibility. If it proves true, the anticipation will be immense, undoubtedly igniting a frenzy across the internet. Lin Xiao meticulously scours the web, where information about the Taihang Mountains abounds yet remains chaotic. Predictions suggest that at least tens of thousands of extraordinary beings will converge to vie for this prize. For it is not merely a singular fruit, but 5. One fruit alone could elevate one to the status of the golden winged deity. Imagine the implications of 5. Chapter 37, breaking through the second stage. It is said that any faction that acquires these 5 anomalous fruits will instantly create 5 unparalleled masters, transforming into the 5th great power of Hanxia. Furthermore, it has become widely known that ordinary grass mutations can yield fruits capable of producing extraordinary individuals. The transformations of trees, however, are even more astonishing. Thus far, only 4 instances have been publicly acknowledged, resulting in the emergence of the golden-winged celestial, the giant armor, the heavenly blade, and the white tiger. They stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid, looking down upon other extraordinary beings. Who would not aspire to stand alongside these 4 illustrious figures? As the era of great conflict dawns and the path of cultivation unfolds, who would willingly remain a nameless, ordinary person amidst such grand circumstances? Particularly, there are those extraordinary beings, driven by greater ambition, who yearn to consume the anomalous fruits for a second transformation, hoping to surpass those 4 masters. Wake up, everyone! No matter the means, it is exceedingly difficult to be on par with those 4, let alone surpass them. Do you think they merely awakened their inner powers by consuming a single fruit? In truth, they primarily relied on the fruits from the small trees, supplemented by various other mysterious fruits. Without the substantial financial backing of the 4 major conglomerates, where would you procure such an abundance of anomalous fruits for enhancement? Someone is pouring cold water on their aspirations, clearly possessing considerable knowledge, which piqued Lin Xiao's interest. He clicked on the individual's profile and discovered a personal signature, a fan of the resurrected deity. He had been closely monitoring this resurrected deity's activities, and to his surprise, he found a fan right here. One cannot deny the influence of this individual. His online presence is quite active, and given his extensive knowledge, he has garnered tens of thousands of followers. Lin Xiao clicked on a video on his profile that had received over hundreds of thousands of likes. Heavens! This is footage of the golden-winged celestial battling other extraordinary beings. This is the first such material he has encountered in a long time. The content creator must be someone extraordinary. At the very least an extraordinary being of the Pango gene, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to capture real combat footage of the golden-winged celestial. The online community erupted in excitement, for there had been rumors that the golden-winged celestial, endowed with the Pango gene, could sweep away dozens of extraordinary beings with a single strike. Many dismissed it as mere hearsay, never anticipating that such combat footage would indeed be disseminated. In the video, a young man with flowing golden hair, shimmering down to his waist, emanated a radiant golden aura, his pupils glistening with the same hue. He resembled a celestial being from Western legend, an existence of transcendent grace. The footage depicted a fierce battle, where dozens of extraordinary beings united to challenge him. He spread his wings and soared into the air, forming a peculiar fist seal, and with a single move, sent them all flying. Absolutely breathtaking. Numerous women were left in awe, shrieking in excitement. The release of this video sparked a tremendous sensation, especially at the conclusion of the video. An extraordinary individual possessed the remarkable ability to manipulate metallic objects as weapons, refusing to yield. He summoned all the weapons within that space towards himself, and with a sudden flourish, he unfurled his golden wings, reducing those weapons to mere fragments. Resembling a tempest of gold, a scene so breathtaking it could have been plucked from a science fiction epic. Simultaneously, this segment of the video reached its end. Such power was reminiscent of a celestial angel descending to earth, truly deserving of the title golden-winged deity. The online community erupted in fervor, many left in awe.
while others cheered, eager to witness further combat scenes featuring the golden-winged deity. Undoubtedly, this video catapulted his popularity to unprecedented heights, previously shrouded in mystery. He had not made a public appearance since being taken by the Panga gene, but now, this leaked footage had transitioned him from mere legend to tangible reality. What were my chances of prevailing against him? After watching the video, Lin Xiu's expression turned grave as he felt an immense pressure, realizing he needed to further enhance his own strength. In the video, the deity demonstrated a mysterious martial art. Was there a manual for such techniques provided within the Panga gene, or was he being tutored by a master? Doubt clouded his mind. The following day, Suzuki arrived and directly contacted Lin Xiu, informing him that someone would come to fetch him shortly. Outside, the sky was dim, with a crimson sun rising, casting a golden hue upon the mountains as it ascended, spilling forth resplendent rays across the Taihang Mountains. Though the hour was early, Suzuki had already arrived. Lin Xiu expressed his gratitude, and the call was promptly disconnected. After concluding the conversation, he stood in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight, engaging in the Li Huanyo Mo breathing technique amidst the golden dawn, feeling the impurities within his body being purified. A peculiar sensation surged within him, akin to being enveloped in a sauna or immersed in a hot spring, as a substance flowed over his body. Lin Xiu felt a flicker of recognition. This sensation was both familiar and foreign. Could he be on the verge of a breakthrough? Elation filled his heart as he settled his mind to savor this extraordinary feeling. He recalled a similar sensation he had experienced while on the train, which had first manifested when he was within the Sangsingui site, though at that time, he had been too flustered to pay attention. Upon reflection, he realized this feeling had always lingered, albeit faintly, barely discernible. Now, a comparable warmth emerged. Yet it felt amplified and pronounced. His entire being relaxed, from head to toe, as if being cleansed, with a warm current flowing through him, akin to a parched land suddenly absorbing moisture. Opening his eyes, he beheld a remarkable sight. On the surface of his skin, it appeared as though various golden threads interwove, as if his body's meridians were being unveiled. As the breathing technique concluded, he gazed down to witness the faint golden patterns gradually thinning, ultimately vanishing into his skin, disappearing without a trace. Lin Xiu sensed a transformation within himself. He lifted his gaze towards the distant mountains, clearly observing a small bird hopping upon a giant tree on one of the peaks. What astonishing vision! Simultaneously, his hearing had become remarkable, allowing him to perceive sounds from great distances, such as the television blaring and the chatter of people on the street. Now, his senses were exceptionally acute, rendering him keenly aware of the world around him, as his perception had significantly intensified compared to before. After acclimating to these sensations, he reined in his 5 senses, mastering the ability to regulate them at will. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the cacophony of noises surrounding him. After Lin Xiu tested his vision and hearing, he immediately proceeded to assess the other facets of his physical prowess. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, dashing into the woods outside, his speed markedly enhanced. A rough estimate revealed that he covered 100 meters in merely 1 second. As for his strength, the augmentation was even greater, though he could not yet quantify it. The improvement was palpable in his body. His physical constitution had undergone a significant enhancement. The first breathing technique unveiled such formidable potential, capable of rapidly improving one's physique with astonishing efficacy, shrouded in an air of mystery. Lin Xiu felt a surge of excitement, for aside from this initial breathing technique, he had 8 others stored in his mind. The thought of mastering them all was both thrilling and daunting. He meticulously examined the 9 ethereal figures, aside from the first, the ancient Li Huanyo Mo, which had turned away. He also discerned a terrifying dragon-like creature and a fearsome bird of prey, reminiscent of a phoenix. This breathing technique carried immense significance, hidden within the ancient Sangsingui civilization for 3 millennia. Did this civilization witness the rise and fall of that enigmatic era? After a considerable time, he regained his composure and muttered to himself, "The second tier has been achieved. Following breakfast, Lin Xiu awaited the arrival of his escort. A tall, youthful woman, radiant and vibrant, approached him with a smile before uttering a word, indicating her amiable disposition. Accompanying her were two individuals clad in black uniforms, armed and vigilant, scanning their surroundings. They arrived in a heavy-set black vehicle, towering and imposing, not of ordinary make. Its exterior was fortified with thick steel plating, exuding an aura of robustness. This was an armored vehicle, a standard provision from Pangojin, a company renowned for its opulence, ensuring even their regular personnel were equipped with top-notch gear. "Mr. Lin, please get in the car," the young woman said, opening the door for him. As Lin Xiu prepared to board, having exchanged pleasantries with Liang He and the portly man, he momentarily hesitated. Since receiving a call from Suzuki that morning, informing him of her arrangements to send someone for him, he had been contemplating a particular matter. "Mr. Lin?" The young woman, smiling, called to him from the side. "Apologies, I was lost in thought," he replied. "Please, return for now. I have some urgent matters to attend to. I will make my way over by noon." The young woman appeared somewhat taken aback. "But Miss Su insisted that I escort you." Lin Xiu shook his head in refusal, assuring her that the distance to the county town was not far and that he would certainly arrive by noon, urging her to depart first. The woman contemplated making a phone call to inform Suzuki of the situation, but upon recalling her current preoccupations with numerous affairs in the Taihang Mountains, as well as the necessity to dine with Lin Xiu at noon, she ultimately decided to depart. Lin Xiu watched the black armored vehicle drive away, muttering under his breath, "I hope my suspicions are unfounded." Earlier, upon receiving Suzuki's call informing him that someone would come to personally collect him, he instinctively sensed something amiss. Having resided in the Taihang Mountains for many years, it was only natural that he should be the host, with Suzuki as the guest. What sense did it make for a host to require a guest's welcome? Troubled by this incongruity, he declined the invitation and resolved to follow personally to uncover the unfolding events. "You guard the homestead, I have matters to attend to," Lin Xiu instructed Liang He and Fatty. With their current capabilities, Liang He and Fatty could easily contend with ordinary anomalies, and even stand a chance against more formidable ones, leaving Lin Xiu with little cause for concern. Chapter 38, Slaughter. Be cautious on the road, Liang He cautioned. Having learned earlier of the mastermind behind the assaults by the foreign entities, which left him somewhat apprehensive. "Have no fear, merely an old witch. How much havoc can she wreak?" "It should pose no significant issue," Lin Xiu replied dismissively, waving his hand before pursuing the black armored vehicle. He chose not to travel the main road but instead navigated through the woods adjacent to the county roads, moving at a remarkable speed. If he were to sprint fully, he would not lag behind the vehicle. In truth, the journey was quite bumpy, as the original road was fractured into numerous paths, with many areas resembling pockmarked dirt roads due to prior human development, making rapid movement nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Lin Xiu trailed behind, his extraordinary physique rendering him unfazed by the arduous terrain. After traversing over 40 miles, the path ahead grew increasingly treacherous and uneven. Several times, the vehicle nearly succumbed to the pitfalls, struggling to regain momentum. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility. Birds scattered in a panic as a rocket struck the black armored vehicle with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force, coupled with the terrifying sound of the explosion, sent the entire vehicle airborne. Even an armored car could not withstand such an impact, shattering its windows and warping its structure. Thud! The black armored vehicle crashed back to the ground, igniting sparks and smoke, with debris flying in all directions, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Boom! In the next moment, another resounding blast echoed, striking the vehicle again with unerring precision, causing it to disintegrate on the spot. Despite its bulletproof design, it had its limitations. The sheer power of these rockets far exceeded the vehicle's defensive capabilities. From a distance, Lin Xiu's expression soured considerably. His worst fears had materialized. That deranged woman had orchestrated an ambush under the direct orders of Suzuki,
targeting him on the very path designated for his arrival.
Despair filled him,
his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he mourned the young life extinguished so abruptly. Regret washed over him for not being able to save her.
Earlier,
he had sensed a sliver of possibility, taking slight precautions, yet the unfortunate reality had come to pass. He knew that, regardless of his speed or extraordinary resilience, being struck consecutively by rockets within a confined vehicle would be fatal. Moments later, several more rockets were unleashed, all finding their mark,
resulting in a catastrophic explosion that left only the charred remnants of the vehicle.
"You shall perish."
Lin Xiu's fury ignited. What deep-seated enmity did they harbor against him? Such considerable effort expended to eliminate him, orchestrating a lethal strike on the very route designated for his arrival by Suzuki. However, enlightenment dawned upon him. They were afraid, fearful of exposure, intent on silencing him forever.
This woman, being close to Suzuki, was aware that he had yet to disclose certain matters to her,
and thus sought to eliminate him before their meeting could transpire.
Lin Xiu understood that they were desperate, willing to resort to extreme measures, even at the cost of his own company's employees, to extinguish his existence. His countenance was icy, and this matter was far from trivial. It compelled him to unleash a massacre. Anyone involved in this affair, regardless of their identity, must be eradicated one by one.
In the county seat, within a magnificent mansion, a man and a woman engaged in indescribable acts.
Once the man had finished, he rose and poured 2 glasses of red wine, savoring them slowly.
He appeared relaxed and at ease, while the woman's expression was tense, anxiously awaiting something. Soon, the phone rang, and the woman answered swiftly, asking, "What is the situation?"
"The target has been eliminated, the vehicle disintegrated along with him. However, the skilled individuals behind him have yet to reveal themselves. We are still in a state of anticipation." Upon hearing this report, her expression grew even more anxious. She was evidently the woman who once possessed Suzuki's phone number.
"Stay calm, await his appearance, and then eliminate him."
Her voice trembled slightly. From the onset, she had never feared Lin Xiu. She had always believed that a mere mortal could only stir so much trouble.
His audacity was surely backed by someone powerful, a force capable of defeating the leaders of 3 teams. His strength was undeniable.
"Understood," came the response from the other end. The call ended shortly thereafter.
"Mei Han,
do not be so nervous, it is a rather simple matter." "You are making yourself overly flustered," the man remarked calmly, seated in a relaxed manner. His complexion was fair, his features handsome, exuding an air of scholarly elegance as he gently swirled his wine glass.
"Zihao, you speak lightly, but I have committed a grave error. If Ziki finds out..." Zhang Meihan's face paled.
"It is of no consequence, even if she discovers it. The Pangajin does not belong solely to her family. My Chen family is also a significant player.
Moreover, you are her close confidant and a capable assistant.
Even if she learns the truth, she will not take action against you." The young man reassured her, maintaining a smile as though everything was under his control.
"Zihao, regarding this matter, I intended to assist you, yet it has escalated to this extent. Can you manage it?"
Zhang Meihan inquired, her eyes filled with worry. She was strikingly beautiful, with captivating phoenix eyes and an exquisite figure, currently clad in a nightgown that hinted at spring's warmth.
"Rest assured, this incident will not be leaked.
The individuals from Dekong Biological are active in that area, and our paths will inevitably cross.
They just happened to be passing through that location. Ultimately, it was their doing,"
the man replied with a steady tone. He then shook his head, adding, "In truth, I merely wished for that mortal to experience some hardship to assist my brother in severing his ties with Ziki. I never anticipated that you would want him dead."
"How could I have known your intentions?"
"It was merely that the other worldly beings below failed to handle this matter adequately, and several skilled individuals went missing as a result, leading to such a significant predicament."
Zhang Meihan lamented deeply.
One misstep led to another. She felt increasingly ensnared and regretted her involvement entirely. It is merely a small shrimp, and based on what I have gathered, the possibility of him rekindling a relationship with Ziki is non-existent. I truly wish to avoid unnecessary complications." The young man expressed a sense of helplessness, before continuing, "Since you have taken such action, there is no alternative but to accept the consequences and deal with him. Just moments ago, he met his demise," Jiang Meihan stated. "I am aware. Yet the death of such a person is of little consequence. You mentioned that he is backed by a formidable expert. Perhaps it is best to eliminate any future threats entirely," Chen Zihao replied with a confident smile. "Can it truly be resolved?" Jiang Meihan furrowed her brow, still troubled. Recalling the last time when Captain Shiringbua, one of the company's elite, was dispatched, only to vanish without a trace. Rest assured, unless he possesses a level of skill akin to that of Li Mo from Weisheng Biotechnology, even if Li Mo were to come personally, it wouldn't guarantee success," Chen Zihao asserted, evidently brimming with confidence regarding the current operation. "Let us hope no issues arise. There is no need for excessive worry, let us await good news." The man finished his last sip of red wine, rose to his feet, and embraced the woman, entwining themselves once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had stealthily melded into the forest. Akin to a leopard poised for the hunt, cautiously advancing towards the direction from which the rocket had been fired. He sensed danger. This area was rife with ambushes, and the scope was vast. Their target did not seem to be the vehicle on the road but rather appeared to be waiting for someone to intrude upon this space. Did they believe that I am shielded by powerful allies? This time seems primarily aimed at eliminating that individual, Lin Xiao mused, his expression turning frigid. With a sudden motion, he utilized his heightened sense of awareness to locate the first extraordinary being. Approaching silently, he drew Qianxiu, the fractured blade gleaming like a crimson lightning bolt, illuminating the darkened forest. Lin Xiao swiftly severed the man's throat, blood erupting forth as the head detached from the body. He caught it deftly and placed it upon the ground. "This marks the beginning. Should you compel me to unleash a massacre, I shall oblige, none shall escape." Lin Xiao gently lowered the body, making not a sound. He resolved to take lives here, fully intent on a bloody rampage. The forest was eerily quiet, saturated with the pungent scent of blood. The severed head and body parted ways, a copious amount of blood gushing forth, rendering the scene somewhat macabre. This was not his first encounter with slaying an extraordinary being. Just yesterday, he had dispatched a dozen, and now he felt an unsettling calm, a tranquility that bordered on the terrifying. The woman, in her madness, had attacked him without mercy. He could not afford to show any leniency. He would carve a path through them, eager to unveil the grotesque visage of the woman who dared to treat him with such cruelty, intent on his destruction. In the stillness of the mountains, Lin Xiao resembled a ferocious beast, stealthily approaching one prey after another. The trials endured within the mountains had not been in vain, allowing him to maintain a composed heart, ready to wield his utmost combat prowess. At this moment, he moved soundlessly, optimizing his physical capabilities, poised to unleash a lethal strike. Another extraordinary being detected. The individual perched upon a tree, his gaze scanning the surroundings with acute vigilance, lay in ambush. Upon his shoulder rested a peculiar weapon, resembling a sniper rifle yet bearing the formidable appearance of a cannon, exuding an aura of considerable power that demanded respect. This was undoubtedly the capability of that extraordinary being, able to conjure such an unusual firearm for the purpose of vanquishing foes. Clearly, this being exhibited remarkable patience as a hunter, ever poised to eliminate his target. However, unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the prey, soon to be hunted. Lin Xiao remained exceedingly cautious, aware that the distance between these extraordinary beings was not great. Any disturbance could summon a throng of them. He tensed his body, akin to a ferocious beast, possessing undeniable strength to dispatch his quarry yet opting for stealth, inching closer in silence. His intent was a decisive strike, conserving energy and denying his prey any chance for retaliation. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao launched the dark crimson weapon known as Qianxiu, which soared through the air like a crimson ribbon, aimed directly at the being wielding the sniper rifle in the tree above. Chapter 39,
The injection with a swift and precise motion, Zhenqiu pierced the man's neck, releasing a spray of crimson. However, as the deadly weapon made contact with the vital spot, the stranger instinctively pulled the trigger, the gunshot reverberating and alarming the other beings in the vicinity. Damn it!
Lin Xiu cursed silently, his form darting swiftly as he retrieved the fallen Zhenqiu,
rapidly altering his position.
At this moment, the forest was not filled with the cacophony he had anticipated. Instead, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings,
with even the roars of beasts and the songs of birds gradually fading away. He sensed an eerie tranquility, realizing that the situation was dire.
These beings might be covertly coordinating and converging towards his location.
Otherwise, how could such a vast forest suddenly fall silent? An intangible aura of murderous intent began to permeate the air.
Suddenly, Lin Xiu felt a tingling numbness coursing through his body, accompanied by a searing pain in his back, igniting a deep-seated anxiety within him.
Run! His instincts screamed a warning, a premonition that danger was imminent, an impending lethal threat.
Lin Xiu surged forward, his speed akin to that of a cheetah, dashing through the forest and swiftly distancing himself from his previous position by several dozen meters,
completing the feat in a mere 0.2 seconds.
His velocity was astonishing.
Boom! At that very moment,
the area he had just vacated erupted in flames as a rocket struck, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered boulders and toppled trees, igniting a fierce inferno. Lin Xiu caught sight of a being soaring high above, wielding a pair of black wings, surveying him from the sky while shouldering a rocket launcher.
At this instant,
he pulled the trigger once more, shouting, "He's over here."
They were oblivious to what their target looked like.
They merely received orders to eliminate anyone who dared to intrude into the forest without hesitation.
Among those dispatched, there were no weaklings.
As Lin Xiu began his hunt, he was promptly detected and faced with intense retaliation. Soon, figures began to rush in from all directions, the forest reverberating with waves of lethal intent, each presence formidable,
with dozens of silhouettes rapidly approaching. Boom!
In mid-air, the being loaded another rocket and fired again. Positioned high above, he possessed overwhelming firepower, free from the threat of counterattack. Soil erupted, trees were obliterated, and the ground where Lin Xiu had stood was transformed into scorched earth, level to the ground.
Having already evaded,
Lin Xiu's heightened senses enabled him to anticipate danger and swiftly evade it. In the distance, powerful beings drew closer, accompanied by a cacophony of roars.
Peering intently,
Lin Xiu was astounded to discover that armed helicopters had been dispatched, equipped with terrifying 6-barrel Gatling guns boasting fearsome firepower.
"You're finished!" someone shouted from a distance, attempting to disrupt Lin Xiu's focus.
Meanwhile, the being hovering in mid-air was searching, having failed to hit his target despite 2 attempts, the first of which was executed without the opponent's awareness.
A chill ran down his spine. What manner of creature was this? What extraordinary perception did it possess?
He had once trained at the headquarters of the otherworldly beings, where an aged master had instructed them in combat techniques, mentioning a terrifying ancient adept whose astonishing senses allowed him to evade various dangers. To his dismay, he had now encountered such a being. The hovering entity felt a shiver coursing through his body, realizing that the multitude of encirclements may not be effective, for the other's senses were too acute. As he sought the precise location of his adversary, he retrieved a communicator to inform his fellow beings of his current position. Suddenly, an overwhelming dread enveloped him. His scalp prickled as he sensed that he was being watched by a primordial beast.
Yet, he was suspended in the air. Who could harm him?
Nevertheless, he swiftly reacted, vibrating his wings to ascend to greater heights.
However, it was too late to respond. A figure sprang forth with agility,
leaping from the giant tree and soaring into the air, wielding a broken blade, cloaked in dark crimson, and slashing downward.
Thud! The sound echoed.
The being was cleaved in 2, blood gushing forth like a fountain in the sky, a scene both horrific and surreal. His severed body plummeted to the ground, accompanied by the fall of his weapon. Lin Xiu twisted in midair, landing on the branches of the great tree to steady himself before leaping down. He felt little impact. Had he leapt directly from the air, the result would have been similarly inconsequential. Lin Xiu thought to himself, acting with utmost decisiveness, he retrieved the rocket launcher, which still contained a single rocket, a sufficient supply for his needs. The approaching beings witnessed this spectacle, their expressions filled with terror and astonishment. What a formidable display! The individual was truly terrifying. From the treetops, he had leaped into the air, effortlessly bisecting the airborne being with a swift and merciless strike. A heavy weight settled in the hearts of some. They had encountered a monster. Initially, they had considered deploying firearms for a covert strike. But it now appeared that significant sacrifices would be required to eliminate him. Suddenly, the armed helicopter arrived, its six-barreled Gatling gun unleashing a storm of bullets upon the giant tree, akin to a metallic tempest. In an instant, leaves scattered chaotically, the trunk riddled with bullet holes, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, utterly shattered. Yet, the figure was nowhere to be found, he had vanished once more. In a grand mansion within the county, the situation was dire. They had identified the target, but it was proving to be quite troublesome, having already lost 3 of their kind. Jiang Meihan and Chen Zihao received the report. The swift loss of 3 beings was no trivial matter. Jiang Meihan's expression suddenly shifted to one of intense anxiety. Her heart was gripped by an unsettling fear that the extraordinary individual might seek retribution against her. Moreover, the intricacies of the situation could potentially come to the attention of Su Ziki. What are we waiting for? Administer the new drug, it serves as an ideal practical test. Even if Li Mo arrives, he cannot possibly emerge unscathed. We must ensure he is captured, Chen Zihao commanded. After ending the call, his demeanor turned somewhat frigid, his ever-present smile dissipating as he remarked, "Indeed, he is a formidable expert, likely ranked among the top 100 extraordinary individuals in the world." Is he truly that powerful? Jiang Meihan exclaimed, her sense of unease intensifying. The thought of such a person escaping was fraught with peril. Rest assured, he cannot flee. My associates possess experts of equal caliber. Once he ingests the new drug, he may even challenge the top 4 extraordinary beings, Chen Zihao replied coldly. His aura sharpened, losing its previous elegance and warmth. The deaths of 3 extraordinary individuals weighed heavily upon him. These were all experts Chen's family had procured at great expense from beyond, representing the strength he commanded. Does that drug genuinely work? Jiang Meihan inquired. It is highly effective, capable of unleashing latent potential, with combat prowess potentially enhanced by several to tenfold, Chen Zihao affirmed. In the forest, Lin Xiu furrowed his brow. This area had been meticulously prepared, revealing the presence of several detection devices. He had already dismantled dozens, yet more continued to surface. Now, he found himself gradually encircled. After vanquishing 3 extraordinary beings, he was astonished to discover that 10 more had been deployed, armed with various heavy weaponry. The most absurd aspect was the mobilization of an armed helicopter brimming with formidable firepower, a significant undertaking indeed. After administering the drug and eliminating him, we shall promptly proceed to Hualong Ridge to eradicate the other extraordinary beings, one of the leaders among the extraordinary beings commanded. These extraordinary individuals, upon displaying their immense power, revealed their uniquely transformed physiques. Some towered over 5 meters, their imposing forms resembling living rock, shrouded in a haze of brown mist, exuding terrifying strength. Others shrank to minuscule sizes, akin to ants, swiftly maneuvering to close the distance. Had Lin Xiu not noticed them immediately, he might have fallen into their trap. Another extraordinary being radiated a chilling aura, ice crystals forming beneath its feet. This ice-wielding individual appeared particularly menacing, exuding a sense of danger akin to a leader. The 10 extraordinary beings, each possessing their own terrifying abilities, converged from all directions, intent on eliminating Lin Xiu in this very spot. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, directing a rocket launcher at the armed helicopter.
Its threat was too great, the metallic storm it unleashed was no jest. A barrage from it would reduce the area to a hive of chaos, and even with Lin Qiu's remarkable physique, he dared not withstand such overwhelming firepower with his body alone. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the armed helicopter swerved, narrowly evading a fatal strike, yet still sustaining damage to one side of its rotor, causing it to veer dangerously close to a crash. Take the potion. The extraordinary beings, caught off guard by the aggressive move against the helicopter, erupted in collective fury, their voices resonating in unison. Each of them was consuming a peculiar elixir. A transparent vial containing a vibrant blue liquid. When uncorked, it released a fragrant blue mist. Lin Qiu sensed a looming danger. As the presence of these 10 extraordinary individuals intensified, their low growls merging into a frenzied chorus, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling aggression. Not far away, an observer had been silently tracking the scene, remaining detached from the chaos of the battlefield. At this moment, he revealed a glint of excitement in his eyes, exclaiming loudly, "Excellent!" Chapter 40, A Complete Collapse. Moreover, he began to establish connections with the inhabitants of the county town. After the enhancement of the potion, the results were remarkable. Their physical capabilities surged to over 8-fold, with some even reaching 10-fold. The man's expression was one of sheer exhilaration as he scanned the data of those extraordinary individuals on his tablet, witnessing a terrifying surge in their abilities. Excellent! Chen Zihao nodded solemnly, unable to conceal his excitement. Even he, usually composed, could not maintain his calm. He had been quietly executing a bold plan, and now, witnessing the fruits of his labor, how could he not feel exhilarated? In the depths of the forest, while he reveled in his triumph, he also maintained a level of control over his emotions, striving to observe with clarity. However, as he scrutinized the extraordinary individuals closely, a frown creased his brow as he muttered to himself, although their abilities have increased 10-fold, their emotional state is overly heightened, which is concerning. The intense fluctuations in their mental state could lead to uncontrollable issues. He believed that this might be one of the 2 significant problems associated with the potion experiment, necessitating further refinement. At this moment, Lin Qiu felt uneasy. Just an instant ago, he sensed not 10 extraordinary individuals surrounding him, but rather 100. The overwhelming aura radiating from them was formidable, each possessed a power that seemed to have multiplied 10-fold, rendering them exceedingly perilous. The drug has taken effect. It must be some form of potential enhancing substance. I cannot engage them directly, a breakthrough is necessary, Lin Qiu mused. His expression grew serious, not daring to let his guard down for an instant. He prepared himself, slowly extending his arms and forming a fist seal, summoning the ancient bull demon as phantom. What is that? Although the 10 extraordinary individuals were in a state of frenzy, their spirits fluctuating wildly, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them, hesitating to attack. Lin Qiu formed the fist seal, and behind him loomed an enormous, fire-red bull demon, towering over a dozen meters. As if it had traversed time and space to descend upon this realm. A wild, primal energy surged forth, transporting them back to the primordial earth. This was the ultimate manifestation of the first form of the fist seal. Simultaneously, Lin Qiu commenced his breathing technique, his trump card, which, when employed, would amplify the power of his fist technique, achieving a tremendous increase in combat prowess. Typically, he reserved this technique even in fierce battles against terrifying beasts in the primordial mountains, only resorting to it when faced with mortal peril. Now, confronted with a crisis, he felt compelled to act. The individuals around him, in their heightened state, appeared clear yet unstable, likely a drawback of the potion they ingested. Perhaps I could attempt to utilize soundwave techniques. Even if the effect is minimal, it could momentarily subdue them, thereby significantly increasing my chances of escape. Lin Qiu calculated inwardly. For this was not merely a soundwave technique capable of attacking the internal organs, it also served as a formidable mental assault, powerful enough to drive one to the brink of collapse. The 10 extraordinary individuals, witnessing Lin Qiu's inaction, shed their fear. They were filled with an overwhelming fervor.
charging towards him with a terrifying aggression, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In that fleeting moment, both sides struck almost simultaneously. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the mountains and forests like a muted thunderclap, causing nearby leaves to flutter down in disarray, and even causing colossal trees to splinter under the sheer force of it. All of this was a result of Lin Qiu's formidable shout. Enhanced by the breath of the Fireball Demon technique, its power was magnified severalfold, rendering that roar utterly terrifying. A dreadful occurrence unfolded as 10 otherworldly beings were struck by the sonic wave, momentarily frozen in place. Their already tumultuous mental states were exacerbated, leading to excruciating cries as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, blood streaming from their orifices. Some fell lifelessly, succumbing instantly to the overwhelming force of the bull demoness roar, which was not merely a sonic attack but also imbued with potent mental assault. Under normal circumstances, they would not have been so affected. However, after consuming those potions, their minds were excessively agitated. The bull demoness roar acted as a catalyst, shattering their mental fortitude, rendering their bodies incapable of withstanding the strain, ultimately leading to their demise. No! In the distance, a middle-aged man clutching a tablet felt his eyes redden with despair. This was a monumental failure, amplifying the weaknesses of the potions to a catastrophic degree. He attempted to rush forward but found himself coughing up blood. As an ordinary man, he had not transformed into an otherworldly being and was thus unable to endure the terrifying bull demoness roar. At that moment, his internal organs felt as though they were fracturing, and the blood he coughed up was dark crimson, mingled with some unidentified solid matter, before he collapsed in the forest, unable to rise again. In the county town, within a lavish mansion, Jiang Meihan calmed herself upon receiving news of the potion's terrifying efficacy. Capable of augmenting the powers of otherworldly beings by tenfold, how astounding! If 10 such beings were to enhance their strength simultaneously, it would be equivalent to 100 otherworldly beings attacking at once. Now, she believed Shen Zihao's words: even if Liu Mo were to arrive, he would not emerge unscathed, and might even be left behind. A smile graced her lips, vibrant and alluring, her phoenix eyes glimmering seductively. Shen Zihao, composed as ever, had recently experienced a surge of emotions, but now he had regained his usual elegance, his smile warm as he remarked, "Let us await the good news. They aim not only to eliminate that formidable master but also to cleanse Huolong Ridge of other rival factions, otherworldly beings. I am eagerly anticipating it." "I too am looking forward to it," Jiang Meihan replied with a smile, nestling into Chen Zihao's embrace. Their eyes met in a knowing glance, brimming with meaning, as they prepared to celebrate their impending victory in advance. In the heart of the forest, among the 10 otherworldly beings, 5 lay lifeless on the ground, their faces smeared with blood. Their already unstable mental states had been further destabilized by the bull demoness roar, pushing their fluctuations beyond the limits their bodies could endure, with the consequences all too evident. Ah! The other aberrants lay sprawled on the ground, still howling in excruciating agony, their expressions contorted in grotesque agony. Some even dug their hands deep into their own flesh, blood oozing forth as they sought to counteract their mental torment with physical pain. Others resorted to ramming their heads against the colossal trees, the sound of splintering would echoing as some of the mighty trunks shattered and crashed to the earth. The enigmatic blue potion had granted them terrifying power, yet the repercussions were equally horrific. No, this is my life's work, it must still be refined. In the distance, a middle-aged man lay incapacitated, repeatedly spewing forth fragments of his own organs in viscous blood, choking in despair. Lin Qiu had noticed him earlier, perceiving him as an ordinary man and thus posing no significant threat, leading him to forego any intervention. At this moment, the man was on the brink of death, exhausted and depleted. Even the formidable bat had nearly succumbed to Lin Qiu's sonic technique, enhanced by his breathing method. The current power was even more fearsome. A common person would surely not survive such an onslaught. Suddenly, an aberrant lunged toward that direction, a massive figure, the initial stone giant. Saliva dripped from its maw. Its pupils of fiery red, and its visage smeared with blood. The intense psychic turbulence had clearly deranged its mind, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. As though it were a zombie. With a swift motion, this aberrant seized the middle-aged man from the ground and violently tore him asunder, blood splattering in a gruesome spectacle. Lin Xiu could hardly bear to witness the savagery. The aberrant, reverting to its primal instincts, began to devour the blood and flesh of the man. The brutality displayed moments prior paled in comparison to this current ferocity. This group of aberrants had descended into madness, turning upon their own kind, a terrifying sight to behold. On the ground, several other aberrants writhed in torment, some rolling about while others engaged in feral combat, stripped of all vestiges of humanity. Lin Xiu observed the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze, striding forward with purpose, his blade poised to end their rampage. With a flash of crimson, the dark blade sliced through the air like lightning, claiming the lives of 3 aberrants in an instant. Should these frenzied beings break free from the forest, they would wreak havoc upon the innocent populace. Moreover, these aberrants had originally set their sights on his demise. There was no room for negotiation, their actions warranted this dire consequence. From an initial 10 aberrants, only 1 remained. The swiftness of the battle was astonishing as Lin Xiu approached, intent on extracting clues from their bodies before continuing his path to the county town. You, how ruthless! The last remaining aberrant suddenly opened its eyes, albeit vacant and unsteady. Yet, it regained some semblance of awareness upon witnessing the horrific scene before it, a mix of shock and terror washing over its countenance. Could anyone be more ruthless than you? First, you bombarded vehicles with rockets, then unleashed an arsenal of heavy weaponry, and now, so many aberrants have come to kill me. Had it been someone else, they would have perished long ago, Lin Xiu retorted coldly. Kill. The man let out a cold snort, his pupils dilated, yet he struggled fiercely, determined to retaliate in his final moments. It was not that he feared death, but rather he understood that in such dire circumstances, failing to counterattack would seal his fate. Only by fighting with all his might could he grasp the faintest glimmer of hope for survival. In an instant, his body became encased in a crystalline layer of ice. And then several sharp icicles materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at Lin Xiu. Wherever the icicles passed, a heavy chill enveloped the air, illustrating just how frigid their temperatures truly were. Chapter 41. Liamo Lin Xiu was secretly astonished. He had long been aware of this iceman who resembled a leader. Earlier, he had witnessed the man's mastery over ice spikes, but he was surprised to discover that he could also freeze himself, rendering him impervious to external harm and capable of launching internal assaults. With a swift motion, Lin Xiu wielded his weapon, Xianxiu, refraining from using his fists in fear of being ensnared by ice, which might encase his entire body, transforming him into a human ice sculpture. The dark red gleam of a blade flickered, shattering the ice spikes and sending fragments scattering in all directions. A small shard landed on Lin Xiu's eyebrow, instantly delivering a chilling sensation that froze his brow. His expression shifted slightly as he activated his breathing technique, emanating a formidable energy that melted the icy part into droplets, which then evaporated. This breathing technique could counter the man's abilities. There was no need for trepidation. Lin Xiu mused, casting aside all reservations. He exerted himself fully, once more swinging Xianxiu to sever the incoming ice spikes. With a resounding crash, he charged towards the human-shaped ice sculpture, delivering a powerful punch that struck with ferocity, causing the surface to crack and fissures to appear. The individual encased within felt a surge of despair. He had originally believed his powers would easily withstand this assault, allowing him time to recover his strength before retaliating. However, the outcome was brutally harsh. Lin Xiu unleashed the Nyoemo fist, landing 3 consecutive blows on the same spot, causing the colossal ice figure to explode, injuring the person inside who was hurled backward. The new enhancement serum has betrayed me, the individual screamed, his eyes ablaze with desperation and his face contorted in rage. He had been utterly unable to unleash his true strength before being vanquished. Earlier, they had appeared formidable, yet were ultimately mere shells. Die! Lin Xiu declared coldly, severing the man's head with a single stroke and refusing to linger. He had noticed someone quietly observing the scene and saw vehicles starting up at a distance, fleeing the scene. After a final glance at the battlefield to confirm that all adversaries lay slain, he departed in pursuit of the vehicles. Soon, he discovered a stronghold where the vehicles had come to a halt. Under the terrified gazes of those present, he struck mercilessly. In the mansion of the county city, news of their triumph must have arrived. The two had engaged in passionate revelry for a time, and now, Jiang Meihan sat up in bed, savoring the red wine in her goblet. It won't be long. There will be no surprises, Chen Zihao smiled, convinced that the conclusion had long been predetermined. At that moment, the phone rang, and both individuals in the room displayed smiles. They are dead, everyone, all of them are dead. Came a voice on the other end, breathless and filled with terror. What did you say? Chen Zihao sprang up, startled. All the superhumans have been killed. He is too powerful, like a demon. The voice on the other line gasped, still alive but utterly terrified. Clarify, what has happened? Chen Zihao's complexion changed as he reprimanded the individual, attempting to calm him down and urging him to elaborate slowly. No. Ah. That was the last sound from the person, laced with terror, abruptly silenced, leaving no further noise. Amidst the mountains and forests, Lin Xiu picked up the individual's phone, placing it against his ear to listen, but there was nothing but silence on the other end. No one spoke. He remained silent, standing there in stillness. Eventually, the call was swiftly terminated. Lin Xiu delved once more into the wilderness, persistently searching, and neutralized several groups armed with firearms. They were merely ordinary individuals, in fact. One squad was eliminated without even firing a shot. 20 minutes later, tranquility enveloped the forest. Lin Xiu wiped the blood from his blade, sheathed it, and treaded upon the fallen leaves, making his way towards the county town. Meanwhile, Chen Zihao and Jiang Meihan stood frozen in place, like statues, utterly stunned. Jiang Meihan's face turned pale. She had overheard Chen Zihao's conversation with that person, whose voice had been hoarse, delivering astonishing news. All the supernatural beings had perished. What a horrifying outcome! 13 individuals combined had been entirely annihilated, all killed by a single person. What a terrifying feat! If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Such a remarkable achievement heralded the rise of an unparalleled master. Moreover, the terror did not end there. Those 10 supernatural beings had consumed a new type of enhancement drug, amplifying their combat abilities by 8 to 10 times, and yet, in such circumstances, they were still vanquished by this formidable master, rendering the situation even more terrifying. Jiang Meihan stood in a daze. Not long ago, she had been blissfully enjoying intimate moments with Chen Zihao on the bed, feeling at ease, but now a chill ran down her spine, her hair standing on end. If that individual sought revenge against her, could she defend herself? 13 supernatural beings, along with an arsenal of heavy weaponry and the firepower of armed helicopters, had not been able to survive, yet he had slain them all. A monster. She uttered those 2 words, her face drained of color. Indeed, that individual could be deemed a monster, powerful and terrifying, instilling dread within her. Chen Zihao remained silent, lost in thought. He approached the window, gazing at the horizon. Motionless for a long while, the outcome was utterly unexpected. Why had this happened? His face turned pale, expression cold, with a flicker of unsettling light in his eyes. This result was beyond belief, plunging his mood into despair. Those were 13 supernatural beings, a crucial force in his grasp, now all dead. What had transpired? Who could provide an explanation? Chen Zihao suppressed his voice. His handsome visage bore no trace of a smile, now overshadowed by a somber demeanor, starkly contrasting with his earlier refined air. Who was he, capable of slaying over a dozen enhanced individuals? Jiang Meihan pondered aloud. Could it be that the top 4 masters had someone aiding him? She speculated further. It is impossible. That individual could never rank among the top 4. He is a concealed master.
Chen Zihao remarked coldly. With a resounding crash, he hurled his goblet to the ground, the crystalline shards scattering in every direction. And he could not suppress a low growl of frustration. "Damn it!" he bellowed. Earlier, he had been composed, wearing a gentle smile, dismissing the matter entirely. Convinced that the individual was doomed, the outcome already sealed. Yet now, his fists clenched, his complexion darkened with bitterness. This represented an unforgivable defeat for him. A loss of monumental proportions. "Zihao, do not succumb to anger, we must urgently devise a solution to this predicament," Jiang Meihan implored, forcing herself to remain calm. Though her heart quaked with fear, for this calamity had arisen due to her. If that individual sought vengeance, she would undoubtedly be the first target. She shuddered to envision what fate awaited her at the hands of such a formidable master, capable of effortlessly slaying a dozen extraordinary beings. Before long, another figure joined them in the living room, an elderly man, gaunt of visage, exuding an aura of sharpness. He stood there and said, "Young master, this is not your fault." No one could have anticipated this outcome. His words bore weight. 13 extraordinary beings acting simultaneously, augmented by the newly developed enhancement agents, constituted an overwhelming force, making the execution of a single extraordinary being deceptively simple. With such a powerful assembly, ambushing an extraordinary being should have been devoid of uncertainty. Yet, the unfolding events had defied all expectations, with the dispatched extraordinary beings all vanquished, suffering catastrophic losses. What went wrong? He Bo, have someone investigate thoroughly. I demand to know the details. I cannot accept this. Chen Zihao's face was grim, his fingers turning pale from the tension. Could it be that someone from the Weixing Bio Group is involved? Might it be Li Mo? Jiang Meihan continued. He Bo paused slightly, yet refrained from expressing an opinion. Following Chen Zihao's directive, he instructed his subordinates to promptly head to the scene, to meticulously investigate and ascertain the causes of death for those 13 extraordinary beings. Chen Zihao furrowed his brow, realizing that in his earlier rage, he had overlooked this critical aspect. He had naively assumed that an ordinary mortal could not possibly be acquainted with such beings, but now, doubt began to creep in. Li Mo, the relentless hunter of extraordinary beasts, perpetually roaming the vast wilderness, had he already arrived? However, intelligence suggested that this extraordinary being, renowned for his formidable defenses and strength, was still en route, expected to arrive no sooner than tonight. Investigate whether Li Mo has indeed arrived, Chen Zihao stated coldly. He Bo nodded, swiftly mobilizing personnel while also tapping into the internal resources of the Panga Gene Corporation to gain insight into the movements of key figures within Weixing Bio. As those dispatched entered the woods, they were immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. The air was thick with the stench of blood, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield where the lifeblood of countless soldiers had mingled with their fallen bodies. The severed heads of 10 extraordinary beings lay scattered, and 2 others had been cruelly cleaved in twain, an act of sheer brutality. It is evident that they perished at the hands of a single individual, and the manner of their demise was decidedly brutal. The traces left at the scene suggest that only a handful engaged in fierce combat, while the majority of the others were utterly no match for this individual, swiftly losing their heads in a matter of moments, their lifeless expressions frozen in terror. This grim outcome sent shivers down their spines. Could it truly be Li Mo? Someone quavered. The formidable armored figure of Li Mo has been the subject of rampant speculation across the internet. Some assert that he has succumbed to madness in his relentless pursuit of mastery, spending his days hunting ferocious beasts in the primordial mountains. Witnesses claim to have seen him devouring the flesh of savage creatures at the periphery of the mountains, consuming them raw and drinking their blood, effortlessly slaughtering 20-meter-long behemoths as if they were mere poultry, resembling a savage of the wild. Chapter 42: The Vicious Woman in the Depths of the Mountains. They conducted a meticulous search, yet no significant clues were discovered. It was as if he had intentionally erased numerous traces afterward. In the county town, within the opulent mansion, Chen Zihao received the report, his countenance darkening to a near-drenched state.
13 extraordinary individuals had met their demise by decapitation, each sustaining identical fatal injuries. The perpetrator was undeniably formidable, possessing absolute superiority. Hebo gazed at the report and remarked, "It is said that the armored warrior Li Mo frequently wields a long knife. Remarkably sharp, crafted from celestial iron by the extraterrestrial beings." At that moment, another report arrived, and Hebo's expression shifted noticeably upon receiving it. "What? Li Mo has indeed arrived, and just this morning?" Jiang Meihan took the report, glanced at it, and was instantly taken aback. "Li Mo has come." Chen Zihao seethed with anger, his visage contorted as he slammed his palm upon the table. The exquisite tea table, fashioned from ancient wood over 1,000 years old, shattered with a resounding crash. He struggled to maintain his composure. The arrival of Li Mo was a harbinger of dire implications. Perhaps only this individual could elucidate the circumstances surrounding these events. Otherwise, who else possessed such capability? An unparalleled treasure forged from celestial iron, exceedingly sharp, could undoubtedly slay the 13 extraordinary beings, even if they had ingested the newly developed enhancement agents. According to reliable sources, after Li Mo's arrival, he indeed ventured forth into the wilderness and had yet to return, the nature of his whereabouts remaining uncertain, Hebo stated. "Li Mo. I shall not let this matter rest." Chen Zihao roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, a conflagration of wrath igniting within his chest. "What of that person? Is it possible they remain unaware of the situation there, yet to arrive?" Jiang Meihan pondered, questioning why the adept who had assisted that mortal had not made an appearance. However, upon further reflection, she felt a measure of relief. Li Mo's involvement in this affair entangled him in the conflict between the Pangu Jin and the extraterrestrial beings. Lin Xiu's death there could only be deemed a tragic fate. The clash of colossal forces, skilled fighters engaged, and an unfortunate mortal caught in the crossfire, who could be blamed? Jiang Meihan exhaled softly, feeling that the matter had reached its conclusion. It now pertained solely to the struggle between two great powers, of no concern to her. In the vast expanse of the living room, she found herself alone, lifting a goblet to savor the red wine, her thoughts wandering. In the wilderness, Lin Xiu dashed through the forest, his heart brimming with murderous intent as he beheld the distant county town. That woman was exceedingly malevolent. To slay her outright would be too lenient a fate. He muttered to himself, recalling the lethal traps she had laid for him, and how she mercilessly sought to eliminate even those uninvolved in this affair. Her cruelty was beyond measure. It was utterly deranged. A chill gleamed in Lin Xiu's eyes. When he confronted his adversaries, he never exhibited mercy. However, there existed a tender facet within him that could not bear to witness the weak and virtuous being oppressed. He retrieved his phone and contacted Suzuki. The call was soon connected. Lin Xiu, succinct and forthright, inquired about who had been in possession of her phone a few days prior. Suzuki questioned him about the matter, but Lin Xiu remained silent and abruptly hung up. Shortly after, Jiang Meihan received a call from Suzuki and hurried to her side. "Meihan, did Lin Xiu contact you?" Suzuki, possessing astonishing beauty, with her luminous, fair skin and elongated figure, stood by the window, gazing into the distance. "Oh, indeed, when he learned it was not you." He merely exchanged a few words before hanging up. Jiang Meihan replied, relaxed and rather casual. "Is that so? Are you concealing something from me?" Suzuki turned around. Her long hair cascading elegantly over her snow-white neck, her exquisitely chiseled face imbued with a cool demeanor, her enchanting and profound eyes exerting considerable pressure on Jiang Meihan. "Not at all," Jiang Meihan feigned surprise. "From what I know of Lin Xiu, there must be something amiss," Suzuki asserted. "Has he arrived? What did he say to you? Surely he isn't holding a grudge against me for my previous brusqueness?" Jiang Meihan inquired nonchalantly, fully aware that this individual would likely never appear again. "He has yet to arrive, but during our earlier conversation, I sensed that his feelings towards you were more than mere prejudice." Suzuki scrutinized her. "Earlier?" Jiang Meihan gasped, her pupils constricting in fear, the teacup in her hand spilling its contents.
Suzuki's lovely visage bore an air of indifference as she urged, "Speak." "Really, there is nothing to discuss."
Jiang Meihan stammered, striving for calmness, yet her heart raced with dread.
Was he truly alive?
He was supposed to have perished in the explosion.
Could he have risen from the dead? What on earth had transpired?
She felt a rising sense of panic.
Had Lin Qiu arrived?
At that moment, her heart trembled.
Myriad thoughts swirling within. Was he genuinely alive?
In that instant, a multitude of thoughts invaded Jiang Meihan's mind, and she ultimately felt a chill creeping down her spine.
Her entire being turning icy, her legs rendered nearly immobile. She was engulfed in fear and panic, wondering what to do next. She yearned to flee. Yet Suzuki's gaze was fixed upon her.
"Since you refuse to speak, once Lin Qiu arrives, he will undoubtedly reveal all," Suzuki declared, though in truth, Lin Qiu had not specified when he would arrive, nor was there any certainty of his coming. The anger she sensed during their previous conversation left her unsettled.
Upon hearing those words, a cold sweat broke out on Jiang Meihan's back. Lin Qiu was coming? And she was left here, unable to escape.
This was a tormenting agony for her. The fear was overwhelming. She felt that once he arrived, nothing could be concealed.
Even with Chen Zihao's protection,
she would likely have to pay a hefty price.
"Meihan, are you unwell?
Your complexion seems rather pale," Suzuki inquired, her words intended to convey concern, yet lacking warmth. They instead carried a sharp edge. Jiang Meihan's heart skipped a beat as she realized that Suzuki was dissatisfied with her, subtly attempting to provoke her into revealing the events that had transpired during this period. "Indeed, I have not rested well. I wish to return and recuperate," Jiang Meihan said with a faint smile, touching her pale face as she stood up, expressing her apologies and hoping to seize the opportunity to leave. Suddenly, she gasped, feeling a chilling hand grasp her, sending shivers down her spine and causing cold sweat to break out on her back.
"What is your name? Have you committed some wrongdoing?"
"Sit down." Suzuki's gaze was icy as she tightly gripped Jiang Meihan's arm, preventing her from departing, her tone devoid of warmth.
"I haven't tea."
Jiang Meihan's face grew even paler, yet she felt compelled to sit back down. She endeavored to maintain her composure, but her racing heartbeat and twitching eyelids betrayed her anxiety, an ominous sign.
"Meihan, what have you done? Do not conceal it from me, you know my character."
Suzuki fixed her with an intense stare. Jiang Meihan feigned calmness, forcing a smile despite her lips turning white.
Contemplating various possibilities,
she concluded that even if Suzuki could never be with Lin Qiu, she wished for nothing ill to befall him. Lin Qiu's death would have sufficed,
as the presence of Weisheng biotechnology and Liemo would conveniently erase all traces of the incident. However, what terrified her was the unsettling reality that he was still alive.
"During our last conversation, Lin Qiu and I quarreled, and I mentioned he was unworthy of you. He must harbor immense hatred towards me," Jiang Meihan spoke softly, her gaze evasive. "I believe you two are incompatible, you belong to different worlds."
She wove partial fabrications to obscure the truth, buying time.
Determined to argue even if Lin Qiu arrived, resolutely refusing to acknowledge her past actions. "You have greatly disappointed me," Suzuki stated flatly, her words concealing her true sentiments. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Meihan, sensing that something was amiss. Suzuki was far too astute.
Even without concrete evidence or information,
she might have already surmised part of the truth.
At that moment, Suzuki's phone rang. "The girl you sent to pick me up was tragically killed by a rocket." "It's quite unfortunate," Lin Qiu relayed before abruptly ending the call.
Initially, Suzuki had her suspicions, but she had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. She swiftly turned to Jiang Meihan, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Jiang Meihan felt panic rise within her as Suzuki's piercing gaze caused her eyes to ache. She averted her gaze in fear. Simultaneously, Lin Qiu's words echoed in her mind, throwing her into disarray. He truly was alive.
How could this be?
He had not been in the car.
This realization filled Jiang Meihan with dread and a tinge of resentment. Why had he not perished? Had he died?
The matter would have concluded, and everything would have been wiped clean. Zihua will surely come to rescue me, Jiang Meihan prayed silently, recalling that her initial actions had been to assist Chen Zihua. Uncle Jiang, take her away, and do not forget to use the latest genetic restraints, Su Ziki instructed calmly. Jiang Meihan was instantly rendered speechless, her face draining of color in an instant, devoid of any trace of blood. A wave of terror washed over her as she felt a relentless buzzing in her ears. She understood that only those who had committed grave transgressions would be subjected to such treatment, shackled with the latest genetic restraints, ultimately facing severe punishment. Someone entered to carry out Su Ziki's orders. Ziki, how could you treat me this way? Jiang Meihan cried out in sheer fear. I misjudged you. You were my assistant, someone I trusted. In a situation where communication with the outside world was impossible, I relied on you to manage various affairs for me. Yet you have crossed my bottom line. Su Ziki's expression remained icy and indifferent. Chapter 43, Astonishing News with a wave of her hand. She signaled for her escort to take her away. Lin Xiu, where are you? I'm coming to meet you, Su Ziki spoke into her phone. I have already arrived in the county, Lin Xiu replied. I had initially hoped you would treat me to some local delicacies. But it seems I shall be the one treating you instead, Su Ziki remarked. Lin Xiu agreed, noting the underlying sentiment in her words, which hinted at an apology. After sharing an address, it wasn't long before Su Ziki pulled up in a car and said, "Get in." As Lin Xiu reunited with his college sweetheart, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. However, he was not one to be restrained. He approached her directly and said, "Long time no see. Come. Sit in the passenger seat." Su Ziki offered a gentle smile, dressed casually in shorts and a t-shirt, yet her beauty was still breathtaking. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant. Following a period of astonishment and panic, the townspeople gradually resumed their daily routines. The city remained safe, and most shops had reopened. The atmosphere was tranquil, accompanied by soothing music, and while the marble floors could not compare to those in larger cities, this establishment was among the finest in the county. Once they exited the car, they walked side by side until they were seated. How have you been during this time? Su Ziki inquired. Her lingering feelings for Lin Xiu evident, as she had been the first to urge him to leave. I'm sorry, she said softly. Don't say that. I'm fine now, really. It's just a pity about that young girl, Lin Xiu replied, shaking his head. Yes, I will make amends to her family, Su Ziki said, her lovely brows furrowing. Although she rarely smiled, her heart was not devoid of warmth. Lin Xiu nodded. Have you encountered any danger recently? Su Ziki asked. A large bat, a bear-human hybrid, and many armed individuals have sought me out, Lin Xiu replied nonchalantly. Su Ziki straightened in her seat, her eyes sparkling, as she took out her communicator and sent a message. I will ensure you receive an explanation. Then, she looked earnestly at Lin Xiu. What do you plan to do about her? He inquired. Her actions were excessive, her status as an other must be revoked, Su Ziki declared. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Could one truly revoke the status of an other? However, you must understand that administering severe punishment will require time. As she has a close relationship with the eldest son of the Chen family, the second largest shareholder of the Pango Gene Company, Su Ziki patiently explained. What is the most severe punishment? Lin Xiu asked directly, his hatred for that woman palpable. She will vanish from this world, Su Ziki's tone turned icy. Lin Xiu nodded, saying, however, I have some concerns. The person assisting me has a violent temper, and I fear he may act impulsively. A flicker of curiosity appeared in Su Ziki's eyes, a rare expression for someone of her striking demeanor. I have always wanted to ask, who is helping you? Of course, you need not disclose anything if it's inconvenient. The friends of my parents, as you know, reside in the capital, where numerous individuals have undergone transformations. Among them, a friend of my parents has also experienced such a change. He is remarkably powerful.
My parents, longing for the two elderly individuals, wished for him to come and bring me to their side, despite the perilous and distant journey. Lin Xiu remarked that he had long devised a set of explanations, which are now conveniently applicable. He believed that maintaining a low profile would be more prudent. He had dispatched 13 prominent individuals in a single breath, a truly grim affair. In these times, it is far wiser to lie in quietude, stealthily growing stronger, than to flaunt even a modicum of ability at the outset. Is there such a person? Su Ziki inquired. Indeed. This morning, he advised against my boarding the vehicle, thus I narrowly escaped a calamity, Lin Xiu reflected. At that moment, Su Ziki's phone rang, displaying the name Chen Zihao. Her expression shifted as a young man's serious voice resonated from the other end. Ziki, we may have to confront Weisheng Biotech sooner than anticipated. He informed her that this morning, Li Mo had launched a surprise attack, annihilating a significant faction under his command. 13 individuals, enhanced by a new type of stimulant, had still perished in battle. I understand, Su Ziki replied, ending the call. She lightly tapped the table, her face reflecting contemplation. What's the matter? Lin Xiu asked. It's quite peculiar. The eldest son of the Chen family called, initially. I thought he had quickly learned of Zhang Meihan's situation. However, he divulged information regarding an adversarial force, Su Ziki expressed, her countenance revealing intrigue. Li Mo from Weisheng Biotech ambushed the 13 individuals of Pangujin on the very route where your vehicle was attacked. What a coincidence. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a radiant light, and then she raised her delicate face to look at Lin Xiu, stating, You must tell me. Was it the person behind you who killed those 13 individuals? I bear no resentment towards him. Li Mo? Lin Xiu was taken aback. This revelation was entirely unexpected. Someone had voluntarily taken the blame, and he silently commended this development. The one who aided me did not engage in combat. He remained by my side until he brought me to the county city. Passing by, he witnessed the explosion of the vehicle and confirmed that someone intended to harm me. Yet he did not partake in the incident. I believe those 13 individuals harbored ill intentions towards me. Regrettably for them, they encountered Li Mo, Lin Xiu asserted. Recognizing the need to evade this matter, as he would require the identity of that master to continue his endeavors. With Li Mo taking the blame, it could not be more advantageous. Li Mo, it is not that I wronged you, it is merely that those individuals insist on blaming you. And I am powerless to intervene. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude, Lin Xiu mused inwardly. With Li Mo as an unforeseen variable, he could circumvent many complications. Su Ziki glanced at him, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, the two ordered their meals, conversing softly as they dined. The conversation meandered through reminiscences of the past, touching upon classmates and alumni who had much to share, yet when it came to the memories of the two of them, the discussion remained superficial. Lin Xiu sensed that while Su Ziki harbored a sense of regret in this regard, she intentionally maintained a distance, making their dialogue rather mundane. After an extended exchange, they eventually broached the recent cataclysms affecting the world. Lin Xiu felt a deep sense of nostalgia as he reflected on the myriad of phenomena emerging across the lands, each day bringing forth new transformations that had drastically altered his life in a mere short span of time. Upon hearing this, Su Ziki expressed a hint of remorse, candidly admitting that she had foreseen a shift in the world, albeit not of such magnitude. In this era, peculiar occurrences were rampant, becoming increasingly frequent and impactful, remaining largely unresolved. However, entities like Pango Genetics and Weisheng Biotech were privy to the truth, having once encountered it. Yet, this seemed to tread upon certain taboos, and Su Ziki was hesitant to divulge everything. After she shared a few insights, Lin Xiu listened intently, diligently noting down the information. For instance, Pango Genetics had collected samples from a colossal willow tree in Dongji, discovering that its age surpassed millions of years, marking it as an extraordinarily formidable ancient tree. It was surmised that it might not have originally flourished on Earth, having arrived here due to extraordinary circumstances. She also mentioned the transformations of the otherworldly beings, alluding to terms such as pollen, physical form, and cultivation. In the end, Suzuki inquired whether Lin Xiao intended to leave for another place, such as the capital, as unrest loomed over the Taihang Mountains, drawing many extraordinary beings. Perhaps, in a while, I might depart, Lin Xiao replied, candidly stating that he had already encountered such news online. He earnestly cautioned Suzuki to remain vigilant and safeguard herself, especially with the arrival of Liu Mo, the foremost expert from Weisheng Biotech, signaling imminent conflict. Suzuki nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him that she would be cautious about her safety. Moreover, she subtly conveyed that she had initially intended to assist Lin Xiao in leaving immediately. The reason for this meeting was to facilitate his departure. However, upon realizing that a mysterious expert was protecting him and would likely escort him away, she no longer insisted. I understand the dangers of the Taihang Mountains. As long as we do not provoke those extraordinary beings, we shall be fine, Lin Xiao chuckled. Not only that, Suzuki shook her head, contemplating various matters. After a brief moment of reflection, she resolved to reveal some additional information to Lin Xiao. We have uncovered certain unusual circumstances, which signal a troubling omen, Suzuki remarked. Her brow furrowed, as her words astonished Lin Xiao. Many wild beasts and fierce birds are undergoing transformations, growing increasingly intelligent, as if shackles binding their bodies have been lifted, their intellect approaching that of humans. We have also discovered that the creatures within the primordial mountains are closely related to the extraordinary beasts documented in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, with some mountains even harboring monsters akin to those from films and animations. It was indeed astonishing for Suzuki to articulate such revelations. Initially, Lin Xiao found the situation somewhat perplexing, yet he chose to believe her words. After all, the Panga gene is a colossal entity, possessing an abundance of resources and knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Recently, there has been a surge of discussions surrounding the emergence of extraordinary beings. Yet how many have turned their attention to the mutated animals? They remain silent, lurking within the mountains, shrouded in quietude. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Xiao was profoundly shaken. What thoughts occupy the minds of these beings, whose intelligence approaches that of humanity? We have captured several of them, all remarkable in their own right, exhibiting exceptional intelligence and awareness, rivaling that of humans, if not surpassing it, with formidable abilities in learning and imitation. When Suzuki mentioned these matters, her expression turned grave. If this continues, significant trouble may arise. Lin Xiao pondered deeply, contemplating numerous possibilities. Chapter 44, Gene Lock. I am certain that the number of mutated beasts and raptors will surpass that of the altered humans, remarked Suzuki. This assertion deeply resonated with Lin Xiao. It was indeed a reality, as these creatures predominantly inhabit the wilderness and mountains, thus remaining in closer proximity to the mutated flora. Following the emergence of those mysterious fruits, they would find it far easier to procure them than humans. Does this imply that these mutated beings might emerge to assault cities in the future? Lin Xiao pondered further. Most likely. Hence I advise you to promptly head to the megacity, which may currently be the safest haven, fortified by formidable protective forces, Suzuki replied. Their discourse meandered through numerous topics, eventually culminating in a discussion about the classification of altered humans. With so many of them surfacing in the world today, how might one distinguish their ranks? Lin Xiao was intrigued, believing Suzuki possessed some insights. There exists a classification, though presently the highest rank belongs to our company's Golden Wing deity, who occupies the 5th tier of the gene lock. The classification criteria were established through deliberation among the 4 major consortiums, primarily evaluating physical strength and mental prowess to ascertain the ranks of altered humans. Should an altered human's abilities be particularly unique, direct assessments of combat and destructive capabilities would be conducted, Suzuki elucidated. Soon, the framework for ranking altered humans will be publicly announced, so there is no need for concealment. What is the physical strength required for the 1st tier of the gene lock? Lin Xiao inquired.
It necessitates 10 times the strength of an ordinary person.
One must achieve a punching force exceeding 1,000 kilograms to qualify, Suzuki responded.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. If the first tier of the gene lock demands tenfold the strength of a typical individual, then the golden winged deity, being at the 5th tier, would possess a terrifying 50 times the strength of an ordinary person.
Isn't that rather exaggerated? However, we have conducted tests on some mutated beasts,
and the results were even more alarming. The weakest among them reached the 6th tier of the gene lock, while the most formidable attained the 8th tier, Suzuki chuckled. Adding, thus, I believe this testing method may not be entirely accurate, and adjustments may arise in the future.
Very well, Lin Xiu nodded. After a moment of contemplation,
he suddenly said, by the way, if you feel uneasy about addressing that Chen family member, and should someone intervene on behalf of Jiang Meiwan,
you may relinquish her without hesitation. Suzuki remained silent, her gaze filled with curiosity as she regarded him. Don't look at me like that.
I am aware of the temperament of the altered human who assists me, he is rather irritable. I fear he might seek vengeance on my behalf. And if anything were to happen to that woman while in your custody, it would only complicate matters for you, Lin Xiu articulated, then added.
Does she count as a friend of yours?
She refers to herself as my close friend, Suzuki replied candidly, admitting that she also harbored a strong dislike for that woman.
Understood.
Ultimately, as they prepared to part ways, Suzuki unexpectedly approached Lin Xiu, embracing him gently. This could be deemed the most intimate gesture between them since their acquaintance began. I regret the hardships you endured in the past. If I could return to the past, I would certainly refrain from making such choices. However, amidst the chaos of the present, there are far more pressing matters that demand my attention. Suzuki's eyes glistened with tears, clearly yearning to rekindle her connection with Lin Xiu, her heart still tethered to that romance. Yet, she bore unspoken burdens that prevented her from pursuing her desires.
I understand, go ahead.
Lin Xiu gently cradled Suzuki's head, his own heart stirred in that moment. Softly speaking. She was tall, nearly 3 centimeters shorter than Lin Xiu, her long hair smooth and lustrous, exuding a delightful fragrance. And her beautiful pupils sparkled with a watery brilliance. Soon, they parted ways, Suzuki's ears tinged with red. She wiped away her tears, regaining her composure, and said to Lin Xiu, I'll escort you back. No need for that, I just received several urgent calls, likely concerning pressing matters.
You handle it.
Just arrange a vehicle for me, Lin Xiu replied.
Very well, Suzuki nodded, clearly burdened with many responsibilities, as a confrontation with Weisheng Biotechnology loomed imminent. Before long,
a small vehicle arrived, and Lin Xiu bid farewell to Suzuki as he commenced his journey home.
Lin Xiu, did you see Suzuki?
In the courtyard.
Liang He emerged from his room upon hearing commotion outside.
Indeed, after conversing with her, I gleaned a wealth of information, Lin Xiu affirmed, sharing what he had learned. My heavens, it's fortunate that we have hunted numerous aberrant beasts these past few days, mitigating potential threats, the corpulent man exclaimed, patting his chest. What you've killed is trivial. If those aberrant beasts truly went mad and surged down from the Taihang Mountains into the town, I dare say no one would survive.
The numbers are overwhelming,
Liang He remarked, having witnessed a plethora of wildlife in the Taihang Mountains.
During his childhood, ferocious creatures like black bears and leopards would frequently descend from the mountains to wreak havoc.
With subsequent protective measures now lifted, the proliferation of wildlife has accelerated. And the quantity of aberrant beasts in the mountains must surely be a terrifying figure.
Can you assist us in assessing the current levels? Liang He inquired,
placing significant value on understanding his own strength. Given our circumstances, it is nearly impossible to ascertain. I am not a machine, Lin Xiu shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless.
In truth, he too was eager to discern his current prowess and whether he could contend with the top 4 on the aberrant human leaderboard.
Very well.
What shall we do this afternoon? Liang He asked.
You continue to monitor the movements at Hualong Ridge, alert me immediately of any significant developments. I have other matters to attend to, Lin Xiu contemplated for a moment before responding. Both of them had significantly enhanced their abilities. And Lin Xiu had deliberately trained them in speed to ensure their ability to escape when outmatched. After their agreement, Lin Xiu strode out of the courtyard and headed towards the forest, intent on retrieving the weapon used by the aberrant human who wielded a sniper rifle. That afternoon, he remained deep in the mountains, honing his skills with the firearm, mastering its use. Initially, he intended to enlist the assistance of the portly fellow for this operation, as the latter's marksmanship was truly exceptional. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. The thought of not personally eliminating that woman left him feeling quite unsettled. After numerous practice shots, his keen eyesight and perceptive instincts transformed him into an extraordinarily skilled marksman. As Lin Xiu set forth, he found his ammunition dwindling. With only 3 bullets remaining, yet he believed that a single shot would suffice. As dusk descended, he returned to the county town, positioning himself at a considerable distance to observe the location of the Pangojin personnel. The individuals there were armed with firearms, yet they maintained a dispersed formation, seemingly wary of being targeted by heavy weaponry. Earlier that day, Lin Xiu had learned of several significant confrontations between Pangojin and Weixing Bio, and it was evident that this night would not offer tranquility. In the dead of night, the two colossal factions indeed clashed once more. Lin Xiu watched from afar, waiting until chaos reigned before stealthily approaching, yet he remained far enough away, for his vision surpassed that of others by several magnitudes. During his conversations with Su Ziki, he had gleaned much information, including having seen photographs of Jiang Meihan. After lying in wait for an extended period, he finally spotted Jiang Meihan, shackled and seemingly released amidst the turmoil, as another group sought to take her away. It appeared that this group belonged to the Chen family. Lin Xiu observed from a distance. That woman, once formidable, was now rendered powerless. At this moment, his gaze was frigid as he pulled the trigger with a sharp crack. In the distance, a crimson blossom erupted, accompanied by the panicked cries of bystanders. He witnessed the gratifying result. The vile woman's head could not withstand the ferocity of the shot and erupted upon impact, splattering blood across those nearby. Subsequently, he fired twice more into the frenzied crowd, causing 2 more to collapse. An enemy attack. Without a backward glance, Lin Xiu vanished into the night, disappearing amidst the chaos of the ongoing melee. While en route, he was suddenly beset by an inexplicable headache that left him dizzy. What was happening? He was taken aback. Could it be some peculiar ability that had cursed him after slaying Jiang Meihan? Unthinkable, such a sinister occurrence could not possibly happen to him. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xiu promptly seated himself, invoking the Li Huanyo Mo breathing technique in an attempt to alleviate this discomfort. However, after one cycle, there was no effect. The pain in his head intensified, feeling as though his very brain were throbbing. He tried again, yet the agony persisted, nearly splitting his skull apart. On the 3rd attempt, the pain escalated threefold, overwhelming him to the point of rolling on the ground, clutching his head. Why was this happening? Could it be that he had truly fallen victim to a curse? At that moment, his heart sank into an icy abyss, feeling an unnatural chill. Such an ability was insidious, reflecting the very essence of that wicked woman. With great difficulty, he sat upright, preparing to make another attempt. He sought to employ his sound wave technique, utilizing resonance to shatter the malevolent curse that plagued his mind. Mu. The 4th form of the Li Huanyo Mo fist emerged from his arduous efforts, followed by a thunderous roar. Pu. At that moment, Lin Xiu felt a surge of pain coursing through his entire body, his chest felt heavy, and a metallic sweetness filled his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Why is this happening? Lin Xiu was filled with dread. The sound wave technique proved ineffective against such a curse. What other means could possibly provide relief? Do not continue to circulate your breathing technique. If you persist, your body will shatter.
In his mind, the visage of the ancient Li Huanyo Mo flickered into view, speaking in a grave tone. Chapter 45, The Backlash of the Demon Weapon. Ox Demon, Divine Ox, Brother Nyo, what has befallen me, and how may I dispel this affliction? Lin Qiu weakly inquired. His face contorted in agony. You have suffered the backlash of the weapon, it has recognized you as its master, yet you wielded it to slay beings of inferior bloodlines. Inciting its discontent, replied the Ox Demon. This is a demon weapon, a treasure of imperial divine caliber, albeit a fragment of its entirety. It has lost its murderous intent and resentment, otherwise, in our era, it could have subdued realms, it continued. Is it truly so formidable? Lin Qiu expressed his astonishment. Having previously considered the tale spun by the elder of Wushan to be heavily embellished. Yet, upon hearing the words of the ancient Ox Demon's remnant soul, he found it utterly incredible. To alleviate this, you must cut your arm and allow your blood to seep into the blade. Furthermore, you must refrain from using it to slay beings of inferior bloodlines again, lest the backlash intensify, the Ox Demon cautioned gravely. Explaining that the backlash of this imperial divine weapon was so potent it could potentially claim its master's life, which is why it referred to it as a demon weapon. I advise you to abstain from using this blade to vanquish foes for the time being. However, it may be employed against formidable beings of higher bloodlines or otherworldly beasts. The Ox Demon concluded, sinking once more into darkness. Following its instructions, Lin Qiu felt the pain gradually dissipate. And a layer of dark red mist began to shimmer upon the blade of the Qianqiu. Rising to his feet, he realized he was drenched in sweat. His facial muscles betraying the torment he had endured. As he immersed his blood into the blade, he found it increasingly responsive. As though a profound bond had formed between him and the weapon, as if it were a natural extension of his being. That moment must have constituted true recognition of mastery, Lin Qiu mused, observing the Qianqiu, now wreathed in sanguine mist, which seemed to dance in response to his thoughts. Very well, I shall treat you well henceforth, please do not bring further calamity upon me, he said with a wry smile, having nearly believed he would meet his demise. Initially attributing the curse to slaying Jiang Meihan, only to discover it was his own weapon causing the turmoil. The crimson mist pulsated once more before retreating into the blade. A flicker of light emerging and quickly fading. He departed from that place, hastening towards home. The night was shrouded in darkness, the clouds obscuring the starry sky. As Lin Qiu ran along the path, he occasionally heard the roars of wild beasts and glimpsed raptors soaring through the mountains, tracing brilliant arcs across the night. Before long, he arrived in the town, where tranquility reigned, and the townsfolk remained deep in slumber. Lin Qiu hurried home. Two ungrateful rascals were soundly asleep in bed. Lin Qiu chose not to disturb them and instead retreated to his own room. He collapsed onto the bed, disregarding everything, and fell into a deep sleep. It was not until noon that the plump one and Liang He roused him for lunch, prompting him to awaken slowly. Have I truly slept for so long? Lin Qiu rubbed his aching head, glancing at the time. A wave of anxiety washing over him as he feared missing the contest for the peculiar fruit of the little tree. No need for concern. The individuals from Pango Genetics and Microstar Biology were still embroiled in a fierce battle in the county town. The plump fellow seemed to perceive Lin Qiu's unease and chuckled lightly, speaking with an air of ease. That's good. Lin Qiu nodded. Rising to his feet and stepping into the courtyard, orienting himself towards the east to practice the Li Huanyo Mo breathing technique. This practice, regardless of the time, had become a habit he could not forego. Lin Qiu believed that the morning was the most opportune time for the breathing technique, as it allowed him to absorb the morning glow and the essence of the universe, thus enhancing his physical constitution. During this time, Liang He, having activated the deep bloodlines within him due to the strange fruit, was also able to practice the breathing technique. However, he had recently taken on a rather odd demeanor, crafting an exaggerated hat from animal hides that appeared quite comical. Why do you always wear that ridiculous hat? Lin Qiu jested as the three were dining together. It's hideous. Other extraordinary beings can effortlessly control their forms. Why do I feel this pair of horns serves no purpose other than to be utterly unsightly? Liang He.
Upon hearing Lin Xiu's remarks, felt a surge of frustration.
Consider yourself fortunate, the greatest benefit is the ability to cultivate the breathing technique. This is something I have yearned for day and night. The plump fellow retorted.
Longing for the moment he could have consumed that strange fruit to gain the ability to practice the breathing technique. Then you take it, I would rather forego these horns.
I am certain I will find ways to cultivate the breathing technique in the future.
Liang He's face darkened as he snatched off the extravagant hat and attempted to jab the horns at the plump fellow.
Get away, you bull-headed creature.
Don't use your horns on me, I was merely jesting. The plump fellow exclaimed, hastily dodging, his voice rising in alarm.
You fat scoundrel! How dare you call me a bull-headed man?
I shall have your head for that.
Liang He's voice escalated with rage, feeling deeply humiliated by the plump fellow's taunt.
His speed was remarkable as he charged toward the plump fellow, ready to unleash a flurry of blows.
After practicing the breathing technique, Liang He's strength had soared, far surpassing that of the plump fellow, who found himself shouting, Lin Xiu, he's bullying me. Aren't you going to intervene? Deservedly so. If I were Liang He,
I would definitely give you 2 lumps on your forehead for that mockery, Lin Xiu remarked, enjoying the scene as he savored his wild game meal while observing their playful brawl.
You old scoundrel! The plump fellow cried out, and chaos ensued in the courtyard.
Later that evening, Lin Xiu perused the news, engrossed in various reports concerning the extraordinary beings, while also paying particular attention to the happenings in the Taihang Mountains.
Thousands of extraordinary beings had gathered in the vicinity, who would emerge as the ultimate victor. This report sparked a significant uproar,
with many speculating that this northern mountain range would soon be engulfed in turmoil, likely culminating in a terrifying large-scale conflict. Numerous reports have prominently highlighted the 4 major consortiums,
particularly Pango Genetics, which is resolutely determined to acquire several enigmatic fruits.
They are exceedingly well prepared, mobilizing substantial resources and manpower,
to the extent that many senior executives have personally arrived.
Lin Xiu even glimpsed a photograph of Su Ziki within this report, despite it being merely a profile shot. Her beauty was astonishing, serene and resplendent, inciting gasps of admiration.
Is she truly one of the senior executives of Pango Genetics?
Such beauty is indeed remarkable.
Many were taken aback, not anticipating such a young and exquisite woman among the upper echelons, stirring the hearts of numerous onlookers. Similarly, some reports also emphasized Weisheng Biotechnology,
as these 2 conglomerates have consistently maintained a competitive relationship. They had previously collaborated, but the partnership ended in discord, the reasons for which remain obscure to outsiders.
The reporters indicated that this colossal entity might soon engage in direct confrontation with Pango Genetics in the Taihang Mountains. In recent days, news has emerged of multiple clashes between the 2 consortiums, resulting in casualties.
Subsequently, Lin Xiu revisited the profile of an individual he had previously followed, who had since changed his name to the chief disciple of the resurrected deity. His fan base had surged by several 100,000. Lin Xiu was astonished. This individual had gained fame by sharing a video of the golden-winged celestial in combat, presumably an extraordinary entity within Pango Genetics.
Yet, what connection did he have to the resurrected deity?
Previously, Lin Xiu had seen a message from the resurrected deity announcing his journey to the Taihang Mountains,
boldly declaring his lack of fear towards the 4 major consortiums.
He noticed an intriguing post on the individual's homepage, captivating in its title and bustling with discussions.
The post posed a question: as the unusual fruits ripen, which powerful contenders will emerge victorious? The comments section was flooded with discussions centered around Li Mo and the golden-winged celestial, who could rival them.
It was already confirmed that these 2 would undoubtedly be present. Furthermore, some disclosed that these 2 pinnacle figures of domestic extraordinary beings had already engaged in a private confrontation, with their ultimate battle poised to unfold in the Taihang Mountains. Once the peculiar fruits atop the strange little trees ripen, the time for their decisive showdown would arrive. Would the king of the heavenly blade, Wang Song, attend?
If he did, the conflict would surely become even more thrilling. Rumors indicate that Wang Tsong is no ordinary extraordinary being, possessing unique capabilities.
A previous commenter inquired whether the brother could divulge what set Wang Tsong apart. While details were scarce, it was rumored that he might be a holder of a certain system. Even though he currently ranks third, he could potentially outshine the other two in the future.
Stop boasting, I have a system too, do you believe that? It is hoped that the top four will appear together, culminating in a fierce contest and epic showdown in the Taihang Mountains to determine who truly holds the title of the strongest.
Beneath the post by this individual, discussions flourished fervently,
capturing countless eyes.
Lin Xiu felt a sense of astonishment. The system bearers from novels had seemingly manifested in reality.
Yet, reflecting upon the myriad changes of late,
he soon found solace in this notion.
At this moment,
a gambling company unexpectedly seized the opportunity presented by the battle of the enigmatic figures of the Taihang Mountains to launch its operations, allowing bets to be placed on the four foremost masters, determining who would emerge more powerful and which consortium would reap the mysterious rewards.
Anyone could place their wagers. This initiative sparked considerable attention, and it must be said, it was indeed captivating. Many individuals eagerly engaged, recharging their accounts and placing bets. That night,
the executives of the gambling company were beaming with joy, for the response was overwhelmingly strong, with an astonishing influx of funds from countless participants.
Undoubtedly,
they were poised to secure a substantial profit.
Ultimately, it became evident that the golden-winged celestial was particularly favored, enjoying an unparalleled popularity, as many believed him to be the strongest contender. Chapter 46, Chen Zihao among the four eminent masters.
He is the only one who has been revealed in a combat video, and following the latest ranking assessment, he remains positioned as the foremost expert in the nation,
boasting a fifth-tier genetic lock.
The release of that video catapulted his popularity to unprecedented heights, capturing the attention of many. In the footage, his movements are swift and decisive, rendering his adversaries powerless, showcasing an aura of invincibility. Moreover, his tall and statuesque figure, with cascading golden locks, presents an image of perfection, further accentuated by the pair of golden wings upon his back, elevating him to a celestial presence akin to an archangel descending to earth, exuding an air of transcendence. Numerous young women regard him as extraordinarily handsome and captivating, forming a favorable first impression that inclines them to perceive him as the strongest. It is undeniable that the actions of the betting company have proven to be remarkably successful, drawing immense attention and prompting many other companies to follow suit. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil, buzzing with a multitude of trending topics, as many are aware that the fruit of the Taihang Mountains is on the verge of ripening. Perhaps by tomorrow, it will be ready for harvest, heralding a tempest of epic proportions in the Taihang Mountains. The anticipation is palpable. I yearn for the dawn to break swiftly, as I am eager to witness the clash of the four masters. Brother, I am also in Taihang, an extraordinary individual. Tomorrow, during the grand battle at Taihang Mountain, I shall commence a live broadcast to share the unfolding spectacle with everyone. Please tune into the Fish Live Room 56300 for the combat coverage.
You're a good man.
Brother, I'll be counting on your live stream tomorrow.
Do take care.
Many are eagerly awaiting the event, even those who are not extraordinary individuals,
lacking the qualifications to compete, are filled with excitement and anticipation for the morrow. The fierce battle at Taihang Mountain is imminent.
Many are in wait, and throughout this night,
most have remained awake, actively engaging online. After perusing various reports and forums, Lin Xiu, having gathered ample information, finally closed his laptop. As dawn broke, the sun ascended.
Even with the impending evolution at Longling, Lin Xiu did not neglect his practice of breathing techniques, synchronizing with Liang He to inhale the morning glow. A radiant golden aura enveloped both of their bodies, flickering like flames, resembling waves of gold, an astonishing sight to behold. The portly companion stood nearby, observing with envy. Yesterday, he had been the victim of Liang He's rampage, and indeed, his forehead now bore two enormous lumps, reminiscent of the growths on a calf at its first month. Upon concluding his breathing practice, Lin Xiu caught sight of the portly fellow and couldn't help but laugh, remarking, "I initially intended to help you with some disguise. But it appears that's no longer necessary. You look much more presentable now, don't you, fatty?" Liang He leaned in, glaring at the portly one. "Get away from me!" The portly one lamented, on the verge of tears, powerless against their jests, unable to argue or retaliate. He could only retreat to a corner and draw a circle to curse them. "All right, let us head into the mountains," Lin Xiu announced. Bringing along a package of exotic beast meat from the kitchen, intended for sustenance on their journey. Suddenly, he halted, tilting his ear to listen intently. As he sensed something amiss. Vehicles are approaching along the street, and their numbers are quite substantial. How could there be so many cars at this early hour? All heading towards his home? Lin Xiu felt a sense of bewilderment as he handed the package of exotic beast meat to the stout man, urging both of them to retreat indoors for cover. Indeed, those vehicles came to a halt right outside his door. Lin Xiu acted swiftly, stowing away the Qianqiu on his back and the automatic rifle he held in his hand. A loud knock echoed against the door, unmistakably forceful. Lin Xiu approached and opened the door, only to find a dozen or so cars blocking the roadway. Many individuals stood outside, all adorned with sunglasses, guarding along. Formidable vehicle. This car, entirely black, was evidently a super-armored vehicle. Someone opened the door and beckoned for the occupant to exit. A man emerged, exuding an air of sophistication, clearly not an ordinary individual. He appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in a pristine white shirt that lent him an air of elegance, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses. He was strikingly handsome, radiating a composed demeanor. Upon alighting, he directed his gaze towards Lin Xiu, scrutinizing him. Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat as he discerned the man's identity, Chen Zihao, the eldest son of the Panga Jin family. Lin Xiu had mentioned him in conversations with Su Ziki regarding Jiang Meihan. In no time, a group of over 10 extraordinary individuals encircled him, unwavering in their protective stance. None spoke, all eyes were fixed on Lin Xiu, some assessing him, others exuding hostility, while a few wore expressions of indifference. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Xiu asked with an air of nonchalance. "Step inside. Search to see if that person is still within." Chen Zihao's tone was icy. His eyes locked onto Lin Xiu as if attempting to peer into his very soul. "Do you dare? Chen family members, do you take me for a fool?" Lin Xiu frowned, stepping forward to obstruct their path. "It seems Ziki has mentioned me to you?" Chen Zihao's expression turned peculiar. "Since you are aware, how dare you cause a disturbance at my home?" Lin Xiu retorted directly, pulling out his phone as if to dial, seeking to intimidate Chen Zihao. The aggressive approach of these individuals suggested that his identity as an extraordinary person might be revealed today. "Humph, step back." Chen Zihao frowned, taken aback that Lin Xiu would leverage Su Ziki against him, and reluctantly instructed his men to retreat. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief as the extraordinary individuals withdrew from his immediate vicinity, for if he were to unleash his abilities now, it would undoubtedly confirm his identity. Though unafraid of these extraordinary beings, engaging in combat would lead to dire consequences. A situation that would be far from favorable for Panga Jin. Considering Su Ziki's position, Lin Xiu chose restraint. "You are quite impressive, Lin Xiu," Chen Zihao said slowly, advancing towards him. "Was it you who had Jiang Meihan killed?" Simultaneously, an extraordinary person stood beside him, also scrutinizing Lin Xiu, their eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glow, imbued with mysterious power. "Oh, that was a rather unpleasant woman. Has she met her demise?" Lin Xiu feigned surprise and inquired. At that moment, he sensed an enigmatic mental wave drawing near him. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Chen Zihao's eyes, but it was quickly concealed as he asked again. "Is her death unrelated to you?" "It is unrelated," Lin Xiu replied calmly. In truth, a subtle turmoil stirred within him, that mystical mental force permeated his being, compelling him to voice the innermost thoughts of his heart. However, he restrained himself, maintaining an air of composure and nonchalance. Subsequently, Chen Zihao turned to the peculiar individual beside him, who shook his head, the strange gleam in his eyes gradually fading. "You are commendable," Chen Zihao remarked, still donning his indifferent expression as he patted Lin Xiu's shoulder with considerable force. Lin Xiu feigned agony, his gaze brimming with fury, yet he remained silent. Chen Zihao then turned and walked away, the peculiar individuals surrounding him still ensuring his protection. Just before he entered his vehicle, he glanced back at Lin Xiu and said, "Though you are commendable, do not contact Ziqi again." "Relay that message to Ziqi, it is futile to convey it to me," Lin Xiu retorted. "Humph. I advise you to depart obediently and relinquish any fantasies. You belong to two disparate worlds, this is not a suggestion but a command. You are perceptive. Do not be ungrateful," Chen Zihao concluded before getting into the car. A convoy of vehicles departed in succession, leaving the town. Lin Xiu's gaze was peculiar. Chen Zihao had not forgotten to threaten him even as he left. Was he so easily intimidated? Did he not learn his lesson and was now inviting disaster upon himself? Nevertheless, they were all members of the Chen family. When the time came, he would eliminate them one by one, especially with skilled allies at his side. Oblivious to their true intentions, Lin Xiu brooded malevolently, considering Chen Zihao and Jiang Meihan to be cut from the same cloth, far too arrogant. "Liang He, fatty. Let us venture into the mountains and seize our fortunes," Lin Xiu proclaimed, retrieving his weapons, shouldering Chen Xiu along with two automatic rifles. Simultaneously, he slung a large bag over his shoulder, brimming with numerous magazines, fully stocked with ammunition. "Excellent." Liang He and Fatty sprang from the house, each wielding their own weapons. Liang He bore a tang saber, while Fatty carried a long sword, both specially crafted by Old Master Wu for Lin Xiu. They too were armed with modern firearms, all previously left behind by others. "Put this on," Lin Xiu directed them, indicating three specially designed helmets that concealed their heads and faces while allowing visibility for the mouth and eyes. One was custom-made for Liang He, featuring horns. "To unify the appearance of our team, we designed it this way, and it accommodates Liang He well," Lin Xiu chuckled. "This looks far more agreeable than your peculiar hat," Fatty remarked with a grin as Liang He donned the helmet. "Are you itching for trouble again?" Liang He snapped, gritting his teeth in irritation. "Let's go." Having prepared their weapons, Lin Xiu waved his hand decisively, leading the two men out and striding towards the Taihang Mountains. Though it may still be early, the Taihang Mountains are anything but tranquil. One can frequently observe peculiar individuals appearing, some arriving alone while others travel in groups. Many have already received word that the extraordinary fruits of the unusual small trees deep within the Taihang Mountains are on the verge of ripening. And those who dare to venture here do so with hope in their hearts. Naturally, such anticipation cannot evade conflict. Lin Xiu and two companions traversed the mountains. And before even reaching Huolong Ridge, they have already stumbled upon several corpses, remnants of battles fought by strange beings, lifeless in the underbrush. This is merely the beginning. A mere friction has escalated into bloody clashes, hinting at the tumultuous events of the day. When the fruits finally mature, the intensity will undoubtedly escalate further. Before Huolong Ridge, the area is teeming with people, a multitude of strange beings congregating here, yet they are restricted from entering deeper, resulting in confrontations with those bearing the Panga gene. Chapter 47, Popeye the Sailor. However, many individuals merely stoked the flames from behind, reveling in the chaos. While only a select few genuinely disapproved of the actions of the Panga gene and dared to voice their contempt. With an increase in numbers, the cacophony naturally grew, rendering the area far from tranquil but rather exceedingly lively. Yet, amidst this commotion, the people understood that the atmosphere was fraught with peril. At the moment when contention was to commence, those around them could swiftly transform into adversaries. Thus, despite their conversations, they remained vigilant of one another. Lin Xiu, along with the portly fellow and Liang He, arrived before Huolong Ridge. Initially, they intended to traverse the old path stealthily, only to discover that it was entirely unnecessary. The area was teeming with otherworldly beings. "What are you three sneaking around for, hiding beneath that rusty shell?" Upon their arrival, they were immediately confronted by a figure seeking to provoke them, evidently having perceived their earlier demeanor as a sign of weakness, eager to establish dominance. This individual, of ordinary stature, bore fists that had undergone a grotesque transformation, rendering them immensely oversized and terrifying, reminiscent of Popeye. "What business is it of yours? Do you intend to bully us?" Liang He retorted, displeased. No sooner had he spoken than 4 or 5 others encircled them, evidently intent on asserting their authority and showcasing their prowess to attract followers. It had been known for formidable beings to employ similar tactics in the past, demonstrating their strength to rally others and form a cohesive unit. "Ha, you're quite bold. I've taken a disliking to you today and I'm determined to wrench that rusty shell off you," sneered the leader of the Popeye-like being, followed by a thunderous crash as his colossal fist descended towards Liang He. His malevolence was palpable, and his initial words were but a prelude to his brutal assault. Should that monstrous fist connect, it would surely spell disaster. Bang! 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 Liang He deftly evaded the crushing blow and swiftly grasped an automatic rifle, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the assailant. Ah! The individual raised his hands defensively, absorbing the gunfire, yet his fist was shattered, ensnared in a gruesome tangle of flesh and blood. Where did this reckless fool come from? Does he not know that firearms are prohibited in battles among otherworldly beings? The gunfire attracted the attention of others, one expressing discontent at the spectacle. "What is it to you? Why are you chattering away?" The portly fellow, irked by the commentary, shot back. "You!" The individual's face flushed crimson, but he chose not to pursue the matter further, retreating into the crowd in embarrassment. "Everyone, attack! Kill them!" The Popeye-like being, blood streaming from his colossal fists, seated in pain and fury, bellowing commands. "Get lost!" As Lin Xiao noticed a swift otherworldly being charging at him with a short blade, his gaze turned steely. He leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that met the assailant's hand with a resounding crack, fracturing the bones and exposing a stark white shard through the flesh. Bang! Lin Xiao delivered another powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying backward like a cannonball, colliding with several other extraordinary beings who rushed forward. With just 2 kicks, he established his dominance. One of the adversaries was left bloodied, his ribcage shattered, and he fainted on the spot, while the others turned pale with fear. They realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and hastily retreated. "My friends, you truly possess remarkable strength. How about we travel together?" Indeed. Under the weight of his formidable kicks, a few extraordinary beings gathered around, acknowledging Lin Xiao's prowess and expressing their desire to form a team with him. "Apologies, but I have no interest," Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head. To him, such an impromptu assembly of individuals appeared to be a mere rabble, seemingly advantageous in numbers against other factions, yet fundamentally ineffective in critical moments. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you?" murmured someone in dissatisfaction. Lin Xiao cast a dispassionate glance in their direction, and immediately, silence fell upon them, for they were wary of provoking such a powerful being. "Brother, may we follow in your wake?" Some individuals, undeterred by his refusal, sought to trail behind him, hoping to project the illusion that they were part of his group. "I truly have no interest." Lin Xiao reiterated his rejection. However, he underestimated their audacity. Despite his repeated refusals, they clung to him, stealthily shadowing his every move. They felt that the trio was exceptional, possessing a private squad that had somehow acquired formidable firearms, effortlessly defeating other extraordinary beings without revealing their true forms, which hinted at the possibility of being a cadre of superlative experts. Lin Xiao found himself at a loss, allowing them to follow as he strode forward. Yet, These individuals were quite self-aware, some clearing the path ahead while others clustered around him, clearly regarding him as their focal point, determined to remain by his side. The more Lin Xiu resisted, the more they perceived his strength, compelling them to persist. For typically, in such a gathering of extraordinary beings, acceptance would be the norm. But the unwavering refusal of the three showcased their confidence in their own abilities. In the end, a dozen or so extraordinary beings trailed beside him, forming a significantly sized entourage. Their intentions were straightforward: being near a strong individual would allow them to navigate the murky waters more effectively. Should they leverage his strength to reach the fruit-laden tree, they could seize the opportunity to transform into formidable experts akin to the top four. At that point, who would they fear? Rumor had it that they were now unafraid of firearms. Damn it, although the Panga gene has been unlocked, we still have to queue to enter the depths of the Dragon Transformation Ridge. Otherwise, we would have already acted. Someone cursed amidst the crowd, expressing their dissatisfaction. With so many of us, surely we number in the thousands, I refuse to believe that he would dare to act against us. Another stirred the crowd's emotions. What do you see over there? Surprisingly, heavy weaponry has been deployed on the mountaintop, signaling that they are undoubtedly confident in their position against us. Someone pointed towards the distance. In truth, it had long been observed that there were clusters of heavy artillery stationed there, but now, with someone vocally announcing it amidst the crowd, all were made aware. Humph. I refuse to believe they would actually dare to act against us. Let us depart. Someone remarked. The sheer number of extraordinary beings present this time is overwhelming, no matter how formidable Panga may be or how substantial their resources. Would they truly risk engaging thousands of extraordinary beings? Confronting such a multitude is simply unthinkable. Currently, these extraordinary beings are regarded as treasures in major cities. Affluent individuals often employ them as bodyguards, and their value is surging. In the future, their status will undoubtedly ascend dramatically. In fact, this incident has escalated significantly. Ever since a certain blogger named Revival predicted various events on a short video platform, the situation was subsequently leaked, causing considerable distress among the higher-ups of Panga Gene, as it spiraled beyond their control. An increasing number of extraordinary beings are entering the Taihang Mountains, continuously arriving, and they are striving to maintain order. After the silver metallic gate vanished, the passage below has been vigilantly guarded to uphold the peace. Lin Xiu originally intended to lead Liang He and the fatty along the old route, but with so many individuals in tow, it seemed wiser to blend in with the crowd, avoiding unnecessary attention. Clear the way. After a while, a sudden commotion arose from behind. A group of people surged into the entrance of the mountain, behaving quite tyrannically, rudely shoving those in front aside, causing some to stumble and fall. Lin Xiu was also forcefully pushed aside by these individuals, who displayed an extreme lack of civility. At that moment, he noticed that the group who had previously clamored to team up with him scattered the instant this rowdy crowd appeared. Indeed, they were merely a disorganized mob, utterly unreliable. Isn't this a bit too domineering? Lin Xiu called out over his shoulder. Get lost. The demeanor of this group was exceedingly rude, their arrogance reaching new heights. Upon seeing Lin Xiu refusing to yield, they escalated from shoving to outright aggression, with some even attempting to kick Lin Xiu to the ground. Lin Xiu, incensed, had already been approached earlier by Chen Zihao from Panga Gene, and now, being bullied in such a manner, ignited his fury. It is you who should be departing. In the next instant, he took action, urging Liang He and the fatty to not hold back, joining him in fiercely confronting these brazen ruffians. In that fleeting moment, the extraordinary being who had aimed to kick Lin Xiu found his leg caught by Lin Xiu's hand. The next second, his leg twisted at a 90-degree angle. As Lin Xiu struck below the knee with a swift chop, shattering the limb completely, revealing stark white bone, with blood gushing forth immediately. Liang He and the fatty were equally formidable, delivering powerful punches that sent their assailants flying, blood spewing from their mouths and noses, bones cracking under the impact. You seek death. This formidable team is indeed powerful, with their leader fixating on Lin Xiu.
Standing over 2 meters tall, he towers a full head above Liang He. His face adorned with a thick beard and a visage marked by brutish features, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. At this moment, a terrifying energy emanates from him. In the blink of an eye, he transforms into a colossus of steel, his height skyrocketing to 7 meters, equivalent to that of a small building. The steel giant possesses boundless strength, crushing the ground beneath him with a single step as he charges forward. Nearby, an unfortunate soul finds himself unable to evade, and is crushed beneath the weight of the giant's colossal foot, letting out a harrowing scream as his bones shatter, meeting a tragic end on the spot. As the heavy steel form tramples forward, even the weaker beings among the extraordinary are reduced to mere pulp. Witnessing this, Lin Xiu furrows his brow. His eyes gleaming with realization, he discerns that, following this cataclysmic change, the ferocity of the extraordinary has been unleashed, stripping away all semblance of humanity, rendering them as nothing in the face of ordinary mortals. Chapter 48: The ultimate form of the fire god. Upon witnessing the bearded giant transform into an iron colossus, he displayed no mercy. He raised his fist, striking with lethal intent. Boom! Thud! Thud! In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Lin Xiu propelled himself into the air, delivering punch after punch upon the iron giant, engaging in a brutal confrontation that echoed with thunderous sounds. The iron giant, battered and bloodied, felt his form collapse despite his robust steel-like skin, unable to withstand Lin Xiu's relentless blows. Ultimately, Lin Xiu shattered the iron giant's body, leading the formidable being to cry out in agony before crashing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining members of the team, witnessing this, scattered in panic. What a joke! Their powerful leader had been obliterated. What right did they have to confront such a terrifying figure? After dispatching the iron giant, Lin Xiu continued forward, maintaining an expression of indifference, which incited a wave of chaos behind him. All the other extraordinary beings trembled in fear. This man was truly terrifying. He had effortlessly vanquished such a formidable iron giant, and what astonished them most was that he showed no sign of pause. His demeanor as calm as if he had merely swatted a fly. This man was undoubtedly a master of extraordinary skill. The previously fleeing mob now found themselves regretting their hasty retreat, yet they felt too embarrassed to approach him now. "Brother, what is your name? Let us be acquainted," some shouted from behind, clearly impressed by Lin Xiu's prowess. Lin Xiu turned to face them, pondering for a moment. Noticing that Fatty and Liang He were donned in specially crafted iron helmets, he declared, "I am known as Iron Face Shang." The group exchanged glances, then fixated on his iron mask, finding it rather fitting. However, Lin Xiu did not stop there. He gestured toward Liang He and Fatty, stating, "These two are my brothers. This is Iron Face He, and this is Iron Face Pang." This time, the crowd was somewhat bewildered. The trio's peculiar names were indeed unique. One murmured, "I find this name somewhat inappropriate. Iron Face He clearly has a pair of horns, and Iron Face Pang is certainly not fat." They deemed the naming too casual, unworthy of their extraordinary status. Lin Xiu turned away, dismissing their comments. The discussions among the extraordinary beings continued, and the reputation of the Iron Face trio spread rapidly. Particularly the name Iron Face Shang, known among many as a formidable character. They silently acknowledged that it was best to steer clear of anyone wearing an iron mask. Venturing deeper into the Dragon Transformation Ridge, the atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil. Although numerous extraordinary beings were present, each occupied their own space, creating a sense of serenity. Clearly, those brave enough to traverse this area and remain were individuals of considerable confidence in their abilities. Many individuals, upon arriving and witnessing the grandeur of the scene, chose to retreat, hesitant to partake in this fierce contest. Lin Xiu observed that the wolf pack he had seen earlier still lingered in the clearing, while the Pangajin and other extraordinary beings clearly refrained from confronting them, wary of inciting a fierce backlash that could prematurely ignite the struggle for supremacy. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that most individuals remained on the hilltops, where they could clearly observe the peculiar little tree. Selecting a hill of his own,
He ascended to a vantage point that afforded him a good view of the unusual sycamore nearby. The fruits, still unripe, indicated that he would need to wait a bit longer for them to mature. With keen eyesight far superior to that of an ordinary person, Lin Xiu discerned that the 5 peculiar fruits on the sycamore retained a faint green hue, not yet fully ripened to red. The hill was not insignificant. Lin Xiu and 2 companions gathered some dry wood and kindled a fire. As he monitored the movements of the extraordinary beings and the little tree, he prepared to grill the exotic meat he had brought from home. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing. Liang He and the chubby one were salivating. This was their inaugural experience of outdoor grilling, and the mere scent had their stomachs rumbling. The extraordinary beings on the surrounding hilltops soon took notice of the scene, their expressions revealing surprise. What audacity! At such a critical juncture, they were engaged in a barbecue? How remarkably composed! Someone wielding a smartphone aimed the camera at Lin Xiu and his companions, offering commentary. Those 3 individuals piqued interest. He felt compelled to approach them and ascertain whether their calm demeanor was a testament to their formidable strength or merely the folly of 3 naive souls unaware of the peril they faced. On a principal peak, surrounded by a multitude of extraordinary beings and heavy artillery, a refined gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses gazed toward Lin Xiu's hilltop, slowly articulating his thoughts. "Indeed," replied an extraordinary being, who then rushed toward that hill. As Lin Xiu took a bite of the grilled beast meat, savoring the flavor, he suddenly sensed someone scrutinizing him. A casual glance revealed it was Chen Zihao from Pangojin. Simultaneously, he noticed an extraordinary being descending from the principal peak, hastening toward him. He remained unmoved, continuing to grill while humming a tune, exuding relaxation. Soon after, the extraordinary being arrived, asserting with a somewhat brusque tone that Lin Xiu and his companions should vacate the hill, as it had been selected by Pangojin. What an intrusion upon my culinary enjoyment! Lin Xiu cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone equally firm. The extraordinary being, having heard this retort, flashed a glint of menace in his eyes. His voice was slightly hoarse as he replied, "My friend, I have been quite courteous, do not mistake my kindness for weakness." Lin Xiu had clearly observed that this individual was dispatched by Chen Zihao, evidently tasked with probing their resolve. Given past encounters and the events of the morning, Lin Xiu harbored a lingering disdain for him. Was it truly courteous to demand their departure? Lin Xiu cast him a sidelong glance, her expression turning slightly frosty. "Shall I politely ask you to leave?" "Ha, do you possess such capability?" The leader of the scoffed. After all, he was the head of the Bai Chen Zihao's side, ranking among the top 10 masters within Pango Genetics, and well known on the list of the 100 strongest in the realm. The outside had become somewhat overconfident. How dare any of them belittle him so casually? Boom! After finishing the skewer in her hand, Lin Xiu tossed it into the fire and stepped forward, unleashing the Li Huan Yomo fist. In that moment, her attack was ferocious and domineering, resonating with the primal roar of the ancient bull demon, shaking the very hillside. What is happening? The leader was taken aback, not expecting these 3 to be true masters. With a low growl, he incinerated his garments, transforming himself into a being of fire. Opening his mouth, he expelled a torrent of crimson flames, its searing heat melting the rocks upon the mountain. Goodness! As the flames swept across, Liang He and the heavy-set man swiftly evaded, though regrettably, the grilled beast meat was reduced to nothing but ash. Lin Xiu was somewhat astonished. This was indeed a formidable adversary. The blaze was terrifying, and should one be touched by it, they would undoubtedly be reduced to cinders. Moreover, she felt a strange familiarity with his abilities. Upon reflection, she realized she had seen this individual online, reminiscent of the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. He was one of the elite on the leaderboard. To her astonishment, such a powerhouse was affiliated with Pango Genetics. His eyes had turned white, his entire being pulsating with intense flames, the fire soaring over 10 meters high, creating a rather fearsome spectacle. Nearby, onlookers were aghast. Many had witnessed this scene. The mountaintop was melting, transforming into black-red magma that flowed slowly down the cliff, issuing puffs of white mist due to the extreme heat. People recognized that this was incredibly powerful. Anyone who encountered him would find themselves incinerated by a pillar of fire towering over 10 meters. Once they realized that Lin Xiao had ignited a battle atop the mountain, he focused his camera on her location, causing the live broadcast to become extraordinarily popular. Such confrontations were rare deep within the Dragon Transformation Ridge, where most opted for concealment. I've seen him on the leaderboard. He is a master from Pangu genetics, wielding the power of flames so formidable. Even stones were melted into magma. How could the flesh and blood of a human withstand such might? This ability was too pronounced, posing a lethal threat to any, as he could effortlessly liquefy metal. That man's speed was astonishing. He was indeed a master, and the spectacle was captivating. Streamer, please focus on that mountaintop. I'll send you gifts shortly. Observing this event from afar, the Dragon Transformation Ridge whispered among themselves, feeling a chill as they witnessed the boiling magma flowing down the mountainside, hastily retreating to safety. In the distance, atop the main peak of Pangu genetics, Chen Zihao gazed intently at the unfolding scene. Although far away, as in, he could see everything quite clearly. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, evidently close to Chen Zihao. She spoke softly. That person is indeed a master, provoking Chief Chen Kang's displeasure to the extent that he resorted to using his ultimate form. Our leader possesses formidable strength, and few can rival him. Now, with the invocation of his ultimate form, that individual stands no chance whatsoever. A nearby figure interjected. Chen Zihao remained silent, his gaze steady and composed. The woman nodded slightly and continued, indeed. He has grasped a fragment of the true essence of the fire goddess ultimate form. Once fully realized, he could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. She articulated the terrifying nature of Chen Kang, who had captured a glimpse of the horrifying potential of the fire goddess ultimate form. Should this ability continue to undergo transformation, its power would be unimaginable, perhaps even surpassing the latent potential of the golden-winged celestial. Chapter 49, The Iron Mask. Those three individuals were indeed unfortunate. Of all the people they could have angered, they had to provoke leader Chen Kang. Would it have been so difficult to relinquish that hillock sooner? One of the other supernatural beings scoffed, aware of Chen Kang's temperament. It was one thing to refrain from utilizing his ultimate form, but once he did, it would inevitably lead to fatalities. He surmised that, in the next moment, that man would be reduced to mere ashes, doomed without a doubt. In truth, all the supernatural beings of the Pangu Gene organization held this belief, for they understood the formidable power of the fire goddess ultimate form. Anyone daring enough to confront it head-on would undoubtedly suffer a grievous defeat. On the hilltop, Lin Xiao did not retreat. In a bid for caution, he employed the breath of the fiery bull demon technique. At that moment, his fist prints became increasingly ferocious, emanating waves of potent energy that reverberated with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a booming storm. The surrounding leaves were swept away in a flurry. Boom! The crimson flames were pierced through by Lin Xiao's punch, his body enveloped in a unique and mysterious energy, resembling ripples of red, which effectively staved off the encroaching inferno. The enhancement from the breathing technique proved fruitful. In fact, even without the breath of the fiery bull demon, he could have resisted that flame. But with the technique amplifying his power, the mysterious energy shield was maximized, enabling him to counter external harm. The leader of the airborne supernatural beings furrowed his brow, his white pupils widening in disbelief. This individual could withstand the flames unleashed by his fire goddess ultimate form with mere fists? Look, the fire has dissipated, and he remains unscathed. How terrifying it is to resist flames nearing 1,000 degrees with sheer physical strength. He must possess some form of extraordinary defensive ability. Humph! What use is his tough shell? He cannot strike the supernatural being hovering above, and ultimately, his physical energy would be depleted, rendering him nothing more than a living target. In the live broadcast room, viewers expressed astonishment at the duel, while others mocked, believing the airborne fire wielder to be superior and dismissing Lin Xiao's chances.
He actually blocked it?
Atop the main peak of Pangojin, Chen Zihai, surrounded by those who had previously boasted, now found them all silenced, too intimidated to speak further. The supernatural being on that hill was indeed formidable, effortlessly countering leader Chen Kong's fire goddess ultimate form. Chen Zihai's expression shifted. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, tinged with apprehension.
Initially, he had merely sought to claim that Hilla can deal with those three supernatural beings to establish his authority, yet he had encountered an exceptional master? This individual is quite powerful.
Go, summon Chen Kong back, he should not engage further with that man. He spoke, a hint of concern brewing within him. His eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses sparkling with intensity, his brow furrowed. A supernatural being hurriedly ran forward, and upon arrival, he witnessed Chen Kong unleashing a massive fire column, roughly 20 meters in diameter, towards Lin Xiu. Astonishingly, Lin Xiu retaliated by expelling a smaller red flame from his mouth, bravely confronting the oncoming assault.
What?
To his astonishment, he possessed the ability to wield flames as well.
What then was the nature of the punch imprint he had just unleashed? Chen Kong, taken aback,
did not retract his energy. Instead, he channeled even more force to dissipate the crimson flames surging towards him. After exhaling that fiery breath, Lin Xiu stood serenely,
gazing into the air.
In the sky, two flames of disproportionate sizes collided.
While onlookers anticipated that the flame of the extraordinary individual above would obliterate Lin Xiu's fire, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing.
The flame, merely a few meters in diameter, soared upwards like a dragon, crashing into the towering 20-meter inferno, which began to shrink under its assault, ultimately striking the extraordinary being directly. The speed of the flames was so swift that he was caught unawares, unable to evade, and was sent flying back, crashing into a cliff and creating a substantial cavity in the mountain.
How could this be possible? The crowd gasped, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe.
Lin Xiu remained unperturbed, making his way towards the cliff where Chen Kong had landed. He understood precisely why his flame had triumphed over that of the extraordinary being. The fire he had unleashed was genuine fire of separation, born from the breath techniques within him. This single strike had consumed 50% of Lin Xiu's strength. Should it fail to vanquish his foe, he could simply return home. The spectators beheld Lin Xiu leap gracefully, traversing the cliff as if it were solid ground, swiftly retrieving Chen Kong from the depths of the rocky cave. A thunderous crash resounded as the shattered stones tumbled down nearby. At that moment, the flames enveloping Chen Kong had nearly subsided, leaving only a few remnants obscuring certain areas of his body. He was dazed, charred, and devoid of unscathed flesh. Had he not absorbed the blow with the ultimate form of the fire god, he would have likely been reduced to mere ashes.
How domineering! From a distance,
the female extraordinary being spoke, her alluring visage marred by discontent, tinged with surprise. After all, Chen Kong was one of their own, a leader among the extraordinary, belonging to the Pangojin lineage.
The individual had shown no mercy, leaving him gravely injured. The female extraordinary being turned her gaze to Chen Zihao,
seeking his command to dispatch someone to subdue the attacker.
A flicker of cold light flashed in Chen Zihao's eyes.
Chen Kong, a prominent figure among the Pangojin extraordinary beings, had been defeated and captured, and most importantly, the battle had yet to commence.
This incident was a severe blow to morale. Suddenly, gasps erupted as many stood frozen in shock, their eyes riveted to the mountain peak.
The female extraordinary being swiftly turned her head, her gaze drawn back to that location, and in the next moment, she was left speechless, utterly astonished.
On the mountaintop,
Lin Xiu had relocated, having caught a small beast from an unknown source. He skinned and cleaned it by a mountain spring, then skewered it on a wooden stick,
setting it up to roast over the fire.
The two individuals, emulating Lin Xiu, also hunted extraordinary beasts, each skewering one and placing it over the flames. To the astonishment of all, the source of the flames lay beneath his feet, as he forcefully restrained Chen Kang's head while simultaneously wielding a dark crimson broken blade, prodding him in the rear, compelling him to unleash fire from his mouth. Nearby, numerous extraordinary beings stood in stunned silence, questioning the scene before them. This individual exhibited unparalleled dominance, compelling a powerful being who had mastered the embryonic form of the fire god to serve as a source of flame for his roasting. Many were rendered utterly speechless, frozen in disbelief. The audacity of these individuals was remarkable. They had repurposed the leader of the Pangojin extraordinary beings as mere fuel for their barbecue, a sight truly unprecedented. Particularly the Pangojin individuals, who were dumbfounded, unable to fathom the sheer arrogance displayed. This was one of their leaders, reduced to such a humiliating fate. In the live streaming room of the extraordinary being broadcasting the event, the barrage of comments became ever more riveting. This is undoubtedly a remarkable individual, so distinct in his actions. I have a premonition that he will accomplish great feats in the future. Incredible! To have brought such disgrace upon the leader of the Pangojin extraordinary beings is a slap in the face. Indeed. Who could have anticipated such audacity from the Pangojin this time? Their initial endeavor has met with calamity. I suspect there are more formidable beings emerging from Longhua Ridge. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Chen Kong possessed remarkable hearing and naturally caught wind of the astonished discussions not far away. Infuriated and humiliated, he sought to incinerate Lin Xiu, unleashing a torrent of flames. Yet, the flames eluded his control, as Lin Xiu kept him pinned to the ground, occasionally puncturing his rear, diminishing the intensity of the fire spewing from his mouth. Ah! You are a pervert! Why do you keep poking my backside? Chen Kong roared in rage, desperately writhing to escape Lin Xiu's grip, only for a towering inferno to erupt from his mouth and nose in retaliation. If you char my meat, I shall not merely poke you next time. At this juncture, Lin Xiu hoisted him up, directing his mouth toward the sky, and a fierce column of fire surged upward. A display of sheer ferocity. Such ferocity was emblematic of a god, and it was unclear from which faction this formidable force hailed. Goodness, this individual is astonishingly domineering. Look at the expression on the faces of the Pangojin leaders occupying that peak, they have turned dark with fury. The area buzzed with animated discussions. The spectators engaged in fervent discourse. The female extraordinary beings wore expressions of discontent. Chen Kong was one of their own. Yet he was being utilized as a source of fuel, a fact they found intolerable. Ziho, will you merely stand by? This individual is far too arrogant, showing us no respect, she chided, shaking Chen Ziho's arm. Chen Ziho remained fixated on the mountaintop, his brow furrowed, and sighed. It seems we have incurred the ire of a superlative expert. We must not underestimate the other extraordinary beings. I cannot bear it, this is utterly humiliating. We must swiftly teach that individual a lesson, the female extraordinary being asserted. Chen Ziho shook his head in response, saying, Manwan, do not act recklessly. Upon this visit, I merely wish to observe, I shall not intervene, as the affairs concerning the Taihang Mountains are entrusted to Ziki and his companions. Indeed, we acted rather rashly earlier. Now, I intend to approach them personally, offer an apology, and retrieve Chen Kong. I do not wish for my actions to disrupt the arrangements and rhythm established by Ziki and his team. At this moment, he appeared remarkably calm, devoid of any desire for retribution. Seheo! Zhang Manwan expressed her discontent. Enough of this, I sense an unsettling atmosphere here. I fear that an uncontrollable situation may arise. So let us withdraw for now. His demeanor was tranquil, yet his words bore an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Very well, Zhang Manwan conceded, albeit reluctantly. Ultimately, to the astonishment of the other extraordinary individuals present, Chen Zihao yielded and proceeded to apologize, taking the unconscious Chen Kong away. Pray tell, who are you? And to which faction do you belong? Before departing, a member of the Pangojin faction, aggrieved, inquired about Lin Xiu's identity, seeking to uncover the formidable power to which he was affiliated. I am Taimi Anqing. I do not belong to any faction, Lin Xiu declared emphatically. Chapter 50, Invitation. A group of individuals murmured among themselves, finding the name rather peculiar. However, some factions gleamed with ambition, their minds racing to court this extraordinarily powerful master,
hoping to enhance their chances in the impending struggle for dominance. What can the iron-faced man do?
Once the golden-winged celestial arrives, he shall be subdued with a mere gesture. A voice bellowed from a nearby hilltop, directed at Lin Xiao, laden with palpable hostility.
The crowd was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of the speaker. Just moments ago,
the iron-faced man had decisively dealt with the leader of the Panga Gene's fire god ultimate form. How could someone dare to provoke him so soon afterward?
And who might you be, extolling the golden-winged celestial? Are you well acquainted with him?
Lin Xiao's gaze swiftly pinpointed the source of the challenge, a young man whose demeanor radiated defiance.
I harbor great admiration for the Panga Gene. Today, I have chosen to join their ranks.
Although I am not familiar with the golden-winged celestial, I am certain that when he strikes, none can rival him, the young man proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood his intentions. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The audacity of this individual was remarkable. Publicly attempting to humiliate him merely to curry favor with the Panga Gene, hoping to gain their favor. Perhaps he believed that upon joining the Panga Gene,
he would be viewed differently. Fatty, take him down,
Lin Xiao commanded, turning away without a glance, resuming his barbecue.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out as the hefty sniper rifle fired, smoke billowing from its muzzle. The young man let out a harrowing scream as half his body was pierced,
blood splattering everywhere.
Lin Xiao refrained from instructing Fatty to kill him. A single shot to incapacitate sufficed. He held no fondness for this contemptible figure, but neither did he wish for his demise.
Ah! The man tumbled down the hillside, writhing in agony. The onlookers gasped in shock.
The iron-faced trio was undeniably tyrannical. Anyone who dared provoke them was courting disaster.
Simultaneously, many felt that after these two displays of power, the iron-faced man had solidified his authority, and no one would dare challenge him again.
Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked across the sky, and a graceful figure descended, breathtakingly beautiful, landing on the hill where Lin Xiao stood.
The crowd gasped in astonishment at the extraordinary beauty of the woman, clad in a white battle leather suit.
Her figure was exquisite, and a pair of luminous wings adorned her back. As she descended, an indescribable purity enveloped her, her flowing hair, fair skin,
and captivating eyes left everyone spellbound. Who is she? Absolutely stunning. The onlookers were entranced, their eyes fixed upon her.
Lin Xiao looked up.
Pondering her identity, was she here to provoke him as well?
However, he never struck women, particularly not one so enchanting. He continued to skew his kebabs, while she too regarded him with interest. A young woman, adorned with a pair of luminous wings radiating a pure white glow, possessed an exquisite beauty,
brimming with youthfulness and vitality.
When she gazed at Lin Xiao, a gentle smile graced her lips. Lin Xiao, in return, smiled, sensing that she meant no trouble, and thus welcomed her presence. Those around were astonished to witness this enchanting lady attempting to engage Lin Xiao. Her name was Jiang Mingjie, with a sweet smile. She introduced herself simply yet elegantly, courteously expressing her desire to converse with Lin Xiao. She inquired whether Lin Xiao had aligned himself with any faction, and upon seeing him shake his head, openly stated her disinterest in joining any camp. She did not press him further.
In truth,
her appearance was motivated by an appreciation for Lin Xiao's strength, though it would be unrealistic to expect him to join her faction upon their first meeting. Her visit was merely a gesture of goodwill, a means of extending kindness without any risk to herself.
After a brief conversation, she bid farewell to Lin Xiao and,
with her wings unfurled, departed from the area.
Following Jiang Mingjie's visit, other factions began to emulate her, seeking private discussions with Lin Xiao. However, he was not the type to entertain such trivialities. He boldly proclaimed that anyone daring to approach his mountain would be deemed coveting his roasted meat and would be shot down with sniper fire. The other beings found themselves in a mix of amusement and disbelief,
as it was evident he wished to deter them from encroaching upon his space. Yet his declaration about coveted roasted meat was rather humorous. Yet, recalling his prior displays of ferocity and terror, they refrained from laughter. Well aware of his capricious nature and domineering disposition, deciding it prudent to keep their distance. As time passed, the number of beings in this region grew. Initially, it had been predominantly skilled individuals occupying vantage points atop nearby peaks, neither too close nor too far, allowing them to observe the surroundings of the small tree. However, as tranquility prevailed and no further conflicts arose, the boldness of the other beings began to swell, prompting them to draw nearer to witness the unfolding events. Though many understood the futility of obtaining the extraordinary fruit, the opportunity to witness the occurrence firsthand sufficed as a worthwhile endeavor. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Xiu abruptly discarded the wooden stick he had been holding, his expression shifting as he rose to his feet, declaring, "The situation seems amiss, cease eating and remain vigilant." Fat Liang he hurriedly stood up, scanning the surroundings, both he and Lin Xiu having indulged in copious amounts of small beasts. Lin Xiu sensed an overwhelming aura of dread approaching, accompanied by tremors in the ground, indicating that a colossal entity was about to emerge. The other beings also took notice, directing their gaze towards a particular mountain peak, the source of that immense presence. In the depths of Huolong Ridge, an eerie silence enveloped the area. A faint yet pungent odor permeated the air, subtly detected by the people, emanating incessantly from the towering peak. With caution, a man alerted those around him, fearing the arrival of some terrifying beast. Since the onset of human mutations, reports of such transformations had proliferated, yet accounts of these monstrous beings remained scarce. They were predominantly concealed within the vast mountains, particularly in the primeval ranges, which were deemed forbidden territories for humanity, accessible only to a select few formidable individuals. Consequently, encounters with these eldritch creatures were exceedingly rare. The wolf pack remained dormant, lurking in a clearing while the mutated beings kept their distance, each party wary of the other. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the air as stones began to detach from the mountainside, revealing a massive fissure. The mountainside erupted with a thunderous roar as boulders tumbled down, stirring up a cloud of dust and shattering numerous towering trees. As the dust began to settle, an immense head emerged from the mountain, crowned with a single horn, rising ominously from the rocky terrain. It was a fearsome beast, comparable in size to a small mountain, its body adorned with terrifying azure scales. What manner of creature is this? Is it the legendary dragon from the Transformation Ridge? Does it truly exist? Exclaimed a bewildered onlooker, eyes wide with disbelief. Chaos ensued as everyone hastily retreated. The acrid stench intensified as the creature opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated rocks and vegetation alike into mere ashes. With a thunderous crash, it emerged from the crevice, revealing its full form. Its four powerful claws gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen, akin to azure gold, and the overpowering stench repulsed those nearby. Lin Xiu observed that the beast measured nearly 30 meters in length, resembling not a serpent but rather an alligator, its armored scales formidable. Yet, atop its head sprouted a singular horn, misleading many to believe it was indeed a dragon. Look closely before you speak, do not spread panic. That is not a dragon. It appears to be a mutated pangolin. A voice boomed, discerning the creature's true nature. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the crowd. For the implications of 3 serpents transforming into dragons were staggering. Had they survived to this day, coupled with their mutations, they could have indeed evolved into true dragons. A harrowing prospect. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was indeed a mutated pangolin, albeit of an extraordinary size, showcasing the astounding transformation it had undergone. Observers noted the dark red stains of blood marring its azure scales, unmistakable evidence of its recent hunts against other monstrous beings. Originally a creature that feasted on termites and insects, its substantial growth had evidently altered its diet to include larger prey. The creature's gaze was cold and calculating, surveying the assembled individuals with an air of indifference, its formidable head held high as it appraised them. People discovered a vast cave behind him, shrouded in darkness.
its depths unknown and its destination uncertain. Truly, he was a pangolin, more aptly named than ever before, someone remarked. While the crowd murmured in discussion, they instinctively retreated, daunted by the colossal creature that exuded an aura of dread, instilling a sense of unease. With each movement it made, the expressions of some individuals shifted dramatically. Its massive claws, when they struck the ground, shattered stones and uprooted trees effortlessly, rendering any attempt to halt its advance futile. With a thunderous crash, a boulder the size of a truck was obliterated by a single swipe, proving that nothing could impede its path. The immense stone was as insubstantial as air. Its intent was unmistakable, fixated solely on the peculiar little tree nestled in the depths of Huolong Ridge, its azure pupils glimmering faintly. The creature moved with astonishing speed, a stark contrast to its terrifying size. "We must stop it," someone shouted desperately. Chapter 51: The Giant Pangolin amidst the multitude of extraordinary beings gathered here. All awaiting the maturation of the 5 small phoenix fruits, none had yet taken action. Could it be that a mere beast would dare to challenge them for the fruits of their labor? Bang! 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 At that moment, the personnel from Pango Genetics launched an assault, with dozens of individuals pulling the triggers of specially designed high-caliber anti-aircraft guns, unleashing a ferocious barrage. Upon witnessing this, the extraordinary beings turned pale. These machine guns, originally intended for shooting down aircraft, would wreak unimaginable havoc upon them. A fierce metallic tempest converged into multiple streams, resembling pillars of fire, an utterly terrifying sight. In that instant, everyone felt certain that this monstrous creature would soon fall. Clang! 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 As the bullets struck the beast, the sound echoed like metal colliding, producing a cacophony that was almost unbearable, accompanied by showers of sparks. The creature's scales proved to be harder than steel, the bullets failing to penetrate, merely ricocheting off with a resonant clang, creating a scene of sheer shock. Was this still flesh and blood? To what level had it evolved, allowing it to withstand bullets? This was a feat many extraordinary beings could only dream of, yet here it was, manifesting in this creature. Roar! The pangolin, enraged, leaped into the air with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of azure lightning as it ascended towards the summit where the anti-aircraft guns had been set up. In that instant, a gunner fled in terror, having witnessed the futility of their efforts against this monstrous being. "Do not run! Bring it down!" someone shouted. Panic etched on their face as beads of cold sweat trickled down. They sensed the violent tremors emanating from the mountain. Realizing that the shadow of the creature had vanished from their sight, the vibrations unmistakably caused by the fearsome pangolin. Ah! In mere seconds, the creature closed the hundreds of meters between them, pouncing upon the gunmen and their weapons, leaving a gruesome carnage in its wake. Their screams were abruptly silenced, the ground stained with pools of blood and the remnants of crushed firearms. The creature's gaze was icy as it surveyed its surroundings, then it descended from the mountaintop, resuming its advance towards the small tree, as if to instill fear in the others with such brutal displays of might. How could this massive creature move with such swiftness? The onlookers were left in shock as the battle concluded far too swiftly for their comprehension. Its agility was entirely incongruous with its size, devoid of any hint of clumsiness. It was lethal, striking with deadly precision. "Kill it!" a high-ranking official from Pango Genetics commanded, his tone chilling. A mere beast had managed to obliterate one of their heavy firepower units, a configuration that posed a significant threat with its large-caliber weapons, now rendered ineffective. Boom! Upon a towering peak, an individual hoisted a rocket launcher, aiming downwards at the fearsome pangolin below. In an instant, a fiery tongue erupted, and a rocket soared forth, accompanied by a plume of smoke, culminating in a resounding explosion. With a thunderous boom, the missile struck the creature's massive body. "Perish!" echoed a voice from the summit, as they awaited the outcome. A cloud of dust billowed forth. The colossal pangolin staggered but remained largely unmoved. Its immense size rendered such firepower ineffective against it. However, observers noted that its tough exterior had been breached, the scales in the impacted area were bloodied, with several fragments having fallen away, and parts of its flesh charred. Yet it sustained minimal damage. Regaining its composure, the beast let out a deafening roar, its eyes glinting with hatred. With a rumble, it charged forth on all fours. Not targeting its assailants directly, but rampaging through the area, slaughtering anyone in its path. In its subconscious, it had already categorized these small, upright creatures as adversaries intent on causing it harm, and it was determined to eradicate them entirely. A being of the Pangu gene rushed forward. Yet it was an overwhelming mismatch. The gargantuan creature trampled them, blood spraying in its wake. A cry of despair erupted from several onlookers, as they found themselves utterly defenseless against this monstrous foe. One individual radiated a green luminescence, and with a sweeping gesture, summoned the massive ancient trees around him. While enormous vines erupted from the ground, thrashing wildly, a display of a mysterious power. He gathered the colossal trees to form an immense wooden staff. Measuring over 50 meters in diameter and more than 100 meters in length, tightly entwined with vines for added strength. With a swift motion, he unleashed the colossal staff. Its sheer size embodying a force that seemed to pierce the heavens, striking towards the pangolin. In response, the creature exhaled flames and curled into a ball. Unwilling to engage directly with an object several times its own size, the staff collided with the pangolin's body, producing a deafening cacophony. The wielder of the tree spat blood, collapsing to the ground. The curled pangolin was propelled hundreds of meters away, resembling an oversized baseball, yet the immense wooden staff could not withstand such tremendous force. Upon launching the pangolin, it shattered into two pieces, crashing to the ground with a tremendous thud. How could this be? It had emerged unscathed. As the dust settled, onlookers were horrified to witness the curled pangolin re-emerging, now even more ferocious. In a single swipe, it obliterated the being who had summoned the trees, turning him into a gruesome pulp. A chilling scream pierced the air as the powerful being met a tragic end. The earlier spectacle had been akin to a myth come to life, leaving all in stunned silence. How could they possibly contend with such a formidable foe? It is worth noting that dozens of lesser beings have already perished, just moments ago, and this monster is indeed terrifying. Thud, thud. The creature's speed is astonishing. Its massive form trampling all obstacles in its path. In the blink of an eye, another 10 lives have been extinguished. Flee! Someone screamed, their fear palpable as they were hunted by this colossal beast. Yet, none of those nearby could escape, for none could outrun the beast's ferocity, which could cover nearly 100 meters with each leap, a truly daunting sight. Utterly useless. They cannot even handle a single aberrant beast. Yet they dare to contend for the anomalous fruit? Remarked a distant observer from a powerful faction, deriding their rivals. It seemed that the Pangu Gene organization was suffering a significant loss and would likely withdraw from this contest. Indeed, another responded, relishing the sight of their adversaries' misfortunes from afar. Boom! In the distance, Pangu Gene's personnel relentlessly fired rockets in an attempt to slow the advance of the armored creature. However, the pangolin had grown wise to such weaponry, curling into a ball whenever rockets were launched, thereby absorbing most of their impact. This monster was indeed unfathomable. It rolled across the ground in a spherical form, gaining speed as it charged toward the peculiar little tree. A sense of dread enveloped the onlookers, for this behemoth was both offensively and defensively formidable, rendering conventional firearms ineffective against it. Roar! A flash of azure lightning surged forward, covering miles in an instant, leaving nearly 100 beings slaughtered along its path. As it neared the small tree, 5 fruit the size of adult fists, crimson and fragrant, hung from its branches, their scent wafting over considerable distances. At that moment, the nearby clearing erupted with the agitation of a wolf pack that had long sensed the impending threat of this monster and now found themselves compelled to confront it. The Silverwing Wolf King let out a howl, rallying its pack, creating an unsettling atmosphere for all present. Hundreds of wolves prepared to launch an assault on the colossal beast. Bang! The pack surged forth with remarkable speed, encircling the Silverwing Wolf King, who remained composed, observing the unfolding battle.
Howl! A multitude of grey wolves lunged at the creature. But the outcome was inevitable. They were all crushed into a pulp beneath the massive azure sphere. The pangolin reverted to its original form, intent on eliminating all who dared obstruct its path. The Silverwing Wolf King took to the skies, unleashing a barrage of crescent-shaped energy waves toward the gigantic pangolin. Tear! The waves struck the pangolin's scales, unexpectedly cleaving through its defenses and inflicting injury. Roar! The pangolin, wounded and filled with icy rage, was infuriated by its inability to retaliate against its aerial foe. Meanwhile, dozens of grey wolves bared their fangs, encircling it and emitting fearsome howls. It was enraged. This group of ordinary grey wolves dared to threaten it despite their lack of mutation, ignoring its pain and the Silverwing Wolf King's assaults from above. It turned its wrath upon the wolves. Howl! In an instant, dozens of grey wolves met their tragic fate, crushed into a bloody pulp beneath the immense form of the giant pangolin. The armored scales on its back had been worn down by silver ripples, exposing the crimson flesh beneath. Yet, the wolf pack bore a heavy toll. What once numbered in the hundreds had dwindled to a mere handful of grey wolves, with only the silver-winged Wolf King soaring above. With a mournful howl of despair, the remaining wolves fled, and the king, too, took to the skies, flapping its silver wings to escape the battlefield. The losses were too great. It lacked the strength to vanquish the pangolin and could only retreat. Onlookers were left in shock as a formidable pack of wolves disintegrated in the face of the pangolin's assault. Without pausing for a moment, the pangolin proceeded directly toward the peculiar little tree. Many stood in astonishment, wondering if the extraordinary fruit borne by that strange tree would belong to this creature. What are you waiting for? It is nearing the little tree. Everyone, act! Can we allow this monster to seize the extraordinary fruit? I am beside myself with anxiety. So many extraordinary beings, yet none are willing to take action. Chapter 52, The Colossal Armored Liamo in the Live Broadcast Room. Viewers were filled with anxiety upon witnessing the scene. Some even began to curse vehemently. The other extraordinary beings present felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness yet dared not step forward. The monstrous creature was simply too bloodthirsty and brutal. Nearly 100 extraordinary beings and hundreds of wolves had met a tragic end, with not a single body left intact. Even the mysterious Silverwing Wolf King had been forced to flee. The strength of this creature was unfathomable. At that moment, Lin Xiu's brow was tightly furrowed. If the various factions did not intervene soon, he would surely reach his breaking point. Are they still not coming? He murmured, having already drawn his weapon, Qianquan. His entire body tensed and poised to spring into action at any moment. Suddenly, he caught sight of a golden light shooting towards them from afar, resplendent and swift, heading directly for the colossal pangolin. Get back! The golden light halted, illuminating the sky. It was a man whose voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that subdued the beast. It was the golden-winged celestial. Many gazed upward in awe, unable to contain their exhilaration at his timely arrival, which invigorated their spirits immensely. The man stood tall, radiating golden light, resembling a deity suspended in the air. The area around him shimmered with a sacred brilliance, akin to a radiant sun enveloping him, rendering him utterly extraordinary. Roar! The creature bellowed from the ground, its gaze icy. It suddenly shattered the earth beneath it, leaping into the air to a height of over 20 meters, extending its razor-sharp claws and opening its gaping maw, reeking of blood, as it lunged at the man. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of azure lightning, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden light flickered, and the man vanished from his position, evading the lethal strike. The next moment, he moved again, unleashing a fierce counterattack. His golden wings unfurled, radiating an exceptionally pure light that illuminated the heavens, before he dove downward, striking the massive pangolin in its abdomen. A brilliant flash of gold erupted, blinding many as if a nuclear bomb had detonated at that spot, a terrifying aura spreading rapidly. Splash! Blood sprayed forth, and droplets of crimson rained down from the sky. The creature let out a heart-wrenching scream, astonishingly cleaved in two by the golden-winged celestial, plummeting from the sky. In that instant, all were left in shock. How immensely powerful was this being? A creature that could withstand rocket fire and was barely affected by colossal wooden structures had been effortlessly bisected by the figure soaring above. Some witnesses recalled the scene vividly, the young man diving from the sky, his golden wings aglow, cleaving the beast's body as if wielding the wings of a divine being. This astonishing scene left everyone in utter disbelief. The young man stood gracefully in mid-air, exuding an air of indifference. His long golden hair flowed elegantly, framing a remarkably handsome face, while his eyes sparkled with a fierce golden light, emanating an extraordinary aura that was strikingly cold. Most notably, the pair of golden wings unfurled behind him, radiating a divine golden brilliance that was simply blinding. He was the golden-winged celestial. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of exclamations erupted from the depths of Longhu Ridge. Such a display of power was nothing short of astonishing. He had effortlessly slain a terrifying creature, leaving the onlookers in awe. Truly, he was the pinnacle of martial prowess, an embodiment of strength that elicited envy from all. At that moment, Lin Xiu contemplated the formidable might of the golden-winged celestial. That strike had indeed been fearsome, cleaving a monster over 30 meters in length with ease. How sharp those wings must be! A creature impervious to rockets had been sliced as if it were mere tofu. Suspended in the air, the golden-winged celestial stood unmoving, enveloped in a golden radiance that rendered him ethereal. Below, the severed monster lay in two parts, blood gushing forth and staining the rocks, foliage, and soil a horrifying crimson. A sight most gruesome. This formidable creature, with its azure-scaled armor impervious to blades and undaunted by firearms, had rampaged, claiming the lives of 100 foes, only to be effortlessly bisected here. In stark contrast, many felt an overwhelming sense of shock. The golden-winged celestial was indeed terrifying, deserving of his title as the best in the world. He gazed down coldly at the ground when suddenly, a tremor rippled beneath him, as if something stirred beneath the earth, causing the soil to bulge. Not good, there's another one. One draws fire above while the other burrows underground, someone quickly deduced, pointing at the heaving mound of earth. Roar! At that moment, a smaller pangolin burst forth from the ground. Measuring over 20 meters in length, it was nonetheless striking. Upon seeing its fallen comrade, it looked up at the golden-winged celestial with blood-red eyes, opening its massive maw to emit a chilling cry. Some covered their ears. Anguish etched on their faces, for the sonic waves produced by this beast bore immense destructive power. Nearby vegetation was uprooted, and debris was scattered. Under the force of its roar, a tempest of dust and debris spiraled into a miniature whirlwind. It prepared to leap skyward, seeking vengeance for its fallen ally. The golden-winged celestial hovered above, his golden pupils gleaming, his expression devoid of emotion. He gazed down with unwavering calmness, unperturbed by the chaos below. With a swift motion, the creature launched itself into the air, its massive body soaring over 20 meters with agility and grace. However, this was merely a feint. It did not aim for the golden-winged celestial but rather for a nearby sycamore sapling, intent on devouring the small fruits it bore. Even with its eyes ablaze with a thirst for vengeance, it restrained its primal instincts, knowing that consuming the extraordinary fruit would significantly enhance its power. The adversary before it could be dealt with easily afterward. This outcome took many by surprise. The crimson-eyed beast did not attack instinctively but rather resorted to cunning, which was decidedly peculiar. Its speed was astonishing. As it advanced, the ground cracked beneath it, each leap spanning dozens of meters, causing the earth to tremble. "Quick, stop it!" some shouted in alarm. The creature was alarmingly close to the peculiar little tree, and if not intercepted promptly, the Wutong fruit could indeed fall into its grasp. With a tearing sound, like fabric being violently ripped, accompanied by the jarring clatter of metal, the crowd was startled. Then, to their astonishment, The 20-meter-long beast was sent hurtling backward, struck by an immense force that sent it crashing into the distant hills, where ancient trees splintered and soil scattered.
What was happening? Many were bewildered.
They then noticed a figure had suddenly appeared in the arena, standing not far from the little tree. It was he who had flung the beast away.
An image that sent shivers through the crowd, plunging the scene into silence.
As the dust settled, they beheld a man clad in extraordinary armor, exuding an imposing presence and appearing remarkably robust. Merely gazing upon him evoked the image of a general from ancient military ranks, radiating formidable power. This individual appeared rather ordinary. His features not conventionally handsome, yet he possessed an air of valor, thick brows, large eyes, and a square jaw. His short hair and bronze skin were striking. But most intimidating was his stature, towering at over 2 meters. In his hand, he wielded a uniquely crafted long knife, dripping with the blood of the ferocious beast.
"It's Li Mo!"
someone exclaimed, recognizing him. Another formidable figure had joined the ranks of the top 4 experts, the armored warrior Li Mo. A relentless force whose strength was certainly on par with the golden-winged celestial. With just a single strike, the beast was sent flying over 30 meters. And his blade had just cleaved through the pangolin's azure scales. Now, observing the pangolin, one could see the flesh of its neck had been shredded, blood gushing forth. It scrambled to its feet, fury blazing in its eyes, having narrowly escaped devouring the Wutong fruit, only to be thwarted at the crucial moment.
Simultaneously, its gaze reflected trepidation.
The individual had effortlessly breached its azure-scaled defenses, instilling a sense of disarray within it.
Boom! The pangolin opted to attack, the exotic fruit ripening tantalizingly close.
And it was unwilling to relinquish its prize. In reality, Li Mo had also moved, swifter than the beast itself, closing the distance of several dozen meters in an instant.
Bang!
This time, he delivered a punch to the pangolin's jaw, executing an uppercut that sent it soaring, shattering its teeth and splattering blood.
Unrelenting,
Li Mo wielded his meteorite long knife, launching himself from the ground with remarkable speed, and with a single stroke, he cleaved the beast in 2. Thunderous echoes filled the air as the bisected body of the pangolin plummeted, raining blood from above, a chilling sight.
The same technique. The same ferocity.
The spectators were astonished. Earlier, Li Mo had merely been warming up, yet now he had lost interest in the game and swiftly dispatched the beast with a single strike.
He is indeed Li Mo,
the madman of the mountains, exhibiting unparalleled valor and terrifying strength.
With Li Mo's arrival, a confrontation with the golden-winged deity was imminent. Our journey here today was not in vain.
Many were filled with excitement and joy, believing themselves unable to partake in this contest yet yearning to witness it up close. Their hearts racing with anticipation. In the air, the golden-winged deity stirred, descending gracefully onto a nearby peak aglow with golden radiance. There, a select group of individuals, significant figures from the Pango gene, had gathered.
Suziki stood among them, flanked by other notable personalities.
Unexpectedly, upon seeing the golden-winged deity's arrival,
Chen Zihao and his companions approached to join him. This fellow truly refuses to fade away. Chapter 53, Dare to Target Me?
Lin Xiu turned his gaze in that direction, discovering Chen Zihao descending upon the mountain peak with a group of extraordinary beings. He stood beside Suziki, engaging her in conversation while simultaneously orchestrating the affairs of the otherworldly beings.
Li Mo, over here.
On the mountaintop, the golden-winged celestial proclaimed, flapping his wings and soaring towards a particular direction, surveying all the extraordinary beings from above. He loomed high, akin to a divine being among the others.
Li Mo raised his head, seemingly in tacit agreement, sensing that a fierce battle was inevitable between them.
He took swift strides across the ground, moving at an astonishing speed. And in the blink of an eye, he reached a considerable distance away. The onlookers were astonished. Was he truly traversing the ground? His speed was remarkable, especially considering he was clad in an exceptionally heavy armor, which seemed incongruous with his stature.
Boom!
In the distance, on a vast expanse,
The golden-winged celestial clashed with Li Mo, igniting an exhilarating battle of epic proportions. "Make your move, seize the fruit," commanded a high-ranking official from the Pango Genetics. With a wave of his hand, numerous extraordinary beings sprang into action, rushing toward the peculiar little wutong tree to occupy advantageous terrain. As the fruit was on the verge of ripening, simultaneously, the crowd was taken aback to witness dark gun barrels emerging atop certain peaks, all large-caliber weapons, instilling dread in everyone. A deafening roar echoed from afar as a dozen armed helicopters appeared, hovering over the mountainous terrain, their bodies laden with formidable firepower. The expressions of all present changed. The weaponry of Pango Genetics was staggering, capable of obliterating vast areas with a single attack. "Fatty, Liang He, we must vacate this area immediately," Lin Xiao urged in a hushed tone from the mountaintop, his demeanor grave, as an ominous premonition gripped his heart, a sense of impending danger. Both of them recognized the gravity of the situation, and without a moment's hesitation, they dashed down the mountain, sprinting away with incredible speed, covering a significant distance in an instant. Lin Xiao felt his heart racing, sensing a dull ache in several parts of his body, a familiar sensation, as if someone were targeting him with firearms. "Those who provoke the Pango Genetics shall perish." Chen Zihao's voice rang out from afar, his handsome face shadowed with coldness. With a mere wave of his hand, he issued the command to attack. Bang! 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 In an instant, the array of firearms atop the mountain erupted in thunderous noise, unleashing a fierce barrage towards the peak where Lin Xiao was positioned. Bullets rained down like a metallic storm, saturating the mountainside. Lin Xiao reacted swiftly, leaping to the side to evade the hail of bullets. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared on another peak, his gaze icy. He had initially wished to avoid confrontation with Pango Genetics, given Su Ziqi's presence, but now that his life was under threat, he was compelled to make a decisive choice. Peering from behind a colossal tree, Lin Xiao raised his rifle, taking careful aim before firing towards the location from whence the bullets had originated. Bang! 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 At that very moment, he pulled the trigger repeatedly, and the 10 heavy machine gunners who had just attacked him fell lifeless, each bullet finding its mark with chilling precision on their foreheads. It all transpired in a heartbeat, leaving many bewildered as to why Pango Jin had opened fire there, only to be met with retaliation that claimed the lives of 10 elite soldiers. My heavens, Iron Fist was able to dodge the bullets and then launched a counterattack, eliminating 10 heavy gunners from Pango Jin. The commentator, an extraordinary individual, exclaimed in astonishment, directing his phone toward the scene. Yet the distance was so great that not even shadows were discernible. "I told you, Iron Fist has provoked Pango Jin, surely he would not escape unscathed. And now the retribution has arrived, hasn't it?" In the barrage of comments, some continued to mock, hoping fervently for Iron Fist to be slain by Pango Jin's extraordinary beings. However, due to Lin Xiao's earlier assertive display and formidable prowess, he swiftly garnered a legion of supporters who began to hurl insults at the aggressor and even initiated a manhunt. Gradually, the mockery in the comments diminished, replaced largely by encouragement for Iron Fist and denunciations of Pango Jin for targeting only one extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, atop the peak where the upper echelons of Pango Jin had gathered, Chen Zihao displayed a look of concern, sensing the gravity of the situation. Realizing he had provoked someone extraordinary, capable of evading firearms, Su Ziqi turned to him, as if questioning him. "Ahem. I had initially perceived that individual as exceptional strength and intended to win him over, but instead faced humiliation. Even Chen Kong encountered a setback. However, we cannot afford to lose face for Pango Jin, thus I thought to employ firearms against him, yet I did not anticipate his formidable strength. I have erred," Chen Zihao admitted candidly. Su Ziqi furrowed her brows. This Chen Zihao was indeed bothersome, having entangled Pango Jin with such a formidable opponent. She was uncertain how many extraordinary beings would now be dispatched to confront him, disrupting her plans. "Ziqi, you need not worry. My uncle just called.
They have dispatched an additional 100 extraordinary beings to Mount Taihang, equipped with our latest developed enhancement serum. There will be no complications, Chen Zihao reassured, maintaining his composure. His handsome visage betraying little disturbance. Suzuki shot him a glance, remaining silent, yet her gaze was unmistakably clear. She signaled for Chen Zihao to refrain from further involvement, lest he bear the consequences. Bang! Beside the giant tree, Lin Xiao raised his rifle once more and fired a bullet into the distance. Chen Zihao's expression shifted slightly. He was no ordinary person, yet his abilities could not compare to those of Pangojin's elite. Although he sensed the impending danger, his control over his body and speed did not grant him the capacity to fully evade the bullet. Whoosh! A bullet shattered the sound barrier, grazing his cheek. Chen Zihao let out a cry as the bullet skimmed him, a small piece of flesh disappearing from his face, blood gushing forth. He had managed to evade it. Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that this Chen Zihao would be struck down with a single bullet to the head, but the shot had narrowly missed, leaving only a permanent scar upon his face. He was an extraordinary individual, and of considerable rank, possessing heightened perception and speed that surpassed the average. However, he surmised that Li Mo and the golden-winged celestial were even more formidable, having long since ceased to fear conventional firearms. Kill him! Chen Zihao's gaze was frigid as he touched the blood trickling down his face, his voice turning icy. With a wave of his hand, he issued the command, revealing a terrifying intent to kill. On several peaks, heavy artillery that had previously threatened other extraordinary beings now turned its dark muzzles towards Lin Xiao's location. Simultaneously, two armed helicopters in the sky altered their course, heading towards Lin Xiao as well. Chen Zihao, do you wish to kill me? Perfect. Let us settle our old grievances today. Lin Xiao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. In the distance, on a mountain peak, the ominous artillery pointed towards the hill where Lin Xiao stood, unleashing a devastating barrage. Lin Xiao burst forth from the forest, reaching the cliff's edge, and leaped directly off the mountain. In an astonishing display, he began to run swiftly along the cliff face, as if his feet were imbued with supernatural agility, maintaining a steady posture that was truly awe-inspiring. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Is he like Spider-Man, able to traverse such terrain? Boom! In the woods, a dozen shells detonated simultaneously, emitting blinding light and a colossal explosion that shook the very foundations of Hualong Ridge. The ground trembled, trees ignited in flames, and rocks were sent flying, creating a scene of utter devastation. All extraordinary beings felt a chill. The Pangojins were indeed ruthless. Just moments ago, when the pangolin wreaked havoc, such heavy weaponry had not been employed, yet now they unleashed such force against a single extraordinary being. Who could withstand it? A searing wave of heat swept over the mountain, turning ancient trees to ash, and erasing much of the mountaintop, reducing many rocks to mere dust. The horrifying sight caused trepidation. The previously formidable hill had vanished, devastated by the barrage of mortars from the Pangojins, leaving a stark and charred landscape. Had Lin Xiao delayed his escape by even a moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He could not help but marvel at the extraordinary power wielded by the Pangojins, which encompassed a variety of heavy weaponry beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. As Lin Xiao descended from the cliff, he disappeared into the forest, while the peak behind him continued to be bombarded, rocks cascading down, causing the small mountain to shrink in stature. He sought out Fatty and Liang He, who had been hiding in the forest and had not ventured far. Suddenly, a boulder tumbled down the cliffside, striking Liang He and eliciting a pained cry. This was not due to a slow reaction, but rather a momentary lapse in focus as he and Lin Xiao discussed their strategy for attack, oblivious to the impending danger of falling debris. Liang He stumbled, nearly tumbling to the ground. However, his immense strength and formidable resilience, enhanced by the awakening of his Tianqing Magnia bloodline, allowed his power to grow exponentially, almost rivaling Lin Xiao's. Had it been anyone else struck by such a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds, they would have long succumbed to the ground. Enraged, Liang He volunteered to eliminate the mortar battery, while the rotund companion intended to employ his precise sniping skills to continue his attempts at eliminating Chen Zihao.
Meanwhile,
Lin Xiao himself sprang into action, charging toward another direction with the intent to confront Chen Zihao directly.
Given the extent of the targeting against him,
he could no longer concern himself with the fact that this individual belonged to the upper echelons of the Pango genetic lineage. Regardless of who dared to plot his demise,
he would not hesitate to strike them down. He took the initiative to present himself in the fray,
coordinating with his companions sharpshooting to ensure a virtually guaranteed victory against their foe.
Chapter 54, Serpentine Evasion. Lin Xiao's speed was astonishing to the onlookers. He appeared less to be running and more as if he were teleporting. The 100-meter distance was traversed in a mere second. Was this not teleportation? As he sprinted,
a barrage of bullets rained down upon him, a relentless and indiscriminate hail of fire that ravaged the trees around him, leaving the ground riddled with pockmarks from the impacts. The sheer density of the gunfire was overwhelming. The 6-barreled Gatling guns mounted on 2 attack helicopters unleashed a terrifying volume of rounds per minute. Coupled with the heavy weaponry positioned on the nearby hills, a tempest of bullets swirled around, an intimidating sight for anyone who dared to witness it.
One audacious streamer,
undeterred by the chaos, positioned himself at the forefront, determined to capture the most dramatic footage.
The live chat erupted with comments. Is the Panga gene truly inhuman? Why? When that pangolin was rampaging, was such firepower not deployed against it?
Those heavy weapons aren't meant for dealing with beasts, but rather for confronting beings like us.
Given the current situation, the Panga gene seems destined for victory.
I beg to differ. You're only witnessing a fragment of the battlefield.
At the peculiar little trees, the struggle is likely even more intense.
Streamer, pivot the camera. We wish to see the scene before the little trees.
An avalanche of comments flooded in,
leaving the streamer in a quandary, as the audience still yearned to see Iron Fist's exploits.
Boom!
A shell detonated, the deafening explosion occurring merely 5 meters from the streamer.
Goodness, I should retreat before I'm caught in the blast.
Panic-stricken, the streamer hastily repositioned himself, bolting a safe distance before pausing.
Yet,
his camera remained fixed on Lin Xiao, refusing to capture any other battlefield. The streamer, remarkably swift, maintained a close proximity to Lin Xiao, ensuring he never strayed beyond 100 meters. To his astonishment, not a single bullet found its mark on Lin Xiao. He constantly shifted his position, reminiscent of serpentine evasion,
skillfully eluding the bullets that relentlessly pursued him.
Even when some attempted to predict his path and fire in his direction, Lin Xiao effortlessly dodged their shots. Many onlookers were left in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief at the extraordinary spectacle. A mix of astonishment and envy coursed through them. This skill was something they all yearned for, an essential ability to master in the face of threats from firearms, and this individual had already achieved it. Lin Xiao's movements were swift. With a mere exertion, he could cover dozens of meters.
His speed was truly terrifying.
On the battlefield, he resembled a flash of light. Unmatched and unparalleled, evading peril with extraordinary perception, maneuvering through the storm of bullets with the grace of a fish in water.
Many have become numb to the sight. Is this still humanity?
It resembles a precision machine, calculating the optimal path to evade any weaponry with remarkable accuracy.
Suzuki furrowed her brow tightly,
acutely aware that they had encountered a grave predicament. Engaging with such a formidable entity as Pango genetics and microstar biology was a perilous misstep.
Chen Zihao's expression darkened significantly.
He had reassessed this individual and discovered that he was even more formidable than he had initially believed.
This was undoubtedly an immensely dangerous character,
potentially ranking among the top 10 in the list of extraordinary beings. We must eliminate him, disregard the others and concentrate all firepower to ensure his demise.
Chen Zihao gritted his teeth and declared. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Suzuki retorted coldly, her patience with Chen Zihao evaporating.
For he had mobilized excessive resources that completely disrupted her plans.
This trajectory would not bode well. I understand. But what can we do now? Chen Zihao nearly shouted, struggling to regain the composure he had initially possessed. On one hand, his recent actions in the Taihang Mountains might have caused significant losses for the Chen family. And on the other, his anxiety intensified, as if he were on the brink of death. He gazed at the man traversing the hail of bullets, his heart trembling with dread. What manner of creature is this? Why has misfortune led me to him? Everything you have done has been observed. I will report truthfully to the Elders' Council, Suzuki stated coldly, departing the area with determination. Chen Zihao remained silent, his gaze icy. Having initiated this situation, he resolved to eliminate the threat at any cost, otherwise, it would surely become a future calamity. He was resolute. Once a decision was made, immediate action was imperative. The explosions intensified. Even as Lin Xiu concealed himself within the mountains, weaving between hills, he was still subjected to fierce bombardment. Were it anyone else, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Bang! 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 Lin Xiu retaliated intermittently, the rifle in his hands unleashing fiery tongues, each bullet claiming the life of a Pango Genetics operative with precision. Moments later, the gunfire ceased. Atop the mountain, the horned figure known as Iron-Faced Black was unleashing carnage. Initially dissatisfied with the automatic rifle's performance and its lack of accuracy, he ascended the mountain, resorting to his fists to crush and deform various artillery pieces with astonishing force. Good heavens, is that still a human? He is nothing short of extraordinary. Did you witness that? He shattered such a massive cannon with a single punch unimaginable. That is the brother of Iron-Faced. It is said his name is Iron-Faced Black. If he possessed no skill, could he stand shoulder to shoulder with him? From the mountains came a chorus of astonished gasps, even among extraordinary beings. The sight was shocking beyond belief. The towering figure, akin to a human Tyrannosaurus Rex, swept through the peaks with ferocity. In the distance, the gunfire ceased abruptly. A few armed helicopters, shot down by an unknown assailant, plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. During this interval, the gunmen of Pango Genetics suffered substantial losses. Despite the considerable distance, Lin Xiu managed to eliminate numerous elite marksmen with his rifle. The toll was staggering. Originally, firearms served as a deterrent, instilling fear in many superhumans and dissuading them from contending for the Wutong fruit. However, with the Iron-Faced trio dismantling most of their firepower, the battlefield echoed with sporadic gunfire. As the operators of the firearms faced annihilation, how could the higher-ups of Pango Genetics not feel anguish? With the gunfire completely silenced, Lin Xiu observed from the forest. Having reached the base of the mountain occupied by Pango Genetics, suddenly, shadows flitted into view, belonging to the Chen family, the superhuman reinforcements that Chen Zihao had previously mentioned. They appeared now, intercepting Lin Xiu's ascent. A total of 30 superhumans, all masters with extraordinary abilities far surpassing the average, confronted him. The situation for Iron-Faced was dire. He had single-handedly arrived at the gates of Pango Genetics, now facing this formidable assembly. Did he possess any chance of success? A superhuman broadcaster followed the unfolding drama, capturing the scene from a distance. The 30 superhumans, noticing Lin Xiu's stillness, presumed he was paralyzed by fear and shouted in unison, rushing to attack him. As they closed in, each produced a vial containing a blue liquid, which they consumed without hesitation. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying surge of power erupted. The aura of the 30 superhumans swelling dramatically, enhancing their strength exponentially. Even from afar, other superhumans felt a wave of trepidation, as if facing the likes of Li Mo or the golden-winged celestial. How could this be? 30 superhumans, their power amplified so drastically? Iron-Faced was genuinely in peril. From a distance, the broadcaster exclaimed in shock, revealing to the audience the gravity of the situation. Is this a joke? If true, wouldn't Pango Genetics be invincible? Some doubted the broadcaster's claims, questioning the authenticity of the revelation.
Perhaps it is a type of potential enhancement serum. As a superhuman, I can confirm such serums exist," stated another. "Stop flooding the chat, the great battle is about to commence." The 30 superhumans each experienced a tenfold increase in strength, a terrifying force indeed. Any one of them could effortlessly crush a multitude of lesser superhumans. United in such numbers, their already superior capabilities, now enhanced tenfold, rendered them a monstrous, unconquerable force. "Kill him, let us see how you can still leap now." Chen Zihao's expression darkened, a seething anger simmering within. Today marked a severe miscalculation on his part. He had aimed to showcase the might of Pango genetics, to intimidate other superhumans by executing a show of strength, yet he inadvertently orchestrated this tumultuous scenario. Due to his orders, countless lives were tragically lost, and the formidable weaponry was largely destroyed, significantly undermining the overall strength of the Pango gene. Moreover, particularly in the presence of Suzuki, he frequently lost his composure and openly engaged in disputes with her, which would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions from the Council of Elders. Had he managed to resolve the matter today and returned with all the extraordinary fruits, he might have redeemed himself, facing only minimal reproach. However, if the conflict resulted in failure, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility, facing dual penalties from both the company and his family, a grave consequence indeed. Fortunately, his uncle's reinforcements arrived, after 30 extraordinary individuals consumed enhancement potions. Even Li Mo would be unable to withstand their might. He now felt a surge of confidence, having already envisioned the scene of that accursed iron mask being obliterated. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed, shaking the very foundations of Hualong Ridge. Chapter 55, Confrontation with the Premier Master. Many extraordinary beings felt dizzy, their vision swirling into darkness, nearly losing their balance. Lin Xiao stood resolutely, drawing the surrounding air towards him, causing sand and stones to whirl and vegetation to shatter. The 30 extraordinary beings charged halfway, only to be met with his thunderous roar, which sent them screaming in agony, their orifices bleeding profusely as they writhed on the ground. Just as before, Chen Zihao foolishly attempted to employ his old tactics against Lin Xiao, unaware that this was akin to presenting a feast on a platter for Lin Xiao to devour. What had transpired? The onlookers, other extraordinary beings observing the clash in the mountains, were utterly astonished. These 30 formidable warriors, after ingesting the blue potion, had unleashed a terrifying aura, each one extraordinarily powerful. Yet now, they lay bleeding from all orifices, toppled by Lin Xiao's resounding shout. What sheer terror was this? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao strode forward, wielding the god-slaying blade. Even against beings possessing the Pango gene, he showed no mercy. With swift and decisive strikes, he severed the heads of over 30 foes, as effortlessly as one would slice vegetables. Witnesses were filled with trepidation. This iron-faced man was indeed ruthless, dispatching over 30 lives without a flicker of an eye. However, his actions garnered him even more admiration online. His decisiveness in battle and unwavering resolve to repay enmity drew widespread attention. From a distance, atop a mountain peak, Chen Zihao's eyes blazed with rage. Typically composed, he was now unhinged, roaring like a wild beast. All these individuals were from his Chun family, loyal to him, dispatched by his uncle for support. And in the blink of an eye, they were annihilated by the iron-faced man before him. Just previously, he had suffered the loss of one team, and now another had been eradicated, dispatched with such nonchalance that it left him in despair. His heart bled for these extraordinary beings and the blue potion, which constituted one of his crucial trump cards, now utterly destroyed. Chen Zihao's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly, his entire being trembling, not from fear, but from an uncontrollable fury. The blue potion harbored a fatal flaw. He had realized this too late. Initially, he had informed Suzuki that 100 extraordinary beings would come to aid him, when in fact, he had grossly misrepresented the situation. These 30 beings were all he had. Though their potency after consuming the potion exceeded that of 100 ordinary warriors, they had all perished at this moment. The man was merciless, exterminating the Chen family's extraordinary beings before the eyes of all, exhibiting sheer brutality. Within the confines of Huolong Ridge, everyone was profoundly shaken. They had thought that El Bu was invincible, little did they realize that someone even more valiant existed. Who was this commander? So impressive. I have decided Iron-Faced Man shall be my second extraordinary idol. This individual has undoubtedly emerged as a dark horse from the tumultuous strife on the Taihang Mountains. The most pivotal aspect is that he appears to have yet to align himself with any faction, rendering him an exceptionally coveted entity. The live stream had already erupted in fervor. Some viewers recorded the broadcast and uploaded it to short video platforms, where it instantly went viral. The name Iron-Faced Shang began to resonate across the internet with remarkable rapidity, seemingly on the verge of eclipsing the four eminent masters. I shall personally end your life. Chen Zihao stood atop the mountain, gritting his teeth in fury, utterly losing his composure, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of restraint. He retrieved a vial of potion from within his attire, its color distinct from that of the previous individuals, a resplendent gold. Is he resorting to the same old tricks? Lin Xiu pondered whether Chen Zihao had lost his senses. Having witnessed the downfall of those aberrant beings, he still sought to use drugs against him? However, at that moment, another figure surpassed him in speed, already descending upon the scene. In the sky, a brilliant golden light illuminated the area as a silhouette soared through the air. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, diving towards Lin Xiu. This is bad, the golden-winged celestial has arrived. The upper echelon of Pango genetics is atop this peak. Is he here to protect them? Suspended in midair, this individual radiated a sacred luminescence, his aura terrifying, akin to a golden sun blazing forth. Temporarily forsaking Li Mo to pursue Lin Xiu. Damn it! You've dispatched the lesser only to send the greater. Do you Pango genetics truly believe Iron-Faced Shang is an easy target? Lin Xiu bellowed, glaring upwards. Your demise is imminent. Let us see how long you can flail about. Chen Zihao surveyed Lin Xiu from his elevated position. Surprisingly, upon witnessing the arrival of the golden-winged celestial, he seemed to regain his composure, as if confident in his own strength. The golden-winged celestial made his move. Many aberrants were stirred. Apprehensive that the aftermath of the battle might affect them, hastily retreating approximately 100 meters. As he descended, golden light cascaded around him, emanating an ominous wave of energy. The golden-winged celestial is too formidable. Can Iron-Faced Shun survive? Murmured some, sensing the immense pressure from the golden-winged celestial, whereas Lin Xiu appeared unaffected, leading them to naturally conclude that the celestial was indeed superior. With a flash, the resplendent golden light vanished at an astonishing speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. At this moment, the crowd collectively exhaled. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he gazed into the sky. He had intended to confront Chen Zihao, but the golden-winged celestial had returned, heralding imminent danger. Boom! The golden-winged celestial, embodying an invincible force, surged forward. He unfurled his golden wings, releasing a mysterious energy akin to two supreme, razor-sharp divine blades, slicing downwards to carve a beautiful yet terrifying trajectory. Ah! Nearby, some could not restrain their cries, their eyes stinging from the brilliance of the light emitted by those golden wings, which blazed with a searing intensity. Numerous aberrants shielded their eyes, retreating swiftly. They had thought themselves safe at this distance, only to find themselves caught in the ensuing chaos. In the background, a group of women erupted in excited screams. Since the release of the combat video featuring the chief disciple of the resurrected deity, his popularity has surged dramatically. With a well-defined physique, striking features, and the opulent golden wings he possesses, he has captivated the attention of many. Most significantly, he is recognized as the foremost extraordinary master in the world, which naturally draws a considerable following. Even those who previously disapproved of the domineering Pango gene, condemning their use of firearms against the extraordinary, now find themselves leaning toward the golden-winged deity. At this moment, some extraordinary beings are exhilarated and expectant upon witnessing his formidable assault.
The golden winged deity is invincible and unstoppable, he is simply magnificent. A woman declared with unwavering conviction, her gaze fervently fixed on the golden light soaring through the sky. Regrettably for Iron-Faced Scholar, who was an unexpected contender in this battle, his fate seems grim as he faces the golden winged deity. It is likely he will lose his life in this encounter. There is a palpable sense of regret among the onlookers. In a duel between masters, the outcome often hinges on a mere instant. Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he sensed impending danger, however, he remained composed and unflustered. The golden winged deity descended with terrifying might, his gaze indifferent as he prepared to cleave Lin Xiu in two with his razor-sharp wings. In that critical moment, Lin Xiu invoked the god-slaying blade, striking out. As the golden winged deity approached with a domineering intent to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Xiu quickly devised a countermeasure. Recognizing that his opponent dismissed him so easily, he resolved to reciprocate with a grand gesture. Many had heard tales of the golden winged deity's wings. Renowned for their supreme sharpness, capable of slicing through steel and withstanding firearms. Recently, they had witnessed him cleave a 30-meter-long pangolin beast in half with a single stroke of his wings, leaving all in awe. Especially since even a rocket launcher had failed to affect the creature. Lin Xiu raised the god-slaying blade, knowing his speed paled in comparison to his adversaries. He positioned the blade defensively in front of him, preparing to collide with the golden wings. It's over, there is no hope left. How could Iron-Faced Scholar dare to confront the golden winged deity head-on? Someone lamented, recalling how just moments ago, the golden winged deity had dispatched a colossal beast with his unmatched wings. This choice seemed exceedingly unwise, akin to severing one's own path to survival. There were whispers of hope that Iron-Faced Scholar might delay the inevitable and escape, for the ultimate goal of the Pangu gene was the extraordinary fruit on the Wutong tree. And they could not afford to spend excessive time hunting him down. The extraordinary streamer displayed remarkable audacity this time, in pursuit of superior streaming quality. He positioned himself a mere 30 meters from the battlefield, allowing for a clear view of what Lin Xiu wielded. What? Am I dreaming? Is that weapon in Iron-Faced Scholar's hand really a broken blade? How utterly pathetic. Disbelief washed over the onlookers. Is this arrogance on Iron-Faced Scholar's part? Or is he truly out of options? Ha! With the golden winged deity advancing, this fool's demise is assured. If he survives this blow, I will stand on my head and eat Oreos right here. People could not help but feel sympathy for the demise of Iron Face. It was indeed a tragic fate. After all, it was Chen Zihao, a scion of the Pangu lineage, who instigated this conflict, seeking to eliminate Iron Face. The latter, unable to retaliate, ultimately faced the intervention of the golden winged deity. Yet, there were some who, blinded by their fervent admiration for the golden winged deity, disregarded the notions of right and wrong, fervently cheering him on. Iron Face, in his audacity, was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Could he have been rendered senseless by fear, daring to make a desperate stand? How absurd, truly absurd, a bystander remarked. Bang! The dark red broken blade clashed against the golden wings. A blinding golden light erupted from that point, illuminating the entire area with such brilliance that it pained the eyes, rendering it impossible to discern the events unfolding there. It was evident to the onlookers that the golden winged deity had unleashed his might. His attack infused with the divine essence that erupted at that moment, unparalleled in its ferocity. This energy was formidable enough to contend with the most advanced weaponry. Chapter 56, The Blade of Heaven approaches. Can Iron Face Shang survive? Judging by his strength, he appears significantly outmatched by the golden winged deity. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Deep down, some hoped for Lin Xiu's survival, yet the majority were skeptical. Don't hold on to such thoughts. Under this overwhelming force, even 10 Iron-Faced Shangs would meet their demise. They are simply not on the same level, their fate is already sealed. One individual shook his head in resignation. To the spectators, no unforeseen events were anticipated. Regardless of Iron-Faced Shang's prior prowess, facing the golden winged deity would prove futile. as they were not even in the same league. At that moment, as discussion swirled, the golden radiance began to fade, revealing the silhouette of a golden figure in midair. Absolutely magnificent. The golden-winged deity is invincible. Several young women shrieked in admiration. At the closest vantage point to the battlefield, an anomalous broadcaster sighed. He had harbored great expectations for Iron Face Shang, having witnessed his heroic demeanor. Yet, who could have predicted such an unfortunate encounter with the golden-winged deity so soon? Dear audience, it is with regret that I must announce. He inhaled deeply, bracing himself to relay the battle's developments. Wait! He suddenly halted, astonished. At that moment, the blinding golden light had completely dissipated, and the golden-winged deity was no longer merely a silhouette, he was now vividly visible. As the battlefield came into sharp focus. What on earth is happening? Someone exclaimed, shattering the silence. Those who had earlier predicted Iron Face Shang's certain death were now petrified. Eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. The latest update. The golden-winged deity is injured, while Iron Face Shang remains unscathed. The broadcaster, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and shouted. At that instant, all the anomalous beings in the vicinity of Hualong Ridge focused intently on that particular area. Suspended in the air. The golden-winged deity bore visible wounds, blood dripped from one of his wings, a stark contrast against the backdrop. His expression was one of cold disdain as he looked down upon the figure below. Iron Face Shang stood on the rugged terrain, entirely unharmed. Wielding a broken dark red blade, pointing it defiantly at the golden-winged deity. The blade, stained with blood, emitted a faint crimson glow, and dark red mist swirled around it. The golden-winged deity's eyes bore a chilling glare. He realized that he had indeed underestimated his opponent, a grave oversight for one of his stature. He had refrained from utilizing any skills or techniques, relying solely on his exceptionally sharp golden wings to deliver a single, decisive blow to establish his dominance. The Pangu beings are not to be trifled with. Yet, he never anticipated that his wings, which had withstood the relentless barrage of rocket fire, could be wounded by a mere broken blade, and the injury was substantial. Ultimately, after enduring a period of trials, he had ascended to the pinnacle of power, resulting in an inflated sense of self-worth that led him to underestimate other beings. At that moment, he felt a profound discomfort at the sight of his injury. His divine essence, which should have swiftly healed his wounds, seemed ineffective, failing to perform its function. Blood flowed profusely from the wound, and he furrowed his brow, applying a vial of elixir he always carried with him. Fortunately, the bleeding had subsided somewhat, no longer gushing forth as it had before. This was the latest achievement of Pangu genetics, developed from a variety of rare exotic fruits, exceedingly precious, known only to the upper echelons and himself. Lin Xiao gazed quietly at the golden-winged celestial, feeling a surge of fervor coursing through his veins, ignited by the divine slayer blades cut on his wing, which had absorbed the celestial's blood. Kill! Although the golden-winged celestial had staunched the bleeding, unaware of the mysterious reason behind the failure of his divine factors, he could not afford to dwell on it any longer. He was determined to dive back into the fray. This injury was not due to weakness, but rather a consequence of overconfidence. Having learned this lesson, he vowed not to be so arrogant or careless in the future. Hurry, stop him! Li Mo is about to seize the exotic fruit. Someone shouted in alarm, urgency lacing their voice. Li Mo had appeared. His speed so remarkable that he was almost a blur, covering dozens of meters in a single stride, racing towards the small phoenix tree. Upon that tree hung 5 red phoenix fruits, their final traces of green vanishing, instantly enveloped in a red mist that exuded a delightful fragrance. Damn it! The golden-winged celestial halted abruptly, cursing under his breath. He pivoted, carving an arc through the air like a golden fighter jet, swiftly departing to intercept Li Mo, the creature of the microstar, from claiming the fruits. Yet, Li Mo was faster. He had already arrived at the tree, swiftly opening the silver briefcase he had prepared, deftly plucking the 5 fragrant phoenix fruits and placing them inside. Li Mo, how dare you! The Golden Wing's Celestial bellowed, but it was too late. Li Mo had already harvested all the exotic fruits and secured them in his case. Li Mo cast a casual glance at him, ready to depart. Leave the exotic fruits, you may go. Just as Li Mo believed victory was assured, a chilling voice echoed nearby. A figure emerged from the shadows. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, with short hair, fair skin, and elongated eyes that, combined with his somewhat affected tone, evoked an instinctive sense of revulsion. Step aside. Li Mo. One hand gripping his blade and the other holding the briefcase, prepared to leave. You truly are arrogant. It seems I must confront you today, the man declared, stepping forward to block Li Mo's path. Very well, you have timely obstructed him. Panga Genetics will reward you, and you may now depart. At that moment, a golden figure descended, his gaze icy, fixated on the briefcase in Li Mo's grasp, speaking slowly. So, you both thought I was merely a supporting character, did you? Humph. It seems I must unveil my true identity today. The man sneered, then abruptly tore off a mask from his neck, revealing a human skin mask in his hand. Wang Tsong? Li Mo gasped in astonishment, recognizing the man before him. In the realm of extraordinary beings, the third notable figure is none other than the formidable Tian Dao Wangkong. The esteemed organization, Microstar Biotech, has conducted an analysis of Wang Tsong, revealing that his level of threat surpasses even that of the Golden Winged deity. This is attributed to his mastery over a certain system, endowed with an enigmatic golden finger, a rarity among the extraordinary beings. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Winged deity sprang into action, intent on seizing the silver briefcase from Li Mo's grasp. Indifferent to the clever machinations of Wangkong agitated by a recent injury incurred from carelessness, his mood was far from pleasant. The clash of three apex extraordinary beings erupted in a monumental collision, akin to a violent earthquake, sending the Golden Winged deity soaring into the air while Li Mo was propelled backward. Crack! At that moment, the silver briefcase fell to the ground. Crafted from exceptionally unique materials, this silver case was specifically designed to house such extraordinary fruits, featuring a complex internal structure that remained unshaken even under significant external impact. Seize it! Some extraordinary beings shouted, recklessly charging forward. Yet, many others retreated, fully aware that the silver briefcase containing 5 extraordinary fruits, though tantalizing, was beyond their reach. To recklessly advance would be tantamount to courting death. In truth, some had come to the Taihang Mountains merely to witness the spectacle unfold, feeling satisfied by that alone. The iron-faced sage had captured many gazes, however, none anticipated such an outcome. From this day forth, evading fame would be an impossible feat for him, as he became the first to injure the Golden Winged deity, sending ripples throughout the entire Hualong Ridge in mere moments. Chen Zihao, I wonder who can protect you now. Lin Xiao, while monitoring the fierce battle near Shaoshu, kept a vigilant eye on Chen Zihao's movements. He made his move not towards the 3 extraordinary beings engaged in combat but rather toward the mountain peak where the Panga Jin was stationed. His primary objective was Chen Zihao. Today, he was determined to settle the score once and for all. Some onlookers noticed him, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Though the previous skirmish was brief, he had indeed wounded the Golden Winged deity with his inconspicuous dark red broken blade, making it impossible for him to remain unnoticed. What were his intentions? People were puzzled. With the capability to injure the Golden Winged deity, why did he not join the fray to claim the extraordinary fruits? Were his plans to let the extraordinary beings engage in a life-and-death struggle, only to reap the benefits? Lin Xiao arrived at the mountain peak in mere seconds, propelled by a gust of wind. At that moment, he could see Chen Zihao, alongside Suzuki, who was also watching him intently. Kill him! Chen Zihao seethed with rage. The Chen family had suffered grievous losses today, all thanks to this very individual who had ruthlessly slain 30 of his subordinates. Now, this audacious figure dared to approach, seemingly intent on settling the score. Chen Zihao could not endure such humiliation. After a day of poor decision-making, he found himself cornered like this, leaving him with no semblance of dignity. He yearned to eradicate the iron-faced sage immediately. Rumble. On the mountain peak, a dark cannon was aimed downward, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Lin Xiu, its immense power reducing the ground below to scorched earth. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Xiu vanished, evading all the artillery and swiftly ascending the mountainside. I will personally end your life. Chen Zihao could no longer endure. Conventional firearms were utterly ineffective against this foe. He intended to consume the latest experimental concoction, a secondary mutation serum developed from the genes of the golden-winged deity and various rare fruits. I do not care who you are, nor do I wish to know your origins. One thing is certain, you are destined to die today. Chen Zihao bellowed in madness, raising a vial containing the golden serum and drinking it in one gulp. The shame he felt today was unbearable. If he could not slay this adversary, what face would he have to return to the Chen family? Not only would the Elder Council impose severe punishment upon him, but his own familial standing could also be at stake. Still taking drugs? Lin Xiu looked up and witnessed this scene. Realizing that this fool was utterly oblivious to pain and still resorted to drugs to confront him. Chapter 57, Decapitation of Chen Zihao, the Extraordinary Host. Captivated by the fierce clash among the three elite fighters before the small tree, diverted his attention away from Lin Xiu, inciting discontent among some viewers. The sheer destructive power exhibited by these individuals compelled the host to maintain a distance, while their swiftness rendered the spectacle nearly imperceptible, making it far more sensible to broadcast the scene featuring the iron-faced man instead. Recognizing the validity of this perspective, the extraordinary host hastened to the location of the iron-faced man, fortuitously capturing the moment when Chen Zihao consumed the potion. Ah, this is Chen Zihao of the Pangda gene, isn't it? Indeed, he has been driven to a desperate end, resorting to the potion as his sole means to combat the iron-faced man. The barrage of comments erupted with wild conjectures. Look, his physique appears to be undergoing a significant transformation. At that moment, Chen Zihao emitted a primal roar reminiscent of a beast, his muscles realigning, his skin transitioning to a golden hue, and astonishingly, a pair of wings began to unfurl from his back. What is this? Chen Zihao, originally an extraordinary being, has now undergone a secondary mutation after consuming this potion? Lin Xiu observed keenly, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Chen Zihao's grotesque form bore an uncanny resemblance to a counterfeit celestial being, aptly termed a false deity. However, upon closer inspection, the distinctions became apparent. In his mutated state, he lacked the potent energy characteristic of the true golden-winged celestial, appearing rather mundane. Moo! From a distance, Lin Xiu unleashed his sonic wave technique, probing the counterfeit celestial, Chen Zihao. At that moment, still in the throes of mutation, Chen Zihao heard Lin Xiu's sonic waves, lifted his gaze, and sneered, "Do you truly believe that trick of yours will have any effect on me? How laughable! Today, you are surely doomed." As his transformation concluded, his skin shimmered golden, yet it lacked the natural grace of the golden-winged celestial. A mere comparison rendered his appearance quite unappealing. That might not unfold as you wish. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed as he raised his firearm and fired. The sounds of clashing metal echoed, sparks flying as Chen Zihao employed his wings to shield himself from the bullets. Seizing a nearby Vulcan Gatling gun, he soared into the sky, the barrel whirling rapidly, unleashing a terrifying storm of metal. Simultaneously, the extraordinary beings on the mountainside brandished rocket launchers, relentlessly firing upon Lin Xiu. "You think I cannot strike you from the sky?" Lin Xiu, evading amidst the chaos, spotted the portly figure and immediately signaled for him to bring down this counterfeit avian. "Iron-faced man. Let us see how you escape this time. Weren't you rather arrogant just moments ago?" Chen Zihao approached Lin Xiu from the air, yet always maintained a safe distance, his own movement enhancing his accuracy. To Lin Xiu, evading became increasingly strenuous, requiring him to execute elaborate maneuvers to avoid the onslaught. He was confident that Lin Xiu's stamina would soon wane, making it impossible to sustain such speed indefinitely, while his aerial assaults rendered him untouchable. In other words, He could falter countless times, yet if his opponents stumbled even once, they would find themselves ensnared in an inescapable abyss. The mere thought of this caused Chen Zihao's lips to curve into a chilling smile. Why was that rotund fellow so slow? Lin Qiu continuously evaded the metallic tempest unleashed by the Gatling gun, and at this juncture, his stamina had indeed waned, causing his speed to diminish compared to before. Whoosh! A bullet grazed Lin Qiu's hair as he contorted his body in a precarious manner to dodge a fatal blow, narrowly escaping disaster. Bang! A gunshot echoed from a distance. And as blood erupted from Chen Zihao's body, which was still ensconced in the line of fire, he plummeted swiftly to the ground. He had never anticipated that other extraordinary individuals would dare to assist Lin Qiu against him. At that moment, his mind went blank, and a searing pain coursed through him, as though his chest cavity near the heart had been pierced. Even after undergoing 2 transformations, he had not yet attained the resilience to withstand conventional weaponry. Thud! With a muffled thump, Chen Zihao crashed to the ground. Lin Qiu immediately rushed over to deal with him. He stood before Chen Zihao, looking down upon him. The other SIs were filled with terror, his face ashen, all notions of decisiveness and ruthlessness evaporated in an instant. He stammered, "Don't kill me. I am the eldest son of the Pangu Jin Chen family. I can offer you endless resources of extraordinary fruits. You know the golden-winged celestial god, right? He gained his strength through our Chen family. Why on earth do you think I would relinquish the desire to eliminate you for such trivial gains?" Lin Qiu retorted, observing Chen Zihao, who resembled a stray dog. "Do you not wish to grow stronger? Just promise you 1T kill me. And the extraordinary fruits derived from the Pangu gene can yield 2 for our Chen family. I can grant you 1 here and now." Chen Zihao's mind raced, desperately seeking greater advantages to preserve his life. Yet, his thoughts were more consumed with devising ways to retaliate against Lin Qiu in the future, even concocting plans to torment him. Ha! Why do you presume I cannot seize the extraordinary fruits for myself? Lin Qiu scoffed, bemused by Chen Zihao's naivety, believing he could simply be bought off, as if a single extraordinary fruit could settle such deep-seated enmity. After all, Chen had nearly exhausted all resources at his disposal to eliminate him. If he were to yield now, what would the world think? They would laugh, branding him a man driven solely by greed for profit. Moreover, he had never entertained the notion of sparing Chen Zihao, rather, he loathed him to the core, wishing for his swift descent into oblivion. "I shall not waste further words with you, it is time for you to depart this life," Lin Qiu declared, clenching his fist and aiming for the heart. Chen Zihao was already injured by the sniper's bullet, another blow would surely seal his fate. Against such a foe, Lin Qiu had no intention of employing his god-slaying blade. The mingling of his bloodlines was too chaotic, tainted by impurities, thus, the blade might react unfavorably, casting a curse upon him. "Golden-winged celestial god, save me!" At that moment, Chen Zihao summoned an unexpected surge of strength, bellowing as he pushed against the ground, dragging his battered body in a desperate attempt to flee. Bang! Lin Qiu cast a glance at Chen Zihao, decisively forming a fist and delivering a powerful blow to his heart. In front of everyone, that single strike pierced through Chen Zihao's body, causing his heart to shatter. "I warn you all, do not provoke me again, or this will be your fate," Lin Qiu shouted, his entire arm drenched in blood, steaming as if he were a demonic deity. How formidable! Tai Nianqing is truly terrifying. He audaciously dared to slay a high-ranking member of the Pangu gene. This surely forges an unbreakable enmity. What is there to fear? Tai Nianqing possesses such strength, he could easily crush the golden-winged celestial with a single punch. In the live broadcast room, myriad voices clamored, a torrent of comments flooding in. Lin Qiu raised his head and suddenly sprinted towards another battlefield. The Wutong Little Fruit was his true objective. Initially, he had intended to lie low until the 4 great masters appeared, then fiercely attack to seize the extraordinary fruit. However, Chen Zihao disrupted his rhythm, forcing him to reveal his presence prematurely.
Yet, this proved beneficial, as he could now test his strength, which was hardly inferior to that of the golden-winged celestial. The alluring aroma from the peculiar little tree had yet to dissipate completely, filling the area. Yet the 5 small fruits had vanished. 3 formidable experts were vying for a silver briefcase. Lin Xiu observed the golden-winged celestial in a dire state, flying towards him, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He clutched the silver case, utilizing his advantage to escape, while 2 powerful opponents pursued him relentlessly. Perfect timing. I shall deliver another strike. Lin Xiu thought maliciously, for the golden-winged celestial had previously flaunted his might too brazenly. He truly believed himself invincible. Daring to underestimate Lin Xiu, only to discover through their clash that their strengths were not vastly different, allowing for a contest of power. As Lin Xiu concluded his battle, the other extraordinary beings turned their attention to the main battlefield, engaging in fervent discussions. Heavens! That is Wang Song, he is actually soaring through the air. A superhuman. His speed rivals that of the golden-winged celestial. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted as Wang Song caught up to the golden-winged celestial, delivering a strike upon his golden wings. Sparks flew, and the golden-winged celestial winced in pain. The clash resonated through the sky like thunder. Nearby, vegetation shattered, and the lake surged with waves, even the rocks cracked, erupting with a blinding golden light that obscured vision. Boom! 2 figures burst forth, colliding against a mountain peak. An explosive shockwave ensued, obliterating the summit, rocks tumbling down, dust swirling. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What immense power was this? The ground fissured with black cracks, reminiscent of an earthquake, all caused by the 2 combatants. Bang! Liu Mo charged in, sending Wang Song flying over 10 meters with a single blow. At that moment, a fierce wind arose, whipping up sand and stones, as if a tempest had been artificially conjured. Amidst the tempest, a golden figure radiated a divine brilliance, exuding an aura of unparalleled valor as he stood within the eye of the storm, commanding its fury while simultaneously contending with 2 formidable adversaries. A colossal boulder, weighing thousands of pounds, was effortlessly lifted by the storm, only to be instantaneously crushed into dust, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Yet, the 2 foes remained steadfast within the tempest, unwavering as they unleashed their arcane powers against the golden-winged deity at the storm's heart. With a thunderous roar, the storm dissipated, revealing the golden-winged deity with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained numerous injuries in the ferocious battle, besieged by the relentless assault of his opponents. Liu Mo, I offer you 2 rare fruits of power, will you grant me mercy? The golden-winged deity communicated discreetly, fully aware that he could not endure such relentless onslaught any longer, for defeat was inevitable if the assault continued unabated. Chapter 58, The Contest for the Fruit Ha. Golden-winged celestial, your words are quite charming, yet why should I be content with merely 2 fruits when they were all meant for me? You truly overestimate your own worth. Liu Mo scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He unabashedly tarnished the illustrious image of the golden-winged celestial. Ah! To be rejected by Liu Mo after seeking an alliance. What a tragedy! Someone remarked. These 2 are utterly despicable, conspiring against the golden-winged celestial. Are they even human? A young girl exclaimed, her loyalty to the golden-winged celestial evident as she expressed her distress upon witnessing his injuries. Wang Song, I offer you 2 anomalous fruits, would you then depart? At that moment, the golden-winged celestial's face flushed crimson, his spirits dampened by the murmurs around him. He sent another message to Wang Kong. Impossible. Leave 5 anomalous fruits behind, and I may spare your life, Wang Song retorted, gripping a magnificent longsword stained with the golden-winged celestial's blood, a cold smile playing on his lips. His mission was clear: to procure 5 anomalous fruits, 1 less would mean forfeiting his reward, a powerful sword technique. Among the many extraordinary beings in Hanxia, only a select few possessed systems, and he was rumored to be a master of one: the martial god cultivation system. Upon completing this mission, He would gain the dragon-slaying sword technique, ascending to the pinnacle of Hanxia's extraordinary beings. At that point, even the golden-winged celestial would pale in comparison. Then perish. The golden-winged celestial hissed, a beam of golden light erupting from his eyes, radiating an intense heat towards Wang Kong. Wang Song crossed his sword over his chest, bracing against the attack. Such a divine blade belonged to the imperial-grade weaponry, he would not be intimidated by such a skill. After his strike, the golden-winged celestial attempted to flee once more. "Where do you think you're going?" the two shouted in unison as they pursued him. The golden-winged celestial soared through the air, his once handsome visage now marred with grime and blood, a picture of disarray. What should I do? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since all three were fixated on the silver box, why not feign a fall, allowing one to retrieve it while the other struck? This would alleviate much of the pressure. Ah! The golden-winged celestial immediately set his plan in motion, pretending to stumble in pain, causing the silver box in his grasp to fall as if by accident. Li Mo. Do not snatch it from me, this could be a trick devised by the golden-winged celestial. Wang Song exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he spoke to Li Mo. Get lost. Li Mo replied icily, harboring no fondness for Wang Kong. The mere thought of him possibly conspiring with the golden-winged celestial against him filled him with irritation. Humph. Let us see whose speed prevails. Wang Song's gaze hardened. Li Mo, resolute, offered no opportunities, unleashing his extraordinary abilities to attack Wang Song, attempting to hinder his speed. Do. In the distance, cannon fire roared as the Pango Jin and microscopic beings engaged in full-scale war, exchanging gunfire while extraordinary beings launched their assaults amidst the fierce battle. As others witnessed the scene, a wave of bitterness washed over them, leaving them to ponder how they could possibly compete. Only one individual was overwhelmed with excitement, he was the extraordinary streamer named Yang Ming. Having surged to the top of the leaderboard from the Fish Battle livestream, his viewership had surpassed a staggering 100 million. The clash of extraordinary beings and the confrontation of advanced weaponry, a spectacle never before seen in reality, unfolded before their eyes, igniting a fervor within him. Quickly! Seize the silver box! Someone shouted, as they found themselves in close proximity to it. Driven by the allure of profit, individuals surged forth. Those who approached the silver box were met with ruthless aggression. The first extraordinary being to charge forward fell into a pool of blood, struck by a sniper's bullet, leaving behind a horrific gaping wound. It was a show of power from the higher-ups of Pango Genetics, instilling fear in the other extraordinary beings, anxious that their precious fruits might fall into the hands of these opportunists. Damn it! Pango Genetics does not regard us as human beings. Attack! With fury igniting their spirits, they had come to seize the extraordinary fruit, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, now thwarted, igniting their wrath. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of extraordinary beings charged forward. The scene was utterly breathtaking. A cacophony of screams filled the air as they turned against one another, bloodshed marking their relentless advance. Many fell, blood-soaked, never to rise again. It was a brutal display, even though they were still over 100 meters from the silver box. They turned against each other, each blinded by the desire to claim victory, viewing those around them solely as rivals. Chaos erupted in Hualong Ridge, the area plunged into turmoil, blood began to flow. And the extraordinary abilities of the beings shook the earth, staining it crimson. Even if the three top extraordinary beings at the pinnacle of power were to arrive, they would not retreat. The scent of blood stimulated the primal instincts of each individual present. Faced with such temptation, many discarded their fears, single-minded in their pursuit. As the saying goes, take a risk, and a bicycle can become a motorcycle. Countless extraordinary beings charged forth, nearly oblivious to the specter of death. Within a 100-meter radius, extraordinary beings continued to fall. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the air as armed helicopters descended, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon the extraordinary beings, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Blood flowed like streams across the ground, and bodies lay strewn everywhere, causing many extraordinary beings to recoil in terror. Despite their formidable strength,
how many could truly stand unafraid before such advanced weaponry? Let us fight back! Someone exclaimed, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck one of the helicopters. Sparks flew. The dashboard whirled chaotically, and the aircraft began to sway dangerously before plummeting to the ground. Boom! The explosion resounded, and the extraordinary beings erupted in cheers. In that moment, they found the courage to confront such a powerful force. The three elite extraordinary beings engaged in battle, witnessing the thrones of others closing in on the silver box, unleashed their full might. He swung his blade forward with great force, and a wave of blade energy manifested in the air, resembling a scythe reaping straw. All the surrounding otherworldly beings were sent flying, while the weaker ones were cleaved in half. They simply could not withstand such overwhelming power. It was terrifying. This was a formidable sword technique, which Li Mo had mastered to perfection, enabling him to wield blade energy against his foes. Lin Xiu's gaze was cold. He had been lying in wait for a long time, observing the battlefield, and he was prepared to strike. Liang He did not disappoint him. He indeed approached stealthily. He blended among the otherworldly beings, sneaking along, pretending to be one of them, drawing closer to the silver iron box. After Li Mo had cleared the area of otherworldly beings with his blade, Genie Tianchen and Wang Song charged in, both heading towards the silver box. He swung his blade once more, unleashing an even more formidable wave of blade energy. The two dared not confront it directly and swiftly evaded. Li Mo extended a hand towards the silver box, ready to disregard the plans of the microstar beings, open the box, consume an otherworldly fruit, instantly enhance his strength, and crush these two. He opened the silver iron box to find 5 otherworldly fruits lying quietly within. Remarkably, despite the intense upheaval, they remained unscathed. Grabbing one, he was about to ingest it when, at that moment, an otherworldly being nearby suddenly erupted with power far surpassing that of the others. Li Mo was taken aback, his pupils constricting. It was too late to evade. This individual was evidently on par with him and Genie Tianchen, having lain in wait nearby. Who could this be? Among all the otherworldly beings, only 4 possessed such capabilities. Yet today, 2 had been discovered in Taihang Mountain, and these 2 seemed to know each other. Truly, one must not underestimate the world. Liang He, wearing an iron mask, let out a strange cry and shouted, "What are you still doing eating here?" Ever since he consumed the fruit that awakened his bloodline, his strength had grown exponentially, and he had cultivated his breathing technique to an advanced level. In terms of combat power, he was only slightly inferior to Lin Xiu. He seized the opportunity, stepping forward decisively to attack. Clang! Liang He approached with a clenched fist, striking the hand that Li Mo was about to bring to his mouth, sending it flying, while another blow landed on the back of his head, catching him off guard. Had it been anyone else, their skull would have likely shattered. However, Li Mo staggered but managed to regain his footing, thanks to his formidable physique. It must be noted that Liang He's strength was truly intimidating. Even Lin Xiu would have fallen under such an assault. Damn it! Liang He snatched the silver iron box containing the 5 otherworldly fruits. Seeing that Li Mo had not fallen despite the blow, he kindly delivered a kick to his rear, causing him to tumble to the ground. Whoosh! After completing this, he dashed off in a frenzy. Li Mo, still reeling from the impact, quickly regained his senses and, filled with rage, rose from the ground, his eyes fixed on the towering figure retreating in the distance. He let out a furious roar and pursued relentlessly. Upon witnessing the silver iron box being seized, the golden-winged deity felt an immediate sense of foreboding and resolved to pursue the assailant. However, in the next instant, a severed crimson blade shot up from the ground with astonishing speed. The golden-winged deity felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, and before he could react, the shattered knife struck him squarely in the chest. Weakened by prior injuries, the impact triggered a cascade of reactions within him. Furthermore, Lin Xiu's god-slaying blade relentlessly suppressed the divine essence within him, causing him to plummet from the sky. With a thunderous crash, Lin Xiu rushed over and yanked the god-slaying blade from his chest. Gasp! The golden-winged deity could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. He cast a cold glare at Lin Xiao, his once pristine pupils now tinged with a hint of crimson. The humiliation of being wounded twice by an outsider was indeed a profound disgrace. What was even more infuriating was his current state, severely injured and significantly weakened. He was now vulnerable, and he could very well find himself at the mercy of his adversary. Chapter 59, The Frightening Encounter with Wang Song. Are you going to glare at me again?
Lin Xiao, noticing the intense hatred radiating from the golden-winged deity, grew increasingly displeased and promptly stepped onto his chest, inflicting pain upon him.
Whoosh! 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 In the distance, the Pango Jin personnel,
witnessing the golden-winged deity gravely wounded and unable to rise, immediately coordinated heavy artillery support. 5 armed helicopters unleashed 10 small air-to-ground missiles. Lin Xiao swiftly turned to face that direction, evading the imminent danger, and glanced back at the fallen golden-winged deity.
You better fend for yourself. Your Pango Jin truly is ruthless enough to harm its own. You!
The golden-winged deity bellowed in anger, but in the next instant, Lin Xiao had vanished from sight.
Boom!
A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the entire Hualong Ridge, illuminating the area as the power of the 10 air-to-ground missiles became evident, truly terrifying.
Bang! A bullet sliced through the air, fired by the stout individual targeting Wang Kong. A mere mutant dares to assault me with firearms? Wang Song scoffed, glaring in response.
His eyes transformed into a vivid purple, and in a flash, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his gaze towards the stout man.
Watch out!
The stout man hastily dodged, the very brush he had hidden in moments ago igniting in flames, turning to ash. Lin Xiao was racing towards Wang Song, determined to buy enough time for Liang He.
Wang Song, behold your grandfather!
Lin Xiao shouted as he arrived, aiming to divert Wang Song's attention.
Wang Song glanced back momentarily.
Dismissing him, his primary objective was to seize the silver box, and nothing else could distract him.
Damn it, stout man, keep firing, bring him down!
Lin Xiao exclaimed in frustration, as the airborne adversary posed a challenge to his assault.
Understood,
replied the stout man, repositioning himself for another shot.
At that moment, Wang Song, fixated on catching a glimpse of Li Mo, suddenly hesitated. He had received an unexpected message that left him in a quandary. Hidden mission: defeat the iron-faced sage. Mission reward: incomplete Great Thunder Sound breathing technique.
The allure of this mission's reward ignited a desire within him, for he had previously encountered such techniques in the system store, where even the most basic breathing method was exceedingly valuable, far surpassing the might of top-tier swordplay or martial arts. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to accept this hidden mission, recognizing that a premier breathing technique would vastly enhance his foundational skills. Why has he suddenly turned back? Lin Xiao pondered, astonished as Wang Song abruptly altered his trajectory in midair, heading towards him.
What could this mean?
Stout man, the situation is changed, go assist Liang He. And I shall handle him, Lin Xiao spoke solemnly, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the rapidly approaching Wang Kong. All right, be careful.
The stout man nodded before swiftly vanishing, racing towards Liang He's escape route.
In truth, Wang Song observed the stout man's movements with clarity, yet he refrained from intervening, allowing him to depart,
as his focus remained fixed on the iron-faced sage. Have you come to seek your grandfather?
Lin Xiao shouted, gazing up at Wang Song in the sky. Iron-faced man, do not think that just because you have fortuitously defeated the golden-winged celestial, you can act arrogantly.
My strength far exceeds your imagination.
Wang Song's expression darkened upon hearing this. This iron-faced man was indeed infuriating, spewing a torrent of taunts before the battle had even commenced, disturbing his mental composure.
Then come down!
Lin Xiao continued to shout, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive sage.
In truth,
he was merely stalling for time, waiting for Liang He and the fatty to reach a safe location to send him a message.
Once he received it,
he would strike decisively and then flee, having no intention of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with these extraordinary beings.
Iron-faced man.
I hope your strength is as formidable as your tongue, Wang Tsong replied, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid.
He descended from the void, wielding a heavenly blade crackling with purple lightning, exuding an overwhelming divine might. Clang! A deafening sound erupted as the two blades clashed, causing the ground to cave in. A shockwave ensued, shattering the surrounding flora and fracturing the rocks. The purple lightning coursed along the blade, attempting to paralyze Lin Xiu. Bang! Another tremendous noise resounded as Wang Tsong was sent tumbling several meters away, crashing to the ground. At that moment,
a terrifying figure of an ancient Lihua bull demon materialized behind Lin Xiu, a sight so astonishing it towered several meters high. Coupled with the breathing technique he was employing, the air around him grew several degrees hotter. That previous punch must have possessed a force of at least 100,000 pounds.
Is this the breathing technique? Wang Tsong lay on the ground, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets.
That iron-faced man actually possessed a breathing technique.
How astonishing! Not to mention anything else.
The number of individuals in the entire Huaxia Extraordinary Circle who were aware of the existence of breathing techniques could be counted on one hand. The breathing technique is known to be the most powerful cultivation method, capable of accompanying an extraordinary being throughout their life.
However,
aside from the fragmented ancient texts excavated by the four major financial conglomerates, which have yet to be deciphered, it was believed that no one could utilize it.
Yet now, someone was employing it and had reached a relatively high level of mastery. Shall we continue?
Lin Xiu's gaze followed Wang Tsong, beckoning him with a finger while he lay on the ground. This act of provocation thoroughly ignited Wang Tsong's fighting spirit. As the holder of the martial god cultivation system, endowed with ancient martial arts abilities, even without possessing a breathing technique, he could no longer tolerate such affronts.
He aspired to become the strongest in Huaxia. How could he easily concede defeat? Fight! Wang Tsong rose from the ground. In his astonishment,
he had overlooked one crucial detail: the dark red broken blade in the opponent's hand had not shattered upon clashing with his heavenly blade. Instead, it had displayed a formidable resistance. Only when the opponent unleashed a punch that sent him flying did he realize that the weapon in the other's hand was undoubtedly an imperial divine weapon, rivaling his own heavenly blade. What exactly was this iron-faced man's background? Could it be that he, too, was a system bearer like himself? Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable divine weapons, terrifying breathing techniques, and ferocious martial arts at this stage? He now found himself somewhat hesitant. Confronted by a potential system holder more powerful than himself, he feared for his life. He recalled the Minotaur who had just snatched the fruit from Li Mo's grasp. Wasn't he also a member of the Iron Mask trio? How terrifying! Excluding the iron-masked individual wielding firearms, both of these men were of an exceptionally abnormal caliber, capable of engaging the top four with ease and without fear. No! This time he had to concede, the Iron Mask was not to be trifled with. Wang Tsong's eyes darted restlessly as he rose from the ground, casting a deep glance at Lin Xiu before dashing off to flee the battlefield. Upon witnessing this action, Lin Xiu was bewildered. What was he doing? His direction was clearly opposite to that of Liang Hei's escape. Never mind. It was for the best that Wang Tsong did not engage him. He could now join forces with Liang Hei and the portly fellow to assault Li Mo, as the golden-winged celestial had just been bombarded by dozens of air-to-ground missiles. Lin Xiu believed that the opponent would either perish or be gravely injured, rendering them incapable of further contest. My heavens, what did I witness? The famed Sword King Wang Tsong was sent flying dozens of meters by a single blow from the Iron Mask, and then he simply vanished. What incredible strength! At that moment, the otherworldly broadcaster Li Ming swiftly approached, capturing the scene on camera. The Iron Mask displayed an invincible demeanor, consecutively defeating two beings perched atop the pinnacle of power. It appeared that the chances of successfully seizing the otherworldly fruit were substantial. My golden-winged celestial, how tragic! To be bombarded by his own kind.
I wonder if he can survive such an explosion. It would be best if he perished. I can hardly stand that arrogant birdman. On a mountain peak, 3 elders sat within a pavilion, observing the unfolding chaos of the battlefield. Haha, truly an unexpected turn of events. We have all miscalculated this time, one elder remarked. Old Sue, you still find this amusing? The birdman has been so severely beaten, you should be feeling some sympathy, said another elder with short hair, tall and imposing, his silver hair standing on end. No need to fret, let's continue to watch, the elder replied, sipping his tea with an air of indifference. On the outskirts of the Dragon Transformation Ridge, Liang He clutched a silver box, his legs moving like whirlwind flames as he fled rapidly. Suddenly, he halted, acutely alert. Something felt amiss in this area, an unsettling sensation gnawing at him. Particularly now, he sensed imminent danger ahead. However, if he stopped now, Liang Mo would undoubtedly close in on him. Neither retreating nor remaining felt like a tormenting dilemma. Suddenly, he spotted a large black bull, its coat gleaming as it leisurely grazed. Upon seeing it, Liang He's eyes sparkled with excitement. He began to suppress his enthusiasm. After awakening the bloodline of the celestial azure bull, he could transform into a primal form, a black bull with azure horns, appearing quite ordinary at this stage. However, this had always been his closely guarded secret. One he had never divulged to Lin Xiao or the portly fellow, nor had he ever transformed in their presence. He was apprehensive that those two fellows would mock him. Having a pair of horns sprouting from his forehead was already distressing enough. Who would have thought he could actually transform into a black bull? It was truly embarrassing. However, he soon devised a clever plan. He stealthily concealed the silver iron box and then swiftly twisted his body, astonishingly morphing into a black bull. Of course, due to the still nascent revival of his bloodline, he was rather diminutive, resembling a mere calf. The color of his horns was also bluish-green. Though slightly different from ordinary bull horns, it was not easily discernible. Subsequently, Liang He boldly strode out. He cautiously approached the large black bull, feigning to graze on the grass nearby. In reality, he had no intention of consuming the grass, he merely took a bite to avoid arousing suspicion, pretending to chew. Chapter 60, The Old Monster. However, the great black bull paid him no heed, remaining remarkably composed, as if it had not noticed the presence of an additional calf nearby. Liang Mo was seething with rage, having pursued relentlessly. Just at the critical moment when he was about to seize the precious Wutong fruit, he was ambushed by that strange individual, who snatched away both the 5 fruits and a silver box, delivering a heavy blow to his head that was simply intolerable. It would have been one thing had he not acquired them, but they were within his grasp, merely moments from his lips, when they were suddenly whisked away. Most infuriating was the fact that the scoundrel had the audacity to kick him while he lay dazed. Was this even human? Liang Mo vowed to exact a severe retribution upon this scoundrel. As he passed through the area, he hesitated slightly, coming to a halt. He sensed an ominous presence at the edge of the Dragon Transformation Ridge, just ahead. Yet the surroundings appeared tranquil. Beside the great black bull stood a small black calf, seemingly docile, its large eyes round and innocent as it grazed on the grass. Where had the culprit gone? Had he truly escaped the Dragon Transformation Ridge? Liang Mo pondered, realizing that this elusive individual could run faster than himself, practically as if propelled by some magical force. Just as he contemplated whether to pursue, the small black calf, which had been grazing, suddenly rose to its feet. It then swung its hooves with a resounding thud against the back of his head. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing stars to dance before his eyes, and darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. In that fleeting moment, he endured at least 3 powerful blows, each strike potent enough to breach the supreme security door of the neighbor, Grandma Lu. Were he an ordinary individual? His skull would have been reduced to a pulpy mess. Yet even he, endowed with a formidable indestructible body, found the pain nearly unbearable. Liang Mo felt as if his lungs might explode from rage. He had been ambushed once again. Especially when he turned to confront his assailant.
He was met with the sight of the small black calf standing upright, akin to a human, poised to strike again. His eyes widened in disbelief. By all that is sacred, it was the very calf he had observed moments earlier. This creature, which had appeared so innocuous while grazing beside the great black bull, was now launching a surprise attack, harboring a bellyful of malice. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. A sudden realization struck him: the individual who had assaulted him not long ago, snatching away his box, had donned an iron mask adorned with a pair of azure horns. He had presumed that this person was a formidable being awakened with the bloodline of a minotaur, but never had he anticipated that it was, in fact, a strange beast. Liam-o was infuriated, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices, having been struck multiple times on the head by the small black calf. Did it truly see him as easy prey? At that moment, his head throbbed painfully, dizziness overtook him, nearly rendering him unsteady on his feet. However, the anger within him ignited a spark of clarity. He suppressed the pain and lunged at the small black calf, prepared to engage in a fierce battle. At this moment, Liang He felt a twinge of unease. He realized that Li Mo's physical prowess was astonishingly formidable. Despite numerous attempts to subdue him, Liam-o remained unyielding, signaling potential trouble ahead. An intricate dilemma indeed. Die, you beast! Today, I shall slay you and return with steak. Liam-o bellowed, having never suffered such a significant setback at the hands of a beast before. He was once known as the Mountain Madman for his exploits in the Primal Mountains, where he vanquished countless beasts. Yet now, he found himself nearly bested by a mere calf, which was infuriating. Suddenly, the enormous black bull in the distance sprang into action, moving with incredible swiftness. Just as Liam-o turned to confront Liang He, the bull reared up and delivered 3 powerful blows with its hooves. The bull's size far surpassed that of Liang He, and its strength was boundless. The impacts resonated with a heavy thud. Liam-o rolled his eyes back, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain his footing. Just as he was about to collapse, he caught a glimpse behind him, only to receive yet another devastating kick to the head from the bull. Liam-o was left dazed, and Liang He shared in his bewilderment. Despite possessing an indestructible physique, he could not withstand such force and was on the brink of falling. Moreover, he was not truly invincible, his body was flesh and blood, and repeated blows like these would eventually prove catastrophic. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and sorrow, especially when he spotted another assailant, a cow. Was my past life spent in conflict with cattle? Liam-o lamented internally. The crux of the matter was that these two, one large and one small, had conspired against him. Both black bulls, not only cloaked in dark hides but with equally dark intentions, had ambushed him in the most shameless manner. Despite their immense strength, they resorted to cowardly tactics, preferring to strike from behind, targeting the back of his head. A sense of despair washed over Liam-o as he reflected on the likelihood of his downfall here today. Never imagining that his illustrious reputation would be tarnished by 2 black bulls, an utterly unacceptable fate. The great black bull turned nonchalantly, exuding an air of aloofness, as though the earlier commotion was of no concern to it. Liang He, snapping back to reality, rushed forward to deliver another kick, anxious that Liam-o might recover. After all, that indestructible physique was no trifling matter. Even after sustaining 3 powerful kicks from the bull, Liam-o had yet to lose consciousness. A testament to his remarkable physical resilience. Finally, Liam-o could hold on no longer, especially after receiving another punishing kick from the calf, which sent searing pain through his head, leaving his vision blurred. It was utterly exasperating. Just as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, he was struck once more, causing him to collapse to the ground, utterly incapacitated. At that moment, Liang He turned to gaze at the great black bull, astonished. He was still in a daze, questioning the identity of this colossal creature. Liang He felt a surge of trepidation. Initially, he had failed to recognize that the great black bull was a beast, merely seeking to use it as a shield. After all, the sudden appearance of a small black calf in this place would arouse suspicion in anyone. However, the harmonious combination of a large cow and a small calf alleviated any doubts in Liam-o's mind. Moo! Liang He tentatively called out,
greeting the great black cow. Despite his utter lack of understanding of bovine language, he blurted out sounds without concern for grammatical accuracy, attempting to establish rapport. Currently, he was unable to discern whether the imposing black cow was friend or foe, and he doubted his ability to overpower it. The force it displayed earlier was a terrifying tenfold greater than his own. The calf, still pretending, had been spotted earlier fleeing from pursuers while clutching something it shouldn't have. When the great black cow spoke in human language, Liang He was taken aback, his hair standing on end as he instinctively retreated several meters. Startled, he thought, has this cow become sentient? It is clearly a strange beast, yet it speaks human words. This is utterly chilling. Why are you running? Stay close to me, and I'll ensure your safety, otherwise, you may very well perish here today, the black cow admonished, glaring at Liang He, who was cowering at a distance. Though panic filled his heart, he reluctantly approached, his head bowed, avoiding eye contact. He perceived this creature as a cunning ancient entity. A single misstep in conversation could provoke its ire, likely leading to dire consequences. Additionally, he hesitated to revert to human form, believing that his current appearance might be less alarming than that of a human. That's right, I see you possess some talent, otherwise, old He, would not bother with you, the black cow chuckled, revealing a wide grin that was somewhat disconcerting. Liang He, filled with uncertainty, wondered if this ancient being had discerned the essence of his bloodline as a celestial azure bull. At that moment, Lin Xiu sped through the canyon, having received news from the chubby fellow. The last sighting of Liu Mo was reported at the outskirts of the Dragon Transformation Ridge, but the area had become ominously perilous, deterring him from approaching recklessly. Thus, he awaited Lin Xiu's arrival to investigate together. This is the spot. My goodness, I distinctly saw those two black cows ambushing Liu Mo. It was terrifying. The sound of their hooves striking the back of his head was thunderous. If I were to receive a kick, I'd likely be reduced to a pulp. The chubby fellow informed Lin Xiu, his expression fraught with panic as he gesticulated wildly. Lin Xiu furrowed his brow and gazed in that direction. Indeed, there were two cows, a small black calf with glossy fur and round, glimmering eyes he recognized too well, brimming with malice and ill intent. That black cow is undoubtedly Liang He. Moreover, Lin Xiu noticed a telling detail: the small calf possessed azure horns. That little calf is Liang He, he disclosed to the chubby fellow, a smirk tugging at his lips. Although he had no idea when Liang He could transform into a calf, the sight was simply too amusing. Hey, isn't that Liang He's iron mask? At this moment, the stout fellow also uncovered a pile of garments and an iron mask concealed within a thicket. However, what was the story behind that imposing black bull? Lin Xiu found himself perplexed. It seemed that Liang He had unexpectedly summoned a relative from some unknown source. According to the stout fellow's description, in tandem with that formidable black bull, they swiftly subdued Liu Mo with a couple of resounding blows, a remarkable feat indeed. Lin Xiu scrutinized the situation closely. Although he had confirmed that the diminutive black calf was Liang He, the formidable black bull remained an unpredictable variable. Despite the considerable distance, Lin Xiu's enhanced physique, bolstered in both vision and hearing, far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He faintly discerned the black bull articulating human speech. What was happening? Lin Xiu was taken aback. A mythical beast capable of human language was simply terrifying. It seemed to have attained some form of enlightenment. This thought sent a shiver down Lin Xiu's spine, as he concluded that this black bull was undoubtedly an ancient creature of formidable power. Chapter 61, The Silver Serpent in the distance. The imposing black bull lifted its head and cast a fleeting glance toward Lin Xiu. A chill ran through Lin Xiu. It was likely that he had been detected. The bull possessed remarkable strength and keen perception, capable of sensing him from such a distance. However, he remained seated, choosing not to approach. He amplified his spiritual awareness, intently listening to the exchange between the formidable black bull and Liang He. Liang He, appearing listless, was oblivious to the arrival of Lin Xiu and the portly figure, quietly observing from afar.
He felt an intense inner turmoil, for the extraordinary beast regarded him as kin, adopting an authoritative tone as it reprimanded him. The last thing he desired was to have a black bull as a mentor. The embarrassment of being discovered by Lin Xiao and his companions was unbearable. Do you think that by seizing the exotic fruit, it now belongs to you? The black bull chastised him. Liang He was taken aback, realizing that the bull had discerned all his actions, even his acquisition of the fruit. Nonetheless, a sense of defiance stirred within him. He was convinced that had it not been for this enigmatic black bull, he would have long since exited the dragon transformation ridge with the fruit in hand. Are you still unconvinced? Do you believe that carrying that fruit will not lead to your utter ruin? The bull admonished him. What is this situation? Liang He queried, disbelief etched across his face. He had previously knocked out Li Mo, one of the 4 elite fighters of Han Xia, which inflated his confidence. Now, he felt merely intimidated by the black bull, dismissing the other beings, both human and beast. Do you have any idea what lurks nearby? Swaths of exotic beasts have already surrounded this place. If you wish to escape, you may be left as nothing but bones. The bull continued. Initially, these creatures were not well acquainted with humanity and had been covertly observing their strategies and weaponry. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, eavesdropping intently, felt a shiver run down his spine. Were there truly numerous beasts watching the humans? Earlier, he had glimpsed something moving in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, casting a shadow over the land, an undeniably terrifying entity. He suspected it had gained control over the beasts hidden deep within the Taihang Mountains, commanding them to monitor humanity's every move for a potential ambush. The black bull gazed upward, where dark clouds loomed, obscuring any view of what lay above. Lin Xiao's heart raced with astonishment. If what the black bull claimed was true, the future could be exceedingly grim. A drastic transformation loomed ahead, with a multitude of exotic beasts potentially invading the city, the consequences of which were unimaginable. He recalled his previous conversation with Su Ziki, who had informed him of the extraordinary intelligence of the mutated beasts, their remarkable learning and mimicking abilities, and their terrifying power. Within a large-scale gathering of these creatures, a king would inevitably arise. It appeared that the beasts had been lying in wait in the deep mountains, not emerging due to their awakening intelligence, which had yet to comprehend humanity fully. They were clandestinely observing, assessing their strength, and planning their next moves. If this continued, a significant crisis was likely to unfold. Liang He, still brimming with defiance, thought to himself, what of the multitude of beasts? With his current abilities, could he not break free? Moreover, he could consume a fruit directly to facilitate his evolution. In any case, the silver box contained 5 fruits. He swallowed one, and neither Lin Xiao nor the chubby man would hold it against him. If you still doubt my intentions, I assure you, I am aiding you. Otherwise, should you dare to open that silver box now, unforeseen calamities would undoubtedly ensue. The great black bull extended a hoof and gently patted Liang He's head. Its tone reminiscent of reproach, yet it conveyed a sense of indulgence. Liang He's expression was peculiar. Could it be that this great black bull truly regarded him as its calf? What was he to do? He approached the hiding place of the silver box, retrieved it, and transformed into his human form, donning his attire and that iron mask. Ah, this is your human form, not bad, quite presentable. The great black bull remarked slowly as Liang He emerged. Liang He scoffed internally, for he was human by nature. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would not have resorted to such a ruse. Little calf, I shall ensure your safety, and you shall share with me 4 of those exotic fruits, the great black bull declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Liang He's eyes nearly bulged. The true nature of the great black bull had finally revealed itself. This was not merely a collection fee, it was outright robbery. Lin Xiao, upon hearing, silently cursed the black bull's greed. Realizing it had left Liang He with only 1 exotic fruit, its intentions were far from noble. You are truly shameless, as a mere bull. What need have you for so many exotic fruits? Liang He exclaimed, clutching the box to his chest protectively, his demeanor one of heightened anxiety. I have several brothers in Kunlun Mountain who did not come this time, so, heh, the great black bull chuckled shamelessly, advancing step by step towards Liang He. Do not approach, or I shall devour all the exotic fruits. Liang He felt a surge of trepidation. He knew he could not overpower the great black bull, yet Lin Xiao and the chubby man had not yet arrived, possibly hindered by that formidable Tian Dao Wang. Left with no other choice, he resolved to open the silver box, feigning intent to consume the fruits. Beware, little calf, retreat. There is a beast within. It is perilous. The great black bull warned, stepping forward and kicking the box away. The fruits scattered in a swift descent, all caught by the great black bull with remarkable agility. Whoosh! A flash of silver shot forth. The speed was astonishing, nearly imperceptible. Had one not been on guard, disaster would have surely followed. Crash! The great black bull raised a hoof and sent it flying. Whoosh! A silver serpent, nearly a few inches in length, landed on the ground, upright, and darted forward like a streak of silver lightning, so fast that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Bang! The serpent was sent flying once more by the great black bull's hoof. Moo! The great black bull let out a low roar, exuding a terrifying presence. Coldly regarding the silver serpent, I have shown mercy, do not bring ruin upon yourself. The silver serpent hissed in defiance, but ultimately succumbed to the great black bull's formidable aura, transforming into a flash of silver and fleeing. From a distance, Lin Xiao witnessed the entire spectacle, astonished. The silver serpent darted away with astonishing speed. Despite his current dynamic prowess reaching a terrifying level, he still could not fully capture its trajectory. Such velocity was indeed remarkable. This creature, a companion beast, would linger near the peculiar tree before the fruit ripened, aiding in its nourishment and protection. Once the fruit matured, it would consider its mission complete and seek freedom. The imposing black bull observed the path of the escaping serpent, his gaze heavy with contemplation. You see now. Do you not? That silver serpent is extraordinary, a true anomaly among the beasts. If it were to launch a surprise attack, you might find yourself unable to defend. The black bull turned to reprimand Liang He. Liang He was indeed taken aback when the black bull charged at him, sending the silver box flying from his grasp, along with the precious fruits. He worried about the potential loss of the fruits, fearing they might be damaged. However, upon spotting the silver serpent, he realized that any beast capable of contending with the black bull was undoubtedly formidable. In the distance, the fleeing serpent hissed, flicking its tongue and producing peculiar sounds. Return my fruits. Liang He felt a surge of anxiety, disregarding everything else, and hurried to reclaim them. Enough of this nonsense, little bull, something is amiss. We must depart at once. At that moment, the black bull appeared somewhat anxious. Unintentionally, amidst Liang He's chaotic antics, the black bull allowed him to snatch back 3 fruits. Subsequently, the bull subdued him with a sharp blow to the head, rendering him compliant and ceasing his relentless pursuit. In the distance, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief, recognizing that the black bull was likely an ally, connected to Liang He's primal lineage, which explained its willingness to assist him. Outside the Huolong Ridge, numerous individuals, descendants of the Pangu gene and beings from the microstar species, had set up an array of heavy weaponry, eagerly awaiting orders to intercept. Suzuki was meticulously orchestrating their plan. Although Chen Zihao's actions had thrown her initial strategy into disarray, she quickly adapted, implementing a contingency plan to regain control of the situation. Currently, she dispatched personnel to rescue the Golden Winged Celestial from the epicenter of the explosion. Though gravely injured, he had managed to shield himself from the blast's force with his wings at the last moment. After urgent treatment utilizing the latest advancements from the Pangu gene research, he had significantly healed, and the divine factors within him had been reawakened, accelerating his recovery. Now clad in fresh attire, apart from the still raw wound on his chest, he had fully recovered from his other injuries. Iron-faced fiend, I shall slay you.
The golden-winged celestial's expression was icy, having fallen from grace in this battle and suffering humiliation. His spirits were at an all-time low. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, within a pavilion, an elder with short hair remarked, "It seems you have made new breakthroughs in this domain." He gazed toward the golden-winged celestial, speaking in a measured tone. "Crafted by the hands of an enigmatic figure. Yet such details have become inconsequential. Though he remains capable of combat, the gaping wound upon his chest is harrowing. It seems that the iron-masked man has mastered a particularly nefarious weapon." Another elder remarked, his gaze chilling. Once placid but now brimming with indignation upon witnessing that enormous injury inflicted upon the golden-winged celestial. It is evident that the two are representatives of opposing factions, belonging to the Panga gene and the Microstar Biotech, yet here they are, sharing tea in an unexpected camaraderie. A third elder, turned away from them, appears to be surveying other regions, seemingly in search of someone. Suddenly, the short-haired elder from Microstar Biotech lifted his head, exclaiming with urgency, "This is bad. A great terror is upon us." Startled, the elder from Pango Gene rose to his feet. "Quickly, retreat. Ensure everyone vacates the Dragon Transformation Ridge." The short-haired elder from Microstar Biotech bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the mountainous terrain. Chapter 62, The Onslaught of Beasts. The elderly man, who had remained silent until now, suddenly sprang into action. He leaped, and beneath his feet, a flying apparatus materialized, vanishing in an instant. The other two elders began to issue commands, employing a unique form of extraordinary power to amplify their voices, which resonated like ripples, echoing throughout the mountainous terrain. They too departed from the summit, hastening towards their respective camps to organize the impending battle. Deep within the Dragon Transformation Ridge, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the air thick with an oppressive weight that made it difficult to breathe, creating an unbearable sense of discomfort. A tempest was imminent. Upon hearing the commands reverberating through the mountains from the two elders, the onlookers felt an unsettling chill, their gaze drawn to the heavens, hearts trembling with trepidation. This region had taken on an unusual air, though the winds lay still and the grass did not stir. The eerie calm before the storm was the most terrifying of all, leaving everyone in a state of taut anxiety. At the periphery of the Dragon Transformation Ridge, throngs of individuals were in motion, beginning to retreat from the mountains. Even those who had previously engaged in conflict with the two major factions ceased their attacks, instinctively banding together and cautiously following the larger group in their withdrawal. They too sensed the anomaly, a harbinger of an impending calamity that sent shivers through their very souls. The extraordinary broadcaster Yang Ming, having lost sight of Lin Xiao, remained with the other extraordinary individuals. He was currently transmitting information to the outside world. His expression grave, "The atmosphere has suddenly shifted here, all major factions are beginning to retreat. Something significant is surely occurring." The barrage of comments flooded in, speculating the reasons behind the exodus, yet Yang Ming had no time to peruse them. He aimed his phone at the other extraordinary beings, capturing their movements while carefully making his own retreat. "Be cautious," someone shouted. They could not stray too far, as the heavy artillery and personnel deep within the Dragon Transformation Ridge still required their coordination for a safe exit. Suddenly, the expressions of the two elders shifted, sensing an imminent danger that sent chills down their spines, even at their level of prowess. Soon, the other extraordinary individuals felt it too. Akin to being hunted by some primordial beast, their bodies trembling in fear. "My heavens, where have so many beasts come from? We are surrounded," one extraordinary being cried out, shattering the tense silence. One after another, the beasts emerged silently, slowly revealing themselves as they drew closer to the area. Observers noted the peculiar absence of sound amidst the multitude of beasts. They advanced with the precision of soldiers, encircling the extraordinary beings from all sides. These were, after all, extraordinary beasts. How could they move with such unity and order, intent on surrounding all the extraordinary individuals? Moreover, despite belonging to different clans, they exhibited no signs of conflict.
Nor did they emit any roars, which was exceedingly strange. A foul breeze swept through the forest, and a myriad of beasts surged forth, densely packed, as far as the eye could see. As the beasts approached, the crowd caught sight of their forms. A silverback gorilla, the size of a house. A colossal porcupine adorned with missile-like quills, and a serpentine centipede measuring several meters in length. These are a horde of monstrous creatures, fundamentally distinct from ordinary beasts, having undergone a terrifying transformation that renders them formidable adversaries. The most alarming aspect is that they appear in droves. It is widely acknowledged that this spells disaster. Such a multitude of aberrant beasts unleashed simultaneously poses an absolute catastrophe for the unusual beings still residing within the Taihang Mountains. Each creature exudes an aura of peril, their icy gazes advancing with deliberate, organized intent, instilling a profound sense of dread. Engage with firearms. The command was issued, as the distance had narrowed sufficiently to warrant the use of lethal weaponry. Failure to act before they close in would lead to unimaginable consequences. Rat-tat-tat. In the mountainous terrain, the sound of gunfire erupted, a metallic tempest unleashed, pouring forth devastating firepower, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions and the dispersal of crimson mist. Boom! The thunderous roar of artillery followed, as operators of heavy cannons swiftly retreated to commence bombardment, transforming the land into a charred wasteland. However, these aberrant creatures were astutely aware. Upon witnessing the deployment of firearms, they immediately scattered, seeking refuge behind boulders or within depressions in the ground, demonstrating remarkable agility. Their movements were so swift, each beast exhibiting an eerie calmness, as if imbued with intelligence, unfazed by the barrage of gunfire. As the gunfire subsided, panic ensued among the people. Astonished that these creatures sought cover, had they truly evolved? Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air, as a man was impaled by an extraordinarily thick thorn, its razor-sharp tip penetrating his upper body, pinning him to the ground, blood flowing freely until silence enveloped him. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, an onslaught of thorns descended, shot forth from a gigantic porcupine, resembling missiles that ensnared several unusual beings to the ground. Take cover. Find shelter. Chaos erupted as terrified shouts filled the air. Chirp, chirp. A colossal black rat emerged from a burrow, swiftly severing a man's arm with its razor-sharp fangs, each tooth extending over 10 centimeters, dripping with blood, horrifyingly fierce. This giant rodent, over a meter in length, moved with astonishing speed, claiming more victims in mere moments, their arms torn asunder, blood gushing forth relentlessly. The black rat rampaged among the crowd, inflicting wounds indiscriminately. An unusual being retaliated, transforming one arm into a solid metal appendage, striking fiercely, only to discover that the rat's flesh was remarkably resilient, absorbing the attack. Enraged, the rat fixed its crimson gaze upon the assailant, and in a swift motion, lunged for his other arm. The unusual being attempted to convert his remaining arm to metal, but it was too late. With a single bite, his entire hand was severed. Bees. No, hornets. A swarm of hornets. Soon, in another area, voices cried out in alarm. In the heart of the jungle, a vast swarm of ominous black bees surged forth, their deafening hum resonating through the air. Each mutated hornet had swelled to several times its original size, exuding an unnerving presence, with stingers extending over 10 centimeters. Being stung promised nothing but dire consequences. Fear gripped the crowd. These were no mere hornets, but rather lethal assassins. The sight sent shivers down spines, as the swarm numbered in the tens of thousands. Those unfortunate enough to be stung found their skin turning black instantaneously, collapsing to the ground within seconds. Amidst the chaos, people unleashed gunfire, and a multitude of mutated hornet carcasses fell to the earth. A few individuals wielded flames to ignite the swarm, yet they were swiftly encircled by an even greater number of hornets, leaving them riddled with stings. The ferocity of the hornet swarm was terrifying. Within mere minutes, hundreds of enhanced beings lay defeated. In the distance, ferocious beasts lunged forward, seizing the moment of confusion when the gunfire waned. Their eyes glinted with menace as they relentlessly hunted down the enhanced beings.
Do not flee. Open fire. Eliminate them all. Someone bellowed, yet their words held little sway.
Be it the microstar beings, the Panga gene warriors, or other factions-enhanced individuals, panic enveloped them. And many began to flee in terror. Having acquired their powers, most had never taken a life. Confronted with such horror, their resolve crumbled.
Even with extraordinary abilities, they found themselves powerless against the overwhelming tide of beasts.
The cacophony of explosions reverberated through the air, as fiery tongues licked out. Deafening cannon fire indeed claimed some monstrous foes, reducing them to a bloody pulp.
However, as the barrage quickly waned, the tide turned dramatically. Various monstrous beings surged forward.
Particularly the mutated hornets of moderate size, they evaded lethal fire, leading to a staggering number of enhanced casualties. Additionally, some beasts, cunning and stealthy, prowled through the underbrush, inching closer to the enhanced beings. A silverback gorilla, the size of a building, pounded its chest and roared, shaking the very forest. Its brutality was unmatched. As it leapt into the air, crushing numerous enhanced individuals beneath its feet, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. A colossal green centipede, stretching over 10 meters in length, exhaled a cloud of toxic gas. Many enhanced beings who inadvertently inhaled it collapsed, convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and swiftly succumbing to death.
Run!
The crowd screamed,
panic spreading like wildfire.
Some enhanced individuals, though capable of utilizing their powers against certain beasts, were quickly overwhelmed by others who came to assist, leading to their demise. The scene was one of utter slaughter, with enhanced beings being mercilessly hunted by a myriad of terrifying beasts.
Those on the outskirts of the dragon transformation ridge could no longer hold their ground.
Initially intending to assist those deeper within the ridge, they now found themselves cornered, compelled to retreat further into the depths. Fear spread rapidly, some had already fled, and the remaining individuals could scarcely muster the will to fight. Their leaders' commands fell on deaf ears as they broke into a full retreat.
Bombard them! Annihilate them all!
The elder of Panga Gene was drenched in the blood of the beasts, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, he realized that his solitary strength was insufficient to alter the dire situation.
Reluctantly, he began to retreat, commanding the artillery to unleash their bombardment.
The elder of the microstar creatures fared little better. Both elders, covered in the blood of beasts, retreated in disarray. They had strategically positioned numerous armed helicopters in the vicinity, now roaring as they unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the beast horde below, their firepower relentless. Suddenly, from the depths of the ominous clouds above, a fearsome purple avian burst forth, its wings spanning over 20 meters, casting a shadow over the land.